In the vast and boundless realm of the fairy world, each sprite possesses limitless potential and remarkable adaptability. The tree stage evolution is merely a beginning. The path of evolution is an everlasting journey. Each transformation represents a metamorphosis, where attributes and traits can shift, prompting the question of how to sculpt a sprite into perfection. The fusion of unique skills unfolds. The Ice Fong melds with the Thunder Fong, producing explosive effects, while the Ice Fong combined with the Flame Fong results in a tearing effect. The creation of original skills emerges, such as the Frozen Kingdom, a landscape encased in ice for miles, and the Black Abyss Ninetales Canon, a single strike capable of shattering islands. Combination skills arise, like the Dragon King's swift impact, obliterating all in its path. The ultimate techniques, those that amplify a singular skill to its utmost potential, wield immeasurable power. Countless extraordinary skills bloom in abundance. When powerful beings clash, the earth quakes for miles, and crimson flames scorch the heavens. Each move embodies a cataclysm, rending the sky, summoning tidal waves, and unleashing earth-shattering tornadoes. If given another chance, I will become the embodiment of miracles, to cultivate an existence that transcends all, to reverse the tides of fate, and to obliterate the demonic spirits. Chapter 1. Awakening the Power of Eternity. With a sudden jolt, the youth opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with incredulity. He had truly returned to this moment in time. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, some sorrowful, some joyous, and most infused with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, a cacophony of emotions. The pain of these memories was excruciating, yet they were profoundly cherished. Lying upon his bed, Bai Yuling felt tears of joy welling at the corners of his eyes. Young master, it is time to awaken. The master seeks you. The melodious voice of the beautiful maid resonated from outside. Bai Yuling responded softly and gradually rose from his bed. There was no time for lamentation. The past was irretrievable, and the future was destined for change. The first step was to showcase his abilities. Miracle system, assess my current status. Name, Bai Yuling. Title, none error detected. Unknown source of information identified. Conducting safety assessment. Accepting information modification in progress. World Legend Supreme Trainer of Divine Sprites. Sage of Sprites, the highest honor of a Pokémon research doctor. A legendary nurturer. Pioneer of fusion techniques, all sealed, requiring recognition from the world's will 4. Unlocking. Abilities. Power of Eternity, initially awakened. Lacks healing abilities. Can comprehend the speech of Pokémon. Equipment. None. Tasks. None. Carried sprites. None. Indeed, he possessed nothing. Alas, his powers of control and divine prowess were gone. How unfortunate, for they represented the strongest reliance he had cultivated through immense effort. All his hard-earned divine titles have been sealed as well, rendering them useless unless recognized by the will of the Pokémon world. In any case, everything must begin anew. Yet, he was fortunate that his memories remained intact, along with the experience of the world's foremost legendary training master. Upon seeing Bai Yuling emerge, the stern expression of the elder, Bai Yuhong, softened into one of affection. Shaoling, come here, let me look at you. Father, please do not indulge him. So the old man's gaze was piercing. Bai Yuhua felt exasperated every time he encountered Bai Yuling. It was the same. He feasted heartily, slept soundly, and lived in utter bliss, almost resembling a pampered pig. What could possibly be amiss? Exchanging a glance with his wife, Bing Li Xue, Bai Yuhua muttered something about how excessive indulgence leads to lawlessness, provoking a series of soft chuckles from Bing Li Xue. As she covered her mouth, the Bai family, one of the hidden aristocratic clans, had once boasted hundreds of sovereign-level masters during its zenith 5 centuries ago, with 3 titled sovereigns, commanding great respect in their realms. The clan leader, Bai Yuhua, was a king-level training master, while his wife, Bing Li Xue, also held the title of king-level training master. The elder, Bai Yuhong, was a sovereign-level training master who had once attained the title of king, known as the Qingwan Sovereign. Seeing the considerably younger old man, Bai Yuling felt a wave of emotion. No matter what he did, his grandfather always supported and defended him. Regrettably, he had not understood the value of such love, and when the crisis struck, he was powerless to prevent his grandfather's demise. But this time would be different. Grandfather, I have awakened the power of the everlasting. Bai Yuhong was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Is it true?" Bai Yuhua and Bing Li Xue also looked at Bai Yuling with astonished delight. Bai Yuling smiled slightly. It should be correct, but let me verify it. Indeed. Let's test it. Qi Shi Qing Wan. Bai Yuhong nodded vigorously and quickly summoned his little sprite. A crown-like formation, resembling a phoenix and adorned with a sapphire hue, crowned its head. Its elongated body was as clear as the sky, with wings seemingly embraced by clouds, and 3 azure tail feathers danced in the wind, exuding a dreamlike beauty. What a magnificent sprite! Qi Shi Qing Wan, possessing dual attributes of dragon and fairy as semi-divine race sprite, evolved from the ancient bloodline activated by the Qi Shi Qing Yao, one of the strongest sprite races. Qualifications: undetectable 5 stars, king. Insight exceeds that of ordinary qualified sprites by 6-fold. Exceptional potential, with a mere 1 in 100,000 chance of emergence, a natural-born sovereign. Characteristics: undetectable nature's guardian, sheltered by the forces of nature, rendering all indirect damage ineffective. Status: level 269 peak state, final potential developed to 89. Physical qualities: sovereign level 4. Harmony: undetectable 85. Affection: undetectable 90. Many aspects remained undetectable, yet Bai Yuling understood his grandfather's Qi Shi Qing Wan far better than the system could convey. After decades of nurturing, the Qi Shi Qing Wan had already reached its pinnacle. Regrettably, its potential had only been developed to 89, having erupted prematurely. Otherwise, the strength of the Qi Shi Qing Wan could undoubtedly have soared several more tiers. Each Pokémon, despite its inherent racial qualities and the variances in innate limits and growth periods, fundamentally shares a similar ultimate potential for development. Theoretically, any Pokémon can transcend to the level of a king, though the journey for those with less innate strength is fraught with considerably greater challenges. Throughout the growth process, trainers strive to ensure their Pokémon develop to perfection, unlocking every fragment of their potential. Each Pokémon is categorized into several growth stages, dictated by the unique bloodline within, and depending on the extent of potential unlocked, may undergo as many as 100 minor transformations. Upon reaching their peak state, each Pokémon will experience a significant metamorphosis, marking the most profound change in their lifetime. The physical attributes will surge dramatically within a short span, contingent upon the extent of potential that has been harnessed. The further one progresses, the more arduous it becomes to excavate potential. The first 50% yields at most a 50% enhancement in strength. However, at 89%, one may witness a tripling of strength rivaling that of divine-class Pokémon evolution, and at 95%, a staggering 5-fold increase. My grandfather's Qi Shi Qing Yao fortuitously activated an ancient bloodline, evolving into Qi Shi Qing Wan. With the potential of Qi Shi Qing Wan, he could have undoubtedly ascended to the championship level. Yet due to the machinations of certain individuals, he had to prematurely halt its training, resulting in a squandered future. To ruin someone's future is akin to slaying their parents. Reflecting on this, Bai Yuling clenched his fists in silent determination for vengeance. While one's affinity is significant, the degree of synergy is equally crucial. For instance, if a new tactic is conceived on the fly, merely articulating the key points with a synergy of 60 would enable quick comprehension of the majority of the idea. Above 80, a mere glance suffices for understanding, and only with both affinity and synergy exceeding 80 can one achieve a mega evolution through a nascent connection of minds.x. With an elegant call, Qi Shi Qing Wan tilted its head to gaze at Bai Yuling. The Bai family collectively held their breath, brimming with anticipation, hoping for a delightful surprise. Bai Yuling chuckled softly. What am I saying? XX. Qi Shi Qing Wan paused momentarily, then excitedly leaped in front of Bai Yuling, calling out repeatedly. The others soon realized that Qi Shi Qing Wan did not believe Bai Yuling had awakened the power of eternity. Excellent. Truly a blessing for our clan. Xiaoling, your grandfather will surely assist you in acquiring a few more, Bai Yuhong exclaimed with hearty laughter. Given this ability to communicate with Pokémon, the championship was undoubtedly within reach, and further ascension would likely not pose much difficulty. Bai Yuhua and Bing Li Xue embraced their child, their joy indescribable. Alas, my ability is only in its preliminary awakening. Otherwise, I could aid Qi Shi Qing Wan in its healing, Bai Yuling lamented, struggling to extricate himself from the affectionate embrace and casting a regretful glance at Qi Shi Qing Wan. What? Bai Yuhong gasped, his eyes fixed on Bai Yuling, unable to look away. Old Master Bai Yuhong serves as the steadfast anchor of the family, unwavering in the face of adversity, embodying the essence of resilience. The Qixi Qingyuan holds immense significance for both him and the Bai family. Without it, their strength and status would undoubtedly diminish substantially. Just moments ago, the Qixi Qingyuan expressed to me that it is experiencing some physical issues. Although it still possesses vitality, it struggles to harness it. The condition of its wings has worsened, and its endurance is gradually declining compared to the past. The Qixi Qingyuan's inability to progress further is significantly attributed to these hidden injuries, which greatly hinder its capabilities, even affecting its combat prowess. Bai Yuling then reassured the Qixi Qingyuan, saying, "However, do not fret, I shall awaken my healing powers soon, and you will be able to advance even further." The Qixi Qingyuan joyfully nuzzled Bai Yuling's face with its wings. The soft, cloud-like feathers were incredibly soothing, prompting an involuntary expression of enjoyment from Bai Yuling. "Wait, does the power of Jban possess healing abilities?" Bai Yuhong queried, somewhat perplexed, for historical accounts only noted Jban's capacity to sense Pokémon, with no mention of healing prowess. Bai Yuling nodded with conviction. "I am certain that the power of Jban does possess healing capabilities." Bing Lishue chimed in with a smile. "Records are merely records. Can they truly encompass the depth of understanding one has of their own abilities?" She then turned her gaze back to Bai Yuling. "Moreover, why did you not inform us about your impending awakening? What if something were to go awry?" Awakening is indeed a perilous endeavor. One might say it is a matter of life and death, with only 1 in 10 awakenings deemed safe. Bai Yuling bowed his head in acknowledgement, internally lamenting. The original owner was rather reckless, overly confident. Though he awakened, his spirit could not endure, leading to his demise. In his previous life, he had traversed to this world in a state of confusion and fear, remaining low-key, even timid, wasting precious time. But this time, things would be different. Young Ling, I intended to share some news with you today, but now, nothing is more paramount than your need for rest and recovery. Bai Yuhong had not laughed so freely in decades. Reassured by the prospect of a successor, the family's future no longer weighed heavily on his shoulders. The Bai family had thrived under the ancestral blessings, securing resources and status far exceeding their current strength. Were it not for his unwavering support, the Bai family would have long been devoured by certain opportunistic factions. Bai Yuhua and Bing Lishue concurred, noting that it was merely a new type of competition organized by the alliance, and sending others to participate was a viable option. Bai Yuling remained silent, for he was already aware that this competition would later be dubbed the Extreme Tournament, featuring battles in various challenging terrains, such as deep water environments where combat would ensue, 1,000 meters underwater, tempestuous terrains where fierce winds could uproot rocks, and sandstorm landscapes. Even mixed terrains would be included. This competition aims to cultivate the well-roundedness of trainers and further test their comprehensive abilities. This mode of battle is destined to gain popularity worldwide, as it rigorously hones the willpower of both trainers and their Pokémon, yielding rewards far surpassing those of past contests. There's no need for a break. I feel splendid, Grandpa. I intend to embark on a journey. At this, Bai Yuhong exchanged glances with his companions, while Bing Lishue expressed her concern. "Xiao Ling, you are only 14 venturing out at such a young age. Typically, trainers are permitted to embark on their journeys at the age of 15, while those of notable background and status are often required to wait until they reach 18, fearing they might bring shame to their families. Moreover, remaining within the family allows for better cultivation of their potential." Chapter 2. Companions, the 7-star Demon King, and the Dragon Rider. "Fear not, for I possess the ability to safeguard myself." Bai Yuling exuded confidence. However, as a mother, how could she easily relinquish her worries? She continued to persuade him. Bai Yuhua, on the other hand, supported Bai Yuling, believing it would be beneficial for him to venture out and explore. Yet, out of respect for his wife, he coughed lightly. Ultimately, Bai Yuhong decisively declared, "All right. Xiaoling, if you wish to travel, then go ahead. However, you must recuperate for a while, unless the doctor certifies you as fit. Li Shui, do not fret unnecessarily. With the omnipresent world will watching over, what danger could there be?" Bing Li Shui lowered her head slightly. Though such words were spoken, one cannot be too cautious. Bai Yuhua furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Bai Yuling understood her father's concerns. "I will not reveal the Changpan power unless absolutely necessary." The three exchanged glances and smiled with relief. Xiao Ling had truly matured and could take care of himself. In a world where the strength of spirits is revered, the impact of such abilities as the Changpan power is immense. "Steward, Xiao Ling intends to travel. Fulfill any requests he may have, whatever they may be." Bai Yuhong summoned the steward and commanded with a serious expression. "Yes." The steward responded respectfully, astonished within. What had transpired for the master to place such importance on the young master? Bai Yuling first visited the family's spirit garden, finally ready to take that first step, naturally bringing along his spirit companions. Families of considerable standing typically select their accompanying spirits from a young age, nurturing them together. The most reasonable number is 3, as too many would overwhelm the children. Bloodwing dragon, possessing dual attributes of dragon and flying, a quasi-divine race spirit. One of the strongest races capable of evolving to the king level even with ordinary qualifications. Trait: confidence, attack power increases upon defeating the opponent. Qualification: 4 stars, a rarity. Quadrupled comprehension. Status: level 137, growth stage 88, potential developed 80-10, evolved to the next stage despite remaining potential. Training methods are excellent, yet not comprehensive. With a total potential shortfall of 10. Bonding: 40. Affection: 80. Physical quality: elite level 8. Physical quality encompasses attack, defense, speed, energy, stamina, etc. Overall combat power: elite level 10. Over 100 basic, advanced, and ultimate moves. Psychological resilience, battle experience, and combat awareness. Steel giant. Possessing dual attributes of steel and psychic, a quasi-divine race spirit, with an average ability value of 1200. One of the strongest races capable of evolving to the champion level even with ordinary qualifications. Trait: ever pure body. Ability remains fixed, unaffected by any circumstances. Qualification: 4 stars. A rarity: quadrupled comprehension. Status: level 139, growth stage 88, potential developed 8010, same as above. Bonding: 40. Affection: 80. Physical quality: elite level 8. Overall combat power: elite level 10. Dragon Rider, with dual attributes of water and ice, a rare race spirit, ability value 1070. Trait: water storage, when attacked by water-type moves. It suffers no damage and instead recovers health equivalent to the power of the opponent's move. Qualification: 7 stars, a Demon King, 10-fold comprehension. Golden text note from the Miracle System. A Demon King that may not even emerge among a million Dragon Riders. The world's fixed number is merely 10,000. A rare find in a century, with boundless potential. Strongly recommended for focused cultivation, unlocking the sealed ancient bloodline. Status: level 125, maturity stage, final potential developed 72, bloodline solidified. Innate potential shortfall of 25, other shortfall of 3. Bonding: 40. Affection: 80. Physical quality: elite level 6. Overall combat power: elite level 8. As these are his own little spirits, the Miracle System's detection is even more detailed. Cultivating quasi-divine Pokémon is exceedingly challenging. They began growing together at the age of 3 and only recently evolved 3 years ago, consuming an immense amount of resources along the way. Most individuals, even with luck in capturing one, would struggle to nurture it. However, their qualifications speak for themselves. Just a secondary evolution can elevate them to elite status. And in terms of combat power, they could easily overpower the champions from the Pokémon anime he remembers. After their evolution, their physical quality surged threefold, with each move brimming with destructive power, rivaling the champions of the anime. Yet, there remains a small distance until they complete their growth phase. While this correlates with his appropriate training methods, most individuals lack the resources for such cultivation. They can only rely on harsh training to squeeze out growth, often leading to premature physical development and a shortened growth phase. Nevertheless, they are undoubtedly recognized as the strongest among quasi-divine spirit races with unmatched potential. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, they are nearly guaranteed to reach elite status. However, the most terrifying potential lies within the Dragon Rider, a spirit he had overlooked in his previous life, possessing potential that surpasses even the champions. The spirit world is vast and boundless. Even though the Dragon Rider is a rare race, the total number worldwide is undoubtedly in the billions. Yet, among this enormous quantity, the qualifications of the 7-star Demon King are merely a scant 10,000. Unless a 7-star monarch of this lineage passes away or enters old age, leading to a decrease in qualifications, no treasure capable of enhancing qualifications can do so immediately. The ancient bloodline of the Dragon Rider is descended from the epic spirit Qianlong, which resides in depths of the ocean over 10,000 meters below, possessing the super attributes of a water dragon, and is deemed the absolute nemesis of water and fire spirits. They mutually counter dragons, are countered by fairies, and resist water and fire attacks at quadruple strength. Legends suggest that the Qianlong clan has significant ties to the sea god, Lugia. Currently, Pokémon researchers have preliminarily discovered methods to stimulate and unlock ancient bloodlines, but no instances have yet occurred. Let him be the one to initiate this wave of evolution. Gently stroking the Dragon Rider's head, Bai Yuling brimmed with enthusiasm, a meticulously detailed training plan for the Dragon Rider brewing in his mind. First, he must find a way to compensate for its potential shortfall. Suddenly, a nearly overlooked secret flashed through his mind. If that secret were not mere folly, The issue with the Dragon Rider could be resolved promptly, saving a great deal of time, energy, and resources. Bai Yuling packed enough spirit food for 3 years, along with a tent and various essential items, plus 50 energy stones, a quantity that constituted over half of the ordinary treasury, leaving the steward pale with shock. Energy stones are crafted from various precious ores and specially made energy cubes, easily absorbed by any Pokémon, enhancing energy and rapidly stimulating their inner potential. They are incredibly precious. The average person might not afford a single one in their lifetime. The use of ultimate moves by spirits consumes not only stamina, but also their internal energy. Without energy, even ultimate moves would lose considerable power. Thus, the preciousness of items that can increase energy is evident. 5 days later, after the doctor conducted repeated examinations with no issues found, Bai Yuling was finally ready to embark on his journey. During these 5 days, Bai Yuling remained diligent, engaging in special training every day to enhance their bonding, yet refrained from allowing them to consume energy stones, aiming to slow their growth. For Bai Yuling intended to compensate for the potential they had lost, and the stronger they became, the greater the cost incurred. Even now, the expense was so immense that the Baiyu clan could scarcely bear it. However, regardless of the cost, Bai Yuling was determined to nurture these 3 spirits, with whom he shared the deepest bonds, to the pinnacle of their potential. Xiaoling, having made the decision to embark on a journey, must first register at the World Alliance Center to obtain the most crucial spirit belt, and perhaps even receive a commendable initial spirit. After a heartfelt farewell, the venerable Bai Yuhong solemnly reminded her, and upon seeing Bai Yuling nod seriously, he gently addressed the tearful Bingli Shui. It is time for the child to grow up. Let this first step be taken by you. Bingli Shui, her beautiful eyes shimmering with moisture, released a rare spirit, Shinado, and instructed, Xiao Xia, take Xiao Ling to the nearest town. Shinado responded with a soft affirmation, unleashing its formidable psychic power, instantly teleporting Bai Yuling to Baiyi City, the nearest town, 1,000 miles away. As dizziness enveloped him, Bai Yuling shook his head, enduring the disorientation for 3 seconds before it dissipated. His current physique was too frail to withstand such a long-distance teleportation fully. Surveying his surroundings, he strode toward an imposing edifice, the World Alliance Center of Baiyi City. Inside the center, apart from a few trainers, there was naught but a condensed version of a planet emanating an incredible aura of greatness. It is said that when magnified countless times, it reveals the map of this spirit world. Bai Yuling, familiar with the procedure, touched the planet, and in that instant, an indescribable force of will surged forth, a mere fragment of the spirit world's essence. Upon detecting his first login, the system searched for data. Bai Yuling, by family, age 14, registration complete. This is your World S Pokédex and Spirit Belt, automatically bound. In the blink of an eye, everything was finalized, and 2 items appeared before Bai Yuling, a belt with 6 spirit slots and a Pokédex embedded at its center. These 2 items were crafted through means beyond human comprehension, possessing innumerable functions, and were the most precious and vital possessions for every trainer. They could be worn at any desired location, indestructible, equipped with invincible defenses, and in critical situations, they would automatically activate. Most importantly, the spirit balls contained within could not be seized by any means. Bai Yuling promptly placed 3 spirit balls into the belt, which transformed into glass-like orbs, neatly settling into their designated slots. The system indicated that he had achieved an elite-level spirit composite strength, presenting him with 2 options. The first, to suppress physical attributes, reducing them to match the opponent's strength at most. The second, to directly ascend to the rank of a king trainer and receive elite trainer advancement rewards. Was there any doubt? The first option was the clear choice. The Pokédex emitted a soft glow. Bai Yuling, new trainer, please ensure your belt has sufficient energy, otherwise, your rank will automatically change. You may also release the suppression at any time, but all rewards will be forfeited, including those for elite trainers. Welcome to the realm of true trainers. The World S will grant you 100 contribution points, hoping you will become a great master of spirit training in the future. Now, randomly select 1 spirit from 1,000,000 as your initial spirit. Feeling the voice resonate within his heart, Bai Yuling quickly thought, wait, can I convert one of my spirits directly into my initial spirit? After a brief silence, he sensed the World S will directing a fragment of attention towards him. Filling him with joy, this secret was indeed true. Are you certain? The transformed spirit will revert to its infancy, essentially starting anew. Bai Yuling smiled inwardly and replied, absolutely. A thread of will enveloped the spirit ball of Cheng Long, and Bai Yuling felt the incredible power causing the spirit within to grow in reverse, in mere moments. It transformed into a tiny Cheng Long, just birthed from its egg. With a flash of blue light, the diminutive Cheng Long appeared before Bai Yuling. After glancing at the scanned information, he could not help but smile with delight. You randomly received a Cheng Long? What remarkable luck, as this is a rare spirit. Those around him gazed enviously at the newly appeared Cheng Long, aware of the rarity that existed among spirits, Ordinary spirits accounted for 80%, intermediate spirits approached 20%, while excellent spirits were 1 in 1,000, with divine spirits being singular. The odds of encountering a rare spirit were 1 in 10,000, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Bai Yuling merely nodded absently, his full attention on the status list in his mind. Chunlong status. Level 5, Growth Stage 1. Potential Development 1. Thanks to the reversal growth granted by the world's will, potential deficiencies completely compensated, and growth rate accelerated tenfold until original strength is restored. Physical attributes. Early new trainer level. Mastered skills. Tier 3 ultimate skill. 1-star water cannon. Sealed due to insufficient strength. Unsealed skills. Tier 1 basic skills. Primary combat skills. Commonly used skills: water gun, water pulse, ice shard, ice spike, thunder shock, magnitude change. Special effects skill. Defense, contracting the body. Gathering energy to protect oneself, temporarily increasing defense. Charge, greatly gathering energy, enhancing the power of the next attack. Having trained to the second tier of basic skills. All were suppressed to merely their foundational strength. The small Chunlong let out a cry, its youthful voice filled with panic. Oh no, I forgot to provide psychological support to Chunlong first. Bai Yuling lamented his oversight. Due to prior uncertainties, he had not communicated with Chunlong beforehand. The drastic shift from level 125 Elite 6 tier to a newly born frailty represented a gap of tens of thousands in physical attributes. From freezing a lake with a single ice beam to now being limited to weak basic skills. Could Chunlong endure such a significant disparity? Chunlong, do not be afraid. This is a good thing. Take a moment to feel it. I believe you will understand the changes within you. Though your strength has regressed to what it was 10 years ago, you will surpass your current abilities within a year, and your potential will significantly increase. Bai Yuling hurriedly reassured him. Thanks to the targeted training over the past 5 days, Chunlong experienced a rapid growth previously unattainable, achieving a newfound level of trust, allowing it to remain calm amidst the transformation. As Chunlong carefully sensed the subtle changes within, it realized its perfection had improved, despite the same physical attributes. It could now harness greater energy. The spirit balls of the Bloodwing Dragon and Jinjing monster trembled with excitement, fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity. Do not worry. Since I have chosen to suppress your growth, I intend to ensure you also compensate your potential to become even more perfect. Bai Yuling smiled and reassured them with the power of the evergreen. Shall we engage in a battle? A young boy challenged Bai Yuling. His initial spirit being a Mei Liang, evidently just past its infancy, at only level 2. It likely knew only 2 basic skills, and could not even utilize defense or charging. Bai Yuling declined outright. Such a battle held no interest. If he were to practice, it must be with a worthy opponent. Chunlong. It voiced in agreement, its excited eyes gazing outward. Bai Yuling understood that it too was eager to test its mettle, to observe its specific changes, and quickly adapt to its current diminished strength. Bai Yuling offered a remorseful smile to the young boy as he walked toward the door, only to suddenly stumble and nearly fall. His expression shifted to one of utter astonishment and delight. The information from the miracle system materialized in his mind. Upon his first login, he had drawn the extra attention of the world will, completing a considerable miracle and earning 3 miracle stars as a reward. How could this be possible? The triggering requirement for a miracle achievement was at least a 1 in 10 billion chance. Furthermore, it was a 3-star scale miracle achievement. In the vast realm of the spirit world, countless trainers entered each year, and within the last decade, including himself, there had been at most 20 individuals who had attracted the world will on their first login. This was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Bai Yuling felt an overwhelming joy. Only he understood the magnitude of his gain, far surpassing the potential of the Long. Even with Bai Yuling's formidable heart, having witnessed the battle of the end of the world, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. After a long while, he finally calmed himself. The miracle stars were far too precious to be used lightly, and he resolved to proceed cautiously according to his plan. The lush bay forest was eerily quiet, as it was hardly a place for novice trainers. Entering here was tantamount to seeking death. A BB bird perched on the treetops sensed Bai Yuling's intrusion and immediately issued a displeased threat. Bai Yuling took a moment to assess the situation, dismissing the BB bird's warning and releasing his Long. The BB bird, possessing dual flying and normal attributes, was an excellent spirit species with impressive physical qualities for a late-stage novice. The Spirit Encyclopedia provided information on the BB bird, which was considerably more concise than that of the miracle system. It was evident that the world will had deliberately imposed such limitations. Otherwise, the world would not be so peaceful, but rather embroiled in fierce competition for high-quality spirits. After all, high quality not only meant accelerated comprehension and enhanced combat capabilities, but also a significantly increased growth rate during their developmental phase, with a high probability of breaking through to elite status. Elite-level trainers were already considered absolute powerhouses. A typical novice trainer, after months of travel and countless battles to earn their first badge, could evolve into a third-tier trainer. However, a first-tier trainer was the pinnacle for the vast majority of trainers in the world. At this point, one could choose to become an ordinary gym trainer, testing the mettle of the younger generation while also receiving a considerable league subsidy. Presently, the league competitions were categorized into ordinary, elite, champion, and king levels, with opportunities to compete across tiers, though participation in lower-tier competitions was prohibited. Any trainer entering the top 100 would receive rewards from the World League. The miracle system indicated that this BB bird was at level 14, with physical attributes nearly 3 times that of the current Long Long, creating a significant disparity in strength. Nevertheless, his Long Long was not ordinary. As long as they avoided direct confrontation, victory was still a plausible outcome. Pokémon could generally sense the strength disparity between one another, and upon realizing that the creature before it was merely a weak Long Long, the BB bird's sharp eyes flickered with disdain. Chapter 4. Encountering a hostile family. Although the Bai family had fallen from grace, they continued to enjoy vast resources, inciting envy in many families, including the Yuan Dong family, which harbored considerable animosity towards the Bai family but had never found the opportunity to strike. Long Long. Was he here to claim an initial spirit? A mocking smile crept onto Yuan Dongqing's face as he approached. Boy, are you from the Bai family? Bai Yuling merely cast a glance at him, his expression reminiscent of one looking at a fool, and promptly ignored him. Yuan Dongqing's smile faltered. He was lost in dreams of becoming a champion-level powerhouse, only to be utterly disregarded, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Damn it, this kid, with his worthless Long Long. How dare he act so arrogantly compared to my Yujirabi? I am Yuan Dongqing from the Yuan Dong family. What a rare encounter in such a small place. How about a battle with our initial spirits? Both freshly acquired. It could not be fairer. Regardless of the outcome, let's find a place to have a proper chat. Yuan Dongqing invited, his words laden with a hint of provocation. Shamelessly, although the Long Long had the advantage according to attributes. Everyone knew that this was only true when the Long Long had mastered various water-type moves in the future. Not now, when it could only utilize the most basic water gun attack. Moreover, its execution was still rather clumsy. What threat could its slow speed pose? On the other hand, Yujirabi boasted a robust physique and formidable explosive power. A mere collision would incapacitate the Long Long, rendering this a decidedly unfair duel. The bystanders could not help but silently condemn his shamelessness. Very well, but without stakes, don't you find it rather dull? Bai Yuling thought it would be foolish not to see the malice behind the other's intentions. Additionally, he recalled the Yuan Dong family, one of many forces coveting his own family. He had yet to settle the score with them, and now they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. How could he not collect some interest first? Stakes? Yuan Dongqing frowned, his expression becoming more serious. What was this kid plotting? At that moment, one of his sycophants stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. Yuan Dongqing then nodded calmly and addressed Bai Yuling. As for the stakes, let us use our respective initial spirits. If you win, Yujirabi will belong to you. If I win, the Long Long will be mine. Despite previously belittling the Long Long, he understood that in the realm of champion spirits, it was indeed exceptional. Most quasi-divine spirits possessed dragon attributes, and having a Long Long would afford significant advantages against those dragon quasi-divines. Given the competitors he encountered, there were no shortage of quasi-divine spirits. Possessing a Long Long would be as beneficial to him as having a Yujirabi. Bai Yuling silently agreed, and as they did, the rules of the world were established. Upon one side's defeat, they would lose their initial spirit, which would then belong to the victor. A hush fell over the crowd. None anticipated the situation would escalate to this point so swiftly, their earlier anger still simmering. Truly, a family of great repute. Even the stakes were so substantial. To them, initial spirits were among the most precious possessions they had, second only to their Pokémon belt and encyclopedia. To use it as a stake was an act of madness. In the open space outside, Long Long and Yujirabi faced each other, with Yujirabi exuding a fierce battle spirit, while Long Long appeared apathetic. 3-2 begin. As the countdown from the Spirit Encyclopedia concluded, battle commenced in an instant. Yujirabi swiftly approached Long Long, but watch for its mouth. As long as you dodge the water gun, this Long Long will be nothing more than your plaything. Yuan Dongqing commanded loudly, his tone steady and authoritative, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. It seemed he was not just a worthless individual with influence. However, it mattered little to Bai Yuling, who thought, let us end this tedious battle. With a calm demeanor, Bai Yuling softly commanded, water gun. Long Long opened its mouth, and the water gun shot forth instantly, striking Yujirabi, who was just preparing to dodge. The speed of this water gun is astonishingly rapid, and its execution is terrifyingly swift. By the time Yujira noticed the slightest movement of the Qiaolong's mouth, the water gun had already manifested, leaving no room for response. With quadruple effective damage, combined with a 50% boost from its inherent move, it amounted to a staggering 6-fold damage. Yujira could scarcely utter a cry, plunging directly into the brink of death. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. as everyone stood in shock, unable to fathom the outcome that surpassed their wildest imaginations. How could this Qiao Long release its water gun with such incredible speed? It felt overwhelmingly powerful, as if it had perfectly mastered the move. If we consider the base power of the move to be 199, then this particular water gun must have reached at least 90, consuming the same amount of energy, yet your move's power pales in comparison to that of your opponent. And with the release speed and other factors heavily in favor of the adversary, the prospect of victory becomes nearly non-existent. How could this be possible? Even some first-rate spirits may not fully master a move to unleash its maximum potential. In a flash of white light, the near-death Ujira abruptly vanished, and simultaneously, a Pokeball from the belt of Yuan Dongqing also disappeared, reappearing in the hands of Bai Yuling. Impossible. Your Qiao Long could not possibly be your initial spirit. You must be cheating. This is unfair. Yuan Dongqing finally grasped the situation, his frenzied shouts directed at the Pokédex in his hands. This man has gone mad. He dares to protest against the will of the world? It is utterly ridiculous. The great will of the world has never erred. That Qiao Long undoubtedly belongs to that individual as their initial spirit, albeit an exceptionally unique one, for such occurrences have happened before. At this moment, the astonished crowd began to accept the reality, one person glancing at Yuan Dongqing, shaking his head in derision, having long found this arrogant fellow displeasing. Indeed, I recall several instances from a few years ago involving extraordinarily strong Mini Long and Yuan Lusha. They must now be at least at the pinnacle of the elite level. This illustrates that fortune cannot truly be compared. Divine spirits are indeed precious. Yet when placed alongside spirits with prodigious potential, they seem rather insignificant. Oh, where did that person go? At this moment, someone remarked softly. Who? The young lad from the Bayou family, of course. This is the demeanor one would expect from a member of a prominent family. Unassuming, unpretentious, and certainly not arrogant. He conducts himself with humility, unlike this fool, whose eyes seem to be affixed to his brain, prompting the heavens to intervene and teach him a lesson. What heavens? I believe it is the will of the world imparting this lesson, warning him not to be arrogant, for arrogance draws misfortune. A tremendous uproar erupted, and the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a dazed and disheartened young master, while his sycophants had already vanished, sensing the wind change. After all, without Ujira, the possibility of him becoming a champion-level trainer is slim. They would not follow or curry favor with a weakling. Yuan Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, his downcast gaze filled with a dark foreboding. Bayou family scion, do you think this is the end? The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Just wait and see. At this moment, Bai Yuling had already arrived in Baiyi Forest. Chapter 5. An unbelievable battle. The verdant Baiyi Forest is seldom trodden by human feet, for this place is not a territory for novice trainers. Entering here is akin to courting death. Ujira possesses only a 2-star aptitude. Although it is regarded as a quasi-divine spirit, such lackluster aptitude fails to catch Bai Yuling's eye. It has already been returned to its family. A bee drill perched atop the treetops detected Bai Yuling's intrusion and promptly emitted a disgruntled threat. Bai Yuling assessed the situation, disregarding the bee drill's menacing words, and released the Qiao Long. Bee drill, possessing dual flying and bug types, is an excellent spirit species with physical attributes typical of late-stage novices. The Pokédex provided information on this bee drill, which was considerably more concise than that of the divine system. It is evident that this is a deliberate limitation imposed by the will of the world. Otherwise, this realm would not be as tranquil as it is now, having long been embroiled in the struggle for high-aptitude spirits. After all, high aptitude not only accelerates comprehension and enhances battle strength, but it also significantly boosts the growth rate during the vital phase, drastically increasing the likelihood of breaking through barriers to reach elite status. Elite-level trainers are absolute powerhouses. Ordinary novice trainers, after traveling for months and enduring countless battles to earn their first badge, can only aspire to become third-rate trainers, while first-rate trainers represent the pinnacle for the vast majority of trainers in this world. At this point, one can choose to become a standard-level gym trainer, testing the mettle of newcomers while earning a substantial alliance stipend. Currently, alliance competitions are categorized into standard, elite, champion, and master levels. Competitors may participate across levels, but are prohibited from entering lower-tier matches. Those below elite status are considered standard. As long as one ranks within the top 100, they will receive rewards from the World Alliance. The divine system indicates that this bee drill is at level 14, with physical attributes approximately 3 times that of the current Qiao Long, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. However, the Qiao Long is no ordinary specimen. As long as it avoids direct confrontation, the possibility of victory still exists. Pokémon can generally sense the disparity in strength between each other. Upon realizing that it faced a mere Qiao Long, the bee drill's sharp eyes glinted with disdain. The bee drill unfurled its form, lunging directly at the Qiao Long, its glimmering claws appearing razor-sharp. Bai Yuling issued no command, and the Qiao Long remained poised, awaiting its moment. just as the Beedrill closed the distance. Bai Yuling softly commanded, "Thunderbolt." "Thunderbolt?" The Beedrill's eyes flickered with intense confusion, questioning how a move that counters its type could be executed by such a seemingly weak spirit. Before it could ponder further, the Qiao Long unleashed the Thunderbolt move instantaneously. The pale golden bolt striking the Beedrill with tremendous force, dealing double damage due to the type advantage, causing the Beedrill to emit a cry of pain. Yet, due to the evident gap in attributes, the Beedrill pressed on, launching its own attack against the Qiao Long. However, its accuracy was compromised, and the Qiao Long simply tapped the ground, easily evading the strike. The sharp assault shattered a massive stone half a meter high, demonstrating its formidable power. Thunderbolt. Before Bai Yuling could repeat the command, the Qiao Long seized the opportunity to unleash another Thunderbolt, accurately hitting the Beedrill, who had attempted to evade. With remarkable foresight, Bai Yuling silently acknowledged the Qiao Long's performance. Given its current attributes, it should not have been able to predict the Beedrill's evasive maneuvers. Its successful strike was evidently due to discerning the nuances in the Beedrill's wing movements and body arcs. Water flow evade. The Qiao Long executed the command without hesitation, leaping to the left while a stream of water sprayed onto the ground ahead. In the next instant, 5 or 6 sharp, translucent wind blades sliced through, threatening to topple several trees that could be embraced by multiple people. This was a basic flying-type move, Hurricane. The Beedrill's strength far surpassed that of the Qiao Long. And with the added power boost from its type move, should the Qiao Long be struck even by 3 of those wind blades, it would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of battle. This was not a matter of will, but an undeniable disparity in strength. The Qiao Long felt an intense fury ignite within. Becoming fully earnest, nearly being bested by mere ants was a deep humiliation for it. Utilizing the reactive force of water jets, Ngling evaded on the ground as deftly as it would in the watery depths of ice, while Bai Niao, despite its mastery of rapid assault through the fierce gales, found every movement anticipated. How could it possibly strike a creature as elusive as Ngling, which danced through the woods with an agility akin to that of a grass-type Pokémon? The water jet was initially conceived as a close-range offensive technique. Yet such rigidity merely scratches the surface of its potential. Every technique, much like an innate ability, harbors myriad subtleties and intricacies awaiting discovery. Achieving such finesse is no simple feat. Ngling labored for nearly 5 to 6 years to master this evasive technique. Flawlessly regulating the input of energy and the force it exerted, everything harmonized perfectly. After a protracted engagement, Ngling seized an opportunity, landing heavily upon a tree trunk, bowing its head to unleash a torrent of water. Its form surged forth like a gust of wind, spiraling around before crashing into the pursuing Bai Niao with tremendous force. The resultant impact amplified Ngling's strike, sending Bai Niao reeling. Its balance lost amidst panicked cries. In midair, Ngling deftly controlled its weightlessness, firing a water gun that struck Bai Niao in the abdomen, relentlessly pushing it against a large tree, embedding it within. A pale golden electric shock burst forth, striking the drenched Bai Niao and inflicting nearly thrice the normal damage. Despite Bai Niao's superior stamina and strength, thrice that of Ngling, it could not withstand such a blow, letting out a final wail as its energy dissipated. Surrendering to unconsciousness, its last gaze filled with disbelief. In this moment, the Pokémon was at its most vulnerable. A mere tumble could spell its demise. However, Biyling was not one to indulge in such cruelty. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, as if the recent skirmish had left no trace. Yet, in truth, countless eyes bore witness to this battle, their gazes filled with incredulity. They had never encountered such a formidable Pokémon, no longer the feeble creature, but rather an artist in combat, mastering techniques with a terrifying prescience. It was akin to a regal Pokémon, dominating the battlefield as if toying with lesser beings. Among the onlookers was a pair of crystalline eyes, as clear as an ice lake, which observed the fray with a glimmer of admiration. How impressive! The voice was as melodious as the eyes were beautiful. This girl, of similar stature to Biyling, possessed long, lustrous black hair that glimmered softly under the sun, clothed in a light green skirt paired with white thigh-high stockings, embodying a simplicity that harmonized with nature. Biyling marveled at her purity and grace. Chapter 6, Crisis. You are truly remarkable. How did you achieve this despite the apparent disparity in power? The black-haired maiden's eyes sparkled with admiration, fully aware of the extraordinary nature of the encounter. A threefold difference in strength marked a potential champion, a being capable of besting even the most formidable trainers of a higher echelon. What constitutes a champion? It is the pinnacle of power within a realm, capable of defeating the elite trainers of a superior level. Biyling withdrew Ngling, although unscathed, its energy and stamina had been nearly depleted, making victory far from effortless. Nonetheless, the rewards were significant, for such fierce battles stimulate a Pokémon's growth. The POC Dex now indicated CHNGL-Ng's physical prowess as intermediate among newcomers, while the system reflected a rapid ascent to level 7, elevating CHNGL-Ng by 2 minor tiers in but a single battle, a remarkable acceleration indeed. With its 7-star potential and a 10-fold growth rate, CHNGL-Ng's development would reach unfathomable heights. Strength is not absolute, and a 3-fold disparity among newcomers is not insurmountable. With mastery of skills, adept command, and a Pokemon's trust, coupled with experience in exploiting an opponent's weaknesses, surpassing such a gap is far from impossible. The maiden listened intently, nodding in admiration. You speak with such ease, yet achieving this is no simple task. Only a top-tier trainer could attain the level you describe. By the way, I am Ming Inju. It is a pleasure to meet you here. I have been lost in this forest for 5 days. You are the only trainer I have encountered during this time. Is this place some exceedingly secluded forest? It seems no one comes here at all. Ming Inju extended her hand toward Biyle, her cheerful words evoking curiosity in him. Upon grasping her smooth, delicate hand, he released it gently, nodding slightly. I am Biyle. Are you unaware that this is Biy Forest? Understanding Biyle's question, Ming Inju showed no reluctance in revealing her tale, tucking a stray hair behind her ear with a hint of bashfulness. I was aboard an airship, en route to the ancient city of Chi-Nsh Great Wall, when, for reasons unknown, the vessel suddenly exploded. I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself here, with the fossil pterodactyl guarding me. It must have acted on its own to rescue me. The mention of Chi-Nsh Great Wall startled Biyle. The Great Wall was one of the most sacred and magnificent ancient cities in the Eastern world, boasting a history of at least 10,000 years, with entry reserved for a chosen few. However, the crux of the matter lay not in this. The distance from here to the 3 air routes leading to Chi-Nsh Great Wall was at least 100,000 miles. It was inconceivable for Ming Inju to have ended up here, nor could the fossil pterodactyl have traversed such a distance in such a brief span. If we dismiss the possibility of Ming Inju lying, only one explanation remains: the power of space. Biyle suppressed his curiosity, although intrigued. He was not one to pry. He began setting up a tent, explaining, "This is Biy Forest, adjacent to Biy City. The Pokémon residing here are quite powerful, and lacking any attractions for trainers, very few venture into this place, rendering it somewhat of a forbidden zone." Ming Inju grasped the situation, realizing why she had not encountered another trainer in 5 days. The aroma of food began to waft through the air, and Biyle, with remarkable deftness, prepared a sumptuous meal in less than 5 minutes. "Let us share a meal. You must be hungry," he invited. Though outwardly composed, the fleeting glances from Ming Inju revealed her acute hunger. Maintaining such impeccable manners under these conditions suggested a background far superior to what he had surmised. Ming Inju blushed. She had brought little food and lacked survival skills, having gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, nearly fainting from hunger. She had even attempted to send the fossil pterodactyl out. Yet for reasons unknown, it appeared unusually weak, as if its strength had been depleted, thus unable to carry her away from this expansive forest. "What a considerate and gentle man you are. I am truly grateful." Ming Inju's fondness for Biyle increased significantly. Once the elegant lunch was completed, Ming Inju felt revitalized, only to realize, to her surprise, that she had consumed most of the food, leaving Biyle with little. Observing her face flush crimson, Biyle couldn't help but smile slightly. She was a girl who wore her feelings openly. "Do not mind, I was not particularly hungry. You finished just in time, preventing waste." This insinuated that he had prepared such an abundant meal specifically for her. Ming Inju's blush deepened, and her previously anxious heart felt a newfound sense of comfort, akin to the presence of her ever-reliant parents. The sound of leaves rustling in the fierce wind was accompanied by the flapping of wings. Biyling's expression grew serious. A large swarm of Pokémon was approaching. One of the most perilous situations during a journey is the onslaught of numerous Pokémon. The strength of these wild spirits is formidable, and every year, many trainers fall victim to them. Bloodwing Dragon assessed the situation. A massive Bloodwing Dragon, towering over 5 meters, half again the size of a typical specimen, appeared in the sky, shimmering with light. Its roar exuded an imposing majesty reminiscent of a monarch. Even the distant sounds seemed to momentarily halt. It was a flock of over 1,000 fierce sparrows and nearly 100 great-mouthed sparrows. "Should we drive them away?" The Bloodwing Dragon growled, eager for action. "Scan them with the POC Dex," Biyle commanded. The Bloodwing Dragon, now at a 50 bond level with Biyle, understood his intent and swiftly whipped its tail to hurl the POC Dex towards the flock. After flying a kilometer, the POC Dex transformed into a speck of light, reappearing in Biyling's hand. "Fierce Sparrow, Peak Novice. Fierce Sparrow, Peak Novice. Fierce Sparrow, Early 3rd Tier. Great Mouth Sparrow, Late 3rd Tier." Great-mouthed sparrow, peak 3rd tier. Great-mouthed sparrow, early 2nd tier. The flood of information revealed that the weakest among the fierce sparrows was already at the peak novice level. While the most powerful great-mouthed sparrows reached the peak of the 2nd tier, an impressive force not to be underestimated. This was merely the central region of the forest. Based on the strength of the encountered spirits, this flock was likely one of the more formidable factions within Bayou Forest. Quick, release your Pokémon. We need to evade. Although the Bloodwing Dragon was significantly stronger than the overall strength of the fierce sparrow swarm, its prowess did not guarantee a victory over them. Mengningyu, still trying to grasp the situation, noticed massive trees toppling in the distance, causing her heart to race. However, she quickly regained her composure and summoned her fossil pterodactyl. This Pokémon had reached the elite level, exhibiting considerable power, though it now displayed signs of fatigue. Its form slightly unsteady. Chapter 7. The Great Uproar of Bayou Forest. Sitting atop the broad back of the fossil pterodactyl, Mengningyu felt a modicum of reassurance. The sound of breaking trees and flying debris created chaos in the area, escalating into utter disorder. The great-mouthed sparrows at the rear began to harness the wind, their formidable gusts propelling their speed to new heights. The foremost fierce sparrows and great-mouthed sparrows unleashed vacuum blades and fierce storms, their power magnified by the winds. An endless barrage of tiny wind blades formed a zone of destruction, obliterating everything in the path of the fierce sparrow flock. Quick, take cover behind me. Bloodwing Dragon. Use Protect. A colossal barrier materialized before Bayou Ling, shielding them from the ensuing shockwaves. Run. Quickly. Panic, fear, and frenzy engulfed them as they observed the fierce sparrow swarm surging below like a tempest, their cries filled with negative emotions. What had transpired to incite such terror in these powerful beings, driving them to flee desperately? Bayou Ling gazed deep into the forest, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. A path of devastation had emerged within Bayou Forest, littered with the remnants of trees and fractured earth, creating a vast expanse of desolation. The ground bore deep scars, reminiscent of the aftermath of a fallen aircraft. Yet, within the depths of this ruin, a subtle glimmer flickered, and then the area began to writhe as though in the process of healing. Bayou Ling merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention elsewhere, seemingly unfazed. Mengningyu, however, was taken aback by the destructive capabilities of the fierce sparrows. Her elite fossil pterodactyl could unleash a comparable destructive beam. Yet this flock, whose collective strength was less than half of that elite level, could wreak such havoc. It was perplexing. Akin to Bayou Ling's earlier triumph over the threefold stronger beak bird. It's the wind. She realized. The assistance of the tempest had elevated their destructive potential by an entire tier. Mengningyu, perceptive as she was, grasped the underlying principle through Bayou Ling's previous insights. In that moment, she comprehended that if she could internalize these revelations, her command as a trainer would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her delicate features paled. Mr. Bayou, that direction. It couldn't be towards Bayou City, could it? Bayou Ling's expression shifted. Based on their trajectory, it indeed seemed they were heading directly for Bayou City. Mengningyu immediately commanded her fossil pterodactyl to pursue the flock. Should the fierce sparrows collide with Bayou City, the resident populace would undoubtedly suffer grievously, an outcome she must prevent at all costs. Wait, calm down for a moment. Bayou Ling's voice was firm, halting her in her tracks. Mengningyu turned back, her face wrought with anxiety, haunted by the traumatic memories of her childhood. She could not allow history to repeat itself. A Pokémon swarm of such power could easily be thwarted by the guardians of Bayou City. With proper notification, this flock of fierce sparrows would never breach the city's defenses. Every city is a crucial bastion for humanity, fortified by powerful guardians and numerous defenders. Even if Bayou City is among the lesser-known of small towns, its protectors would undoubtedly possess elite capabilities. With adequate preparation, this frenzied swarm posed no real threat. Seeing Mengningyu regain some composure, Bayou Ling retrieved his Pokédex and contacted the Alliance Center while continuing. Moreover, whether this swarm will actually assault Bayou City remains uncertain. What concerns me most is the cause of their panicked flight. Could there be another Pokémon swarm? Bayou Ling's voice trailed off, a dreadful suspicion weighing heavily on his heart. Hello, esteemed Mr. Bayou Ling. How may I assist you? For business inquiries, please. This is an emergency. Connect me to a representative. Are you certain? If the situation does not meet emergency standards, you may face penalties. Absolutely certain. Connecting you now, please hold. Mengningyu, standing beside him, appeared frail and worn, her beauty now underscored by an aura of vulnerability, evoking sympathy. Roar. The fossil pterodactyl sensed its trainer's distress and unleashed an enraged roar towards the flock, its spirit rekindled, infused with a fierce power. A faint sound seemed to drift from afar, prompting the fossil pterodactyl to charge toward it. Colliding with a massive beam of golden light, an ultimate move only a being of first-tier physical prowess could wield, the destructive beam. A blinding flash of golden light vanished in an instant, the destructive death ray obliterating everything in its path for miles, leaving not even ashes in its wake. This sheer force of destruction was far more terrifying than the devastation wrought by the recently unleashed fire sparrow swarm. The power of this death ray was now sufficient to rival that of a peak CHNGLing, despite the latter's mastery of the ice beam. Was it a temporary surge of potential fueled by rage? The bond between them was indeed profound, and BIYL-ing silently nodded, developing a slight fondness for M-ing-N-ing-U. BIYL-ing was acutely aware of the challenges ahead, at least for now. Achieving a rapport of 80 with the spirit was beyond his grasp. Only his grandfather and QXQing Lu-in had likely reached such a bond. The extraordinary nature of M-ing-N-ing-U's character and abilities was evident, capable of inspiring such devotion from the spirits. The dazzling light burst forth at the culmination of the destructive death ray, and faintly, countless cries of anguish echoed. The commotion grew increasingly intense, and BIYL-ing observed chaos unfolding in the forest below. A cataclysmic riot among the spirits of BIY forest was now unavoidable. Another group of spirits, driven mad by terror, was emerging. BIYL-ing's countenance remained stoic. His worst fears had materialized. The presence of a second group indicated that this was not an isolated incident, and surely more spirits would succumb to madness, launching an onslaught from all directions of BIY forest. Fortunately, there was only one city, BIYSH, within hundreds of miles of the forest, alleviating concerns about potential casualties. A notification tone sounded. The spirits of BIY forest are in a state of riot. Please inform BIYSH to remain vigilant. It would also be prudent to alert the guardians of nearby cities. As for whether your alliance should send assistance, that is for you to decide. BIYL-ing, not waiting for a warning from the other party, swiftly expressed a lengthy message. Even lacking the time to glance at the person on the screen before hanging up, numerous battles lay ahead, and he needed to conserve every ounce of energy in his Pokédex to ensure a secure retreat. Within the Pokédex was a striking young man with golden hair, adorned in a neatly tailored alliance uniform featuring 2 silver stars, denoting him as a 2-star elite executor of the World Alliance. He appeared somewhat dazed. In his 5 years as an executor, this was the first time he had received such a distinctive call. It was succinct and devoid of superfluous chatter, and the final remark conveniently shifted the burden onto their alliance, absolving him of responsibility should complications arise. So this is BIYL-ing, he thought, committing the name to memory with a hint of amusement as the handsome young man exited the room. Chapter 8. Buying time. The turmoil in BIY forest was escalating, with spirits frantically fleeing in all directions. Some, having lost their sanity, disregarded the insurmountable power gap and brazenly attacked the Bloodwing Dragon and Fossil Wing Dragon. Roar. Are you seeking death? The Bloodwing Dragon roared in fury, effortlessly dispersing various assaults with a flap of its wings, its eyes glinting fiercely as it glared at the spirits daring to strike at its master. The temperament of the Bloodwing Dragon was notoriously volatile. In a state of rage, it was even more ferocious than the most irascible of fiery monkeys. There was no doubt that, if left unchecked, the Bloodwing Dragon would unleash a frenzy of slaughter in this state. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash your most powerful earthquake. But be cautious with the frequency. Do not execute a second-stage earthquake. The Bloodwing Dragon vanished like a phantom, the ground quaking violently as a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, toppling nearby spirits and rendering them near death as their energy dissipated. As the dust cloud obscuring the sky dissipated, it revealed a massive crater, 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep. A faint glow emanated from within, suggesting that without the protective power of the world will, the pit would have been even more horrifying. The incredible force of the earthquake left some flying spirits injured, despite not being directly harmed by the quake. They had thrived in this forest for generations, yet had never encountered such an unfathomable power. This terrifying force jolted many of the irrational spirits back to lucidity. Their eyes filled with overwhelming fear as they trembled involuntarily. What on earth is happening? BIYL-ing inquired, stroking the Bloodwing Dragon's head to temper its oppressive aura. The spirits sensed the kindness radiating from him, and those struck by the earthquake were not truly dead, merely on the brink of death, and there was still hope for some of them. They transformed a portion of their fear into awe and reverence. Spirits naturally revered the strong, as they were born to battle. However, they remained oblivious to the cause of their plight, only sensing an impending wave of profound terror, an instinctual urge to flee for their lives overwhelming them. M-ing-N-ing-U sighed in disappointment. If only she could uncover the reason behind this chaos. Perhaps it was not too late to intervene. As for the power recently displayed by the Bloodwing Dragon, having witnessed the earlier battle involving CHNGL-ing, she was not particularly surprised. Rather, it seemed expected. BIYL-ing himself held no disappointment. He had not harbored any great hopes. Then, amid the throngs of near-death spirits, he cast forth a special Pokeball. This Pokeball was intricately adorned with delicate patterns, a blend of hues of water and grass. With hints of gray, a World Ball, also known as a space ball. As the Pokeball opened, it spread like a black hole, rapidly engulfing all the near-death spirits within. These spirits would be transported to a safe location, and BIYL could choose to capture 1 in 1,000 of them. As the world will forbade the arbitrary capture of spirits by the powerful. With a slight sweep of the divine system, BIYL selected 10 spirits of 3-star quality. Regrettably, none among them possessed the rare 4-star potential. Nevertheless, 3-star spirits were commendable, and with proper nurturing, they had a significant chance of achieving royal status. Transmitting these 10 Pokeballs back to his family, BIYL's aspirations were lofty. He would not personally nurture anything below a 5-star royal. Suddenly, a familiar golden light erupted, the radiant beam of the destructive death ray. Countless streams of death rays surged toward BIYL and his companions from all directions. This group of at least first-rate spirits, once deprived of their rationality, posed a far greater threat than the mere second-rate spirits. In an instant, the Bloodwing Dragon reacted, employing its protective move, enveloping them within a massive shield of light, rendering the death rays unable to disturb the protective barrier in the slightest. Fossil Wing Dragon, in a fit of rage, swept its wings, conjuring a colossal tornado that drew in the surrounding giant trees and stones, creating a black-green vortex that blotted out the sun. Those irrational spirits were swiftly caught within, losing their fighting capabilities in mere moments. However, despite Fossil Wing Dragon's defensive maneuver, the death ray shot from behind struck it, and ending you with great force. The death ray impacted the Fossil Wing Dragon's sturdy body, leaving only inconspicuous white marks, failing to breach its defenses. Meanwhile, a radiant light emanated from Yu, shielding her from the death rays. This was the most crucial function of the spirit belt. Provided there was sufficient energy, it could offer absolute defense against any force. That's enough. Quickly disperse the tornado. Upon witnessing that the spirits had lost their combat capabilities, Mengmingyue urgently called out to the fossil pterodactyl. Despite its lingering anger, the fossil pterodactyl obediently ceased the whirlwind it had conjured, leaving the ground in disarray. Just as one wave of chaos subsided, another arose. The spirits of Bay Forest surged forth in frenzied numbers from the depths, overwhelming any attempts to subdue them. Another destructive beam of light was unleashed. The Bloodwing Dragon roared as it shot forth a golden column of light, carving a massive trench 10 meters deep, 10 meters long, and 10 li wide in its wake, temporarily halting the onslaught of the wild spirits. However, the aerial spirits and those with exceptional jumping abilities regarded this trench with disdain, easily leaping over it. Let us retreat. I believe Bay City is well prepared. If we do not leave soon, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Bai Yuling thought, realizing the spirit strength was escalating dramatically. Even top-tier spirits had begun to emerge, and he had no doubt that soon, a horde of peak-tier spirits would follow. Yet, elite-level spirits represented a new realm. Even when faced with the existence of a monarch-level entity, they would not necessarily succumb to fear. Surely, with such a commotion, those elite spirits will intervene. Bay Forest cannot possibly lack elite spirits, or perhaps they are simply unable to intervene. Bai Yuling's gaze shifted once more towards the source of the disturbances, pondering the information regarding Bay Forest. However, time had elapsed, and he had not paid much attention to unrelated matters back then. Searching for clues about the turmoil in Bay Forest from his past life was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Mengmingyue remained silent, her gaze resolute and unwavering. Suddenly, she radiated a gentle light, pure and sanctified. Roar! The fossil pterodactyl called out urgently, seemingly attempting to prevent its master from undertaking something perilous. Bai Yuling, standing at a distance, could not discern the words of the fossil pterodactyl even with the power of the J-band. Chapter 9. Mengmingyue's decision. Yet, he understood what Mengmingyue intended to do, awaken her abilities. This was tantamount to courting death. The original owner had perished during their awakening, even in the absence of any external threat or interference. And even if the awakening was successful, it had still resulted in untimely demise. Was it worth it? Bai Yuling found it incomprehensible. However, he did not regard Mengmingyue as a naive idealist. The weight of her tragic past in her eyes was unmistakable, much like his own. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuling released another spirit, the Jujin monster, and withdrew the Bloodwing Dragon. The Bloodwing Dragon had endured a lengthy battle and was greatly depleted. It was imperative to conserve enough strength for any unforeseen circumstances. The Jujin monster appeared in the air, and after a slight wobble, astonishingly floated mid-air. This was not flight, but rather a suspension utilizing geomagnetic forces, and when mastered, it could be more agile and swift than mere flight. The Jujin monster glided smoothly in the air, securely catching Bai Yuling, and then emitted a soft sound. With its current capabilities, it could attain a maximum hovering height of 25 meters. Due to geomagnetic influences, its speed was reduced by 70%, and it had progressed 60% in mastering its ultimate move, which it would learn in 30 hours and 24 minutes. The Jujin monster's computational abilities rivaled that of a supercomputer, possessing an unparalleled grasp of its own capabilities. In Bai Yuling's eyes, the Jujin monster's most formidable aspect was not its renowned offensive and defensive prowess, but rather its extraordinary calculation ability. This was the most remarkable trait of the Jujin monster. Thus, from the very first day of training, he guided the Jujin monster to learn how to harness its unique attributes to initially grasp geomagnetic force. It could now maintain its top speed at a hovering height of 3 meters. Do not underestimate these mere 3 meters. The Jujin monster excelled in physical offense and defense. If it supplemented its agility with the ability to float and fly above the ground, it would possess countless strategies for both evasion and attack. Moreover, its vulnerability to moves like earthquake was significantly diminished. Now, the Jujin monster's combat prowess had undergone a transformative metamorphosis, at the very least. The previously comparable Bloodwing Dragon was no longer its adversary. To call it an elite, invincible quasi-king would be no exaggeration. Should it master the combination moves taught by Bai Yuling, its combat strength would undoubtedly reach that of a king. You should be aware of the situation. Is there any way to temporarily control these spirits? Bai Yuling inquired. The Jujin monster's eyes flickered as it rapidly calculated numerous messages in its mind. After 30 seconds, Bai Yuling distinctly felt the surface temperature of the Jujin monster rise considerably. The terrain analysis was complete. There were 5 areas of geological instability in this region, which could be leveraged to induce a natural earthquake affecting a radius of 100 li, sufficient to resolve the majority of the spirits. However, I cannot afford to be distracted while executing this. Please release the Bloodwing Dragon to protect yourself. In truth, the Jujin monster yearned to persuade its master to vacate this perilous locale, but the changes it had witnessed in its master over the past few days had reassured it: steadfastness, trust, and strength. This was the sensation emanating from its master now. Bai Yuling cast a glance at the Jujin monster, shook his head with a smile, and released the Bloodwing Dragon once more. Then, please endure a little longer. Roar. Rest assured, your safety is my responsibility. The Bloodwing Dragon growled majestically, its aura undiminished. The Jujin monster darted forward like a bolt of lightning, charging straight towards its target. Some ultimate moves struck its body, but they merely created a glimmer on its metallic form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Without engaging in any form of defense, it barreled through the throngs of thousands of spirits, as if traversing through an uninhabited realm. This was not solely due to the immense disparity in strength, but also attributed to the Jujin monster's formidable defensive capabilities. Coupled with its terrifying speed, it was no wonder it could plow through all spirits, including those of massive size and weight. This was akin to executing an ultimate move without expending energy, the strongest move among crashing techniques, the million-ton impact. While its power did not genuinely equate to 1,000,000 tons, no spirit below the elite level could withstand it. The Jujin monster, displaying an invincible demeanor, compelled even the frenzied spirits to instinctively recoil. Earthquake. Upon reaching a specific location, the Jujin monster descended rapidly, and with the combination of geomagnetic force and its own strength, the earthquake's magnitude was nearly double that of the prior Bloodwing Dragons. The ground quaked violently, and as the spirits struggled to maintain their balance, the Jujin monster once again floated towards another direction. 5 locations had been targeted, nearly in 4 directions, with the final one situated at the center. During this time, Bai Yuling had also withstood numerous attacks, fortunate that the majority of the aggressive spirits were those with volatile temperaments, while most spirits retained a relatively amiable demeanor. Therefore, the protective ultimate move maintained a manageable load, allowing the Bloodwing Dragon to endure. Yet, on the other side, the fossil pterodactyl could no longer hold on. It had already been exceedingly fatigued, and the potential it had explosively unleashed was nearing its end. The decline in its strength had resulted in numerous wounds adorning its body. Leave her with me. You should return to your Pokeball. Otherwise, you will exhaust your energy and perish. Bai Yuling shouted to the fossil pterodactyl. Elves cannot exert themselves recklessly. Otherwise, they risk a significant decline in their inherent potential, rendering it exceedingly difficult to enhance their strength. In severe cases, they may suffer physical collapse, become unable to harness energy, or even face death, given their bond. Bai Yuling had no doubt that the fossilized pterodactyl would sacrifice everything for Meng Ningyu. The fossilized pterodactyl hesitated. While it had unwavering faith in Bai Yuling's prowess, both elves were far superior in strength to it. However, that did not necessarily equate to its ability to protect its master. Rest assured, in light of your reputation, I vow to ensure the safety of this foolish woman. Even if I suffer injuries, I shall not allow her to come to harm. Bai Yuling declared earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Meng Ningyu's recklessness that had plunged them into this predicament. Bai Yuling felt a growing distaste for her, despite her being an extraordinary beauty. The loyalty exhibited by the fossilized pterodactyl, however, moved him, reminding him of the sacrifices made by his own elven companions. The power of JNGWN conveyed by Yu Ling's sincerity to the fossilized pterodactyl, which, after a moment's contemplation, slowly approached. It gently embraced Meng Ningyu. The soft and smooth sensation akin to the finest silk, evoking an irresistible desire to caress her for eternity. Yet, Bai Yuling remained composed. As if accustomed to such interactions, the fossilized pterodactyl's eyes displayed a hint of astonishment. It was well aware of its master's allure, and in over a decade, few had been able to disregard her charm. This realization eased its mind, for it had truly reached its limits, fatigue prompting it to close its eyes. The fossilized pterodactyl transformed into light and merged into the necklace upon Meng Ningyu's chest. Chapter 10. The Malevolent Spirit's Aura? The celestial melody of heartfelt communication. Cradling Meng Ningyu, Bai Yuling commanded the blood-winged dragon to ascend into the heavens. Gazing down, he beheld an expansive forest teeming with a multitude of elves. It appeared that the Bai Yi forest was even grander than he had anticipated, harboring such a plethora of magical beings. The big-mouthed sparrow, the eagle, and various flying elves pursued them with frenzied aggression, as if driven by a profound vendetta. Dark energy? Malevolent spirit aura? The blood-winged dragon unleashed its dragon tail and dragon wave, its formidable might sending the approaching elves sprawling. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yuling was horrified to discern a trace of imperceptible darkness in the eyes of these elves, a blackness as deep as ink, akin to an abyss. Recognizing this unmistakable characteristic, Bai Yuling's complexion paled, and a chilling dread gripped his heart. It was evident that malevolent spirits were wreaking havoc within the Bai Yi forest. Explaining the elves' frenzied behavior, they were utterly possessed, their minds invaded and suppressed by the dark aura, leaving only a desire for destruction. This terrifying revelation plunged Bai Yuling into uncertainty. Given the current scale of at least 100,000 enraged elves, the strength of this malevolent spirit must be at least that of a peak monarch, if not a formidable king-level entity, far beyond his capacity to confront. He had not anticipated encountering such a monumental dilemma at the very outset of his journey. This far exceeded his expectations. Bai Yuling's plan was to hone his skills and train his elves while challenging gyms, gradually ascending to become a world-renowned top trainer and ultimately competing for the championship in the league. Yet, he had only just commenced his training, despite initial successes. He remained leagues away from the level of a king, as he currently possessed only 3 elves, including the dragon. Should he simply disregard this situation? Bai Yuling felt a surge of frustration. He held an irreconcilable enmity towards the malevolent spirit, and given the slightest opportunity, he would undoubtedly eradicate it. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, causing the verdant sky below to tremble violently. The Max Boulder's ultimate seismic attack had indeed shaken the Bai Yi forest, demonstrating its terrifying power. Furthermore, as the seismic waves surged forth, the ground began to tremble slightly, the vibrations radiating outward. Within mere moments, the gentle quaking escalated to a violent shake. And centered around the massive crater, the earth within 100 miles quaked, fissures opening up in various depths. Though the elves, corrupted by the malevolent aura, were filled with destructive impulses, their instincts guided them to instinctively evade the earthquake's epicenter. Bai Yuling directed the blood-winged dragon to descend, where the Max Boulder awaited at a height of 10 meters. According to calculations, this wave of seismic activity should persist for approximately 3 minutes, allowing ample time for his plans. The awakening process may be brief, yet its success was closely tied to preparation. Families often prepared for this from the moment a child was born. Even so, the success rate for such awakenings remained low. To possess the innate talents of elves while inhabiting a human form was a daunting path to traverse. Bai Yuling cast his gaze downward at Meng Ningyu, her luscious lips and radiant cheeks illuminated by the light of awakening. The ethereal glow surrounding her transformed her into an embodiment of dreamlike beauty, elevating her exquisite form to an unparalleled realm of perfection. Should the awakening fail, it was highly likely that Meng Ningyu would meet the same tragic fate as Bai Yuling once did, perishing in vain. That would be an unfortunate outcome, far too reckless. Regrettably, Bai Yuling harbored no desire to save her. She was not his woman, merely a fleeting encounter, not worthy of such a substantial sacrifice. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. With the Max Boulder providing protection and many elves engaged in their own destructive skirmishes, none could disrupt Bai Yuling and his companions. The tremors gradually subsided. Though the ground bore numerous fissures, they were inconsequential in the grand scheme of the Earth's stability. Thank you. A clear, grateful whisper resonated, the sweet fragrance wafting into Bai Yuling's nostrils as an inexplicable force gently brushed his hand aside. Meng Ningyu was enveloped in a soft, pearlescent glow, astonishingly levitating in midair. With a gentle heart, one can sense the essence of nature. I firmly believe that the elves are benevolent beings, and there must be a reason behind their madness, Meng Ningyu softly articulated, placing her hands over her heart and closing her eyes as though in communion with something profound. Beneath the azure sky, the ocean encompassed all, O heart of madness. Listen closely. Even when plunged into an abyss, light will be within your reach. I shall transform into that light, guiding your path through the darkness. Do not surrender. Grasp the radiance of hope. As the indescribable celestial melody resonated, Bai Yuling was utterly astonished, entranced. He had never encountered such a pure and crystalline voice before. His previously tumultuous mind was now rendered tranquil, as if attuned to the rhythm of nature. A gentle breeze, imbued with warmth, caressed him, birthing fresh air from the greenery. Bai Yuling involuntarily settled into a state of calm, surrendering himself to the exquisite melody that granted him newfound perception. The cacophony from the earlier fierce battle had ceased entirely. Even the frenzied elves, devoid of reason, were influenced by Meng Ningyu's song, halting their mutual conflicts. Countless points of light emanated from the girl, swirling around the nearby elves. The Max Boulder silently returned to Bai Yuling's side, closing one eye to immerse itself in the natural symphony while remaining vigilant against any unforeseen events. Shui Feilong merely nodded gently, enveloped in an unprecedented sensation of exquisite beauty. How marvelous this power was! It allowed him to perceive the girl's emotions, gentle, encompassing all, a resolute determination for self-sacrifice, palpable in every sense. The once fierce countenances of the spirits gradually softened and calmed, retracting their aggressive stances as this wondrous force refined their souls, liberating them from the oppressive aura of malevolence. The dark mist in their eyes thinned, and the destructive desires that had previously filled their gazes dissipated, replaced by increasingly clear and spirited glimmers. Their consciousness was returning, and astonishingly, this power could even dispel the aura of malevolence. The ethereal melody continued to resonate, its sound expanding under incomprehensible strength, ultimately reaching an unknown expanse. Yet, it was certain that thousands, even tens of thousands of spirits would be drawn back from the abyss of destruction to the realm of light by this celestial music. This act not only saved countless spirits, but also spared numerous beings that might have perished at their hands. However, the celestial melody abruptly ceased, strikingly so. Chapter 11. The Spirits as a Rainbow Bridge, spinning threads into a cloud bed. The enchanting sensation of merging with nature faded, and Bai Yuling reluctantly opened his eyes. Fully awakening. Had he truly been entranced unconsciously? What was happening? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, an overwhelming stillness. The spirits, once invaded by the aura of malevolence, appeared to regain their rationality. Observing their eyes, now distinctly different from their previous frenzy, Bai Yuling was filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Suddenly, all the spirits cried out in urgency, startling Bai Yuling to the brink of believing they were about to attack once more. Wait, where was Meng Ningyu? Only then did Bai Yuling remember Meng Ningyu. All his earlier questions were evidently tied to her. What was the nature of her awakened power? The delicate figure descended weakly, her face pale to the brink of transparency, her eyes resembling closed butterfly wings, gleaming with golden radiance under the sunlight, as if a celestial maiden were falling from the heavens. Countless spirits erupted into frenzy. Lai Shu, Bobo, Biber, all the spirits took flight. They soared high, their soft underbellies forming a rainbow bridge in the sky, catching the fragile form that seemed on the verge of shattering. Meng Ningyu's body glided down upon this bridge crafted by the flying spirits. A multitude of green caterpillars, unicorns, and their evolved forms utilized their silk-spinning techniques to weave countless soft, non-sticky threads, intertwining densely in midair to create a massive cloud. The rainbow bridge extended through the sky, and ultimately, Meng Ningyu's body descended into the heart of the cloud, which possessed extraordinary softness. Even a bubble, if it were to land within, would not burst. The spirits transformed into a rainbow bridge, and the threads spun into clouds as the ground. A truly indescribable and resplendent miracle. Bai Yuling gazed in awe at this scene, believing he would never forget this astonishing spectacle, likely being the sole human to witness such a miraculous sight. Each spirit was filled with pride. No matter how small or fearful they may be, they would never yield. This was their nature. The will left by the strongest of their kind who once stood atop the world. Even the most potent hypnosis could hardly compel a spirit to perform acts they would rather die than undertake. A passing tutu dog, witnessing this scene, was so moved that it instinctively painted a picture. In the distant horizon, a tutu dog suddenly widened its eyes, staring at something for a long time, and then, with a sweep of its tail, shattered a small mountain, which was abruptly engulfed by a massive tornado that swept it into a river, turning the water as dark as ink. This immensely powerful tutu dog used the mountains and rivers as ink, itself as a brush, channeling energy to paint in the void. As the white cloud gradually descended, Meng Ningyu lay quietly at its center, utterly silent. The spirits encircled her in countless layers, anxiously watching, afraid to make a sound, for at that moment, Meng Ningyu's body seemed as if it were truly crafted from jade, bearing unbearable force. And her form began to exhibit countless minute fissures. They feared that the girl who had saved them might perish. If possible, they truly wished to exchange their lives for hers. If she could sacrifice herself for them, How could they not do the same? Bai Yuling approached step by step, recognized by many spirits as the boy who had previously protected the girl, allowing him a path while regarding him with complex expressions, wariness, anticipation, hope, and supplication. Amidst the myriad of gazes, Bai Yuling felt an immense pressure, the weight of countless spirits' hopes resting upon him. With the most solemn and sacred expression, he walked slowly toward the center. The spirits continually spread apart, only to close ranks again as Bai Yuling advanced. The outermost spirits forming two concentric circles of the strongest among them, a unified elite peak, warning all beings that approached with vigilant caution. Even elite peak warriors would find it difficult to breach their defenses. Before long, Bai Yuling reached the center, gazing quietly at Meng Ningyu. He could feel that her body now resembled that of a lifeless entity, devoid of any energy. No, even as a lifeless being, it still harbored a trace of energy. She had pushed herself to the brink, and the probability of her not perishing on the spot was exceedingly minimal. How had she endured? The sensation of her strength being drained and even extracted was like being submerged in magma, then encased in ice, repeatedly subjected to this cycle. With the agony of depletion continually expanding, Bai Yuling, having experienced this more than once, questioned whether he could match her resilience. This was no longer a feat achievable by mere willpower. Only a miracle could describe it. This was the first time Bai Yuling felt such admiration for a woman. Her mental burden was no less formidable than his own at that moment. He yearned to uncover the hellish trials she had endured to cultivate such a powerful spirit. He had witnessed his loved ones perish in madness, and now he stood reborn from the fires of hell as a vengeful specter. Bai Yuling's gaze suddenly darkened with hatred, his pupils becoming as deep as an abyss, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the formidable spirits surrounding him. Xue Feilong, Zhu Jingguai, and even Cheng Long suddenly emerged from their pokeballs, gazing in astonishment at their unfamiliar master, realizing that he possessed such a fearsome aspect. An unfathomable depth filled the hearts of the three spirits, yet they also felt a surge of excitement, honor, and pressure. Their master was so powerful. They too must strive to become even stronger. With a flicker of blue light, the fossil pterodactyl and other spirits belonging to Meng Ningyu appeared, and upon seeing her condition, they all emitted mournful cries. The small Piku and Piku baby, evidently newly hatched from their eggs, curiously gazed at their beautiful mistress, wondering why she lay so quietly, as it was not yet time for slumber. When they attempted to approach and touch their mistress, they were swatted away by the fossil pterodactyl's tail, landing with a thud, which prompted them to cry out in grievance. The fossil pterosaur let out a low growl, tears as large as beans continuously streaming from its eyes. The profound sorrow embedded within its roar deeply moved all the sprites, causing tears to fall unconsciously. It did not blame Bai Yuling for failing to protect its master, for everything stemmed from its own frailty. All of this was its fault. It gazed at the five little ones surrounding it, a flash of ferocity flickering in its eyes, only to be immediately replaced by a gentle hue. Should the worst come to pass, it would care for these little ones, training them rigorously to grow strong. Once they were capable of standing on their own, it would hasten to follow its master, no matter where she might be. Grief silently spread, accompanied only by the tender cries of Pai Bao Bao and Pai Chio. Gradually, the innocent sobbing ceased, for the sprite's precociousness had made them aware of the situation, though they were reluctant to admit it. Pai Bao Bao bit down on the tail of the fossil pterosaur, only to be instantly rebuffed by the recoil. The paradise that their mistress had provided was shattered. Chapter 12. Resurrection and Intimate Contact. Hey, I say, she is not dead yet, so please don't act as if you've lost all hope. At that moment, Bai Yuling's light cough resonated throughout the space, shattering the overwhelming atmosphere of sorrow. Bai Yuling would never confess that he too had been affected, almost hindering a critical matter. If Meng Mingyue had truly perished, there would be no hope of revival. Roar? Can the master still be saved? The fossil pterosaur was the first to react, its massive head hovering close before Bai Yuling. In such circumstances, could there truly be a means to administer aid? Its body was exhausted, its strength dwindling, and even its flesh was on the verge of collapse, reduced to mere pigment devoid of life. In such a state, unless one possessed the legendary life pearl containing the indomitable power of the phoenix of life, or a similar treasure brimming with boundless vitality, death was inevitable. Thus, the fossil pterosaur initially held no belief that its master could survive, save for a miracle. Roar! The blood-winged dragon issued a low warning. The proximity was perilous. One must not let down their guard simply because of the sprite belt. Should energies be depleted or unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be too late for regrets. And wasn't he there a prime example right before them? Bai Yuling nodded affirmatively, asserting that as long as one was not already deceased, the miracle star would assuredly save her. This not only reflected Bai Yuling's newfound perspective on Meng Ningyue, but more importantly, it was the miraculous power that she had awakened, capable of dispelling malevolent energies. For this reason alone, Bai Yuling felt compelled to save her. Such power had never before been heard of, evidently, during their last encounter. Meng Mingyue had ultimately perished, and without his protection, she might not have even awakened before meeting her tragic end. To his astonishment, the first stop of their journey yielded such a significant discovery, filling Bai Yuling with joy. A star gleaming with an incredible radiance appeared inexplicably, swiftly encircling them all in an instant, creating an ethereal star trail that was breathtakingly beautiful. Points of phosphorescence emerged from the ground, varying in size and densely packed, resembling stardust. These glowing fragments coalesced under an unimaginable force, gradually merging into a tangible existence. It resembled a pearl, yet no one would mistake it for one. It was a wondrous treasure. It emitted a brilliance akin to starlight, bathing the sprites in its glow, as if they were immersed in the spring of life, rendering all fatigue and injuries seemingly non-existent. As the star trail dissipated, the starlight faded, and the miraculous orb withdrew all its radiance, landing in Bai Yuling's palm. Appearing almost indistinguishable from a pearl, the miracle system provided information about the orb, Sprite's tear. A miraculous tear formed from the intense emotions and desires of 100,000 sprites, coalescing under incredible power. It contains potent life force and has the ability to resurrect the fallen, also known as the life pearl. The sprites were utterly astonished, and Bai Yuling bore a look of wonder. Each time he utilized the miracle star, the outcomes were always unexpected. The miracle star, in essence, invoked a miracle. It could not conjure something from nothing, such as summoning a sprite, but it could manipulate everything around to create a miracle to achieve its purpose. Truly a force to be reckoned with. This time, it was the potent emotions within the tears of these sprites, combined with the vigorous vitality of the earth, that transformed into the sprite's tear. The life pearl indeed had the power to resurrect. But it was astonishing to discover that the sprite's tear was also a form of the life pearl. As long as Meng Mingyue consumed this sprite's tear, the vast life force contained within could entirely heal her injuries, resurrecting her. Here, who will administer it to her? I assure you she will live. Bai Yuling entrusted the sprite's tear to the fossil pterosaur, which cradled it carefully in its palm, casting a grateful glance at Bai Yuling as it moved with utmost caution. The gazes of Pai Chiu and Pai Baobao were also fixed intently on the sprite's tear. However, upon reaching Meng Mingyue, they were faced with a dilemma. The gaps in her body had multiplied, indicating a far more severe injury. If even a slight breeze were to blow, she could very well disintegrate into a ghastly cloud of crimson dust. They hurriedly deliberated, albeit with great caution, fearful and uncertain if they could allow Meng Mingyue to safely consume it. Should anything go awry, they would be driven to despair. Ultimately, Pai Baobao, seated upon the back of the fossil pterosaur, clutched the sprite's tear and handed it back to Bai Yuling Pai. Bai Yuling was taken aback. What did that mean? Without the power of the can, he could not comprehend what the sprites were saying. Was it asking him to administer it? The sprites nodded in affirmation. Very well. Bai Yuling felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, taking the sprite's tear once more. After all, it was merely a matter of a little action. But as he looked closer, he suddenly realized the situation was dire. Meng Mingyue's fingers were on the verge of cracking. Should they split, a chain reaction would cause her entire body to shatter in an instant. Pai Baobao cried out in alarm, accidentally bumping into Bai Yuling, causing him to stumble forward and the sprite's tear to be flung away. This was bad. There was no time left. Bai Yuling's mind raced, and instinctively, he opened his mouth to catch the sprite's tear. Phew, that was close. A delightful sensation graced his lips, momentarily enchanting Bai Yuling. Before him was a flawless visage. Who else could it be but Meng Mingyue? At that moment, Bai Yuling and Meng Mingyue were positioned like the number 7, their faces mere inches apart, their bodies not touching at all. In an instant, Bai Yuling grasped the situation. What a coincidence this was. Never mind, it was perfect for directly administering it to her. Gently prying open Meng Mingyue's pearly lips, Bai Yuling passed the sprite's tear to her. As the sprite's tear slipped down her throat, it instantly transformed into life force, filling every corner of Meng Mingyue's being. The abundant vitality brought forth an extraordinary healing power. Surrounding sprites witnessed the transformation of Meng Mingyue, who radiated a vigorous life force. The myriad of tiny fissures adorning her jade-like form healed instantaneously, rendering her flawless. The delicate wings trembled slightly as Meng Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, her clear gaze reflecting the face of Bai Yuling. Her flawless visage was clouded with bewilderment, clearly still in a state of partial consciousness. Bai Yuling, who had intended to rise, found himself frozen in place. He had just undergone a significant transformation, and the effects of the spirit's tears were remarkably potent. At that moment, he wished fervently for the effects to be somewhat diminished. As time passed, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, half a minute slipped by, and Bai Yuling could not devise a way to extricate himself from this exceedingly awkward situation. If he lingered any longer, he would indeed become a lingering opportunist. Yet, just then, a flicker of emotion crossed Meng Mingyue's eyes. In Chapter 13, the rare treasure, the Xianbing Qishir. The darkness, akin to the deepest abyss. reflected in her eyes was unmistakable. In that fleeting moment, the darkness in Meng Ningyue's gaze mirrored his own. Observing Bai Yuling's contemplative demeanor, she felt a rush of shyness that nearly brought her to tears. Would she not dare to speak? The blood-winged dragon, sensing the potential calamity awaiting its master, gently lifted Bai Yuling with one claw. Suddenly suspended in midair, Bai Yuling regained his senses, his gaze landing on the blushing Meng Ningyue, overwhelmed with embarrassment to the point of wishing to sink into the earth. "Thank you, Ling," she managed to say, suppressing her shyness. Though she had been unconscious, she was acutely aware of her physical condition. The fact that she had survived was undoubtedly linked to the extraordinary vitality within her, far surpassing her previous state. Although the manner of her rescue was rather mortifying, she could only express gratitude for being alive. Given her condition, it was clear that Bai Yuling must have paid a significant price for her salvation. The debt of gratitude weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her uncertain how to repay it. Meng Ningyue's voice broke the spell of awkwardness, allowing Bai Yuling to process the situation with unexpected relief. Meanwhile, the cries of the Piku echoed again, this time filled with joy. Meng Ningyue embraced them, offering gentle words of comfort, radiating purity and warmth. The observing elves beheld this scene with eyes brimming with admiration and envy, yearning for a trainer such as her. Meng Ningyue's character was truly flawless, almost too perfect to be real. Bai Yuling, with deep-set eyes, found himself irresistibly drawn to Meng Ningyue. This girl, like him, was shrouded in mystery, and he felt an inexplicable connection to her. "Ling, what is our current situation?" After soothing the elves, she returned them to their pokeballs, her flawless features now tinged with concern. Bai Yuling gathered his thoughts, mounted the blood-winged dragon, and surveyed the surroundings with a smile. "It seems much calmer now. There are no more frantic elves charging in. Any remaining would be deep within the recesses, far beyond our reach. Moreover, the elves are considerably exhausted. Let us return to Bay City. I will report the situation to the World Alliance, who I trust will dispatch strong individuals to handle it." Meng Ningyue exhaled in relief. "That is good. Ningyue, you are remarkable. I truly admire you. Look at the expressions of these elves. You have saved them, creating a miracle." Bai Yuling expressed his sincere admiration. Meng Ningyue's gaze swept over the crowd, and all the elves looked at her with overwhelming gratitude. When they were invaded by the malevolent aura, they had lost control. Initially, their consciousness was suppressed, and they watched helplessly as they wreaked havoc. They believed that without rescue, they would mindlessly destroy even their loved ones. To them, this was a fate far more cruel than death. Even if they regained consciousness, they feared they would plunge into darkness, never to see the light again. It was this girl who had saved them, the only beacon of hope in that darkness. And their gratitude to her was beyond words. They would willingly give everything to repay her. This profound gratitude, almost palpable, left Meng Ningyue somewhat flustered, instinctively turning her gaze to Bai Yuling. Though they had only recently met, their shared experiences fostered a sense of reliance upon him. Bai Yuling smiled gently, encouraging her. "There is no need for discomfort. Simply accept it. This is what you deserve, as well as what they wish for." Taking a deep breath, she accepted the gratitude of the elves. Her heart suddenly warmed. Facing them, Meng Ningyue unveiled her most beautiful smile. After bidding farewell to the elves, Bai Yuling led Meng Ningyue atop the blood-winged dragon towards Bay City. He had already alerted Bay City. Surely, no major calamity would occur. A sense of mild concern lingered in Bai Yuling's heart, hoping no unforeseen events would arise. Outside Bay City, numerous trainers had gathered, preparing to confront the rampaging elves. Clad in uniform attire, these trainers and their Pokémon represented the foundational strength of the Alliance, typically responsible for security and safety. Although their abilities varied, they collectively demonstrated a combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary trainers of the same rank when organized as a unit. The situation was now under control. Despite the overwhelming numbers of frantic elves, not a single one could breach the defenses of Bay City. Observing this scene, Bai Yuling felt reassured. It seemed unlikely that anything unexpected would occur. However, at that moment, a golden beam streaked toward the blood-winged dragon at great speed. It was a Dragonite, upon which stood a handsome trainer with golden hair. "Ah, trainer. I initially mistook you for an elite-level frantic elf. This is wonderful news. Are you one of the trainers sent by the Alliance for support?" The trainer on the Dragonite exhaled in relief. If an elite-level frantic elf had appeared, the crisis would have escalated significantly. Elite trainers were seldom seen, and only the Guardians in Bay City had reached that level. Bai Yuling shook his head. "I am merely a traveling trainer. However, since we have crossed paths, I shall lend my assistance." "Excellent. I am Xuandu, an elite executor of the Alliance. It is a pleasure to meet you." The golden-haired trainer replied, his face brightening. Bai Yuling's expression shifted slightly as he extended his hand, smiling. Bai Yuling, likewise. "It is a pleasure to meet you." With the golden hair and Dragonite, could he possibly be the future Dragon King? It might just be a coincidence, as that Dragon King hailed from the strongest family known for Dragon-type Pokémon, unlikely to serve as an executor within the World Alliance. "This is Meng Ningyue." Bai Yuling began to introduce her, But Meng Mingyue interjected with a smile. I am Meng Mingyue, a companion traveling with Ling, gazing at Meng Mingyue's radiant smile. Xuandu's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a stunning beauty she was, before he politely averted his gaze. A breathtaking beauty, consistently under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Generally detests being observed for prolonged periods. The mere thought of such attention evokes memories of childhood, when she suffered a harsh reprimand from someone for the same reason. Xiandu could not help but chuckle, cursing that violent girl to never find her ideal partner in this lifetime. With the guidance of his swift dragon, those formidable beings gazing at the sky ceased their attempts to intervene. Here is my number. Contact me if anything arises. Until we meet again. After exchanging numbers, Du hurried away, fully aware that, as one of the strongest in Baiyi City, his leisure time would be scarce until matters became clearer. Chapter 14. The Future Dragon King? The Mayor's Gratitude. Baiyu Ling, accompanied by Meng Ningyu, first visited the Pokémon Center, where they paid a considerable sum of Pokémon coins to request Joey's assistance in rehabilitating the fossil pterodactyl. The earlier exertion had drained its potential, and without proper care, it could greatly affect its foundational capabilities. Such a condition could only be remedied by Joey or a top-tier nurturing master, as there were numerous critical factors to consider. Baiyu Ling's Pokémon, however, merely required a day of rest due to excessive consumption. While waiting at the Pokémon Center, Meng Ningyu curiously observed the surroundings. Noting subtle differences in attire compared to what she had previously encountered. Could it be that she was now far from home? It was no wonder she had not received a phone call in so long. Initially, she assumed it was due to a lack of signal in the forest. But now it seemed she had ventured beyond a reachable distance. A sudden sense of panic gripped her as she tightly clasped her hands. The feeling of solitude reminiscent of past experiences. Had she truly endured such isolation before? What troubles you? Baiyu Ling, engrossed in the information from the miraculous system, noticed Meng Ningyu's aura of loneliness and inquired. With the prowess of an elite trainer at the 8th tier, you halted hundreds of thousands of Pokémon for 10 minutes, safeguarded Meng Ningyu, and saved countless Pokémon, preventing a catastrophe in Baiyi City. You have achieved a miracle, earning a miracle shard as a reward. Based on the strength of the Pokémon at that time, their combined power would exceed that of a champion level. Thus, while the combat capabilities cannot be calculated in this manner, the challenge remains modest, qualifying as a minor miracle. As for Meng Ningyu's revival, that was the power of the miracle star. Without its assistance, the achievement would at least equate to a 3-star miracle. However, the rewards did not end there. The Bloodwing Dragon's strength increased by 1 level, reaching 138. Though it may seem trivial, this enhancement surpassed the transition from novice to elite trainer in magnitude. It's nothing. I simply felt a bit homesick, Meng Ningyu replied, regaining her composure with a smile. The 3 days swiftly passed, and the once highly alert Baiyi City had largely returned to its original tranquility, though vigilant guardianship remained in place. On this day, a multitude of trainers arrived from all directions in a hurried manner. Have you all heard? It is said that a precious treasure has emerged in Baiyi Forest. I heard it was some unknown powerful Pokémon that was born, causing a chaotic uproar. Oofed, you all sound utterly unreliable. It is clear that someone discovered numerous rare Pokémon in Baiyi Forest and reported it to the World Alliance, prompting the city's heightened alert. The trainers were all animated, for regardless of the scenario, each represented an opportunity. Baiyu Ling, training his Pokémon, shook his head in resignation upon overhearing their discussions. Rumors are indeed the least trustworthy source of information, often conjured from mere imagination. Nevertheless, the influx of trainers into Baiyi City could be both a blessing and a curse. By the way, the rehabilitation of the fossil pterodactyl should be complete by now. The Pokémon Center was now bustling with activity, not due to an influx of injured Pokémon, but because of a singular individual. She sat quietly, engrossed in a book, resembling a flawless landscape painting altered by countless special effects, so beautiful that it captivated all who beheld her. Many came simply to admire this unparalleled beauty, including a considerable number of women who were consumed by envy. Her flawless complexion and pure demeanor exuded an allure that surpassed even the most voluptuous of beauties. Dream Beauty. Your fossil pterodactyl has been rehabilitated. However, it is advisable not to overextend its potential within the next month. Joey approached, accustomed to such scenes, and gently informed Meng Ningyu. As Meng Ningyu closed her book, she revealed a graceful smile, her pure voice resonating softly. Thank you, Sister Joey. Joey's heart brimmed with admiration for the girl. Had it not been for regulations, she would have waived all fees for her. Where is your young boyfriend? I worry without him here. What if something happens? She whispered near Meng Ningyu's ear, delighting in the sight of her earlobes turning a shade of pink, causing Joey to beam even more brightly. Meng Ningyu felt somewhat helpless. She had already explained this multiple times, yet Sister Joey remained skeptical, perhaps intentionally so. What a mischievous soul. This lovely lady is Yuandong Lin, one of the heirs of the Yuandong family. May I inquire your name, and perhaps share a meal together? A booming voice interrupted, as Yuandong Lin maintained a smile, his body enveloped in a radiant light. Soaring out of the Pokémon Center, destination unknown. The fierce wind swept through, leaving chaos in their wake, causing everyone to stumble. A fossil pterodactyl burst from within the Pokémon Center, crashing down dramatically. Xiaoyi, Meng Ningyu scolded with a serious expression. Despite her stern demeanor, she remained stunningly beautiful, immediately silencing the fossil pterodactyl, which sat on the ground, feigning innocence as it stared blankly at the ceiling. Bai Yuling, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and could not help but chuckle at the misfortune of the creature. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. Sister Joey, I am truly sorry. I will compensate for all damages. Meng Ningyu addressed the crowd apologetically. Everyone waved it off, assuring her that it was merely a gust of wind. Regrettably, many had not reacted in time. Otherwise, they might have feasted their eyes on a splendid view. Male trainers lamented as they gazed at the unique beauty of their female counterparts. This is not your concern. I will have that Yuan Dong fellow compensate for the damages. It was his actions that led to all this chaos. The fossil pterodactyl is simply loyal to its trainer. How could it be at fault? Joey asserted with a serious expression, then winked at Meng Ningyu, whispering, your young boyfriend has arrived. You should leave quickly to avoid trouble. Also, my name is Yishueli, do not forget it. As Meng Ningyu was gently nudged to leave, she caught a glimpse of Bai Yuling, who smiled at her. Unable to resist, she shot a glare at the fossil pterodactyl. Fully aware that Bai Yuling had witnessed the entire incident and was likely amused by her embarrassment. Sister Shueli, farewell. Retrieving the fossil pterodactyl, Meng Ningyu bid Joey goodbye and departed alongside Bai Yuling 30 centimeters of intimate distance. This girl claims there is no connection? Yishueli mused internally. It must have been quite trying to remain in the Pokémon Center for 3 days. Would you like to take a stroll to unwind? Bai Yuling suggested. Dreaming Ningyue was deeply concerned about the fossil pterodactyl, unwilling to move an inch despite the multitude of curious gazes around her. The Pokeball of the fossil pterodactyl was securely fastened to her belt, leaving no room for concern whatsoever. Chapter 15. The Dominant Joy. Shaking her head, Ningyue replied with an elegant yet relaxed demeanor. The fossil pterodactyl is perfectly fine, and my spirits are high. I apologize for assuming you were my traveling companion without consulting you first. Bai Yuling chuckled and shook his head. If you seek to apologize, it comes a bit late. However, I am indifferent. My travel destinations tend to be rather perilous. Since you have suppressed your strength, the places you visit shouldn't be overly dangerous. And I can take care of myself, Ningyue asserted with confidence. In truth, she had already journeyed extensively and had collected all 8 badges, ready to apply for the league competition at any moment. With her fossil pterodactyl at level 122, a formidable Elite 5, she could protect herself in most regions of the world. Yet, there remained the possibility of encountering unforeseen incidents similar to today's. Very well. Until you find your way home, let us travel together. However, I must return to the depths of Bay Forest for a while. Please wait for me in Bay City. He instructed. Xiandu had already contacted him. This expedition comprised only elite trainers, seeking to uncover the source of the anomalies in Bay Forest and ascertain its dangers. Ningyue was taken aback, realizing that Bai Yuling was already aware of this. Biting her lip, she stubbornly declared, I want to go too. I am also an elite trainer. Bai Yuling shook his head, but you currently possess only one main battle Pokémon, do you not? Should danger arise, the fossil pterodactyl would undoubtedly unleash its full power again, and I am certain you would not wish for that outcome. Although Ningyue's strength would indeed play a crucial role in this endeavor, her safety was paramount. Bai Yuling was resolute. Should Ningyue disregard his counsel, he would remain to prevent her from embarking on this perilous journey, regardless of how it might reflect on him in the eyes of Xiandu and the others. A flash of red light streaked across the sky, heading towards the Pokémon Center. It was a Charizard, approaching with an aura reminiscent of near-legendary power. Yuan Donglin leapt from the Charizard with an imposing presence, exclaiming in fury, who just ambushed me? Are they seeking death? The disheveled Pokémon Center was met with silence as numerous trainers looked on, none daring to respond. Yuan Donglin's anger intensified. Are you too cowardly to admit your fault? Is your father a green tortoise? A few bystanders frowned. That was rather harsh. It seemed that the heir of this prominent family lacked both quality and composure. No one replied, and Yuan Donglin found himself at a loss. In this world, even members of esteemed families could not afford to offend ordinary trainers. Wait. If you wish to leave, you must first compensate for the damages at the Pokémon Center. Yuan Donglin halted, his fury ready to erupt. He was seething after hearing a family member claim that a young trainer from the Bayou family had insulted the Yuan family. He had come in search of that individual, but, instead, encountered an unparalleled beauty, just as he mustered the courage to extend an invitation. Some unknown scoundrel had orchestrated a scheme, leaving him utterly humiliated. How could he pursue the goddess now? Finding someone to hold accountable proved futile. And now he was being asked to pay for these incomprehensible damages. This was utterly outrageous. Whoever you are, I challenge you to a duel, Yuan Donglin bellowed, his voice laced with fury, rendering it difficult to discern his gender. A life-and-death duel, the most severe form of Pokémon battle, where the loser would lose everything. akin to death, while the victor would gain little. Such duels were rarely endorsed by the upper echelons of society and seldom occurred. Yuan Donglin's challenge to such a duel was clearly a sign of his rage spiraling out of control. However, when he realized that the person he had addressed was Joy, his expression froze in disbelief. If there were individuals in the Pokémon world who were untouchable, aside from the champion and Elite Four, it would undoubtedly be Joy, Junsha, and revered Pokémon professors and master breeders. Especially the Joy and Junsha families, blessed by the will of the world, were the most formidable to provoke. All of Yuan Donglin's anger dissipated as he weakly stated, "Miss Joy, I am the victim here. Why must I be the one to compensate?" Ishu Li's frosty visage responded. "Who told you to disturb that Pokémon? If you are not held accountable, should I bear the responsibility?" Yuan Donglin finally comprehended the situation. Despite his lingering rage, he dared not confront Joy. He couldn't even muster a harsh retort, merely gesturing for his attendants to settle the damages before leaving, thoroughly vexed. A brooding youth observed this scene with a smirk, hastily approaching. It was Yuan Dongqing, who had clashed with Bai Yuling previously. Bai Yuling and dreaming Ningyue exchanged glances for a long moment, neither willing to relent. Bai Yuling sighed in resignation. "Very well, since you are so insistent. Let us go together. However, you must take care of yourself. Many strong individuals will be involved in this operation, making the power of the fossil pterodactyl less critical. Let us rest well today. The operation should commence within the next 2 days." In reality, the operation had been confirmed for that very night. If all went swiftly, they might return in less than half a day. "Yes, I will take care of myself," Ningyue replied with a smile. In a secluded corner of the vast underground training facility in Bay City, Bai Yuling released his Pokémon. Bloodwing Dragon, Metagross, and Gyarados, come forth. The 3 Pokémon appeared, their spirits invigorated, eagerly anticipating what Bai Yuling would impart to them. An incredibly powerful move. Let Metagross demonstrate the results of its training. Metagross, you have successfully mastered it, correct? Metagross nodded, having perfected its training 2 days prior, and was now able to utilize it with ease. Good, Metagross, unleash Thunder Punch. In an astonishing display, Metagross's metallic arm shimmered with a golden light representing lightning, alongside a crimson glow symbolizing fire, shattering the notion that a Pokémon's move could possess only one attribute. Thunder Punch, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the crackling sound of flames, struck the nearby Pokémon statue, resulting in a resounding explosion. The statue, capable of withstanding full-force attacks from Pokémon of the same tier without incurring damage, suffered a gaping hole in its chest, its surrounding energy completely obliterated. Such immense destructive power surpassed even elite-level might. Not even a 1-star. Tier 3 ultimate move could achieve such devastation. Gyarados and Bloodwing Dragon widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? They immediately turned to Bai Yuling with exhilaration, wondering if they could learn such an extraordinary move. Gyarados, you are not ready yet. You must reach the elite level first. However, for you, it should only take 3 months at most, so be patient. The newly evolved Gyarados, now at level 15, appeared crestfallen. It had just undergone rebirth. While its power surged daily, it was still far from its peak. Typically, a novice would require at least a month to cultivate a Pokémon to Gyarados' current strength. Yet Gyarados had achieved this in just 3 days, a testament to the terrifying growth rate post-rebirth. Chapter 16. Fusion Moves and Combination Moves. How is the energy consumption? Bai Yuling inquired of Metagross. Even with identical training methods, the skills that emerge can never be completely uniform in terms of consumption, power, and adaptability. If adaptability is insufficient, it may lead to conflicts and severe consequences. The creature, Jane Guai, immediately responded. This is equivalent to using Thunder Punch and Flame Punch separately multiplied by 10. Biy frowned, realizing that this was akin to executing 2 ultimate moves of the same star level, which would incur a significant consumption of energy. At that moment, the detailed analysis from the Miracle System was also revealed. Thunderblast Fist, a brand new system of ultimate moves, is a fusion of Thunder Punch and Flame Punch. Mastery of this technique is exceptionally challenging, requiring complete understanding and control of one's abilities and internal energy, as well as a thorough integration of Thunder Punch and Flame Punch, combined with personal insight. Any slight misstep during training may result in explosive energy conflicts within the body, leading to severe injury or even death. However, the fusion of these 2 ultimate moves naturally amplifies their power, and Thunderblast Fist possesses explosive effects with extraordinary destructive capability. Due to initial control, energy consumption significantly increases, but once mastered, it will only slightly exceed the consumption of an ultimate move by about 10%. Yes, focus on your training and strive for mastery, but remember to pay attention to your physical condition and do not rush to the point of injuring yourself. Nodded slightly, recognizing that such consumption was normal. Once Jane Guai learns Thunderblast Fist, its combat power rating would instantly soar, easily surpassing elite levels and entering the realm of kings. If Jane Guai's qualities could be further enhanced to elite level 9, Even against a King Level 2 opponent, with a power gap of 45 times, Biy felt confident. The fact that J-J-Ngu-I could learn Thunder Blast Fist in less than 10 days was not only due to its suitability for this fusion move, but also because of its computational prowess comparable to that of a supercomputer. Otherwise, even with the prodigious talent akin to a legendary creature, mastering it in such a short time would be improbable. However, every Pokémon has its strengths and weaknesses, and certain moves might be challenging for J-J-Ngu-I to learn. As for Su-Yf-Il-Ing, while it lacks J-J-Ngu-I's exceptional computational abilities, it is not inferior in other aspects and can also train in this type of fusion moves. Su-Yf-Il-Ing has already trained in Fire Fong and Thunder Fong, achieving a 1-star level with its own understanding. Unfortunately, it has not yet mastered Ice Fong, which counters its attributes. Even though it is a skill that counters its own attributes, the difficulty is merely doubled. However, being 4 times weak against Ice Fong increases the challenge to 4 times that of a normal Pokémon, making it understandable if the original trainer gave up after some time. Biy lamented this point, knowing that with Su-Yf-Il-Ing's 4-star talent, it could certainly learn Ice Fong within 6 months if given the time. Mastering Ice-type moves would provide a significant advantage for Su-Yf-Il-Ing. Now, attempting to train in Ice Fong would at least double the difficulty. Originally, the fusion move Ice Thunder Fong would have been the best choice, and mastering it would render Su-Yf-Il-Ing invincible among Dragon-type Pokémon, establishing its supremacy. Now, they must settle for a lesser option. What I will teach you is the fusion move of Thunder Fong and Fire Fong, known as Thunder Fire Fong, which is equally potent as Thunder Blast Fist and possesses explosive effects as well. Biy began to meticulously guide Su-Yf-Il-Ing step by step, with the assistance of the power of eternity. Any queries from Su-Yf-Il-Ing were thoroughly clarified, making the training process exceedingly smooth. If normal training efficiency is rated as 1, having the power of eternity elevates it to 100 at the very least. J-J-Ngu-I observed quietly, deep in thought. Its demeanor was the calmest, allowing it to notice the fleeting expression of regret in Biy-Ling's eyes. The wisdom of Pokémon is not inferior, and it naturally connected the dots to realize that Ice Fong could also serve as one of the fusion moves. Thus, it dawned on J-J-Ngu-I that its master likely possessed many more super ultimate moves. Suddenly, a warmth surged through its cold body, as ambition swelled within. As long as it remained by its master's side, it was certain to surpass the originally insurmountable barriers and reach unprecedented heights. Excitement made J-J-Ngu-I's body tremble slightly, drawing the attention of Ch-Ng-Ling. J-J-Ngu-I remained silent, guarding its newfound secret. It aspired to become its master's irreplaceable ace. Both Ch-Ng-Ling and Su-Yf-Il-Ing represented formidable threats, and until it amassed sufficient advantages, it was resolute in not sharing its intentions. Determined, J-J-Ngu-I began training in silence, pushing itself to the limits beyond its previous capacity. Ch-Ng-Ling, unwilling to be outdone, trained diligently as well, eager to grow and master this fearsome fusion move. Biy caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Ch-Ng-Ling, don't rush. While you cannot train in fusion moves, you can practice combination moves, which are equally formidable. Combination moves? Not only Ch-Ng-Ling, but even J-J-Ngu-I and Su-Yf-Il-Ing were intrigued, albeit skeptical. Although the threshold for combination moves is significantly lower than for fusion moves, the strictness in other aspects is even greater. You are somewhat unique. You should be able to train in them once you reach the 2nd tier. For now, practice multitasking and, at your fastest speed, execute 2 different moves consecutively. Once you can nearly use them simultaneously, you may proceed to the next stage of training. A combination move essentially arises from the amalgamation of various moves. For instance, combining high-speed movement with a charge results in a move that is swifter and more powerful than a mere flash. Conversely, if high-speed movement is combined with flash, it surpasses even the speed of light move. However, achieving this is akin to climbing a mountain. Countless Pokémon researchers and champion-level geniuses have attempted it throughout history, only to fail. The reasons range from diminished power due to divided focus to catastrophic energy conflicts within, rendering the moves impractical, leading most to abandon the pursuit. Understanding the nuances of combination moves is not inherently difficult, but without grasping the key concepts, one may remain perpetually baffled. As a pioneer of fusion moves, Biy deeply appreciates the hardships faced by those who innovate in this field. Ch-Ng-Ling was somewhat confused but filled with anticipation as it began its training. Water Gun combined with Ice Shard, or Water Flow Shot combined with Ice Shard. It exerted itself to quickly release both moves. Focus on mastering your own skills. The tragedies born from greed are well understood. Su-Yf-Il-Ing and J-J-Ngu-I promptly returned to their training, demonstrating commendable discipline. Time slowly passed as they trained together, and the qualities of a trainer are not to be overlooked. Otherwise, in future battles alongside their Pokémon, they risk being a hindrance. Chapter 17, Trouble Approaches. The crucial point is that when both parties reach the pinnacle of mental unity, everything can be shared between the Pokémon and the trainer: power, abilities, and even lifespan. From then on, they grow together, inseparable. Immortality in this Pokémon world is not a mere illusion. BIY family brat, I know you are here. If you have the guts, come out. A booming voice echoed across the training ground. BIY Elling raised an eyebrow, sensing trouble approaching. He recalled his Pokémon and walked towards the exit. Is it him? No wonder. Upon seeing the speaker, BIY Elling immediately recognized the unfortunate soul who had been hurled by the fossil pterodactyl. Ah, why is Yuan Dongqing by his side, resembling a mere follower? Could it be? Young master, it is indeed him. Upon seeing Bai Yuling, Yuan Dongqing immediately pointed and shouted. Yuan Donglin scrutinized Bai Yuling with a cold sneer, concluding that aside from a decent appearance, he was otherwise rather ordinary, likely just another elite member of the Bai family. You! How dare you insult our Yuan Dong family and scheme to steal his Yujula? You possess quite the audacity. Yuan Donglin spoke with an impassive demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. Bai Yuling chuckled, glancing at Yuan Dongqing, taken aback by how sorely he could not take defeat, even twisting the truth with such shamelessness. What are you laughing at? Yuan Donglin inquired with a furrowed brow. Bai Yuling replied nonchalantly, nothing much, merely observing a fool being made a mockery of, which I find somewhat amusing. Puzzled, Yuan Donglin's expression grew colder. It seems you have no intention of providing us with an explanation. Bai Yuling scoffed, step aside. I have no time to waste on you. Yuan Donglin obstructed Bai Yuling with one hand, articulating each word deliberately. Such arrogance, you think you can leave so easily? Without hesitation, Bai Yuling swatted away Yuan Donglin's hand. For the night was the time for action, and he truly had no time to squander on such trivialities. Yuan Donglin's icy words echoed. If you dare to leave, I will immediately order all personnel to impede the progress of the Bai family's novice trainers. They shall find it impossible to move an inch. Indeed, as long as Bai Yuling was unwilling, there was nothing Yuan Donglin could do to him. Even if the patriarch of the peak champion trainer came in person, in the realm of spirits, everyone has the right to refuse. Bai Yuling halted, contemplating that if the other party truly had the audacity to employ such a self-destructive tactic, it would indeed have a considerable impact on the development of the Bai family. While it could inflict no harm, launching preemptive strikes against trainers preparing to battle their spirits, thereby hindering their training with various methods, was still feasible, albeit it would waste much time. Moreover, the strength required would have to be at least that of a third-rate trainer. Thus, the losses for the Yuan Dong family would be fivefold compared to those of the Bai family. I am not the waste beside me. I possess the capital to endure such losses. Yet I wonder if you, a mere elite of the Bai family, can shoulder such a responsibility. Yuan Donglin spoke sternly, exuding the aura of a superior. Bai Yuling inwardly scoffed. He undoubtedly had such capital, and as the sole heir of the Bai family, his resources surpassed those of Yuan Donglin by 2 tiers. However, he did not wish to see the development of the Bai family stagnate due to his actions. Novice trainers are always the most promising group, and even ordinary trainers without any background have given rise to numerous champions and kings. According to custom, any conflict can be resolved through a spirit duel. If you win, this matter is settled. If I win, you must bow and apologize to the Yuan Dong family in your personal capacity and return the Yujula. Yuan Donglin's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he spoke in a deep voice. The trainers drawn by the commotion were somewhat exhilarated. This was a conflict duel. Unlike the casual sparring matches that occur at any time, both sides would give their all, and the excitement and intensity would be magnitudes greater. Especially since both parties in this conflict seemed to be elite-level trainers. Such a powerful spirit duel was indeed a rarity. It seems your Yuan Dong family is of the same ilk, each more shameless than the last. You propose that if I win, it is all forgotten. Yet if I lose, I must pay such a price. You truly have the audacity to suggest that. Bai Yuling was amused by Yuan Donglin's shamelessness. Yuan Donglin's expression remained unchanged. He viewed this demand as quite reasonable, as it would only slightly tarnish the reputation of the Bai family if he lost. Unless conditions are equal, I will not agree. Do as you see fit. I shall not entertain this further. Bai Yuling stated firmly, ignoring Yuan Donglin's incessant threats. Is the training over? Meng Mingyue was soaring through the skies with her frustrated fossil pterosaur, unable to train. Upon spotting Bai Yuling, the fossil pterosaur immediately descended from the heavens. Meng Mingyue, somewhat puzzled, asked, why is it ending so early today? Bai Yuling smiled and shook his head. I encountered a minor incident, but it is fortuitous. A balance of work and rest is essential. My training has been rather grueling, so we shall conclude here for today. It is hardly just grueling. It is akin to hellish special training. I dare say, I feel a bit sorry for them, yet they have persevered. Meng Mingyue chuckled, covering her mouth, her gaze deeply fixed on Bai Yuling. Despite the daily hellish training, the spirits seemed to revel in it, and she could clearly sense the joy radiating from Long Long during their training. Ling, You truly are an extraordinary person. Yuan Donglin, seething with rage, chased after them. His face flushed and veins bulging. He had suffered too much humiliation today. If he did not vent it, he feared his lungs might explode. Witnessing Bai Yuling laughing and conversing with the goddess he was infatuated with only fueled his fury and jealousy, causing him to explode. Brat, keep your distance from her. You cannot bear the consequences. He charged forward violently, crashing into Bai Yuling, who deftly sidestepped, nearly stumbling in a most undignified manner. Truly relentless, Bai Yuling was growing angry. Had it not been for the critical importance of tonight's mission, he would have hardly tolerated this for so long. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Yuan Donglin, eyes aflame, roared irrationally at Bai Yuling. The opponent has initiated a life and death duel. Given the power disparity is within acceptable limits, this duel is permitted. Do you accept? A calm voice emanated from Bai Yuling's Pokédex, causing a stir among the onlookers. A life and death duel, what intense enmity must exist? I accept. Bai Yuling, somewhat taken aback, promptly agreed without further hesitation. The life and death duel was established, and the contract signed. Please report the circumstances to the Alliance following this duel. Mengningyu, her delicate teeth slightly parted, realized that at this point, her words would be futile. Chapter 18, Life and Death Duel. Bloodwing Dragon vs. Fast Dragon. Observing Meng Ningyue's somewhat guilty expression, Bai Yuling gently smiled. Did you think it was due to the incident at the Pokémon Center? You are mistaken. He has no idea what caused it. He merely came seeking trouble with me. You were merely the last straw that drove him to madness. Unparalleled beauty has never been a crime. Yet it has often been misinterpreted by the world as the source of many evils. A luminous barrier enveloped Bai Yuling and Yuan Donglin. The space was instantly severed, as though they did not occupy the same realm, visible yet untouchable. Yuan Dongqing and his companions paled, one of them striking Yuan Dongqing sharply. It is all your fault. You worthless fool. If young master loses, you will be the family's sinner. Even 1,000 deaths won't atone for your sins. Yuan Dongqing covered his face, angrily retorting. The young master cannot possibly lose. He is an elite peak trainer, just a step away from becoming a master. How could he possibly lose to that brat? Humph. Such is the case. Yet one must not fear a myriad of possibilities. How did matters escalate to this point? In the spirit duel space, Bai Yuling gazed at the vast, unfamiliar surroundings, feeling as though he had been transported to another realm. He understood that this was not a different dimension, but rather a virtual space where everything felt undeniably real. Little did I expect that Yuan Dongling would one day face life and death in battle. As for you, the young scion of the Baiyu clan, I do not even know your name. As my first, and possibly last, opponent in this life or death struggle, you have earned the right for me to remember your name. Yuan Dongling had also regained his composure, taking in the awe-inspiring environment. Bai Yuling calmly stated, Bai Yuling. The tranquility of Bai Yuling instilled a slight unease in Yuan Dongling's heart. Why are the rules set for a 2-on-2 match? How curious. Could it be that this lad possesses only 2 spirits? Nevertheless, it matters not. He is merely an elite-level child. As a half-step king, how could I possibly lose? Arise. Fast Dragon. A majestic fast dragon materialized beside Yuan Dongling. Bai Yuling's eyes flickered. This strength was indeed commendable. Fast Dragon, level 144, elite 9th rank. The Pokédex merely classified it as elite 9th rank, yet it could easily be regarded as elite 10th rank. Bai Yuling softly uttered, Bloodwing Dragon. With a roar, Bloodwing Dragon emerged, its strength slightly inferior to that of Fast Dragon, yet its presence was equally formidable. Upon receiving the information from the Pokédex, Yuan Dongling felt reassured. He was well aware of Fast Dragon's prowess. Even though this Bloodwing Dragon was on the verge of a breakthrough, the disparity was still significant, over 10%. Such a qualitative difference at the elite level translated into a considerable advantage. If I command without error, victory is assured. The selection of spirits for both sides was completed, and the countdown to battle began. 10, 9. Mounted on their spirits, Bai Yuling and Yuan Dongling locked eyes. 1. Boom. Fast Dragon and Bloodwing Dragon ascended simultaneously. Dragon Claw. The two voices resonated at once. Bloodwing Dragon and Fast Dragon unleashed their claws, colliding fiercely. Golden light and crimson brilliance intertwined, tracing arcs of white energy in the air. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows thrice. With Bloodwing Dragon at a disadvantage this time. The difference in strength left Bloodwing Dragon's claws tingling, and Fast Dragon seized the opportunity to accelerate and strike down, forcing Bloodwing Dragon to spin and narrowly evade. This clash made the disparity in physical prowess starkly apparent. Had Bloodwing Dragon not reacted swiftly, it would have been caught off guard. The offensive capabilities of Fast Dragon and Bloodwing Dragon were nearly equivalent, yet the latter's inferior speed had now leveled the playing field. My Fast Dragon completely overwhelms your Bloodwing Dragon. Your defeat is inevitable. Yuan Dongling calmly assessed the situation, attempting to undermine Bai Yuling's resolve with his words. Dragon Pulse. Bai Yuling ignored him, shaking off the disorientation, and whispered into Bloodwing Dragon's ear. Roar. A golden sphere of light appeared in Bloodwing Dragon's mouth, swiftly hurtling towards Fast Dragon. Unleash Flamethrower to detonate it. Yuan Dongling commanded instantly. Fast Dragon unleashed Flamethrower, piercing the golden sphere, which erupted into a golden shockwave that spread outward. By the time it reached Fast Dragon, its power had diminished significantly, easily dispersed by a mere flap of its wings. After this brief exchange, both sides found themselves in a standoff. Yuan Dongling's expression remained calm, but internally he was anything but. This Bloodwing Dragon's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Bai Yuling nodded slightly, acknowledging the skillful execution and the elite 10th rank power. Had it been the old him, he might have faced defeat and lost everything. Meanwhile, outside the shimmering curtain of light, a dense crowd had gathered, including many trainers observing from above. Such incredible speed. I can barely keep up. The power of these two spirits is terrifying. Someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. During the previous clash of dragon claws, they had only seen 2 flashes of light. Were it not for the residual energy trails, they would have been completely unaware that Fast Dragon and Bloodwing Dragon had already clashed. Fast Dragon is likely an elite 9th rank, while Bloodwing Dragon is somewhat weaker, probably an elite 8th rank. Xian Du, who had appeared at some point, analyzed the situation solemnly. Given such commotion, he had come to investigate. What is happening? Why would Bai Yuling engage in a life-or-death duel? Xian Du inquired of Meng Ningyu. Meng Ningyu recounted the events, her eyes betraying her concern. Fear not. Although we have met only a few times, Bai Yuling does not strike me as an inexperienced youth. Instead, he possesses the composure and maturity of someone seasoned. I do not believe he would recklessly accept a perilous duel, especially one involving life and death. Xian Du reassured her, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. While he had witnessed many battles of such caliber, this was his first encounter with a life-and-death struggle. Every trainer would reveal their most concealed techniques, for the stakes were simply too high. Fast Dragon, use Dragon Pulse, then close in with high-speed movement. Yuan Dongling commanded, and Fast Dragon unleashed Dragon Pulse before swiftly following suit, transforming into a streak of golden light with a 50% increase in speed. The suddenness of Yuan Dongling's assault caught Bai Yuling off guard, yet he reacted in an instant, issuing commands almost simultaneously. Use Dragon Breath to strike while breaking through and attack the Fast Dragon from behind. This minute detail caused Xian Du to flinch. Such rapid reflexes could only have been honed through countless battles or be a result of innate talent. If it were the former, that would be truly terrifying. Bloodwing Dragon opened its mouth wide, a powerful surge of energy streaming forth, piercing through the golden sphere and incorporating the Fast Dragon into its attack trajectory. Chapter 19. Fierce Combat. Dodge quickly. Yuan Dongling shouted urgently, taken aback by Yuling's astonishing reaction speed. Fast Dragon was also unprepared for Dragon Breath to inflict damage. It could not alter its flight path in time and was struck directly. The energy enveloping its body trembled violently, resulting in some depletion of its stamina. However, the power of the Dragon Breath had also diminished considerably, leading to only a 10% reduction in Fast Dragon's energy. Bloodwing Dragon soared high, evading the shockwave from Dragon Pulse. Air Slash. Charge. A translucent blue energy blade sliced through the air, propelled by Bloodwing Dragon's wings, hurtling towards Fast Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon then focused intently on Fast Dragon, as if observing its movements, while energy rapidly coalesced within. Use Protect to shield against it. Flying-type moves are renowned for their swiftness, unless one predicts the attack. Evading entirely is exceedingly difficult. The light shield quickly formed, and the blue energy blade struck the shield, dissipating instantly. The undisturbed shield also faded away, wasting no energy whatsoever. From this, it was evident that Fast Dragon had mastered the Protect technique with remarkable finesse. We also employ the Vacuum Slash. Yuan Donglin gazed intently at the motionless Bloodwing Dragon in the distance and spoke solemnly. A blade of azure energy, stronger than the Bloodwing Dragon's Vacuum Slash, rapidly took form and was unleashed with ferocity. The dragon claw severed. The Bloodwing Dragon let out a furious roar, its claw descending viciously. In a flash of white light, the blue energy blade was cleaved in two, passing by the Bloodwing Dragon's sides. Immediately, the Bloodwing Dragon charged towards the oncoming Fast Dragon without hesitation. Both parties were on the verge of another fierce clash. The Fast Dragon and the Bloodwing Dragon were both exceptionally powerful Pokémon, their energy attacks slightly inferior. Hence it is no surprise that the Dragon Claw could sever the higher-tier Vacuum Slash. Most of the observing trainers were below the elite level, and the gap was simply too vast for many to comprehend. Xian Du casually explained a point, his gaze firmly fixed on the battlefield. Given the disadvantageous position, Bai Yuling should logically avoid close combat. A few more times, and it will be the same. Fast Dragon seized this opportunity to retaliate. Yuan Donglin scoffed. The melodious cry of the Fast Dragon resonated as it darted forward like lightning. This time, it aimed to give its old rival a spectacle. As members of the quasi-deity lineage, Battles between them were not uncommon, particularly between the fast dragon and the bloodwing dragon, both being flying dragons. With strengths in offense and weaknesses in defense, their clashes were the most intense. Crimson light and golden light once again intertwined in the heavens, carving out intricate trajectories. Clang. However, this time as confrontation was beyond the expectations of everyone except by Yuling. After 3 bouts, it was the fast dragon that could not withstand the onslaught. The fast dragon's claws trembled, clearly shaken by an overwhelming force. Roar. The fast dragon was sent flying by a claw strike from the pursuing bloodwing dragon. Before it could regain its composure, the bloodwing dragon followed closely, roaring as it savagely tore at its belly. The energy defense was breached, and the fast dragon let out a pained cry, a deep gash appearing on its ample belly. One of the fast dragon's weaknesses was indeed its large belly, and this injury was significant, severely wounding the fast dragon. Fast dragon, quick, defend yourself. Yuan Donglin shouted in alarm, not from concern over the injury, but from the impending pursuit of the bloodwing dragon. This was no friendly spar. It would not wait for recovery. As expected, the long tail of the bloodwing dragon swept in. Its attack was astonishingly swift. How could its energy be mobilized so quickly? The trainer's shouts momentarily brought the pained fast dragon back to clarity, instinctively rallying its energy. The fast dragon's claws met the tail of the bloodwing dragon. In the hurried moment, the fast dragon's claws lacked any offensive capability, serving merely as defense. The now restored attacking power of the bloodwing dragon once again sent it flying. Vacuum slash. Bai Yuling calmly uttered. The blue energy blade pursued, evading the fast dragon's claws, striking the fast dragon's chin from above. Ugh. Although it did not result in a critical hit, the inherent boost from the same type still made the fast dragon cry out in pain. The fast dragon, enduring the agony, unleashed a dragon pulse, which burst forth in a wave, preventing the bloodwing dragon from closing in again unless it braved this wave. The seasoned and resolute fast dragon. Observing the now panting fast dragon, Bai Yuling remarked in admiration, had it not been for this, the battle would have already concluded. Yet now, it was merely a desperate struggle. The outcome had been determined. Thump, thump. Yuan Donglin's rapid heartbeat gradually steadied, and his pale complexion began to improve. With an unprecedented seriousness, he addressed Bai Yuling. You are certainly not an ordinary elite member. What is your true identity? This commanding ability and experience completely overshadowed him. He had only experienced such a situation with the older generation of elite predecessors. Damn, where did such a prodigy from the Bai Yu family emerge? Bai Yuling replied nonchalantly, does it matter? Indeed, nothing matters now. Only victory is paramount. Yuan Donglin took a deep breath. The fast dragon's strength surpassed that of the bloodwing dragon, even with diminished stamina, as long as it avoided close combat and focused on long-range special moves. The energy-rich fast dragon would inevitably triumph. Retreat swiftly while moving at high speed, utilizing dragon breath, vacuum slash, and dragon pulse to create disturbances. Seizing the opportunity to force the opponent into a hard clash, we still have a chance at victory. Yuan Donglin's calm voice echoed in the fast dragon's ears. The fast dragon nodded, invigorated. Indeed, there remained a possibility of victory. As long as it was united with its master, no foe was insurmountable. Roar. The fast dragon bellowed, rapidly retreating to create distance. As long as it maintained sufficient distance, the fast dragon could evade any attack. Keep up, Bai Yuling stated calmly. With the current mastery of moves by the bloodwing dragon, there would be no tracking or targeting. Whatever was unleashed would merely waste energy. These moves imbued with mysterious effects. Aside from the innate abilities of charging and defense, none could be easily mastered. The bloodwing dragon also utilized high-speed movement to soar above the incoming dragon pulse. Then swiftly pursued. Golden light in front, crimson light behind. The two beams left long trails, engaging in a fierce counterattack. Vacuum slash, dragon breath, dragon pulse, as well as flame bursts and water cannons, all appeared, each canceling the other out. Although the bloodwing dragon possessed a 10% advantage in energy attacks, the disparity in overall strength rendered this advantage a liability. During the exchanges, the bloodwing dragon never gained the upper hand. The situation reached a stalemate. The fast dragon could not harm the bloodwing dragon, yet the bloodwing dragon could not inch closer to the fast dragon. Yuan Donglin was wholly focused on defense, exercising utmost caution to prevent the bloodwing dragon from forcing its way in, even at the cost of missing opportunities to strike the bloodwing dragon. In this situation, what will you do, Bai Yuling? Xin Du, like the audience holding their breath in anticipation of this extraordinary confrontation, felt a deep yearning arise. Chapter 20. The Marvelous Disappearance. If this stalemate persists, victory would inevitably belong to the fast dragon, whose energy was more abundant. This predicament was not easily resolved unless one possessed a special move like Shadow Clone, which might have a chance to break the deadlock. However, Shadow Clone had always been the domain of smaller Pokémon. Mastering it was exceedingly difficult for larger Pokémon. Charge. Bai Yuling instructed the Bloodwing Dragon to charge energy, amplifying the power of the next move. The fast dragon's dragon breath surged forth. But due to the long distance, the Bloodwing Dragon completed its charge just in time to evade. Bai Yuling's eyes fixated on the fast dragon, his thoughts racing. A plethora of calculations coursing through his mind. After a full half-minute, Bai Yuling finally spoke. Advance at full speed according to my instructions. The Bloodwing Dragon suddenly launched forward, transforming into a streak of red light. Humph, Dragon Pulse. Then intercept its movements with Dragon Breath. Yuan Donglin commanded coldly. The fast dragon complied, unleashing Dragon Pulse, a golden energy sphere speeding forth, detonating midway, the shockwave surging towards the Bloodwing Dragon. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon evaded upward. However, it fell back to its original position at the very moment the fast dragon unleashed its Dragon Breath. This feigned evasion tricked the fast dragon into expending its Dragon Breath. But now the Bloodwing Flying Dragon could only endure the draconic waves, having no time left to evade again. It unleashed a powerful, big character fire. This technique was the most formidable ranged attack of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon, aside from its signature moves and the destructive Deathlight. The energy buildup rendered this big character fire no less potent than that of a fire-type Pokémon of equal strength. The range of this big character fire was nearly double that of the Dragon Breath, penetrating through the shockwave in front of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon and allowing it to pass through unscathed. This was also the reason why Bai Yuling did not utilize the more powerful Dragon Breath technique. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon maintained its speed, rushing fiercely toward the fast dragon. Not so easily, commanded the fast dragon. Unleash the maximum power of Dragon Breath and disperse it, if possible. Also attack the Bloodwing Flying Dragon. Yuan Donglin, fully animated, adopted the techniques previously exhibited by Bai Yuling. The enormous big character fire was struck by the rapidly approaching Dragon Breath. The immense energy collided, and a dazzling red light erupted as the big character fire was overwhelmed and shattered instantly. Excellent. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon must be hiding behind the big character fire. It cannot possibly evade the Dragon Breath. This is an opportunity. Perhaps I can press the advantage. Yuan Donglin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yet, the residual Dragon Breath failed to hit anything. Had it evaded? Impossible. As the red light dimmed, Yuan Donglin realized that there was no trace of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon behind the big character fire. It had vanished. Yuan Donglin's face turned pale, a sense of helplessness washing over him. How could Bai Yuling have achieved this? The sky was devoid of any obstructions. He swore he had not seen the Bloodwing Flying Dragon escape from the big character fire. Regardless of Yuan Donglin's astonishment, a red light emerged from the fast dragon's blind spot, silently surging towards it at supersonic speed. As it soared midway, the energy stabilized just in time to execute the Dragon Claw technique at the last moment. The Dragon Claw viciously raked into the astonished fast dragon's abdomen, tearing an even larger wound. The fast dragon's remaining strength could not withstand this assault. Its indomitable will could not defy the laws of nature, and it fell into a state of unconsciousness, plummeting from the sky. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon gasped for breath a few times before its breathing returned to calmness. Having used 4 techniques in quick succession, it had surpassed its limits, leading to imperfect energy control and some self-inflicted damage due to energy conflicts. How is this possible? Xiandu muttered in amazement, pondering deeply. The surrounding trainers were equally baffled. They had not witnessed how the Bloodwing Flying Dragon had vanished, rendering it unbelievable. Akin to a psychic move of instantaneous teleportation, devoid of any warning. However, this was improbable. Psychic moves were notoriously difficult to master. Even psychic-type Pokémon would struggle to learn them, and for the Bloodwing Flying Dragon to acquire such a skill, it would necessitate 3 years of arduous practice. Who would squander 3 years solely to master a single technique, aside from elderly or otherwise incapable Pokémon? Visual deception? Meng Ningyu gasped in astonishment. Bai Yuling's commands were akin to artistry, whimsical and inscrutable. A subtle sound sparked an epiphany for Xiandu, revealing the key, though a few questions still lingered in his mind. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon flying at full speed was merely a red light, just as the big character fire was red. Concealing oneself in the forest with similarly colored leaves is the simplest form of camouflage. The moment of disappearance must have occurred then. When the Dragon Breath shattered the big character fire, the flames scattered and the red light intensified, seizing that fleeting moment. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon's disappearance was thus comprehensible, but it required extraordinary speed, otherwise it would still be detected. By all accounts, even with high-speed movement, it should not have been possible to traverse such a vast area in that brief instant. Could it be a forbidden technique that forced the use of a move before the energy stabilized? Was he not afraid of injuring himself with bad luck? No. Bai Yuling would not resort to such a strategy. There had to be an underlying technique that eluded his understanding. In the illusory realm of combat, Bai Yuling descended calmly alongside the fast dragon. Yuan Donglin, bewildered, hammered his head with his hands. unable to comprehend how the blood-winged flying dragon had vanished in such a short time and reappeared behind the fast dragon. The ground loomed larger as Yuan Donglin suddenly came to his senses and promptly recalled the fast dragon. A flash of red light signified the fast dragon's return to its Pokeball, and Yuan Donglin slammed it into the ground, creating a smooth, large crater. However, protected by the belt shield, he sustained no injuries. Climbing out of the pit, a look of terror gripped his face. He had narrowly awakened in time. Otherwise, the fast dragon might have truly perished. Better not to think about it. If I am defeated, nothing else matters. Taking a deep breath, everyone understood that Yuan Donglin was striving to calm himself. This was a matter of utmost importance, for the outcome that followed was clear to all. Bai Yuling perched atop the blood-winged flying dragon, gazing down at Yuan Donglin with a serene expression, saying nothing. At this moment, employing a verbal assault could have shattered Yuan Donglin's confidence and secured victory for Bai Yuling, yet he scorned such tactics. He possessed absolute confidence that no matter what Yuan Donglin's trump card was, he could defeat it and claim victory. After half a minute, Yuan Donglin finally adjusted his mindset. He cast a complex glance at Bai Yuling suspended in midair and slowly declared, "I will make you realize just how laughable your confidence is. Come forth, my trump card, Charizard." Roaring, Charizard erupted onto the scene, exuding scorching flames that instantly melted the ground beneath it, steam swirling and temperatures soaring. An imposing aura emanated naturally. This Charizard's strength far surpassed that of the fast dragon. Chapter 21, The Mighty Charizard. This Charizard had one foot firmly planted in the realm of kings, its power among elite Pokémon regarded as supreme, unmatched by any adversary. Xiandu remarked solemnly, with such strength, even a king-level Pokémon would find it somewhat troublesome. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon is indeed formidable, but when compared to this Charizard, the gap is quite significant. If they clashed head-on, a single encounter would leave the Bloodwing Flying Dragon reeling. Coupled with the exhaustion from the previous battle, the odds appear grim. Now, it all depends on how Bai Yuling's other Pokémon fares. If it possesses similar strength to the Bloodwing Flying Dragon, it could be quite precarious. This youth is far too arrogant. In a life-and-death struggle, he fails to capitalize on his advantageous position. He deserves to lose. A young trainer scoffed, shaking his head. This is not a friendly match. In a life-and-death battle, utilizing all available advantages is entirely normal and invites no ridicule. For the price of defeat is far more agonizing than death. Conversely, should Bai Yuling lose as a result, he would undoubtedly be the subject of scorn, perhaps even serving as a cautionary tale for future trainers. In truth, they did not comprehend why the mode of death battles existed. In this peaceful era, was such brutal combat truly necessary? I never imagined Yuan Donglin's trump card would be so powerful. I thought the fast dragon was his ace. A middle-aged trainer sighed and remarked that, logically speaking, it is quite common for a champion to take the stage in their first battle to gain the upper hand. What a twist of fate. An anticipated victory has turned into a defeat. Do you think that young lad will suffer a mental breakdown? If I were in his shoes, I would surely be weeping in regret right now. However, I would never engage in such foolishness, haha. Some of the more malicious trainers laughed heartily. Humph. Our young master will not lose. That boy from the Bayou family should be prepared for a death sentence. Indeed, the young master's Charizard will tear everything apart. The Bayou family boy is doomed to lose. Yuan Dongqing scoffed, and the other members of the Yuan Dong family nodded in agreement. Yet, the pallor on their faces betrayed their own fear. Charizard, Elite Pinnacle, level 149. Bai Yuling was somewhat astonished. It was merely a level away from the king level, indicating that this Charizard was formidable, but he was only slightly surprised. To make him regret would require qualifications far beyond the first tier of kings. Moreover, if Charizard possessed such strength, the worlds would not permit this deadly struggle. Thus, from the very beginning, Bai Yuling was nearly 100% confident. Noticing Bai Yuling's calm demeanor after a moment of surprise, Yuan Donglin sneered. You play your part well, but it's too exaggerated, revealing your lack of confidence. Indeed, although this Charizard is not my original Pokémon, it has experienced numerous fortuitous encounters, surpassing the initial Dragonite in strength and now on the verge of ascending to king level. Perhaps after defeating you, it will break through. With a 5-star king qualification, surpassing the 4-star qualification of Dragonite, combined with a bit of luck, such strength is indeed normal. Bai Yuling had already thoroughly analyzed the details of this Charizard in his mind. Is that so? Unfortunately, it will never break through in its lifetime. Bai Yuling calmly countered. Humph. I hope you retain this confidence when the time comes. Yuan Donglin coldly scoffed. I see this boy is merely bluffing. Alas, it is utterly useless. At this juncture, only strength matters. The trainers observing from the outside were not optimistic about Bai Yuling. The sheer power of Charizard was overwhelming. Most present had never witnessed such a formidable Pokémon in reality. Even its casual flames could melt the ground. One could only imagine the horror of its true ultimate move. Meng Mingyue, who had just calmed her heart, felt it rise again. She knew that Bai Yuling's Metagross was stronger than the Bloodwing Dragon, but it was unlikely to surpass this Charizard. Most critically, Metagross's attributes were weak against Charizard, which was a fatal flaw. Given Charizard's strength, if hit by a direct Fire Blast, it could very well be knocked out in an instant. Bai softly commanded, "Come forth." A blue light flickered as Metagross appeared before him. "Ah, haha, you claim you are not bluffing. Your Metagross is at most on par with the Bloodwing Dragon, yet you dare to pit it against my Charizard? Where is your other Pokémon? Did you not bring it? If so, that is your misfortune. This deadly battle is mine to win, and you will have nothing left." Yuan Donglin was taken aback, then laughed, rapidly spewing out a long string of words, evidently relaxing. The disparity in strength was so vast, combined with the type advantage. A direct hit from Charizard's signature move would equate to quadruple damage. If he were to lose, he might as well find a rock to bang his head against, and spare himself the humiliation. "Haha, you must defeat it first." Bai Yuling smiled, his expression imbued with an intriguing meaning, akin to observing a frog at the bottom of a well. Yuan Donglin could not fathom it, but disdainfully remarked, "The last desperate barks of a defeated dog." The Pokédex emitted a countdown, and both sides stood motionless. Will they not attempt to create distance? "Humph, Charizard, prepare to annihilate this Metagross." Charizard responded with a roar, raising its neck high, disdainfully gazing at the Metagross before it. "I wager the battle will conclude within a minute. I believe 30 seconds at most." The disadvantage faced by Metagross is insurmountable. Victory is utterly impossible. Even the previously silent data trainers shook their heads, unable to conceive a single opportunity for victory, finding it exceedingly difficult even to inflict damage upon Charizard. 3, 2, 1. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. All noise vanished as everyone held their breath, fixated on the impending clash. Fire Blast. The standing Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing, massive flames. Sidestep. Thunder Punch. The swift action of Metagross, slightly faster than Charizard, indicated prior anticipation. No, it was Bai Yuling who had foreseen this. Gliding past the flames, Thunder Punch struck Charizard's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, exploiting its weakness for double damage, resulting in quadruple harm, causing Charizard to emit a muffled groan. Originally, the Rock Slide move could have inflicted 8-fold damage, but the execution speed was slightly slower than Thunder Punch, given Charizard's formidable strength. Should it have reacted in time to evade, the cost would not have been worth it. The fiery fist came crashing down, yet Charizard, in a fit of rage, instinctively countered with a fire punch imbued with searing heat, relentlessly battering Metagross. Metagross, using all 4 of its arms adeptly, alternated thunder punches, barely managing to stave off Charizard's assault. Humph, a futile struggle. Under such overwhelming disparity, such tricks are utterly ineffective. Yuan Donglin remained confidently assured. Although Metagross managed to block the attacks, the dissipating scorching energy from the flames was enough to inflict damage. Each confrontation added to the toll. Chapter 22, The Underrated Metagross. Hyper Beam. Bai Yuling commanded with composure. "It seems I must reveal a bit of my strength. This time, taking advantage of the force." Metagross swiftly retreated and unleashed Hyper Beam, a massive beam of light rapidly coalescing, hurtling towards Charizard. "Use Burnout to crush it back." Yuan Donglin's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "It's over." The ultimate fire-type move, Burnout, a deep crimson flame, tangible like a dragon, roared forth to meet the Hyper Beam. Energies clashed, yet the disparity was clear. In an instant, the Hyper Beam dissipated, leaving half of the Fire Dragon to surge forward. "Alas, it's over," someone among the spectators sighed. The common flaw of ultimate moves is the inability to move for a period after execution. While training can shorten this time, an elite-level Pokémon can reduce it to no less than 1 second. That 1 second has already sealed Metagross's fate. This was a miscalculation. How could one use Hyper Beam at such a moment? Meng Mingyue and Xian Du both felt their hearts race, intently observing the battle. Sizzle. The Fire Dragon melted a scorched path into the ground. How is this possible? It didn't hit. Metagross was clearly immobilized. Metagross was in the air. It narrowly brushed past Burnout. A sharp-eyed trainer exclaimed, "How could this be?" Yuan Donglin, facing directly, was the first to realize, his eyes widening in disbelief. When did Metagross learn to fly? The eyes of Jujin Guai glimmered as its form suddenly shifted, as if propelled by an unseen force, drawing closer to the Fire Dragon. A fleeting second passed, during which Jujin Guai regained its composure, energy coalescing into a massive energy rock that was hurled violently toward the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon's gaze flickered, its fury transforming into calm as it intently regarded the approaching rock slide. Just as the rock slide was about to strike its abdomen, the Fire Dragon regained its freedom, its arm appearing before the rock slide in an instant, narrowly avoiding a devastating 4-fold blow. With a roar, the Fire Dragon was sent flying by the impact, the twice-inflicted quadruple damage reducing its stamina by half, yet it was far from incapacitated. Flames erupted forth, the disparity in power rendering Jujin Guai's evasion ineffective. Despite its desperate attempts to dodge, it could not escape the Fire Dragon's pursuit, the flames drawing ever closer. This was largely due to Zhu Guai's comprehensive evasion space. Otherwise, a typical Zhu Guai would have already succumbed to the attack. The searing flames swept past Zhu Guai, and only a Pokémon capable of free flight could elude such relentless tracking moves with relative ease. Bai Yuling temporarily crouched atop Zhu Guai, softly advising, "Do not concern yourself with me. Evade with all your might." Zhu Guai's eyes brightened, its control over electromagnetic forces intensifying, speed noticeably increasing as it maneuvered up, left, down, and diagonally. Zhu Guai transformed into the most agile flying sprite, its lithe form darting within a three-dimensional space of 20 units, becoming a mere crimson phantom. Damn it! Yuan Donglin's expression darkened. Although the fire dragon could initially track Zhu Guai's evasive maneuvers, the minute adjustments allowed Zhu Guai to narrowly escape peril. The fire dragon had unleashed its flames 5 times in a relentless barrage over 10 seconds, yet it could only inflict minimal overheating damage upon Zhu Guai. What kind of training has Bai Yuling conducted to cultivate such formidable skills? This is truly extraordinary. Is defeat looming for me? Suddenly, Yuan Donglin observed that Zhu Guai was not flying purely on its own strength. Its speed was consistently fluctuating, presenting a peculiar phenomenon. This realization invigorated Yuan Donglin as he began to scrutinize Zhu Guai's condition closely. "I found it. Fire dragon. Aim beneath it and capture it from below," cutting off its evasive route. Although the reasoning eluded him, he was certain this was a vulnerability in Zhu Guai's flying ability. Suppressing his excitement to maintain composure, he commanded, "The continuous use of energy is wearing down the fire dragon," but upon hearing the trainer's order, the fire dragon's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. The repressed fury within it surged forth, intensifying the flames of its attack. As Zhu Guai attempted to evade once more, Bai Yuling promptly sensed something awry. He was acutely aware of the flaw in Zhu Guai's levitation ability. Has he discovered it so quickly? His observational skills are impressive. He prepared to employ a protective maneuver. Trusting almost blindly, Zhu Guai instinctively complied. Soon, it realized its evasion was becoming increasingly strenuous, unknowingly cornered at its maximum altitude. Coupled with the energy interference below, its capacity to utilize magnetic forces diminished significantly, leaving it unable to elude the fire dragon's flames. In the next instant, the flames completely enveloped Zhu Guai. "Do not falter. Hold on just a moment longer and ensure Zhu Guai loses its combat capability," Yuan Donglin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he encouraged the fire dragon. With a mighty roar, the fire dragon echoed his enthusiasm, disregarding its waning energy and forcing itself to maintain the flame attack. This truly seemed to mark the end. What an exhilarating duel it had been. Zhu Guai exhibited such remarkable agility in flight, an unfathomable spectacle. My confidence in the Bai family youth has grown. Perhaps victory is still within his grasp. The fire dragon persisted for 2 more rounds of flames. Even if this Zhu Guai was a unique variant with extraordinary stamina, it could not withstand much more. The fire dragon gasped heavily, its internal energy raging, needing over 10 seconds to recover before unleashing another special move. The fervent discussions abruptly ceased with the cessation of the flames, and all faces turned ghostly pale. For the Zhu Guai, which should have been on the brink of collapse, had not yet lost its fighting spirit, charging toward the fire dragon with a vibrant crimson hue. Bai Yuling remained composed atop Zhu Guai, his expression unchanged as he uttered, "Stone blade." Midway through, an energy stone blade materialized on one of Zhu Guai's arms, thrusting sharply toward the abdomen of the fire dragon. "Quick, evade!" Yuan Donglin shouted in horror, his mind blank. The fire dragon desperately attempted to dodge while raising its arm to defend. Yet the pain within hindered its movements. A sharp agony coursed through its belly as the energy stone blade pierced deeply. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon emitted a cry of anguish. The quadruple effective move delivered a devastating blow, and it could distinctly feel its vitality draining away, its body gradually succumbing to immobility. Chapter 23. The outcome, Yuan Donglin's tragic fate. Zhu Guai's fiery form gradually returned to normal, landing heavily upon the ground. Despite successfully executing the protective maneuver, the distraction had slowed its speed, resulting in it being injured by the initial flame attack. The fire dragon collapsed heavily onto the ground. Yuan Donglin's complexion pale and lifeless. His life would conclude here, devoid of any future. The battle ended, with Bai Yuling emerging victorious. As the victor, he could claim a portion of contribution points from his opponent, receiving 900 points. The light shield dissipated, leaving only Bai Yuling in the arena, while Yuan Donglin inexplicably vanished. The defeat in battle was akin to death. No one knew where he had been transported, only that he had not perished. Yet for most, it was a fate they would rather not face, even at the cost of true death. Yuan Dongqing, you should immediately atone for your sins by accompanying the young master. This may alleviate your guilt. The members of the Yuan Dong family bore grim expressions. This incident was inextricably linked to them, severing their family's prospects. Yuan Dongqing also appeared pale, knowing his fate would not differ greatly from Yuan Donglin's. He would likely suffer the wrath of friends and family, his future dim. Impressive, there are few I admire, but among my peers, you are the first man I hold in esteem. Bai Yuling returned a smile to Meng Ningyu, awkwardly brushing off Xian Du's hand resting on his shoulder. Feeling a shiver at being called the first man he admired, the surrounding trainers began to converge, and Bai Yuling frowned, stating, "We should leave this area." Meng Ningyu and Xian Du nodded, hastening their departure from the vicinity. "Young master, were you just engaged in a death match?" One individual rushed towards Bai Yuling. The emblem of the Baiyu clan signifies a member of the Baiyu family. News travels swiftly, and Bai Yuling nodded slightly. "So, did the young master emerge victorious?" "Well, he must have, otherwise, I wouldn't be seeing you. By the way, the patriarch wishes for you to call him immediately." The clan member spoke with barely contained excitement. "Understood, I will call shortly. You may attend to your own affairs." The young clan member gazed at Bai Yuling with a hint of admiration, respectfully nodding as he gradually withdrew. "Indeed, you are the only son of Bai Yuhua, the current patriarch of the Baiyu family," Xian Du remarked without any hint of surprise, recognizing Bai Yuling's almost kingly prowess at such a young age. A feat achievable only by Bai Yuhua and his wife's sole offspring, the heir laden with expectations from birth. Bai Yuling smiled gently, speaking with a hint of profundity. "Xian Du, you are not ordinary either, are you?" Xian Du's eyes glinted with a fighting spirit as he smiled and said, "I truly wish to engage in a fierce battle with you. It is a pity that the timing is not right. I must find an opportunity to spar with Bai Yuling in the future." Bai Yuling merely smiled in response, thinking it better to refrain. If Xian Du truly is the future Long Tian Wang, then at present, he is not a match. Such a fruitless endeavor holds no interest for him. Beep, beep, understood, I will return now. The Pokémon Dex emitted a call, and Xian Du hurriedly departed. Is there new information? Bai Yuling pondered, though his expression remained calm. In the trainer's lodge, Bai Yuling, in his room, picked up the Pokémon Dex and selected the call function. "Is it Xiaoling?" As soon as the call connected, the gentle yet urgent voice of Bing Li Shui came through. Bai Yuling fell silent for a moment. He had been traveling for just a few days. Yet Bing Li Shui sounded so anxious. Truly, a mother worries for her child across thousands of miles. Bai Yuling replied softly, "It is I, mother. Do not worry. I am doing well." Bing Li Shui wanted to speak further, but Bai Yuhua's slightly exasperated voice interjected. "Are you now at ease? You, as a mother, are well aware of your child's strength. What could possibly happen? Let me ask him a few important questions. There is plenty of time for you two to converse." Footsteps echoed as Bai Yuhua moved away, intentionally avoiding Bing Li Shui, and quietly added, "Ahem, you rascal, have you caused trouble again?" Bai Yuling smiled and replied, "How could that be? Do I seem like a troublemaker? This matter was instigated entirely by the other party and has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of wasting time on such trivialities." Bai Yuhua's voice rose. "Is that so? Throughout your life, how many troubles have you caused? Each time, I have had to clean up after you, or even take the blame." It seemed Bing Li Shui glanced over, and Bai Yuhua's voice suddenly lowered. "Never mind. I will settle accounts with you later. First, tell me, is your opponent the heir of the Yuan Dong family?" Bai Yuling sighed. He truly had not initiated this. "Yes, his name is Yuan Donglen." "Ah, indeed, you troublesome child. You have brought me trouble." Bai Yuling rubbed his nose, realizing he had inadvertently ruined the future of a promising heir. It certainly could not be so easily dismissed. "You did not propose the duel, did you?" Bai Yuhua's tone was laden with skepticism. Bai Yuling found it amusing. "I assure you, it was not me. I will promptly report the details to the Alliance. Rest assured, I am in the right. It is impossible for them to cause us trouble. If we do not trouble the Yuan Dong family, that would be considered merciful." "Nonsense. When have you ever been merciful?" Bai Yuhua jested, then continued. "Well, since that is the case, it makes things much easier. Continue your journey. It is fortunate that the Yuan Dong family does not seek trouble with us. If they dare, I will ensure they understand the consequences." "Xiaoling, have you encountered any discomfort on your travels? The wilderness is not like home. It is cold, filled with insects, and lacks sumptuous meals. You must be enduring quite a bit alone. I suggest you take a maid with you. I believe Shui Air would be a good choice. She has always taken excellent care of you." Bai Yuling listened to the incessant chatter on the phone without a trace of impatience. Only after experiencing loss does one learn to cherish. To hear his mother's gentle nagging again filled Bai Yuling with profound happiness. Bing Li Shui's concerns persisted for a full hour, and his mouth had grown somewhat dry. Bai Yuling hastily interjected. "All right, mother. I will call often in the future. You need not worry. You child, I am only concerned for you." Bing Li Shui replied with a hint of annoyance, then glanced at the time. "Ah, it seems an hour has slipped by without notice. No wonder the child is impatient. All right. Then remember your earlier promise. No later than 3 days for a call, or I shall be quite upset." Bai Yuling's face displayed helplessness. "Your request is somewhat difficult for me, you know. As you are aware, many regions prohibit personal calls for the sake of training effectiveness. Even if I wished to call you, it would not be feasible. I assure you. Each time I reach a city, I will call you. Just rest assured. Chapter 24. The action begins. Dangerous exploration. In the early morning, Bai Yuling, awakening from slumber, quietly left the trainer's lodge. You have arrived. At the entrance of Baiyi Forest, Xiandu stood atop his fast dragon, eagerly approaching upon seeing the red light. Where are the others? Bai Yuling furrowed his brow. Had it not been stated that others would accompany them? If it were only he and Xiandu, it would be exceedingly perilous. They had already ventured deep for precaution against unforeseen dangers, ensuring they would not be entirely wiped out. They should be contacting me shortly in 10 minutes. Bai Yuling nodded. Waiting alongside Xiandu 10 minutes quickly passed, and then another 10 minutes. Yet Xiandu's Pokédex remained silent. Both Bai Yuling and Xiandu furrowed their brows deeply. It seems the dangers of Baiyi Forest exceed the capabilities of elite trainers. We should report to the Alliance. Bai Yuling stated solemnly. However, Xiandu did not respond immediately, but instead took out a device for observation. After a moment, Xiandu looked up. Not necessarily. This is a distance locator. To understand the situation promptly, I secretly placed a special item on them. They have not encountered any mishap and are still on the move, excluding the possibility of hypnosis. I can only deduce they are fleeing from a formidable enemy, so they lack the time to respond. Bai Yuling felt the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Regardless, since it is not the worst-case scenario, I must investigate. Bai Yuling, wait here for 30 minutes. I will surely send news back. If not, please report to the Alliance, and do not enter. Xiandu earnestly instructed before commanding his fast dragon to swiftly fly into the forest. Regardless of being a 2-star elite executor of the Alliance and a fellow elite trainer, it is worth attempting to save them. In a flash of golden light, after a while, a streak of red light pursued at an even faster pace. Ceased the rapid movement of the Shui Fai Long. Bai Yuling addressed the somewhat astonished Xuandu, stating, since they appear unharmed, it indicates that the danger is not significant. I am quite eager to ascertain the situation. Xuandu exhibited a joyful smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Bai Yu brother. Bai Yuling shook his head, replying, this matter does not concern you. I have my own compelling reasons to investigate. The speed of the Kuelong and Shui Fai Long was remarkable, their unabashed aura causing the flying spirits to flee in trepidation. In a mere 15 minutes, they arrived at the location where Bai Yuling had previously encountered the rampaging spirits. Venturing a few hundred miles further would likely lead them into the depths of Baiyi Sunlen. Both Bai Yuling and Xuandu prudently reduced their speed. As they progressed deeper, the once visible spirits dwindled, and after traveling 100 miles, not a single spirit could be seen. The entire Baiyi Sunlen seemed transformed into a haunted forest, its silence unnerving. The peculiar circumstances heightened the vigilance of Bai Yuling and Xuandu. Xuandu retrieved a distance locator, only to discover that the device, though functioning properly, inexplicably failed to display the position of the initial trainers. 100 miles to the southeast should be where we previously located them. Bai Yuling cautioned, for safety's sake. It is best not to be conspicuous in the sky. Xuandu nodded. Indeed, exercising caution is never amiss. The Jujing Guai moved silently through the forest, while Xuandu's Kuelong carefully advanced amidst the dense canopy. Hey, have you all noticed? A loud shout echoed from afar, prompting Bai Yuling and Xuandu to exchange glances. Xuandu, puzzled, nodded. From the voice, it seems to belong to one of the earlier entrants. What are you shouting for? If heard, that spirit would have long since fled. Another voice faintly emerged, causing Xuandu's expression to darken, as it was a familiar voice. The reality diverged significantly from his expectations. It appeared they had not encountered any danger, but rather discovered a spirit that collectively captivated their interest, compelling them to feign peril to deter others from intervening. Bai Yuling remarked casually, could it be that the fierce Yao Ling has genuinely departed? Xuandu sighed. It seems highly probable at this point. How fickle human nature can be. Humph, I care not. Who knows if you might secretly capture it and falsely claim ignorance. Without a contract, who can truly trust whom? A middle-aged trainer riding a Baijiao entered Bai Yuling's line of sight. The Baijiao, with keen eyes, meticulously observed every rustle of the foliage. Bai Yuling and Xuandu instinctively commanded their spirits to remain still, aware that even the slightest slip could lead to discovery. Though being discovered would result in mere embarrassment. One could not predict the other's thoughts. Don't speak of US. Can you honestly claim to be free of such intentions? Came a cold sneer from the earlier voice. Enough of the bickering. Let us promptly locate that exceptionally qualified spirit. At worst, we can have a competition later. Allowing the strongest to capture it. That should suffice, right? A deep voice interjected, advocating for peace. That proposal is excellent. I concur. Let us draft a contract forthwith. For if we delay any longer, we might truly allow that spirit to escape. A female voice chimed in with an anxious tone. Yes, it seems we have no other option. The others echoed. To defeat multiple elite trainers without even being one yourself. Bai Yuling and Xuandu were both taken aback by this revelation. The disparity between elite trainers and top-tier ones was indeed twofold, for several elite trainers to unite. A power of at least 5 times that of a top-tier trainer would be necessary, an impossible feat. Even Bai Yuling's Jujing Guai possessed merely 3 times the power at present. Even the resurrected Qinglong, once restored to the pinnacle of top-tier strength, could at most wield 7 times the power, barely triumphing over elite-tier spirits in non-restrictive circumstances. Could Qinglong, this exceptional case, serve as a valid comparison? Unquestionably. Bai Yuling was intrigued. Xuandu, too, found himself captivated. Who wouldn't he desire such a prodigious spirit? The two exchanged knowing glances and stood simultaneously. Who goes there? The four engaged in contract negotiations simultaneously, sensed the disturbance, and chorused in unison. Bai Yuling remained composed, while Xuandu smiled and stepped forward. It is I. This contract also includes us. Upon recognizing Xuandu, the four felt a wave of awkwardness. After a moment of silent tension, the female voice broke the ice. To coincidentally encounter us in this vast Bai Yi Sun Lin, I find it hard to believe such serendipity exists. I have discovered some peculiar trinkets on my person. Regardless of the reason, your actions encroach upon our privacy, do they not? Chapter 25. The Spirit with Prodigious Potential. To defeat multiple elite trainers without even being one yourself? Bai Yuling and Xuandu were both astonished by this news. The disparity between elite trainers and top-tier ones was indeed twofold, for several elite trainers to unite. A power of at least 5 times that of a top-tier trainer would be necessary, an impossible feat. Even Bai Yuling's Jujing Guai possessed merely 3 times the power at present. Even the resurrected Qinglong, once restored to the pinnacle of top-tier strength, could at most wield 7 times the power, barely triumphing over elite-tier spirits in non-restrictive circumstances. Could Qinglong, this exceptional case, serve as a valid comparison? Unquestionably. Bai Yuling was intrigued. Xuandu, too, found himself captivated. Who wouldn't he desire such a prodigious spirit? The two exchanged knowing glances and stood simultaneously. Who goes there? The four engaged in contract negotiations simultaneously, sensed the disturbance, and chorused in unison. Bai Yuling remained composed, while Xuandu smiled and stepped forward. It is I. This contract also includes us. Upon recognizing Xuandu, the four felt a wave of awkwardness. After a moment of silent tension, the female voice broke the ice. To coincidentally encounter us in this vast Bai Yi Sun Lin, I find it hard to believe such serendipity exists. I have discovered some peculiar trinkets on my person. Regardless of the reason, your actions encroach upon our privacy, do they not? Bai Yu, this middle-aged man is Yen Shan. And the one with a deep voice is Lin Kuan. This beautiful lady is Wu Enai Chong, and the last one is Dong Zhang. They are all exceptionally powerful elite trainers and elite executors of the alliance. Xiandu began to introduce them one by one. Well, since he is your friend, we shall consider him as one of us. Upon hearing that Bai Yuling was not part of the alliance, the others furrowed their brows, exchanged a few discreet words, and eventually nodded in agreement. Without further ado, let us finalize the contract now. Otherwise, in such a vast Bai Yi forest, finding a single spirit would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wu and Chong declared. After the contract was signed, Bai Yuling inquired, "What spirit is it? What are its characteristics?" Wu and Chong replied, "It is a mutated Jiuwei. Its tail is black, making it easily recognizable. It is definitely within 100 miles radius. We will divide into 6 directions and search in a spiral pattern from the outside in. Although it may take some time, we will undoubtedly capture it." Wu and Chang's suggestion was met with thunderous applause from Yen Shan and the others. Such a Jiuwei could not possibly escape their grasp. Bai Yuling and Xian Du had no objections. Without a powerful psychic spirit to conduct a psychic search, this was indeed the best course of action. However, 30 minutes passed, and the 6 of them exchanged glances, yet still found no trace of the Jiuwei. "This is impossible," Yen Shan exclaimed with frustration. "Are we certain we haven't overlooked any areas?" Lin Kuan asked, his tone laced with skepticism. "It is impossible. We have signed a contract. So let us refrain from unfounded suspicions and instead contemplate where the issue lies." Wu and Chong declared firmly, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Kuan, truly lacking in foresight. Could it have burrowed underground? Bai Yuling speculated. Little brother, we have traversed more paths than you have meals. How could we overlook such a possibility? Digging would create a hole, and we have confirmed that there are no visible holes." Yen Shan chuckled. A flicker of disdain passed through Lin Kuan's eyes. Thinking that this inexperienced young scion had the audacity to pursue a Jiuwei, it was utterly laughable. Xiandu and Wu Enai Chong continued to observe Bai Yuling. Awaiting his next words, Bai Yuling calmly stated, "What if that Jiuwei is digging in a tree hollow? From what I have just discovered, there are numerous giant trees with hollows capable of accommodating the size of a Jiuwei. There are 6 in total, one of which shows clear signs of excavation. Regrettably, it is merely a ruse, leading to a dead end." Bai Yuling's words left Yen Shan and Lin Kuan feeling somewhat awkward, particularly Yen Shan, who felt his face flush with embarrassment. The slap of reality had come swiftly. "Indeed, we overlooked this. However, for the Jiuwei to devise such a trick and understand how to camouflage itself, its intelligence surpasses that of ordinary spirits. I am increasingly enamored with this Jiuwei. beautiful, and filled with wisdom. Wu and I Chong regarded by Yu Ling with newfound respect, already considering him a worthy opponent. What are we waiting for? Let us search quickly. If the Jiawei escapes from beneath the ground and breaches our perimeter, it would be disastrous. Yen Shan's expression swiftly returned to normal, and he urged. The Bai Jiao should hastily retrace its path. Now, we can only hope that the Jiawei's disguised burrows are not numerous. Wu and I Chong expressed her concern and promptly returned. Bai Yuling seemingly casually followed behind Wu and I Chang's Sha Mo Qing Ting. This woman is extraordinary. Could she truly have not considered that possibility? Wu and I Chong meticulously searched the areas previously overlooked. One by one, tree hollows were gradually discovered, with those unable to accommodate a Jiawei being disregarded. 1, 2, 3, all yielded nothing. Finally, one was found. Lei Qiu, go take a look. Wu and I Chong excitedly leapt down from the Sha Mo Qing Ting, releasing a Lei Qiu. Qiu. The Lei Qiu replied energetically and jumped into the tree hollow. A minute later, the ground suddenly trembled. Could it be that we have found the main subject on the first try? Just as Bai Yuling and the others focused intently on their surroundings, a Jiawei stealthily emerged from behind them. The earlier tremor had indeed been a diversion orchestrated by the Jiawei. Just as the Jiawei was about to slip away quietly, the Bloodwing flying dragon impatiently turned its head and fortuitously caught sight of the Jiawei. Roar! Stop! A water cannon rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards the Jiawei. The Jiawei let out a startled cry and hurriedly used Dig to evade. Such a powerful water cannon could incapacitate it in one strike. Unfortunately, the water cannon was beyond the Jiawei's current speed to evade, and it instantly detonated just 1 meter away from its side. In order to earn the acknowledgement of a wild spirit, one must defeat it with formidable strength. Otherwise, even if captured, it would merely occupy a spirit's position without any advantage. Bai Yuling and Wu and I Chong immediately shifted their focus, quickly comprehending the situation. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Jiawei, Hei Ming Jiawei Pao. Indeed, we overlooked this, however. For the Jiawei to devise such a tactic and understand how to camouflage itself, its intelligence surpasses that of ordinary spirits. I am increasingly enamored with this Jiawei. Beautiful and filled with wisdom. Wu and I Chong regarded Bai Yuling with newfound respect, already considering him a worthy opponent. What are we waiting for? Let us search quickly. If the Jiawei escapes from beneath the ground and breaches our perimeter, it would be disastrous. Yen Shan's expression swiftly returned to normal, and he urged. The Bai Jiao should hastily retrace its path. Now, we can only hope that the Jiawei's disguised burrows are not numerous. Wu and I Chong expressed her concern and promptly returned. Bai Yuling seemingly casually followed behind Wu and I Chang's Sha Mo Qing Ting. This woman is extraordinary. Could she truly have not considered that possibility? Wu and I Chong meticulously searched the areas previously overlooked. One by one, tree hollows were gradually discovered, with those unable to accommodate a Jiawei being disregarded. 1, 2, 3, all yielded nothing. Finally, one was found. Lei Qiu, go take a look. Wu and I Chong excitedly leapt down from the Sha Mo Qing Ting, releasing a Lei Qiu. Qiu. The Lei Qiu replied energetically and jumped into the tree hollow. A minute later, the ground suddenly trembled. Could it be that we have found the main subject on the first try? Just as Bai Yuling and the others focused intently on their surroundings, a Jiawei stealthily emerged from behind them. The earlier tremor had indeed been a diversion orchestrated by the Jiawei. Just as the Jiawei was about to slip away quietly, the Bloodwing flying dragon impatiently turned its head and fortuitously caught sight of the Jiawei. Roar! Stop! A water cannon rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards the Jiawei. The Jiawei let out a startled cry and hurriedly used Dig to evade. Such a powerful water cannon could incapacitate it in one strike. Unfortunately, the water cannon was beyond the Jiawei's current speed to evade, and it instantly detonated just 1 meter away from its side. To earn the acknowledgement of a wild spirit, one must confront it with formidable strength. Otherwise, even if subdued, it merely occupies a position without any genuine benefit. Bai Yuling and Wu and I Chong immediately shifted their focus, swiftly grasping the situation. What an astute Jiawei. It almost evaded capture. Bai Yuling scrutinized the extraordinary Jiawei, with its golden fur, glossy tail, and lively eyes that seemed to possess an enchanting allure, rendering it impossible to divert one's gaze. At that moment, it regarded him with a blend of confusion and trepidation. Jiawei, level 90, peak elite. Aptitude, 7 stars. A prodigious ruler. Tenfold comprehension. Only 10,000 of these prodigious Jiawei exist worldwide. It is advised to capture it at any cost. It boasted a 7-star prodigious aptitude, akin to that of a long fei. Bai Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a revelation, initially believing the highest rank to be merely 6-star heroic ruler. This Jiawei he was determined to possess. At that moment, both Jiawei and the nearby Wu and I Chong sensed a complete transformation in Bai Yuling, who now emanated an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of awe. Was this the true manifestation of his power? Wu and Chong felt a pang of regret. She should not have allowed Bai Yuling to gain an advantage previously. Now that the contract was established, it was too late. The tremendous commotion caused by the destructive death light undoubtedly alerted Xian Du and the others, who were surely hastening to this location. Jiu Wei, I trust you understand. Your opportunity has vanished. Others will soon arrive. And our 6 elite trainers shall select the strongest among us to be your master. Bai Yuling gazed into the eyes of Jiu Wei and spoke softly. Miraculous system. I wish to possess the power of superconductivity. Bai Yuling contemplated. A miracle star is required. Are you certain? Affirmative. The light of miracles coursed through Bai Yuling's being, and under the guidance of inexplicable power, a wondrous transformation unfolded within him. A refreshing current surged through his mind, bringing clarity. It was as if his brain had been reawakened, enhancing his memory and cognitive abilities significantly. A wealth of information flowed in, outlining the fundamental methods of utilizing superconductive power. Haha, this Jiu Wei is splendid. Uncle Yanshan's voice echoed from a distance. Lin Kuan hurriedly approached, his face adorned with an uncontrollable smile. However, Xian Du was the last to arrive, his gaze riveted upon the enchanting Jiu Wei, his heart racing uncontrollably. The next step was to determine the ownership of this spirit before we ascertain the strongest among us. To whom shall it be entrusted? Naturally, it shall be entrusted to me. As the eldest and most experienced elite executor among us, you may rest assured that Jiu Wei will be in my capable hands. Yan Shan patted his chest, assuring that he would not misuse Jiu Wei. The contract explicitly forbade the unauthorized subjugation of spirits, leaving the interpretation of determining the strongest open to various interpretations, such as an indefinite delay in the duel. Haha, enough of that. Your audacity is commendable. Yet your assurances, haha. Lin Kuan's derision towards Uncle Yanshan was unmistakable. So what do you propose? Uncle Yanshan inquired, his expression unchanging, raising his hands in inquiry. This question bore no answer. No one would trust another, for if emotions were secretly nurtured, it would equate to an invincible position. Xian Du observed their quarrel with an impassive expression, certain that a resolution would ultimately be reached here. Otherwise, it would drag on indefinitely. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer in Bai Yuling's eyes at this moment. Silently recalling the methods of utilizing superconductive power, he swept his gaze towards the now absent fear, instead noticing the elegantly swaying, obsidian tail of Jiu Wei, as if it found humor in the situation. Utilizing superconductive power, Bai Yuling transmitted a vision to Jiu Wei. The spirit hesitated momentarily, a resonant thought infiltrating its heart. After a while of contemplation, the curious Jiu Wei accepted this sentiment. Beneath the darkened sky, numerous flying spirits united to unleash a tempest, while the sea roared in fury, summoning towering tsunamis that reached hundreds of meters high, obliterating treacherous reefs and small islands with relentless force. Yet, before the great island shrouded in protective barriers, it effortlessly withstood the onslaught of the incomprehensibly destructive tsunami. Witnessing such a formidable wave fail to breach its defenses incited chaos among the onlookers. Subsequently, a Jiu Wei perched atop a colossal long fei, its 9 tails swirling wildly, an immense energy pulsating beneath it. After a brief moment, Jiu Wei opened its mouth, and a diminutive, dark-hued version of itself began to coalesce, its 9 tails momentarily stilling as all energy converged into a pitch-black energy column emanating from its mouth. This was a concentrated mass of energy, a dark hue formed from the relentless compression of power. The condensed pitch-black Jiu Wei energy column was unleashed, piercing through the protective barrier of the massive island with ease and shattering the entire structure. The remnants of the colossal island were consumed by the subsequent tsunami, leaving no trace behind. This fearsome strike, known as the Black Underworld Jiu Wei Canon, was a unique technique meticulously crafted by a supreme thinker for their Jiu Wei. Its power rivaled, if not surpassed, the ultimate techniques discerned by champions. How about it? Would you like to learn? Jiu Wei trembled with trepidation, the astonishing scene replaying endlessly in its mind. Possessing some inherited memories, it was certain that the Jiu Wei in question was at least a king-level entity. And that Black Underworld Jiu Wei Canon was even more terrifying, something it had never encountered. If I follow you, can I learn this technique? Jiu Wei mused inwardly. Certainly. Bai Yuling was unsurprised. A spirit's pursuit of strength is no less fervent than that of humanity. The Black Underworld Jiu Wei Canon was indeed conceived by a follower of a champion, its might undeniably impressive. Regrettably, he did not possess a Jiu Wei. Yet through thorough comprehension, he had mastered the technique. Thus, teaching Jiu Wei this move would pose no issue. Chapter 27. Capturing the prodigious Jiu Wei, a daring gamble. Yan Shan and Lin Kuan continued their animated dispute, causing the usually reticent Dong Zhang to grow increasingly exasperated, almost driven to join this farcical exchange. Wishing to observe Wu Chong and Xian Du's detached demeanor. Enough. How long will you continue this bickering? Xian Du admonished coolly, asserting that as elite executors of the league, they should possess confidence. If one is self-assured of their strength, why engage in trivial disputes? They could simply return and compete. Lin Kuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He lacked absolute certainty of becoming the strongest, pondering whether to exploit this Jiu Wei for personal gain. Yet, before he could finalize his thoughts, Jiu Wei let out a cry and dashed to Bai Yuling, nuzzling against his cheek. The wild spirit's gesture left the others in no doubt about its implications. Yet how did this Jiu Wei suddenly recognize Bai Yuling as its trainer? Even Wu and I Chong was taken aback, as they observed that Bai Yuling had done nothing at all. This is utterly bizarre. You, what on earth have you done? Lin Kuan shouted angrily at Bai Yuling, appearing ready to strike. Bai Yuling scoffed disdainfully, asking if there was a need for trickery. Observing their recent demeanor, she remarked that it was utterly shameful for elite trainers, asserting that even if she were a Jiu Wei, she would never look upon them favorably. Now, even attempting to forcibly capture a Jiu Wei would be futile. Damn it. So you are Bai Yuling, I will remember you. Lin Kuan said fiercely, contemplating teaching Bai Yuling a lesson through a Pokémon battle, were it not for his uncertainty about her strength. Yinshan sighed, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Wu and I Chong and Xiandu regarded Bai Yuling with an air of mystery, sensing that the bond with the Jiu Wei was far more intricate than it appeared. Gentlemen, how about we make a wager? Are you all considering participating in this year's Alliance tournament? Bai Yuling suggested, suddenly proposing to capture the Jiu Wei with a high-grade Pokeball. Lin Kuan, who was preparing to leave, paused, turning back with a cold smile, inquiring about the implications of such a wager. Let us set a bet then. While the Jiu Wei may be lost, would 100 energy stones not tempt you? 100 energy stones? In the Elite Regional Alliance competition, even finishing in the top 100 only rewards 5 energy stones. 100 energy stones would surely entice even a champion. What do you say? The usually silent Dong Zheng appeared intrigued, asking for the terms. We shall wager on who achieves the highest rank in the upcoming Alliance tournament. Should there be a tie in victories, we will determine the standings based on the ratio of energy stones contributed by each participant. Given the brutal and fierce nature of the tournament, it will surely reflect our respective strengths. As the initiator, I will contribute 50 energy stones as a gesture of goodwill. Xiandu's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit ignited, and he was the first to agree. Excellent. I will offer 40 energy stones. Though the Alliance tournament is not as deadly as a battle to the death, no one would intentionally hold back. Otherwise, what would be the point of participating in the tournament? 50 energy stones? 40 energy stones? The others were momentarily startled by Bai Yuling and Xiandu's boldness. Uncle Yinshan considered for a moment and prudently stated, I prefer to play it safe. How about this? The highest ranker takes 70% of the energy stones. The second place receives 20%, and the third place gets 10%. Otherwise, I will withdraw. Energy stones are incredibly precious. After 20 years as an elite trainer, he had only accumulated a mere 25 stones, all saved for his future ascent to the champion level. Bai Yuling smiled at the others, saying that such an arrangement was acceptable, but their contributions could not be too low. Lin Kuan sneered. Fine, I will offer 20 energy stones. While he lacked confidence in securing first place, surely he could manage third. Wu and I Chong smiled alluringly. Then I shall contribute 21 stones. Uncle Yinshan, biting his lip, reversed his earlier temper and solemnly declared, I will offer 22 stones. Dong Zheng returned to his usual silence, merely stating a number, 23. Lin Kuan frowned, 24 stones. Should he secure third place, it would provide a safety net in case of an upset. Uncle Yinshan decided to go all in, 25 stones. Dong Zheng, 26. Lin Kuan's expression darkened, 27 stones. Uncle Yinshan's face flushed, feeling the strain. Dong Zheng, 28. Lin Kuan's demeanor became thoroughly grim as he coldly stated, 30 stones. This was nearing his limit. Dong Zheng fell silent. Wu and I Chong, however, smiled and said lightly, 32 stones. Lin Kuan's pupils widened in surprise, feeling a surge of wariness towards this woman. This number was precisely at his threshold. A coincidence? Xiandu was now thoroughly fired up. I will add 5 more energy stones to make it an even number. Lin Kuan and Uncle Yinshan felt the pressure rise, as such reasoning seemed to trivialize the value of energy stones. Yet it revealed just how confident Xiandu truly was. What was his true identity? Bai Yuling had already drafted the contract on her Pokédex and solemnly stated, then let us finalize the contract. A total of 210 energy stones. The strongest will receive 147 stones, the second place, 42 stones, and the third place, 21 stones. Hearing such a staggering figure as 147, the remaining participants, aside from the top 3 contributors, felt dizzy. Uncle Yinshan, initially considering a withdrawal, unwittingly signed the contract, his heart racing upon realizing the stakes. He must not lose, otherwise, his dreams of reaching the champion level would be dashed forever. The others wore expressions of excitement tinged with pallor. Losing this competition was not an option. Wu and I Chong smiled. A wager involving 200 energy stones is quite rare among elite trainers, Bai Yuling. You are indeed confident. The 6 of them were the pinnacle of the elite level, their wealth exceeding that of ordinary elite trainers by tenfold. Bai Yuling laughed in return. Not at all. My initial intention was merely to avoid being perceived as having relied on luck to obtain the Jiwei. Wu and Ai-Chong covered her mouth in a gentle laugh, choosing not to comment on the trustworthiness of his words. Suddenly, Xian Du's expression changed. Have we forgotten our mission? Oh yes, we must investigate the depths of Baiyi Forest and uncover the source of this anomaly. I suggest we proceed together, since entering the deeper regions. We have yet to encounter a single Pokémon. Dong Zheng's rare, lengthy statement underscored the seriousness of the situation. The group immediately adopted a serious demeanor as the call of a BB bird echoed nearby. After 3 hours, the 6 of them had thoroughly scoured the depths of Baiyi Forest, inside and out, yet found no signs of irregularity. The Pokémon began to emerge, and the forest regained its erstwhile vitality. Chapter 28. The Disappearing Elite Pokémon. It appeared that the source of the anomaly had either departed or the situation had resolved itself, concluded Uncle Yinshan. What a waste of time. Lin Kuan scoffed, turning to leave the Baiyi Forest on his Pokémon. Dong Zheng followed silently. I shall take my leave as well. I must prioritize training my Pokémon. I entrust you with the report, Uncle Yinshan said to Xian Du, hastily departing on his BB bird. Wu and Ai-Chong smiled. I shall refrain from interfering. Bai Yuling, I look forward to encountering you in the top 100 tournament. The remaining Bai Yuling and Xian Du exchanged glances, with Bai Yuling stating, You have noticed it, have you not? Xian Du replied solemnly. Indeed, the Pokédex indicates only top-tier Pokémon. Not a single elite-level Pokémon has been sighted. While elite Pokémon are rarely seen, this situation is indeed abnormal, given the strength of Baiyi Forest. The elite Pokémon should reign supreme, and would not stir unless absolutely necessary. They could simply focus on their training. Bai Yuling nodded. I have searched thoroughly. There is truly not a single elite Pokémon present. The Divine Miracle System's scan confirmed this with clarity, revealing a maximum level of 90, with not a single Pokémon at level 91, indicating only a preliminary entry into the top tier. This cannot possibly be a coincidence. Pokémon possess exceptional vision, and darkness poses no challenge, especially for elite-level beings. The elite, possessing sharp and discerning gazes, are indeed formidable. Xian Du sighed with concern. Pondering the implications of reporting such matters, the Alliance would merely consider the incident in Baiyi Senlin resolved, without further investigation. Bai Yuling shook his head and remarked that even if more personnel were dispatched for a thorough inquiry, they would likely uncover little of significance. I intend to continue my investigation for a while longer. Bai Yu, you should return for now, he concluded. Xian Du, with a wry smile, acknowledged the possibility. Very well. Should any related developments arise, please inform me at once. Bai Yuling patted Xian Du on the shoulder before departing on his blood-winged dragon. The inky night sky concealed even the moonlight, leaving only the twinkling stars to illuminate the earth. Under the cloak of night, Bai Yuling quietly returned to the trainer's lodge, only to be taken aback by the sight of a stunning woman awaiting him at the entrance. You're back? Has the situation been resolved? Meng Ningyu inquired softly. Bai Yuling instinctively nodded. Without further words, Meng Ningyu brushed past him, leaving him to explain that the tranquility in Baiyi Senlin had been restored, as the source of the anomaly had departed. However, Meng Ningyu merely closed the door to her room slowly. Rubbing the back of his head, Bai Yuling found himself perplexed by his own guilt. Had this matter truly been settled? The following day, Bai Yuling slept until noon, feeling a pang of hunger. After tidying himself up and satisfying his appetite, he searched for Meng Ningyu but found no trace of her. He knocked on her door, wondering if she was still upset. After a prolonged silence, he called out, Miss Meng Ningyu, even if you are still angry, you must eat. At that moment, a passing attendant looked at him quizzically, a hint of mockery in their smile, and said, Sir, there is no need to search further. That beautiful lady left early this morning. She is truly stunning. You should be patient and endure a little temper. If one were to have such a breathtaking beauty as a girlfriend, enduring a bit of annoyance would be nothing. Bai Yuling's expression shifted. He initially felt anger rising, but it quickly deflated. He intended to explain but closed his mouth instead, letting out a soft sigh. He recognized that he was indeed at fault, yet he bore no regrets. Given another chance, he would make the same choice again. Alas, with Meng Ningyu's strength, her safety should be assured, he thought. Meanwhile, a fossil pterodactyl, now thousands of miles away in the sky, called out softly. Meng Ningyu gazed at the blue sky and murmured, I understand. He means well, but this is not the path I desire. I have resolved to become stronger. Little Wing, let us strive together. The fossil pterodactyl responded with unwavering determination, its cheerful spirit causing her speed to increase slightly. Bai Yuling embarked on his journey alone, observing the novel scenery beyond Baiyi Senlin. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of ennui and lacked the enthusiasm to appreciate it. At last, I have encountered a new trainer. A youthful figure wielding a Pokédex blocked his path, beaming with enthusiasm. Come, let us engage in an exhilarating Pokémon battle. I am not in the mood. Please move aside, Bai Yuling replied coldly. Wait, my name is Mu Lin. I've been traveling for 3 months. But the gym challenges are too difficult. and I haven't succeeded yet. That's why I'm seeking new trainers to spar with and enhance my skills. You have no idea. The gym trainer is utterly formidable, and even with type advantages, it's challenging to win. Mu Lin continued to chatter behind Bai Yuling. Yet he chose to ignore him, treating him as a mere nuisance. Hey, brother, I know you're upset, but at least acknowledge me. After half an hour, a parched Mu Lin looked at Bai Yuling with desperation, pondering if his companion might be heartbroken. Ahead, several burly men encircled a trainer with grim expressions, demanding some Pokémon coins from him. Look, 2 more rookie trainers have arrived. One of them exclaimed. Another chance to score big. Hey, you two. Come over and pay your toll. Upon noticing Bai Yuling, the men's faces brightened. Bai Yuling regarded the men with an impassive expression, causing them to shudder as an inexplicable chill enveloped them. Mu Lin, puzzled by the young trainer's predicament, could not fathom why he was paying anything at all. You've just begun your journey, haven't you? Such encounters are unavoidable. It's merely 100 Pokémon coins, not a significant loss. The young trainer explained with a wry smile. Seeing that Mu Lin remained silent, he continued, they can't physically harm you, but they'll follow you around, pretending to be regular trainers, constantly challenging you. If you refuse, unaware trainers may look down on you. If you accept and lose, your Pokémon could be severely injured, hindering your training and plans. Mu Lin exclaimed, "Isn't that extortion?" The young trainer's expression shifted. While his words were true, it was unwise to voice such thoughts aloud. This reckless youth had now stirred trouble. The burly men glared menacingly. You little brat, how dare you call us extortionists? You'll regret this unless you bow down and apologize, or we'll make you pay dearly. We'll make you lose face for half a month. They threatened. The young trainer sighed. Unless one had no shame, in the face of superior skill, retreat was the only option. Mu Lin, his face flushed with anger, declared, Who is afraid? We 3 can join forces. Surely, we can defeat them. The Pokédex indicates they are merely rookie trainers. The young trainer shook his head. That's not the case. They've already attained mediocre skills, but intentionally avoid gym challenges to remain weak. The gap is too vast. And do we even have 3 people? Mu Lin turned to discover that Bai Yuling had already walked away, the thugs making no move to impede his path. Brother, how can you be so heartless? Have you forgotten the friendship we've built on this journey? Mu Lin lamented, hastily chasing after him. Bai Yuling rolled his eyes inwardly. Friendship? It had been quite bothersome. The thugs pursued as well, preparing to continue their taunts. Get lost. Bai Yuling snapped impatiently. You're asking for trouble. You want to escape unscathed. Though the thugs felt an inexplicable trepidation towards Bai Yuling, their tempers flared, overriding their caution. Bloodwing Dragon. Bai Yuling silently commanded, feeling the Pokeball tremble gently in his hand. In the skies, the Bloodwing Dragon, engaged in free training, sensed the call of Bai Yuling and swiftly returned. A streak of red light soared through the air, covering a distance of over 10 miles in merely 10 seconds. Before it appeared before Bai Yuling, affectionately lowering its head. The fierce wind soon subsided as Bai Yuling caressed the dragon's head and coldly uttered a single word, scram. The few ruffians were utterly taken aback and, without a moment's hesitation, fled at their utmost speed. Who could dare provoke a trainer of the Bloodwing Dragon? The young trainers watched in astonishment as Bai Yuling mounted the Bloodwing Dragon and soared towards the city, their eyes filled with envy. Indeed, those born into noble families are truly fortunate, having access to quasi-deity Pokémon from a young age. Mu Lin's eyes also mirrored shock, though it quickly faded, replaced by a downcast demeanor, as if he had suffered a blow. Observing Mu Lin's state, the young trainer sighed, offered a comforting pat on his shoulder, and continued on his way. After a moment, Mu Lin chuckled softly, realizing that someone emerging from Bayou Forest was certainly no ordinary novice trainer. It seemed he had hooked a big fish. In Wuling City, to avoid drawing undue attention, Bai Yuling recalled the Bloodwing Dragon and purposefully headed towards the Wuling Gym. The apprentice at the entrance intercepted Bai Yuling, smiling as he said, Friend, you've taken a wrong turn. The novice gym is in the other direction. Gym apprentices, akin to the master's disciples, assist with various tasks and occasionally receive guidance from the master, making it a commendable position. Many trainers, stuck at a bottleneck, opt to become apprentices. Bai Yuling replied softly, I am here to challenge the elite gym. The apprentice was taken aback, judging by Bai Yuling's age. He appeared not to be over 20. Could he truly be a formidable elite trainer? Haha, after so many days, finally another challenger has arrived. I was beginning to feel stiff with boredom. Upon hearing of the challenger, Chen Wu, the master of the Wuling Gym, was filled with anticipation. Wuling City lacked distinctive features. Despite having an elite gym, few elite trainers would choose to challenge it unless they happened to be passing through. This young lad must be a disciple of some prominent family, he mused. Will it be a 3-on-3 battle, or perhaps a doubles match? Doubles. As it will be the fastest, Bai Yuling responded. Chen Wu paused. You seem rather busy, my young friend. Very well, let us commence. Chen Wu activated the underground elevator passage. The elevator plummeted swiftly, stopping only after a minute. As the lights flared to life, the area illuminated as bright as day. This was an expansive underground space, 20 miles below ground, equivalent to the size of Wu Ling City, towering 10 miles high, suitable for aerial Pokémon battles. The butler, serving as the referee, positioned himself in the center of the arena and began the countdown. The two trainers stood 5 miles apart, with gym trainer Chen Wu releasing his Pokémon first, a Mach-Hop, Elite Level 5, and a Hitmonlee, Elite Level 5. Bai Yuling disregarded the Poc Dex entries, noting that one was level 121 and the other level 120, marking them as average strength for an elite gym. Bai Yuling then unleashed his own Pokémon, the Bloodwing Dragon and the Metagross, two quasi-deities. Moreover, their true power far surpassed the Elite Level 5. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Chen Wu was taken aback, elevating his assessment of Bai Yuling. Only a royal lineage could produce such a young and powerful trainer. Chen Wu's expression turned solemn. In comparison to his opponent, he held an advantage only in combat experience, while all other aspects were to his disadvantage. 3, 2, 1, begin. The gym battle commenced, with the challenger attacking first. Metagross leaped onto the back of the Bloodwing Dragon, moving at high speed. With a single bound, Metagross reached the Bloodwing Dragon's back, and in the next moment, the Bloodwing Dragon transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the sky. Fighting-type moves rarely possess long-range attacks, with only basic skills like Air Slash, advanced skills like Aura Sphere, and the ultimate move, Aura Punch. Thus, battling against an airborne foe posed a considerable disadvantage. Charge up, Chen Wu calmly commanded, and Mach-Hop and Hitmonlee remained as calm as water, having faced countless aerial battles. They exhibited no trace of fear. Hurricane, Future Sight. The red light paused, merely for 2 seconds, before traversing half the distance, as a violent whirlwind emerged, engulfing Mach-Hop and Hitmonlee within its attack range. Metagross, perched atop the Bloodwing Dragon, gleamed with determination, unleashing one of the two ultimate moves of the psychic type, Future Sight. Chen Wu's eyes gleamed with intensity. Show them your synergy, evade together. Mach-Hop and Hitmonlee shouted in unison, leaping into the air. Mach-Hop threw a barrage of punches while Hitmonlee delivered a flurry of kicks. The collision of fists and feet generated a tremendous force, propelling the two Pokémon in opposite directions, astonishingly escaping the storm's attack range. Excellent. Mach-Hop, Aura Punch. Hitmonlee, prepare Aura Sphere for cover. The previous evasion was not an ultimate move, thus the charge effects of both Pokémon remained intact. Bai Yuling silently praised the synchronicity exhibited by the two Pokémon. Achieving such harmony, though appearing simple, was indeed a challenge. Any deviation in force, movement, or direction could lead to tragedy, potentially injuring themselves or being caught in a crossfire. Dragon Dive, targeting Mach-Hop. Psychic Headbutt, attacking Hitmonlee. One of the two ultimate moves of the Dragon type, Dragon Dive, charging with all 1's strength towards the opponent while simultaneously safeguarding oneself, ensuring no harm before the attack is broken. The Bloodwing Dragon seemed to manifest a colossal energy silhouette of itself as it surged towards Mach-Hop. Mach-Hop was still in the midst of charging and could not execute any other actions. Chapter 30. The ultimate moves unveiled. The Aura Sphere blocked the Bloodwing Dragon. Hitmonlee gathered energy to form an Aura Sphere. The charged Aura Sphere's power was amplified by 50%. The semi-transparent Aura Sphere struck fiercely against the charging Bloodwing Dragon. Though it let out a roar, in an instant, it was shattered by Dragon Dive. Remarkably, the energy silhouette surrounding the Bloodwing Dragon also vanished, resulting in a draw. A 1-star Aura Sphere. It seemed only recently attained. Its power had yet to reach 70%. Otherwise, with the charge, it could have undoubtedly shattered the Dragon Dive. Moreover, it was not a steel-type characteristic. Countless brutal battles had endowed Bai Yuling with an exceptional wealth of combat experience, honing his sharp instincts. With a single move, Bai Yuling instantly deduced the information regarding Hitmonlee's Aura Sphere, even delving into the specifics of its power output. The sky exhibited subtle distortions as the Psychic Headbutt surged towards Hitmonlee. Anticipating this, Hitmonlee immediately crouched down to protect its head, shielding its vital areas. The Psychic Headbutt slammed Hitmonlee into the ground, dealing double damage and causing it to emit a muffled groan. Yet at that moment, Mach-Hop had completed its charge, unleashing an Aura Punch that tore through the air, brutally striking at the vulnerable abdomen of the Bloodwing Dragon. At this moment, the Bloodwing Dragon remained in a state of rigidity and could not evade. The initial power of the fighting-type Shinchi Fist is only surpassed by the Dragon-type Longshin Kun, equaling the might of Steel Roar. Its weakness lies in the necessity of charging, resulting in a slower execution. If struck by the Shinchi Fist, the Bloodwing Flying Dragon would suffer a reduction of at least half its vitality under a critical attack. Bai Yuling calmly stated, calculate the trajectory of the Shinchi Fist and collide with it, using Protect to block. The eyes of the Jujin monster sparkled with a plethora of data as it descended from the side of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon, perfectly intercepting the attack of the Shinchi Fist. The protective barrier illuminated, effortlessly warding off the assault. Fei Tui Lang executed his ultimate move, the Sky Kick, leaping towards the heavens with a surge of energy, aiming a powerful kick directly at the belly of the Jujin monster. The Sky Kick. The other ultimate technique of the fighting type is characterized by a speed unmatched among all ultimate moves, even compelling flying Pokémon to remain vigilant, lest they be struck in a critical area. Just as the Sky Kick was about to hit the Jujin monster's vital point, a flash of red light swept by, catching the Jujin monster and narrowly avoiding the kick. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon seized the Jujin monster and immediately turned, manifesting a spectral energy form around it, albeit with subtle differences. The ultimate move of the flying type, the Divine Bird, is similar to the Dragon Dive but distinguished by its superior speed. While the Dragon Dive boasts slightly greater power, the advantage of flying against fighting is significant, and being airborne, evasion is nearly impossible, making a critical hit highly probable. If struck, even without being instantly defeated, the subsequent assaults would surely bring one to the brink of death. Fei Tui Lang maintained a composed demeanor, skillfully adjusting his body while canceling the Sky Kick, turning to observe the movements of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon while continuously kicking upwards to hasten his descent. When he confirmed that the Bloodwing Flying Dragon could not alter its trajectory to evade him, he executed the Protect move. Canceling an ultimate move incurs no adverse effects. Although sustaining the Sky Kick could counter the Divine Bird, facing the Jujin monster head-on would lead to disastrous consequences. The wind howled as the Bloodwing Flying Dragon rushed past Fei Tui Lang. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes, realizing he had miscalculated. The opponent's target was not him. Below, Chun Wu observed this scene and immediately commanded, quickly, use high-speed movement and escape in the opposite direction of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon. Ultimate moves are notoriously difficult to control unless there is ample space of over 10 miles. Otherwise, turning is virtually impossible. In an instant, Fei Tui Lang transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving at a speed comparable to the Divine Bird. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon exerted all its might to command the Divine Bird, finally locking onto Fei Tui Lang just as he escaped its range. Halt, Fei Tui Lang. Prepare to use Protect. Chun Wu sighed, lamenting the situation. In doubles, cooperation is paramount, and now they could only rely on Protect to delay until reuniting with Fei Tui Lang. A slight smirk appeared on Bai Yuling's lips as 10 seconds elapsed, and the eyes of the Jujin monster glimmered with insight, activating its ability to predict the future. This ability allows the user to initiate an attack within a range of 3 to 30 seconds, requiring the locking of a position. If the opponent is within the designated area when the time arrives, they are automatically targeted. The Jujin monster's proficiency in this ability allowed it to lock onto a range of 988 meters. Mysterious forces of delayed time surged towards Fei Tui Lang. Over 500 meters away, the distorted waves rapidly approached him, prompting Fei Tui Lang to instinctively activate Protect, yet he was still a moment too late. The overwhelming damage from the opposing type inflicted a painful cry from him. Endure, quickly use Protect. We have undergone so much rigorous training, we cannot fall so easily. Chun Wu, recovering from the shock of the sudden attack, shouted words of encouragement. Under the lights, the massive shadow of the Bloodwing Flying Dragon loomed closer. Fei Tui Lang's body trembled, yet his eyes began to shine with determination. Lang. He released his pain through a cry, and a radiant glow enveloped him. Chun Wu's face illuminated with joy, exclaiming, well done. However, in the next instant, another distorted, translucent attack struck, the Jujin monster's mind hammer. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon, accompanied by the spectral image of the Divine Bird, collided with Fei Tui Lang, sending him hurtling away for an immeasurable distance. The monitoring screens of the underground arena displayed Fei Tui Lang's current state, suspended in midair with closed eyes, slipping into a near-death state, devoid of combat capability. The Jujin monster's eyes flickered with brilliance, activating Predict the Future once more, targeting the landing point of Fei Tui Lang, with a time frame of no less than 3 seconds. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon regained its composure, immediately unleashing the Divine Bird towards Fei Tui Lang, who was still suspended in the air. While the Jujin monster fell into a state of rigidity, Fei Tui Lang had already cancelled Protect to avoid unnecessary waste and was gathering energy, preparing to unleash the Jinshi Fist at maximum speed. Observing the incapacitated Fei Tui Lang, he felt a pang of guilt. Had he not charged the Jinshi Fist and instead used the Destruction Beam to restrain the Jujin monster, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, there is no room for what-ifs. The fury within him ignited as he launched the Jinshi Fist with ferocity. In a direct confrontation, this Jinshi Fist would undoubtedly shatter the Dragon Dive, inflicting considerable damage upon the Bloodwing Flying Dragon. Bai Yuling coolly stated, Jujin monster, Protect, repeating a familiar tactic. The Jujin monster activated Protect, effortlessly nullifying the unstoppable Jinshi Fist. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon, with slight adjustments, directed the Divine Bird to strike the rigid head of Fei Tui Lang, executing a double critical hit, augmented by its own type bonuses, equivalent to 6 ultimate moves of non-resistant types. This exceeded Fei Tuelang's capacity to endure, resulting in an instant defeat. Chapter 31 concluded with a countdown of 15 seconds. Predict the Future was simultaneously activated, locking onto the airborne Fei Tuelang. A flash of red light appeared as Chun Wu, having foreseen this moment, recalled Fei Tuelang. If the divine bird had not landed a critical hit, this strike from Predict the Future would similarly incapacitate Fei Tuelang. Your flawless command leaves me in awe, and I concede my defeat with admiration. It is the first time I have been bested so thoroughly by a trainer. Even when facing a dominant trainer, I managed to hold out for over a minute. The referee, taken aback, had yet to announce Fei Tuelang's incapacitation. The timer shifted from 14 seconds to 15 seconds. This battle, from inception to conclusion, transpired in a mere 14 seconds. What a spectacular match, rivaling the finals of the Regional League Championship seen on screen, perhaps even surpassing it in excitement. This is the Wu Ling Wei Zhang, an honor to bestow upon a trainer of your caliber. May I inquire your name? Chen Wu. Visibly excited, presented by Yu Ling with a badge. Crafted from special materials through unique methods, the badge shimmered with a platinum glow. Bai Yuling accepted the badge, smiling at Chun Wu as she extended her hand, stating, Bai Yuling, thank you for your guidance. Chun Wu eagerly grasped her hand, expressing, not at all. It is I who have greatly benefited from your insights. This match has been a profound awakening for me, and I am sincerely grateful. Only one point remains unclear. I wonder if you could enlighten me. Bai Yuling slightly nodded, already surmising what Chun Wu wished to inquire. If Fei Tiangao had speculated another possibility. At the moment when the blood-winged flying dragon rushed past, Fei Tiangao could undoubtedly have struck its abdomen, adding a frozen fist. The blood-winged flying dragon would surely have lost its combat capability. My Fei Tiangao possesses such potential. For an ordinary person, Chun Wu might have thought it was merely a gamble, yet Bai Yuling sensed a deeper reason. This question, if one calms their mind and contemplates it thoroughly, leads to an easy answer. Bai Yuling spoke meaningfully, retracting his spirit and walking towards the elevator. The master of the arena is the Metagross. With it present, Fei Tiangao stands no chance. The butler referee remarked, attentively observing the surveillance footage. He comprehended the situation more clearly than the master. Metagross was already poised to unleash its ultimate move. Had Fei Tiangao chosen to attack the blood-winged flying dragon, Metagross's psychic technique would surely have been triggered. Alas, how could I have overlooked this? The pressure it exerts is immense. Yet, I still underestimated it. The elite-level control ability can stabilize energy for an ultimate technique in but a second. Both Metagross and blood-winged flying dragon have reached this pinnacle. Perhaps both spirits possess elite peak combat power. I eagerly anticipate the heights Bai Yuling will reach in the future. His opponent's quasi-god seems still in a growth phase, yet already so formidable. Surely, he will ascend to the ranks of kings, and should latent potential erupt at that time, he would not be a weakling even among kings. With aspirations of reaching the Titan level, Chun Wu's eyes were filled with envy. This is the foundation of a prominent family. His quick fist and Fei Tiangao have already unleashed their potential and reached their peak, yet enhancing their strength now is twice, if not 4 times, as difficult compared to their maturity phase. It seems he may never reach the realm of kings in this lifetime. The Titan, a superlative existence that countless trainers yearn for. Achievement unlocked. First badge. Congratulations on becoming a third-rate trainer. The world will reward you with 10 contribution points, bringing your total to 1,010 points. Bai Yuling's Pokédex announced its congratulations. A third-rate trainer is easily attainable by anyone, and a reward of 10 contribution points is already commendable. Contribution points cannot be exchanged or traded. Anything purchasable with Pokémon currency can also be acquired with contribution points. And invaluable treasures like energy stones and energy artifacts can also be redeemed with contribution points. This offers all trainers a fair and equal opportunity to ascend to the highest halls. A notification chimed. The Pokédex displayed another message. Bai Yuling, thank you for promptly notifying the Alliance of the Crisis in Baiyi City and for stalling the rampaging spirits to buy time for Baiyi City, as well as for daringly exploring the source of the forest turmoil alongside Xian Du and other 2-star elite executors. Your actions have contributed to the Alliance, and following discussions, the Alliance rewards you with 1,000 contribution points. Bai Yuling felt a measure of surprise. It seems Xian Du spoke highly of him during the report, resulting in an unexpected reward of 1,000 contribution points. While becoming an elite trainer grants 5,000 contribution points, that is a reward bestowed by the world will, and each tier of trainer can only receive it once. Acquiring contribution points through other means is exceedingly challenging. 100 contribution points can be exchanged for an energy stone, the simplest way for an ordinary trainer to obtain one. Next, Bai Yuling's goal is to challenge the ordinary level dojo in Wuling City, and the spirit he shall summon is Jiu Wei. However, prior to that, he must train Jiu Wei for a few more days to learn several crucial skills. Otherwise, encountering a countering spirit would be quite troublesome. A week passed in intensive training. On that morning, Bai Yuling arrived at the building housing the ordinary level dojo. where the words ordinary dojo were simply carved above the entrance. It seems this dojo trainer does not pay much attention to the dojo. Unlike the previous Wuling dojo, challengers here are abundant. There were already hundreds waiting in line. New challengers, please come forward to register. What is the strength of your spirits so we can arrange your opponents? Peak of first rate. What? The registering dojo apprentice exclaimed in astonishment. One must acquire 8 badges to become a second-rate trainer. A third-rate trainer possessing first-rate strength, especially at its peak, is truly rare. Noticing the other's skepticism, Bai Yuling, unwilling to waste time, promptly showed his Jiu Wei's Pokédex level. Then, you may proceed directly inside. I will notify the master right away. For only the master can guide you. The dojo apprentice gazed in astonishment at Bai Yuling's retreating figure. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, though seemingly so young. He stands on par with a dojo master who has trained for over a decade. However, obtaining a badge is no easy feat. To become a master, one must possess strength at least at the upper echelon of the first rate. Hey, why does he get to challenge the master directly? At that moment, a trainer still waiting in line was incensed. Why must they toil in line? Unless the master has ample free time. Only a maximum of 10 trainers can receive guidance from the master daily. In a bustling city, securing a battle with the master is no simple task. Because he possesses a spirit at the peak of the first rate. Facing the crowd's ire, the dojo apprentice simply stated calmly. Their anger dissipated instantly. Under such circumstances, it is only natural. They were not even second-rate trainers, so it would suffice for them to remain in line and battle with the second-rate dojo disciples for guidance. Chapter 32. The Strength of Jiu Wei. Master Song Lin is a voluptuous, mature woman. Upon seeing Bai Yuling's youth, her eyes instantly lit up. It has been a long time since I encountered such a young first-rate trainer. If you were not born into a prominent family, you could be regarded as a prodigy. Bai Yuling remained composed. I am Bai Yuling. May we begin? Song Lin reacted similarly to Chen Wu. You are indeed eager. Very well. Which type of battle do you choose? 3 versus 3. In the subterranean arena, Master Song Lin first released her spirit, a Blastoise. Blastoise, peak of the first rate, level 99, mature phase. It appears this master has not been in the role for long. She is a typical accumulation type trainer. Trainers like this choose to become dojo trainers merely to amass strength, despite lingering at the first rate for 5 or 6 years. Upon eruption, they may very well possess elite mid-tier strength within a year and break through to the realm of kings in a few years. Bai Yuling also summoned his spirit. A mystical Jiu Wei appeared on the field. The 9 glossy tails, dark as night, fanned out like a peacock's plumage, swaying gently. Illuminated under the light as if imbued with magic, irresistibly drawing all gazes towards it. Song Lin's eyes flickered with admiration. What a stunning Jiu Wei. Jiu Wei, level 90. Growth phase 90. Potential development 701510. For unknown reasons, the potential previously lacking in Jiu Wei has been reactivated and supplemented by 10. Ability, Blaze, absorbs the opponent's flames temporarily. Storing them, the next fire-type skill unleashed will additionally carry the power value of the opponent's fire-type skill. Black Abyss Flame. This unknown ability was suddenly detected by the system while training Jiu Wei, and after numerous tests. Parts of this ability's effects have been analyzed. In the critical moments of the Jiu Wei crisis, or when emotions reach their zenith, the flames that erupt transform into a pitch-black hue, enhancing their potency by approximately 50% and exhibiting corrosive properties. This phenomenon led Bai Yuling to aptly name it He Shi Yin, Black Corrosive Flame. After enduring a single strike from this formidable attack, the Bloodwing Dragon expressed its apprehension, indicating that if they were of equal rank, it could potentially lose around 60% of its vitality in one blow. The He Shi Yin had altered the attributes of its signature move, transcending the mere classification of fire. The properties that typically counter it were rendered ineffective, and the corrosive burn effect would continuously diminish the opponent's vitality. This characteristic was utterly monstrous. However, after utilizing it once, the Jiu Wei would experience a period of mental fatigue, leading to diminished training efficiency and impacting its growth rate. Hence, unless in crucial battles, Bai Yuling would refrain from employing this move, even at the risk of defeat. Furthermore, Bai Yuling harbored a deep-seated dread of this peculiar and overwhelmingly powerful trait, which always left him with an ominous feeling. Was it plausible for an ordinary mutated spirit to exhibit such a characteristic? Absolutely not. Mastering its signature moves, Jiu Wei possessed frequently used techniques such as Yixing Huiyin Xuanhua, One-Star Flame Vortex, Fire Breath, Yangguang Laiyan, Sunlight Flame, Fire Fong, Thunderbolt, Dazabao Yin, Great Explosion Flame, Earthquake, Dig, Steel Tail, Telekinesis, and Destruction Beam. The ultimate attack, Burning Out, and Flame Charge were also part of its repertoire. Due to its wild nature, although it had learned numerous skills, they were disorganized and overlapped with some being entirely unnecessary. Thus, Bai Yuling recommended that many of Jiu Wei's moves be abandoned, instructing the Bloodwing Dragon to teach Jiu Wei Earthquake and the Steel Titan to impart telekinesis. Over the course of 7 days, Jiu Wei managed to learn 2 advanced skills outside its type, one of which was the earthquake move that counters its own type. It must be said that Jiuwei's 7-star demon talent truly lived up to its reputation. Had it received systematic guidance, it might have mastered all primary combat moves completely, rather than being a distance away from achieving perfection. However, Bai Yuling was pleased to discover that Jiuwei had cultivated the Flame Vortex to a perfect 1-star level. Were it not for its insufficient raw power, the Flame Vortex could have reached the 2-star tier. The Fire type also lacked area attack moves, yet the Flame Vortex, upon reaching 5 stars, became the most expansive attack within its category. Most importantly, Bai Yuling had grasped the profound essence of the Flame Vortex, and upon successful cultivation, its range rivaled that of the Flying type's ultimate group attack, Shenke's Divine Wind. Once Jiuwei attained elite status, it could commence its training. Additionally, it had learned the Yangguang Lian move, which concentrated the surrounding vitality to form a beam attacking the opponent, demonstrating effectiveness against water and ground rock types. This long-range attack greatly mitigated Jiuwei's disadvantage against adversaries with countering attributes. If it could learn one move each from ice, fighting, and ghost types, it would parallel the former partnership of Bloodwing Dragon and Steel Titan, achieving countering capabilities across all attributes. The ice and ghost types presented little challenge to Jiuwei. However, the fighting type posed a 3-star difficulty, more daunting than the countering earthquake move. Indeed, Jiuwei's claws were as sharp as those of other spirits, making attacks and digging effortless. Yet the immense strength required for fighting type moves rendered Jiuwei completely inadequate. The difficulty of mastering signature moves generally correlates with the time invested multiplied by the difficulty level. The learning time is based on the duration an ordinary spirit requires to focus on mastering the skill, ensuring that skill acquisition does not hinder the development of other moves. Thus, the total training time can be inferred from the daily practice duration. Nonetheless, each spirit is unique, and the learning time will fluctuate, making it impossible for even the most esteemed Pokémon experts to predict accurately. For signature moves, those of the same type or suitable for the skill experience reduced difficulty. 1-star skills represent normal difficulty, aligning with learning time, while unsuitable moves and countering techniques are rated 2 stars, doubling the difficulty. Those that are extremely unsuitable and exhibit 4 times the countering effects are rated 3 stars, quadrupling the difficulty. Upon reaching 3-star difficulty, mere time is insufficient for mastery. Without opportunity, one might invest 10-fold or even 100-fold in time and still fail to learn. The legendary 5-star highest difficulty may require a century of focused training for even a chance at success, existing solely in records. The earthquake move required 20 days for training, with Jiuwei facing a 2-star difficulty, necessitating 40 days under normal conditions. However, with its 7-star demon aptitude being 10 times that of an ordinary elite's comprehension, coupled with the meticulous guidance from the Steel Titan and Bloodwing Dragon, Jiuwei mastered this skill in under 5 days. The telekinesis move took 16 days to train, with Jiuwei being suitable for this skill, thus having the difficulty to 1 star. Ultimately, the training time was 16 days, allowing it to master the skill in less than a day. The remaining time was dedicated to refining these 2 new moves, ensuring no errors would arise during battles. Step by step, Bai Yuling contemplated which ice and ghost-type moves would best leverage Jiuwei's strengths. Envisioning the future trajectory for Jiuwei, Bai Yuling fell into a semi-meditative state and addressed Jiuwei, saying, "Jiuwei, in this match, I shall not direct you. I wish to see the extent of your capabilities. Combat awareness and experience are often challenging to discern and cannot be fully showcased during training. Only through cumulative observation can one derive conclusions." Bai Yuling merely sought to gauge how effectively Jiuwei could unleash its power and the level of its combat prowess. Jiuwei nodded, focusing intently on the opposing Shuijian Gui, water turtle. Although its strength had just been suppressed to an equivalent level, the countering attributes rendered its fiery traits nearly nullified, placing it at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 33, The Wise Jiuwei. Both sides summoned their spirits, and the countdown began. 10. With the referee's signal, Jiuwei sprang into action. Thunder rumbled as a colossal bolt of lightning descended directly upon the Shuijian Gui, water gun, dispelling the lightning. Water pulse. The 1-star water gun, though appearing diminutive compared to water cannon, concentrated energy no less formidable, effortlessly shattering the lightning and leaving a surplus. Moreover, the energy of 1-star skills requires little to stabilize, and in an instant, a massive water sphere materialized before the Shuijian Gui, shooting toward Jiuwei. Water pulse. Wei. Jiuwei emitted an elegant low growl, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the water sphere. Explosion. Song Lin commanded. The water pulse exploded, forming a water ring, but the front was countered by the jet of flames. Surf move. A colossal wave surged toward Jiuwei. Cornered from the outset, Jiuwei's agile gaze surveyed the surroundings. Its body engulfed in flames as it prepared to unleash its ultimate fire technique, Flame Charge. Jiuwei charged toward the water pulse, seamlessly slipping through the gap, and then plunged into the towering wave. Hiss hiss. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. The water cannon surged forth, vanishing into the mist, leaving uncertainty as to whether it struck its target. Song Lin and the Shuijian Gui cautiously monitored the fog. 1 second, 2 seconds, still no movement. Panic set in as Song Lin realized Jiu Wei must be taking a risk within the fog, likely fortifying itself while canceling its move. The fog seemed to distort ahead, prompting Song Lin to narrow her eyes, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. No, that was a psychic move. Water. The water turtle suddenly cried out in anguish, evidently having endured an assault. The originally inconspicuous psychic move was rendered more elusive under the veil of mist. The water turtle only discerned the attack's traces just before it struck. The accumulated power, amplified to a formidable 15-fold, was no trivial matter. Thunder roared as a bolt of lightning appeared, striking fiercely towards the water turtle. In response, it executed its protective move, enduring the pain as a luminous shield manifested. Absorbing the lightning's impact without a trace, the water turtle decided to unleash its rapid spin technique, seamlessly transitioning into the water gun move. It swiftly retracted into its shell, spinning at high velocity before launching the water gun with ferocity. The water gun swept through the air, rapidly revolving in every direction, threatening from all angles. The Ninetales, utilizing high-speed movement to circle behind the water turtle, was caught off guard by this unexpected attack. Although its sharp reflexes allowed it to evade the first wave, it was inadvertently struck by the subsequent water blast, sending it hurtling away. The damage, being of a type it was weak against, elicited a pained cry from the Ninetales. But it quickly suppressed the agony. In that fleeting moment of contact, the injury was deemed negligible. Now, it was time to engage directly. Flames ignited upon the Ninetales, which charged forward, shielded by the inferno, towards the airborne water turtle. The water gun was swiftly evaporated by the flames. Just as I had hoped, water turtle. Unleash the hydro cannon and break through. The water turtle ceased its spinning, shaking off the dizziness thanks to rigorous training, and quickly targeted its foe. A colossal column of water erupted forth, engulfing the Ninetales in an instant. After a brief pause, this ultimate move concluded with the water turtle having a slight edge. Yet the residual power failed to inflict significant damage upon the Ninetales. As the mist rose, Song Lin felt no trepidation. She understood that the Ninetales and water turtle were both in a state of rigidity. Use surf to submerge the mist, then unleash earthquake. Once revitalized, the water turtle gathered energy to generate a massive wave, surging towards that area. The recovering Ninetales could only brace itself or attempt to escape with high-speed movement. A confident smile graced Song Lin's face, for the concealed Ninetales could hardly evade the impending earthquake. However, Bai Yuling's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Recalling how this Ninetales had once eluded their search, the surf overwhelmed the mist as the water turtle leapt high, targeting the area surrounding the mist with its earthquake. Yet, at that moment, the ground nearby suddenly trembled as well. The Ninetales, not good, cancel the earthquake and use protect, Song Lin exclaimed. This Ninetales could even dig. Mastering this move was a 2-star difficulty, typically practiced when its growth rate was somewhat slower. The water turtle reacted instantly, calmly redirecting the energy from the earthquake into a protective barrier. As the lightning descended, illuminating the water turtle, it merged with its form. Yet, the water turtle was a heartbeat too late, and the brilliance dissipated. As the Ninetales executed 2 advanced moves in succession, it required a brief moment to regain composure, granting the water turtle an opportunity to recover. Before the next lightning strike could arrive, the water turtle emerged from its pain and promptly utilized its protective move. 1 bolt of lightning and 1 charged psychic power later, the water turtle had lost approximately 35% of its stamina, whereas the Ninetales only absorbed a slight residual effect. Its energy shield mitigating the impact with minimal depletion. With the distance between them now shortened, the water turtle's advantage as a stationary artillery piece diminished, and its speed could not compare to that of the Ninetales, resulting in a reversal of fortunes in favor of the latter. The Ninetales dashed towards the water turtle's rear, a flicker of electricity dancing at its mouth, readying its thunder fawn. Earthquake, Song Lin called out, her gaze fixed on the water turtle. It immediately canceled its protect, leaping high to execute the earthquake. The Ninetales seized the moment, leaping just as the water turtle was about to land, aiming to bite down on it. The water turtle touched the ground, yet no tremor followed. The cannon had unknowingly locked onto the Ninetales. Hydro cannon. A massive column of water erupted violently. The hydro cannon grazed past the Ninetales, which had cunningly feigned an attack, instead leaping toward the water turtle's flank, having quietly canceled its thunder fawn. A narrow miss. 2 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, perfectly targeting the water turtle caught in a rigid state. Boom. The 3rd bolt of lightning crashed down upon the water turtle, which had just regained its mobility. A fiery vortex, flawlessly executed, delivered a final blow to the still-standing water turtle. It swayed precariously before collapsing, its eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. The Ninetales was now fully engulfed in a frenzy of energy, unable to utilize any moves for 3 seconds. It roared triumphantly. The exhilarating thrill of a neck-and-neck battle was an experience it had never known before. The pride of victory brought joy to its heart. Song Lin gazed at the exalted Ninetales, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Such an astute and agile spirit was truly enviable. The final, connecting fiery vortex was indeed magnificent. Otherwise, had the water turtle activated its torrent trait, a single hydro pump could have rivaled the earlier hydro cannon in might. Essentially an ultimate move without side effects that could have easily reversed the outcome at any moment. Chapter 34, Battle against Longlongian. Now it is your turn, defeat it, Longlongian. The colossal rock spirit, towering at 4 meters, gazed coldly at the diminutive Ninetales. Once again, it bore a type advantage, and this time, it was a close-range battle. Far superior to the water turtle. Noting that Bai Yuling had no intention of recalling the Ninetales, the referee announced the continuation of the battle. The Ninetales leapt forward without hesitation, its lithe form soaring gracefully through the air, yet upon landing, it caused the ground to quake. Earthquake, yet another move. Song Lin, astonished, couldn't help but smile ruefully. The training time for Earthquake exceeded that of Dig by 5 days, and coupled with the inapplicability of Lightning for the Ninetales, it was a 2-star difficulty requiring only slightly less time than Earthquake. How could such a young creature have amassed so much time to learn 2-star techniques? With a resounding roar, Longlongian summoned rocks from thin air, emitting a brief cry of distress. The rock slide was interrupted by the Ninetales Earthquake. The Ninetales seized the opportunity, its form racing forward as a subtle glow enveloped its body. Sunlight Flame. Song Lin was left in a state of shock. Even if the Ninetales unleashed a water-type move now, she would likely accept it immediately. Longlongian, jump to evade, and let's return the favor with an earthquake. The 4-fold effective Sunlight Flame surged forth. Longlongian observed calmly, calculating the trajectory of the beam mid-air, and with a leap, narrowly avoided the oncoming light. It descended with even greater force, causing the ground around the Ninetales to tremble violently. The Ninetales could only leap high to evade the quaking earth. Unleash the rock slide once more, commanded Song Lin. A massive energy rock hurtled toward the airborne Jiawei. With no option for evasion, Jiawei could only retaliate. The fiery blast erupted in a grand arc, colliding with the rock slide. However, in this exchange, Jiawei found itself at a disadvantage against the rumbling rock, and the fiery assault was overwhelmed, dissipating under the onslaught. The remaining energy rocks continued their relentless descent. Flame Burst. Jiawei calmly executed the move, neutralizing the rocks before swiftly altering its trajectory to counter the incoming rock slide from another angle. Should it resort to a non-sustained attack, it would undoubtedly be struck by the rock slide. Prepare for Earthquake. A fleeting look of regret crossed Song Lin's eyes. They were on the brink of delivering a severe blow to Jiawei. Yet, having evaded the initial strike, could it escape the follow-up? The sustained output of Flame Burst finally shattered the rock slide, but Jiawei found itself in an even more perilous position, descending toward the ground while the rumbling rock leapt high. Bai Yuling, observing the duel, heightened her focus. What strategy would Jiawei employ against the unavoidable earthquake? The simplest option was to use Protect, but that might lead to an even graver situation. If forced to jump once, it could be compelled to jump again. Jiawei aimed the Flame Burst downward. The cold gaze of the rumbling rock glimmered with contempt. A futile struggle would only lead to further despair. However, the Flame Burst was brief, affording Jiawei a momentary suspension in midair. A radiant glow enveloped it, coalescing into a beam directed at the rumbling rock. As Jiawei landed, the earthquake reverberated painfully within, yet its gaze remained fixed on the rumbling rock. The fiery sunlight, under its command, targeted the rock's vulnerable mouth, unable to evade the impending strike. The rumbling rock tilted its head, bracing for the sunlight's assault. The rumble of the rock was more agonizing than that of Jiawei, as the sunlight's intensity, quadrupled in effectiveness, inflicted greater damage than the 3-fold damage suffered by Jiawei. Song Lin's expression faltered. She had not anticipated that the unguided Jiawei would resort to such a mutual destruction tactic. Bai Yuling was taken aback, but quickly realized, having been a wild spirit for so long, Jiawei had undoubtedly encountered countless battles and was well versed in the art of mutual destruction. Both Jiawei and the rumbling rock regained their composure, with the latter furiously hurling a large boulder before charging at Jiawei. Yet, Jiawei swiftly burrowed underground, the rock slide crashing onto the earth above with a thunderous boom. Calming herself, she commanded a stomp to force Jiawei back out. The rumbling rock raised its foot and stomped down, causing the ground to quake. Once more, seeing the still ground, Song Lin felt a twinge of confusion. The earth trembled again, yet still, there was no movement. Unleash Earthquake directly. Its range surpasses Stomp significantly, and the damage underground is far greater than on the surface. If Jiawei does not surface, it will have no chance. The rumbling rock leapt into the air, and almost simultaneously, Jiawei sprang forth, turning its back to the rumbling rock. A prime opportunity. Use Rock Cannon. Song Lin's eyes lit up, signaling the rumbling rock. It seemed that Jiawei was unaware of their actions while underground. The rumbling rock, understanding its trainer's intent, canceled the earthquake and prepared for the ultimate ground-type move, rock cannon. A beam of dark yellow light, akin to rock, rapidly coalesced and then surged toward Jiawei. Jiawei turned to survey the battlefield, realizing the fierce rock cannon was upon it. Yet, an air of relief washed over Jiawei as it activated Protect just in time to block the rock cannon. As a move bestowed by the will of the world, Protect was fundamentally different from other moves. No attack exceeding Jiawei's protective limits could harm it in the slightest. The moment the rock cannon dissipated, Jiawei simultaneously dropped the shield, unleashing an even more ferocious blast of sunlight. While underground, it had not merely been hiding. It had been gathering energy while listening intently to the sounds above, speculating the opponent's actions. The sunlight accurately struck the rumbling rock, now in a rigid state. Even as it turned its head to use its sturdy rock body as a shield, the damage, exceeding 6 times the norm, rendered it incapable of continuing the fight. Jiawei let out a melodious and triumphant cry. Song Lin could only smile wryly. She had lost hope for victory. This Jiawei was exceptionally formidable, not only due to its strength, but also its wealth of experience and cunning tactics. Come forth, Zhujuan Guai. The Zhujuan Guai, a water and ground-type hybrid, had only one weakness, grass, and it was 4 times as vulnerable to it. Against a spirit lacking grass-type moves, it was more fearsome than even a quasi-deity. Yet still, this could not allow her to face a 3-on-1 scenario. It was a matter of her pride. Zhujuan Guai, our sole objective is to defeat that Jiawei. Zhujuan Guai responded confidently, facing a Jiawei whose stamina was nearly halved. Even with its sunlight flames, it felt assured of victory. It was the trump card of its trainer. Chapter 35, The Pride of Jiawei, The Pitch-Black Flames. Water Cannon. The battle commenced as Zhujuan Guai unleashed a water cannon toward Jiawei. In response, Jiawei met it head-on with a flame burst. After a moment, the water cannon and flame burst collided and neutralized each other. Fire blast. This time, Jiawei seized the initiative. Water cannon. Maintain pressure. Zhujuan Guai launched another water cannon, which neutralized the fire blast, but continued forward, obscured by a mist that hampered its precision. Zhujuan Guai swept the area, but after finding no target, ceased its futile assault. It must be on the ground, using earthquake. Song Lin stated confidently. Earthquake. It was as she expected, as Jiawei leapt into the air. Allowing a brief moment for Zhujuan Guai to stabilize its energy, Song Lin commanded, water cannon. A competent trainer would never allow a second chance. Jiawei resolutely unleashed its flames once more. Otherwise, it would find itself in a dire predicament. The mist swirled as the fire dragon consumed the water cannon, advancing toward Zhujuan Guai. Endure it, and deliver a final blow with the hydro cannon. Song Lin declared coldly. If it landed, Jiawei would be left with no more than 20% of its stamina. Zhujuan Guai locked onto Jiawei's position, closing its eyes and bracing itself for the oncoming flames. Energy within it began to stir. The flames engulfed Zhujuan Guai, and a moment later, a massive water column resembling a dragon surged from the flames toward Jiawei. Given the distance, Jiawei managed to recover from its rigid state just before the water dragon struck. But it was too late to deploy the slower protect move. Evasion was an impossibility. Its sleek tail shimmered with a metallic sheen, gracefully blocking Jiawei's path. The anguished cries of the Jiawei echoed as its form was hurled backward by a powerful column of water, propelled a full 3 miles before it finally met the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Giga Marsh monster unleashed its ultimate move, the Earth Wave. A formidable enhancement of an earthquake that shook the very ground with greater magnitude and wider reach. The Giga Marsh monster precisely targeted the spot where Jiawei would land. Energy surged rapidly along the earth, reaching its destination in mere seconds, causing the ground to tremble violently. In a flash, a golden figure leaped forth, revealing Jiawei, who had activated its high-speed movement to evade the expansive seismic area. Without hesitation, Jiawei unleashed a solar flare aimed directly at the Giga Marsh monster, the flames crossing a distance of 2 miles in an instant. However, the gap was too vast for it to catch its opponent off guard, allowing the Giga Marsh monster ample time to evade. With a sudden leap, it coldly regarded the solar flare as it soared past. Jiawei quietly amassed energy, preparing for its next move as it approached with remarkable speed. The Giga Marsh monster attempted to counter with a water gun, a move swifter than the water cannon. Yet it could not land a hit on Jiawei, and could only watch helplessly as Jiawei closed in, at a distance of 1 mile. Evading the impending attack became exceedingly difficult for Jiawei, which narrowly avoided several strikes. The Giga Marsh monster then initiated a tsunami attack, a move with a range surpassing that of the Earth Wave, rendering Jiawei unable to escape. Massive waves surged forth, crashing down like dark clouds upon Jiawei. Yet, in a remarkable display, Jiawei accelerated dramatically, far surpassing what Song Lin had anticipated. By harnessing its energy and speed, Jiawei's velocity doubled, almost appearing as a phantom as it shifted to the rear of the Giga Marsh monster. The crashing waves roared, but Jiawei had already vanished from sight. A radiant flame shot forth, striking the Giga Marsh monster's body. Fortunately, Jiawei needed a moment to recover and could not pursue. The Giga Marsh monster, freed from its rigid state, retaliated with a water cannon, but the distorted air caused by the attack inflicted pain, slightly altering its trajectory. With a timely sidestep, Jiawei narrowly avoided the strike. Use water pulse. Song Lin's voice grew frantic. The Giga Marsh monster expelled a large water sphere that immediately burst open, creating a wave that left Jiawei with no choice but to leap or clash head-on. Without hesitation, Jiawei opted for a direct confrontation, unleashing a fiery explosion that pierced through the water pulse, with the remnants of the flames racing through the mist toward the Giga Marsh monster. Use Earthquake. The Giga Marsh monster, in perfect sync with Song Lin, promptly understood the command. It leaped halfway before crashing down, causing a tremor that coincided with the flames engulfing it. Jiawei's cries of agony momentarily eased Song Lin's tension, as her calculations indicated that Jiawei's remaining stamina could not endure the double-effective earthquake move. However, a skilled trainer never lets down their guard. Thus, when a faint glimmer emerged from the white mist, Song Lin shouted, "Protect!" Instinctively, the Giga Marsh monster activated its shield, barely deflecting the solar flare. A whirlpool of flames erupted simultaneously, enveloping the Giga Marsh monster. With numerous small wounds covering its body, Jiawei panted heavily. Song Lin's expression softened slightly. Though unsure of where her calculations faltered, it was evident that Jiawei was on its last legs. The Giga Marsh monster was poised for victory. Having avoided a complete defeat, Jiawei, gasping for breath, realized that had it not been for its steel tail mitigating part of the water cannon's damage, it would have already succumbed. Now, with little stamina left, any attack could spell its downfall. Yield, you are formidable. Had you not faced 2 battles prior? In a fair fight, my Giga Marsh monster may not have triumphed over you. You have already proven your might. Song Lin expressed her sincere admiration. The Giga Marsh monster agreed silently, though it believed it could still contend in a fair duel. Nevertheless, it acknowledged the strength of Jiawei, especially since it had overcome 2 of its companions. With that thought, it conceded that the odds were not in its favor. Jiawei remained undeterred. As this was its first official battle, victory was imperative. It understood that whether facing the Giga Gold monster or the Bloodwing dragon, defeating 3 opponents was not an insurmountable task. Though it currently fell short, surrender was not an option. It was a matter of pride and resolve. Jiawei's resounding cry resonated with its unwavering will, a conviction that no one could shake. Gather energy. I feel your determination. So, Giga Marsh monster, let us greet our esteemed opponent with our most powerful move. Inspired by Jiawei's spirit, Song Lin declared, Giga Marsh monster, let us unleash our might. With a low growl, the Giga Marsh monster began to gather energy, adopting a solemn and earnest demeanor as it prepared its most formidable move, the Wrath of the Earth. The Earth's weight lent a dark yellow hue to the Giga Marsh monster's form, yet it radiated power as it charged toward Jiawei with an overwhelming force. Jiawei, engulfed in raging flames, surged forward to meet the Giga Marsh monster. With emotions at their peak, the flames surrounding Jiawei suddenly turned pitch black, revealing its mysterious attribute, the Black Inferno. The onlookers, including Song Lin, gasped in astonishment, speculating that this might be a special ability born from Jiawei's mutation. One force was a powerful impact, while the other was a swift and dark flame. Both attacks were unprecedented in their strength. The 2 most fearsome powers collided, shaking the very ground beneath them. Energy crackled in the air as the dark flames clashed with the force of the earth. After a brief standoff, a figure was sent hurtling through the air. It was the Giga Marsh monster. Ignoring its pain, it roared defiantly, its indomitable spirit igniting its torrent ability. It vowed to strike back, convinced it could overcome its foe. The torrent ability significantly amplified the power of water-type moves when stamina was low and emotions were high. Yet, the Giga Marsh monster had no more chances. As the side effects faded, Jiawei targeted the descending Giga Marsh monster and unleashed its final solar flare. Moments later, the referee, eyes glued to the screen, announced loudly, the Giga Marsh monster has lost its ability to battle. The victor is Jiawei. Though it should have been declared a challenger, the referee, inspired by Jiawei's resolve, could not contain his excitement. Hearing the referee's voice, Jiawei's already unstable form swayed precariously, but ultimately held firm, refusing to succumb. Bai Yuling approached quickly, silent as she tended to Jiawei's wounds. After applying the healing ointment, she gently patted Jiawei's head, saying, "You did exceptionally well. That was a spectacular challenge." Jiawei beamed with joy, its 9 tails swaying enthusiastically as it rubbed against Bai Yuling's hand. Once Jiawei's emotions calmed slightly, Bai Yuling continued, "However, do you realize that this move has taken a toll on your potential? Training merely ignited a fleeting spark, yet you appear utterly fatigued. This move, at least for now, is an absolute taboo you must not invoke." Bai Yuling stated with utmost seriousness. Jiawei, level 91, potential development 701610. The deficit in potential has increased by 1%, and compensating for this loss is exceedingly challenging. It could be said that the gains from this battle are dwarfed by the losses, rendering it a significant setback. Within a week, the use of Haishi Yin was invoked twice, a loss of potential that Bai Yuling had anticipated. He could have intervened, but the will of Jiu Wei compelled him to relent. As a trainer, it is essential to comprehend the sentiments of one's Pokémon. Only in this manner can both parties foster greater trust, swiftly achieving an initial state of mutual understanding. Jiu Wei could sense Bai Yuling's concern, and although slightly dismissive of the advice, nodded obediently, assuring that such a move would not be attempted again. Bai Yuling also discerned Jiu Wei's skepticism. It seemed necessary to find a suitable moment for thorough guidance, ensuring Jiu Wei comprehends the grave consequences of employing such a technique. After recalling Jiu Wei, Bai Yuling approached the awaiting Song Lin. Song Lin smiled and extended her hand to Bai Yuling. Your Jiu Wei is truly remarkable. Since I became the master of this dojo, it is the first time someone has achieved a complete victory against me. Bai Yuling reciprocated the gesture with a smile. Your Jiu Zhaoqua also performs admirably. I believe you will soon embark on another journey. Song Lin was taken aback, unsure how Bai Yuling knew this. She then revealed a reminiscent smile. Indeed, it has been nearly 3 years. If I do not create some excitement soon, my friends might think I have vanished. Following this battle, not only had Jiu Wei's level increased, but Song Lin's Pokémon also made significant strides, with a breakthrough to the elite level imminent. This is also thanks to you. Only by battling strong opponents can one attain greater rewards. Unfortunately, in 3 years, the number of top-tier trainers is exceedingly scarce, and there is not a single pinnacle trainer like you. Upon reflecting on this, Song Lin's expression turned somewhat resentful, and she could not help but murmur. Who said it was easy for dojo trainers to engage with strong opponents? It is simply absurd. This is due to your choice of city. Wu Lingcheng is not a bustling metropolis, nor does it possess any particular fame. Powerful trainers typically do not frequent this area. If you had chosen cities like Shui Yanshi or Jinhuangshi, renowned for their surrounding cities, top-tier trainers would certainly be in abundance. Upon hearing Song Lin's murmurs, Bai Yuling shook his head and chuckled. The fact that her whispers were overheard caused Song Lin to blush, nearly dispelling her composed demeanor. So that's how it is, Song Lin thought, regretting her hasty choice of this dojo upon seeing an elite-level establishment here, mistakenly believing it was devoid of top-tier trainers. This is the ordinary badge of Wu Lingcheng for you. Song Lin produced a badge case and presented a badge to Bai Yuling. You will participate in this year's alliance tournament, right? I eagerly anticipate crossing paths with you again at the competition. I assure you I will not be so easily defeated this time, Song Lin declared with a smile. Bai Yuling responded with a smile of his own and turned to leave. Could I have your phone number? After much internal deliberation, Song Lin finally uttered this phrase. There was no particular reason. She simply wished to befriend Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling smiled, of course. At the Pokémon Center, Bai Yuling entrusted Jiu Wei's Pokeball to Joy, awaiting silently. Jiu Wei's condition was somewhat dire, having fainted within the Pokeball. For the quickest treatment, he had to hand over the Pokeball itself to Joy. Fortunately, the Pokémon Center is one of the most crucial establishments in every city, protected by formidable guardians and equipped with extensive surveillance. Hence, the likelihood of any untoward incidents occurring is minimal. Bai Yuling closed his eyes in contemplation. The recent battle had revealed numerous issues with Jiu Wei, primarily stemming from a lack of familiarity with battles against trainers' Pokémon and insufficient strategic experience. It is a fundamental principle understood by every battle-hardened Pokémon to avoid situations where evasion is impossible. Surely, in the future, Jiu Wei will not repeat such mistakes. Jiu Wei's affinity rating stands at 40-20, with a rapport level of 351. The substantial increase in affinity, transitioning from closeness to trust, is quite commendable for merely a dojo match. At this moment, the affinity for Zhu Jinhua and others also hovers above 82-60, due to the lack of command. It is evident that the rapport cannot be enhanced, which is clearly a chain reaction of the increased affinity. Half an hour passed, and Bai Yuling sighed softly. It appears that the treatment will require a considerable amount of time, perhaps comparable to the severity of the temporary emotional outburst exhibited by the fossilized Yulong. Bai Yuling exited the Pokémon Center and released his Shui Yifei Long, allowing it to find a suitable location for training. Time is precious and must not be squandered. Several hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Yuling perked up. For a Joy emerged from the treatment area, approaching him. Mr. Bai, Jiu Wei's condition has stabilized. Here is Jiu Wei's Pokeball. Please take great care of it. Bai Yuling breathed a sigh of relief, placing the Pokeball back onto his belt before departing from the Pokémon Center. The Joy, her expression slightly stiff, hurriedly vanished back into the surveillance-laden treatment area. Moments later, another Joy emerged from the treatment area, accompanied by a Geely Dan. After scanning the vicinity, it seemed she did not locate the desired target and returned when she came. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Power of Cheng Long. The darkness begins to emerge. Bai Yuling hastily consumed a snack to satiate his hunger before making his way to the training space in Wu Lingcheng. 2 beams of light flashed, and Zhu Jinhua and Cheng Long materialized. At this moment, Long had reached level 24, attaining the 3rd tier realm. Long, level 24, early 3rd tier. In the growth phase, potential development 5, ability, water storage. Commonly used skills, advanced skills partially unlocked 1-star water gun, 1-star water jet, 1-star ice shard, thunder, wave of water. Hydro pump, surf, earthquake, ancient power, psychic, chi bomb, shadow ball, cannon beam. Combat power, early 2nd tier, 10-fold combat power. An undeniable king among peers. Despite being a mere 3rd tier Long, it has already achieved full attribute restraint. Moreover, its 3 fundamental skills have been cultivated to 2 stars, surpassing the power of half of the advanced skills. The energy consumption is remarkably low, requiring almost no energy to stabilize, combined with an extremely rapid execution speed, making it truly terrifying. Under normal circumstances, complete mastery of foundational skills to achieve advanced star levels is only possible at the 1st tier level. Advanced skills can only be attained at the elite level. However, if one possesses extraordinary talent or prior experience in control, they can naturally unleash the maximum combat power of their current strength. In addition, the 6 advanced skills of the main systems, Earthquake, Thunder, Chi Bomb, Shadow Ball, Cannon Beam, have all reached 1-star perfection, their power rivaling ultimate moves. Other primary combat skills have also attained 1-star levels, though they have yet to reach perfection, resulting in slightly lesser power. The 10-fold comprehension is precisely what makes the 7-star anomaly so formidable. Jiawei has yet to unlock its true potential. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon can only achieve a 1-star perfection with its 6 advanced moves from its own system, supplemented by the Fire Fong and Thunder Fong. In contrast, the Jujin monster reaches 1-star perfection with 5 of its own moves, along with Flame Fist and Thunder Fist, culminating in a blizzard. Some primary battle moves have not even reached 1 star due to infrequent use, highlighting the disparity. Each increase in star level doubles the base power of a move. If the highest base move power is 100, then at 2 stars, it escalates to 300, surpassing the maximum 200 of advanced moves. Thus, training must commence. The Jujin monster silently began its specialized training, with the faint glimmers of thunder and fire igniting in its hands, unleashing the Thunder Burst Fist. This move cannot be countered, and is particularly effective against water-type Pokémon, making it exceptionally formidable. Coupled with the 1-star Ice Punch aimed at Dragon-type Pokémon, it ensures an advantage against any opponent. The Jujin monster possesses a battle power tier of a 2nd-level king, boasting a 5-fold strength. Meanwhile, the Bloodwing Flying Dragon successfully executed the Thunder Flame Fong just a day prior. Once fully mastered, its power should reach 4-fold, surpassing a 1st-level king but remaining inferior to a 2nd-level king, with a critical weakness against Ice-type moves that are 4 times effective against it. Long could sense by Yuling observing it, and immediately focused its mind. After many days, it had learned to swiftly execute 2 moves. Yet it still struggled to perform them simultaneously, seemingly lacking a vital condition. The water gun struck the already pockmarked ground, causing it to sink slightly, followed closely by a thunderous strike that shattered the surface into cracks. The moves Shadow Ball and Blizzard were seamlessly connected, as were Water Cannon and Thunder, alongside Water Pulse and Cannon Beam. Almost all combinations were interconnected by Long. Typically, the training method involves using a move and reflecting on it to gain insights. However, this continuous activation is an exceedingly wasteful approach, resulting in low efficiency for enhancing the moves themselves. After half an hour of unleashing moves, Long found its energy nearly depleted and felt fatigued. Bai Yuling contemplated for a moment and spoke to the somewhat anxious Long. You have qualified to enter the next phase of specialized training. Long's eyes lit up with excitement. Based on recent observations, Long's speed when connecting basic moves slightly outpaced that of advanced moves, becoming much smoother and aligning closely with Bai Yuling's expectations. Thus, the appropriate combination of moves for Long must include basic moves. Selecting the combination of moves with the maximum attack range, Water Gun and Thunder were the clear choices. Soaking the opponent with water, followed by Thunder, can amplify the destructive power of Thunder by 50%. Even resistant types will suffer normal damage, while Ground type and one of the resistant types, Grass type, fall within Long's own type advantages, making it exceptionally suitable. I have already decided which combination move is appropriate for your training. Your next phase will involve Water Gun combined with Thunder. You must increase your speed from the current 0.15 seconds to within 0.1 seconds to qualify for using combination moves. Enter the 3rd phase of specialized training. Generally, achieving a speed of 0.3 seconds for consecutive moves is considered instantaneous, and further increases are challenging with marginal benefits. Long nodded. Although improving speed now seems arduous, targeting just Water Gun and Thunder could be accomplished through diligent effort over 10 days to half a month. Late at night, Bai Yuling recalled his 2 exhausted Pokémon, intending to return to the trainer's lodge for rest. However, before that, he needed to visit the Pokémon Center to inquire about the status of Jiawei. Miss Joy, I am Bai Yuling, the trainer of Jiawei. May I ask about its current condition? Miss Joy reflected for a moment and replied calmly, "It's doing all right. The situation has finally stabilized." This young man appeared unconcerned about his Pokémon's well-being. How could he be such an indifferent trainer? Finally, Bai Yuling nodded but suddenly noted a particular word. "Miss Joy, do you mean that Joy's condition has only just stabilized?" He asked gravely. Joy nodded. "Yes, it stabilized not long ago. Your Joy was severely exhausted. Had it been any later, it could have resulted in a regression of its abilities." Bai Yuling's expression darkened. "Miss Joy, during sunset, a Joy informed me that Joy's condition had stabilized and returned the Pokémon ball to me." Miss Joy looked astonished. "That's not right. I came to find you at sunset, but I did not see you." Bai Yuling's demeanor turned icy. He realized he had been deceived. The recent smooth sailing had made him forget the darker side of the Pokémon world, filled with conspiracies, extortion, and the notorious dark trainers who would stop at nothing. Each of these dark trainers is exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in circumventing the protective regulations for trainers. Once they set their sights on a target, they lay countless traps, gradually depleting your Pokédex energy before launching a direct attack, pushing you to the brink of desperation. Alternatively, they may target someone important to you, ultimately cornering you into a life-or-death battle, where failure results in self-destruction or fading into obscurity as a living dead in some city. Countless families with formidable kings and even elite families have been extorted, losing half their strength and resources, reducing them to ordinary status. Even the champion families and top-tier powers have suffered their losses. Consequently, those who are aware of dark trainers are filled with dread and trepidation. Chapter 38. Dark Trainers. From Bai Yuling's expression, Miss Joy realized the situation was not as she had imagined. "Please hold on, I will check the surveillance." Joy swiftly operated the computer and soon retrieved the surveillance footage from sunset, rewinding to when she had exited. Indeed, there was a problem. Someone had disguised themselves as Joy. Bai Yuling showed no surprise. The situation was clear. It seemed someone was targeting his identity, intending to seize the resources of a prominent family and ascend rapidly. Given his importance, the Baiyu family would undoubtedly compromise, even if it meant sacrificing half or more of their resources. Such vast resources could train thousands of elite-level Pokémon. Bai Yuling discarded the Pokémon ball he had received, certain it was a fake. Joy's face paled, and she hastily produced the Joy Pokémon ball she had been safeguarding. No need to examine it. It too must be fake, since they have already made a move. They would not allow such a blunder. After inspection, while Joy's Pokémon ball emitted the same energy fluctuations as Joy's, it was not Joy's ball. "I sincerely apologize. But when was this Pokémon ball swapped?" "It has been in my careful custody all along." Joy repeatedly bowed her head in apology, her mind racing to recall when the swap had occurred, knowing she had always kept the Pokémon ball close. "What good is blaming you now? Please assist in having Junsha conduct a covert investigation, ensuring not to alert them. Additionally, please safeguard my Joy. Do not allow it to be recalled into the Pokémon ball until I am prepared." Bai Yuling spoke calmly, acknowledging that this indeed fell under Qiao Yi's responsibility. Had the matter been securely locked away in a well-guarded chamber, such oversights would not have occurred. Yet, one could not discount the possibility of complications arising on the return journey. He himself had been rather careless, failing to ascertain whether Qiao Yi was genuine and too readily placing his trust. Although the disguise was remarkably convincing, upon reflection, several discrepancies came to mind. For instance, her expression was unnaturally rigid, and there appeared to be slight variations in her physique. Bai Yuling released the Jujing Guai and instructed them to restore their condition promptly. Qiao Yi nodded gratefully, assuring him that she would completely restore their state within half an hour. Normally, such a restoration would require a substantial amount of elf coins, with elite trainers at the 8th rank costing no less than 80,000. However, under the current circumstances, it was all complimentary. Even if Bai Yuling sought to hold her accountable, this would remain unchanged. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuling reclined on a bench, forcing himself to sleep in order to replenish his energy. 3 minutes later, Junsha, having received an urgent call from Qiao Yi, stealthily arrived at the Pokémon Center from the underground space. Upon seeing Bai Yuling peacefully asleep, she was taken aback. She was aware of the situation and found it astonishing that he could fall asleep so quickly after such events. Such self-discipline and composure were unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he remained calm even under the scrutiny of dark trainers. "Fengsu, go, follow me, and see if you can catch a whiff of their scent," Junsha instructed, as she accessed the surveillance footage with the intent of discovering any location the impersonator had contacted. She released Fengsu Go and whispered softly. The woman had been exceedingly cautious, not touching any surface throughout her journey except for the ground. Even when she leaned against the wall for concealment, she maintained a distance of 1 centimeter. Nevertheless, Junsha identified several exploitable points. Qiao Yi was her close friend, and she was well acquainted with everything in the Pokémon Center. Some areas, though cleaned daily, rarely saw foot traffic, not even from Qiao Yi herself. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Qiao Yi emerged, with the Jujing Guai trailing silently behind her. Junling, how did it go? Xiao Yi inquired softly. Junsha, her expression tense, shook her head. Mei, you are in quite a predicament. The dark trainer targeting him is formidable. I fear his fate will be dire. Xiao Mei's countenance fell, tears brimming in her eyes. Though she would not face severe punishment, her conscience weighed heavily due to her mistake. Suddenly, Junling relaxed her expression. I was just teasing you. This Bai Yuling does not appear to be an ordinary person. Perhaps the adversary has miscalculated their opponent. Junling felt a weight in her heart. It was her first encounter with a dark trainer, and she had only learned of them by chance. It was said that dark trainers were exceedingly fearsome and well-concealed, making them difficult to locate. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Yuling's voice resonated, as he had awakened. How is the recovery? The Shuang Fei Long and the others reported that everything was splendid. Good, Bai Yuling replied, retracting them. Please take me to Jiawei. Xiao Mei nodded absent-mindedly. Bai Yuling seemed to have changed, instilling an inexplicable sense of fear within her, reminiscent of an enraged dragon deity, exuding authority and a palpable aura of danger. Hearing the commotion, Jiawei opened her eyes warily. Jiawei, how do you feel? Are you able to move? Bai Yuling asked gently. Jiawei promptly leaped off the treatment bed, creating numerous afterimages in an instant, demonstrating her well-being through her actions. If possible, please refrain from having her battle over the next few days, especially in intense confrontations, Xiao Mei advised softly. Bai Yuling nodded in agreement, as he had no intention of forcing Jiawei into battle. Where's the underground passage? From his backpack, Bai Yuling retrieved a foldable super bicycle, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 1,000 miles or 500,000 meters, though his current capabilities only allowed him to achieve half that speed. Focus and locate your Pokeball. Jiawei's eyes blazed with determination as she nodded vigorously. Wait, are you planning to go in like this? Junling interjected, unable to contain herself. Charging in headfirst would be akin to walking into a trap. We ought to devise a more comprehensive strategy. Do you have a better plan? Junling hesitated, shaking her head. Given the limited time, she had no means of formulating a strategy. Dark trainers were inherently challenging to deal with, and effective methods were scarce. Nevertheless, she suggested, at the very least, we could enlist a few more people. Bai Yuling responded coolly, when dealing with dark trainers, an increased number of individuals only leads to chaos. If he escapes, I will never find peace, remaining perpetually on guard against his attacks, unless I abandon Jiawei. The mere thought of relinquishing his Pokémon was unthinkable for any trainer, especially considering the vestige of world consciousness tethered to that Pokeball. The loss would equate to the permanent forfeiture of a Pokémon slot. We could seek out a few powerful trainers, Xiao Mei interjected, taking it upon herself to find strong trainers, a task not too daunting for her status. Bai Yuling shook his head again. It seems you have little understanding of dark trainers. These strategies are futile. Once a dark trainer realizes that the situation is slipping from their control, they will not make an appearance. Junling furrowed her brow deeply, now comprehending why she had previously been unable to access information regarding dark trainers. She felt utterly powerless. The protection of the Pokémon belt had become a most troublesome issue, nearly impossible to breach. For countless years, this rule had seen no exceptions. Chapter 39, Locking onto the enemy, the metamorphic sorceress. In confronting them, there remains only the path of direct confrontation. Bai Yuling declared coldly. Those capable of deceiving the Pokémon Center's detection and possessing exceptional infiltration skills can only be awakened beings, particularly those with wave-guiding psychic abilities that can bypass detection. In this region, few possess such traits. Furthermore, when considering the dark forces, there are only a handful of women who fit the bill. The Dark Knight Organization's Psychic King, the metamorphic sorceress, Hei Mei. The mastery of a king-level trainer was beyond Bai Yuling's current capabilities. Within the Bai family, only his grandfather, Bai Yuhong, could contend with such a figure. However, Bai Yuling felt no trepidation, since the most challenging aspect had been directly handled by the adversary. The remainder would likely be delegated to their subordinates, as driving a trainer to desperation is a laborious endeavor. As long as he did not encounter a king-level trainer, even if facing a monarch of equal strength, he held no fear. At that moment, Jiawei let out a low growl, sensing the location of her Pokeball. All right, let us proceed. Jiawei surged in a specific direction, with Bai Yuling following closely behind. In half a minute, they had covered a distance exceeding 2,000 meters. A howling sound pursued them. Junsha, carrying Xiao Yi, was in hot pursuit. We shall accompany you, Bai Yuling frowned, but you should remain behind. Although both Junsha and Xiao Yi are commendable trainers, it is evident that they lack substantial combat experience. Do you think we are merely here to cause trouble? Junling expressed her discontent. Bai Yuling remained silent, deciding it was best to refrain from creating chaos. After all, given their status, their safety was not a concern. After several minutes, Jiawei came to a halt, for there was no path ahead. Clearly, the dark trainer had vacated this Wuling city. On the Shuai Filong, Bai Yuling and the two others sat, while Jiawei pursued on the ground. Another 10 minutes passed, and the constructed road vanished, leaving behind a desolate expanse. Jiawei stopped at a seemingly ordinary cave. The Shui Filong descended, and Bai Yuling swiftly recalled it, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the deep cave. Releasing her Jujin monster to the front, Junling also summoned her own Fengsigu to follow closely behind Jiawei. Why is this a dead end? Just as Kayamamai voiced her confusion, she observed Bai Yuling and Junling begin to search and examine the surroundings. Bai Yuling followed Junche's lead and feigned nonchalance as she forcefully stepped on a particular spot on the ground. Boom! The seemingly flawless rock wall, devoid of any marks, began to open backward, revealing a brightly lit passageway 100 meters away. How cunning of the dark trainer! Had it not been for luck, even gathering thousands of people would not have led to this discovery. Junling's complexion darkened. From this moment onward, we must exercise caution. I suspect the opponent has already detected our presence. Bai Yuling spoke gravely to the two women, stepping inside. The Jujin monster closely followed her side, its psychic abilities activated, ready to detect any anomalies at the first instant. Within the passage, several men and women observed Bai Yuling and her companions on a screen, emitting a series of cold chuckles. Yet another naive young master. Isn't this splendid? The Bai family, a prestigious lineage under the governance of a king, though diminished in recent times, possesses profound depth. Otherwise, they would not have drawn the attention of that individual so swiftly. Indeed, they even personally intervened to steal the opponent's world ball. Having surmounted the most challenging obstacle, the rest would be simple. I truly wonder how Lord He may accomplish this. It is said that the Pokémon Center harbors many incomprehensible cutting-edge technologies, making infiltration exceedingly difficult. While we may falter, for Lord He May, it is but a trivial endeavor. Well, a companion has reported encountering a formidable enemy requiring assistance. You shall take care of this. Do not fail, for there are many invaluable items within the Bai family that Lord He May covets. It seemed the leading man issued a warning before departing. Thousands of miles away in the sky, a colossal Pokémon with green wings carried a woman cloaked in a purple mantle, while not far off, a Baidio relentlessly pursued her, also bearing a woman. The difference was that the woman on Baidio was clad entirely in white. Her simple attire could not conceal her alluring figure, and her beautiful visage was marred by an icy fury, accentuated by her long silver hair. Hey May, I have finally found you. Today, I shall ensure that you, this sorceress, do not escape once more. The cold woman on Baidio declared in a voice as chilling as the winter's breath. Ice King Kinna, could you refrain from perpetually pursuing me? I recall having never wronged you. Or is it that you have taken a liking to my unparalleled beauty and wish to engage in a romantic dalliance with me? Hey May let out a melodic laugh, her youthful and innocent voice resonating like that of a naive child. Kinna merely regarded her coldly, silently urging Baidio to accelerate. I have heard that as a child, prolonged contact with ice-type Pokémon nearly led to your demise. After recovery, your hair transformed into this peculiar icy hue, and your demeanor grew calm, even to the point of indifference. It is said that your parents rarely witnessed your other emotions. Did they depart because your heartlessness devastated them? Hey May's youthful voice, however, uttered venomous words, each syllable like a dagger, unearthing deep-seated wounds. A shift appeared on Kinna's frosty countenance, as she coldly commanded, Baidio, air slash. Silence her. Protect. Within the protective barrier, Hey May's voice continued to ring out. You strike without warning. Are you mentally deranged? You have pursued me for 2 years. With so many dark trainers at your disposal, why do you fixate solely on me? Cursed be this troublesome woman. I hope nothing goes awry below. The moment I shake her off, I shall return. Oddly, why is there no commotion at all? Junling questioned, perplexed, as they had been inside for quite some time. Inside the passage was an expansive chamber, akin to a small city. Before them lay a myriad of closely packed doors, and Jiawei could not discern which door harbored its Pokeball. Let us split into 3 groups. Should any situation arise, retreat through the same route, and await my return. Bai Yuling proposed. What are you saying? This is clearly the enemy's trap, deliberately designed to disperse us. Junling expressed her confusion, while Kayamaimai urged caution, asserting that stepping into danger was far too perilous. I have made my decision. I shall proceed first. Bai Yuling declared, stepping through one of the doors. He understood all too well that if they did not separate, the opponent would surely refrain from making a move. This place is fraught with intricate traps. Rather than be frivolously exhausted, it would be better to lure the serpent from its den. Given the current situation, I refuse to believe the adversary can still contain themselves. Within the door lay an unfathomably deep passageway, and atop the Jujin monster, Bai Yuling surged forward at breakneck speed. The same scenery rapidly receded behind him, and after a few minutes, he finally encountered a distinct sight. It was a series of windows. Peering inside, he discerned what appeared to be chambers, or perhaps cells would be more apt. Let me die, let me die? Faintly, such words echoed. Chapter 40. The abominable domain of the cells. In one chamber, a man furiously rammed his head against the wall, yet a layer of protective barrier shielded him. His impacts could not breach this barrier, nor could they even deplete its energy. as the Pokémon belt automatically absorbed energy far exceeding such trivial consumption. Bai Yuling tapped on the window, but the man remained entirely oblivious. Bai Yuling was taken aback to discover that the man's gaze was vacant, devoid of life, a hallmark of severe mental breakdown. Bai Yuling attempted to call out several more times, only to sigh in resignation. He had reached the point of disregarding the external world, his spirit utterly shattered. This was not an isolated case. Within other cells, similar scenes unfolded, both men and women, the sole commonality being their youth, all suffering from severe mental collapse, with only a few retaining coherent awareness. Simultaneously, Junsha and Xiaoyi, traversing other passageways, encountered akin circumstances, their expressions marred by fury and sorrow. They had never witnessed such utter desolation, individuals who had lost everything, unable even to wish for death. A truly harrowing sight. Those who have not seen it cannot fathom such a feeling. An overwhelming air of death pervaded the surroundings, as if the essence of life had already departed, leaving behind mere human shells that could still move. At this moment, they all deeply engraved the scene in their hearts, vowing silently to make this group of dark beings, no better than beasts, pay the price. As they observed the reactions of Xiao Yi and Junsha on the screen, a wave of unabashed laughter erupted, filled with mockery and disdain. Bai Yuling continued to advance when a voice jolted him to attention. You are not a dark trainer. Leave quickly, or you will end up like us. Though the man appeared weary and frail, he had not succumbed to despair. Bai Yuling shook his head. Do you think it's possible for me to leave now? After a moment's contemplation, the man slumped down, forcing a bitter smile. Indeed. How could these insidious and vile fiends make such a mistake? This place has become a prison. No, it has always been a prison, playing with us foolish, unsuspecting souls. Bai Yuling furrowed his brow. You seem to come from a distinguished background. Why do you wear such a cowardly expression, devoid of spirit? The man smiled ruefully, his self-deprecating demeanor unmistakable. I am Lin Yunfeng, an heir of the Wangzhe family, an elite trainer of the 8th rank, once brimming with confidence. However, due to my foolishness, my Pokémon were taken, and my family suffered greatly because of me. Now they must be in decline. I regret not heeding my family's warnings. I am a sinner to my family, and even 100 deaths would not atone for my sins. Bai Yuling listened in silence, understanding the deep-seated anguish and regret that would forever be etched in one's heart, a constant source of pain. In his previous life, when he ventured out for training, his family, worried for his safety, entrusted Qi Qingwan to him. Thus, the dark forces did not target him, merely hearing rumors of dark trainers. Decades later, when the fierce spirit demon grew too powerful, these dark trainers were forced onto the battlefield, contributing significantly. He truly had not realized how rampant the dark forces had become at this time. I advise you to find an opportunity to trigger the teleportation of your Pokémon belt. Your background seems even more profound than mine. The immense energy you bear should not severely harm your family. Trust me, do not harbor any illusions, or you will surely end up a sinner like me. Their insidiousness is beyond the comprehension of trainers who thrive in the light. Lin Yunfeng spoke with utmost seriousness, not wishing to see anyone else descend into the same fate as theirs. Those so-called ruffians were mere harmless infants in comparison, insignificant. I understand the terror of dark trainers better than you do. Bai Yuling stated succinctly before continuing his journey, yet his heart held more caution. After all, rumors were merely that, rumors, and could not always be trusted, lest one might perish without understanding how. Lin Yunfeng sighed repeatedly, knowing further persuasion was futile. He himself had once been similarly obstinate, despite warnings about the dangers of dark trainers, believing he could handle them. Arrogance was truly a perilous trait. Perhaps soon, another would join him in the ranks of regretful sinners. With a heavy heart, Lin Yunfeng lay back on the ground, pondering why, despite the light before him, the darkness felt so overwhelming. At the end of the passage, an expanse opened up, revealing several identical corridors. Clearly, no matter which door one entered, they would ultimately converge here. The purpose of this existence might be to divide trainers and strike them down individually. However, it was more likely that the dark trainers had orchestrated this. Bai Yuling would never believe that such a simple movable corridor mechanism was beyond their capabilities. He truly felt underestimated. Bai Yuling lowered his head, concealing his sardonic smile from the likely surveillance. Junsha and Xiao Yi should be emerging soon. However, if the other corridors were similarly compromised, the shock they faced would undoubtedly be significant. He could only hope they retained their composure. Waiting for Xiao Yi and Junsha? Don't bother. They won't be coming out. A chilling laugh echoed abruptly around him. The voice, seemingly emanating from the surveillance, hinted at the presence of foes. Bai Yuling waited quietly, sensing their approach. Faint sounds of mocking laughter grew nearer. 3 individuals clad in black appeared before him, obscured from head to toe. Behind them, a Miao Wahua dragged 2 bound women, revealing Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei. Upon seeing Bai Yuling, both Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei became visibly excited, yet they were immobilized and unable to speak. Their captors possessed a method to detect the energy of their Pokémon belts, which led to their capture. Most of their Pokémon had lost their combat capabilities. But thankfully, their Pokeballs had been retrieved in time to prevent actual death, as the favored ones of the world's will. Jun Sha and Xiao Yi cared little for the energy debt incurred from teleportation, for it would not need to be repaid. Instead, they would simply be transferred to a safer location. Bai Yuling, the sole heir of the Bai family, such a noble status. The tallest man laughed mockingly. His eyes filled with jealousy and scorn, questioning why some were born superior while he wallowed like a worm in the mud. Those born into families like his ought to perish. Bai Yuling quickly discerned that this towering man's mindset was deeply warped and psychologically disturbed, beyond saving. The second man, Sniff, leaned close to Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei, inhaling deeply with an expression of utmost delight. Ah, what a pity. I have yet to savor the essence of Jun Sha and Xiao Yi. The woman, Spider, frowned and admonished, don't be foolish. If you must seek pleasure, do so elsewhere and do not implicate us. The audacity of Xiao Yi and Jun Sha to move was simply outrageous. Chapter 41. The Official Confrontation. This group of dark trainers belonged to the Yi organization, one of the dark forces active in this region. Dark forces never reveal their true identities or names. Only they know their code names, while outsiders assign them titles. The tall man was dubbed Mad Dog, the bold one was referred to as Lustful Maniac, and the woman was named Spider. Having operated together, they were collectively known as the Three Poisons. These three titles vividly encapsulated the characteristics of these dark trainers. The Lustful Maniac paid no heed to the admonishment, continuing his actions, but due to protective measures, he was unable to touch them at all unless they permitted it. Mad Dog coldly remarked, they say Jun Sha and Xiao Yi are not to be trifled with. I do not believe it. Death is merely a trivial matter. But for now, let us address the most pressing issue. Mad Dog's crazed gaze fixed on Bai Yuling. You, daring to venture in here alone. I must commend your audacity. Did your family not warn you about certain places you should avoid? My pockballs. Bai Yuling scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Oh, that contemptuous gaze. I long to tear it away and keep it as a treasure. Spider chuckled, uttering cruel words. Lustful Maniac's attention shifted, his chilling gaze more venomous than that of a snake. Another oblivious heir from a noble family. Seems this will not require much effort. Without warning, Spider produced a Pokeball, containing a fragment of the world's will, unleashing a red light that captured the Jiuwei. In the next moment, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and the form of Jiuwei appeared beside Bai Yuling, glaring angrily in this direction. The spirits possess absolute freedom. They come and go as they please, unbound by the confines of Pokeballs. With a flick of his wrist, the spider handed the Pokeball back to Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling hastily accepted it, but his expression of delight immediately froze. Do you want it? Surely you do. The deranged dog beside him erupted in laughter, revealing a Pokeball that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. When did they exchange it? Bai Yuling's face flushed with the shame and anger typical of someone who has been humiliated, yet deep down, he remained composed. The strength of the dark trainer was uncertain, but undoubtedly formidable. Although you desire it, do not expect to acquire it so easily. It is said that trainers from prestigious families are all elites among their peers, capable of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. I wonder if this rumor holds any truth? The deranged dog sneered, reveling in the humiliation evident on his opponent's face. Humph, whether it's true or not, dare to test it yourself. Bai Yuling retorted with a scoff, his pride unyielding. The deranged dog clapped his hands. Then let us engage in a life-and-death duel. If you win, I shall return the Pokeball of Jiuwei and submit to your will. The strong dominate the weak. It is an immutable rule. Do you dare? Or are you merely all talk, lacking substance? The spider chimed in with a teasing laugh. If the man falters, then truly he is incapable. Oh, I forgot. You are but a little brother. Perhaps you do not understand. Come at me. Who is afraid? A bunch of scheming rats lurking in the shadows. What ability do they possess? Bai Yuling's face turned crimson, his reaction mirroring that of previous targets. Even with complete control of the situation, he did not let his guard down. Provocation was employed, and with the spider's words, few young trainers could resist. Moreover, without engaging in excessively provocative actions, he had not allowed the trainers to feel the true danger, especially for young trainers from prominent families, prideful and ambitious. The more dire the circumstances they witness, the more they yearn to confront dark trainers, rescue everyone, gain immense fame, and become heroes. Young people are often plagued by such thoughts. From the moment he entered the cave, Bai Yuling had disguised himself as such a young trainer, and his opponents had indeed targeted him with methods aimed at the youthful psyche. Thoroughly understanding his mindset, Bai Yuling's wariness of dark trainers escalated another notch, particularly concerning those organized dark trainers. Though the trio of deranged dogs concealed their excitement, they were thrilled at the prospect of their target, a substantial catch that would ensure their future sustenance. A notification from the Pock Dex chimed. Someone has initiated a life-and-death duel with you. The strength disparity is within acceptable limits. Do you wish to accept? While the three toxins appeared indifferent, their peripheral vision remained fixed on the young man's every movement. As Bai Yuling was about to accept, his expression suddenly shifted, revealing a moment of hesitation. The trio felt a pang of anxiety, but expertly concealed their true emotions. Wait, even if I win, I may not retrieve the Pokeball of Jiwei. If my Pokeball is not currently in his possession, will you truly return it afterward? Bai Yuling seemed to have suddenly grasped the crucial point, speaking with a sense of self-satisfaction. We must forge a contract. You will return the Pokeball of Jiwei to me, and I shall accept the life and death duel. If I retract my acceptance, it shall be deemed a defeat. The trio of toxins felt a sigh of relief. Fearing further complications, the deranged dog promptly agreed to the contract, while the spider, ever cautious, subtly gestured to the deranged dog. Though he found her excessive caution unnecessary, he complied. Once the contract was signed, the trio of toxins abandoned their pretense, their expressions turning brazenly malevolent, the malice radiating from them enough to silence any ordinary person. Who would have thought, little brother, that you possess a bit of cunning? Here you go. The spider toyed with the Pokeball in her hand before tossing it to Bai Yuling. He caught it and chose to withdraw it, the light enveloping Jiwei as it vanished into the Pokeball, which he secured in his belt. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally reclaimed the Pokeball of Jiwei, free from any lingering concerns. Junling and Xiao Mei observed this scene. Their perception of the dark trainer's cunningness further heightened. Had Bai Yuling not discerned this detail, even if he triumphed in the life and death duel, he would have been unable to reclaim the vital belt ball, and the power to dictate his opponent's fate would have been compromised under the weight of his reservations. The adversaries would remain in an unassailable position. The subsequent counterattacks would undoubtedly be even more insidious and ruthless. So treacherous, yet utterly shameless. When dealing with dark trainers, one must trust not a word they utter. Humph, as I anticipated. You truly are shameless, but then again, being rodents hidden in the shadows, how else could you survive? Bai Yuling snorted, his expression reflecting an even greater sense of self-satisfaction. From this moment forth, the initiative belonged to him, and he would not spare any of these three dark trainers. Hence, maintaining his disguise was imperative. Otherwise, should they discover the truth, they would undoubtedly flee. The first to face his wrath would be the one before him. Chapter 42, the beginning of the counterattack. Boy, keep your bravado. In time, you shall know what true suffering is. The deranged dog snarled. The deathmatch space unfolded, enveloping the two in a realm of tangible illusion. A 2-on-2 rule? Damn it. Many strategies could not be employed under this condition. This rule took the deranged dog by surprise. He had never anticipated that his opponent possessed only two equally matched spirits, with one still remaining. Information on prominent families is not easily obtained. Given the time, discovering Bai Yuling's identity was already an impressive feat. As for the life and death duel with Yuan Donglin, shrouded in the mutual secrecy of the two families, it had not circulated. The deranged dog's expression darkened. He was consumed by envy toward Bai Yuling and the others, lamenting his lack of a similar lineage, believing that had he been afforded the same background, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass theirs. However, it was undeniable that the strength of those born into prestigious families was not to be trifled with. Gungue, as the initiator. The deranged dog released his spirit first. Gungue, a rare spirit, possessed dual attributes of ghost and poison, at level 144, an elite of the 9th rank. Bai Yuling shouted with fervor, "Go, Zhu Jingguai." Upon witnessing both sides' spirits, not only did the deranged dog's face darken, but even Sei Kuang and the spider wore somber expressions. The steel-type Zhu Jingguai was nearly immune to poison. Any poison-type moves would have no effect on it, while psychic-type moves countered poison, rendering Zhu Jingguai the absolute nemesis of poison-type spirits, unless the other attribute was dark, which would grant it equal footing. Cackling. It seems the deranged dog is destined to lose this first match, but no matter, there are still 2 rounds left. He should be able to recover. The spider remarked with her customary playful tone. Even if he ultimately loses, it matters not. At least we can force out all 3 of Bai Yuling's spirits, and we can deal with him afterward. Sei Kuang coldly stated, glancing at Xiao Junsha beside him, unable to resist licking his lips. JJ Nguai, cooperate with me to perform a splendid act. I intend to make them pay the most grievous price. The power of wave guidance silently conveys Biylng's innermost thoughts to JJ Nguai's consciousness. JJ Nguai nods slightly. Even within the confines of the Pokeball, it can clearly perceive the outside world and harbors a profound disdain and hatred for the dark trainers. These dark entities must face the consequences they deserve. Advance 1 mile and utilize future sight. The distance between the 2 Pokémon is approximately 5 miles. JJ Nguai sprints rapidly across the ground, reaching the predetermined target to initiate future sight in just a breath. Psychic-type moves are inherently elusive. The Mad Dog can only discern from JJ Nguai's gaze that it is employing a psychic move, but the specifics remain indeterminate. However, the profound experience allows the Mad Dog to make an apt judgment in an instant. Wyangu, unleash Flamethrower. If JJNGUI is using its ultimate psychic move, Flamethrower could inflict considerable damage. If it is another psychic move, it may still be tracked. Evade. As Flamethrower soars midway, JJNGUI finally reacts, narrowly avoiding the flames. Clearly, the move just executed was the ultimate psychic move. BIYLing's precision engaging distance is unmistakable. This revelation astonishes the three poisons, yet they find it entirely reasonable. If BIYLing lacked such ability, it would indeed be strange. Flamethrower continues its pursuit, and due to the distance, JJNGUI cannot evade by circling around the opponent, so it is compelled to leap. Flamethrower persists in its chase, enveloping BIYLing in a protective barrier while JJNGUI is engulfed in flames. Damn it, JJNGUI suffers damage, while the Mad Dog erupts in expletives, exclaiming, "What is going on? This kid is not playing by the rules." Typically, one would use Protect at this moment. The spider, slightly astonished, reflects that upon further consideration, it makes perfect sense. At this juncture, Flamethrower is merely the final touch. Even if hit, the damage would not be substantial. The Protect move, bestowed by Will, can only be executed by each Pokémon once every 10 seconds, regardless of their strength. The timing of the Protect move is crucial in determining the outcome of the battle. Indeed, those born into illustrious families are extraordinary. The accumulated wisdom of countless ancestors serves as their foundation. The Mad Dog is in dire straits. For the next 20 seconds or so, a portion of his focus must be allocated to guard against the impending future sight attack. At this moment, Sei Kuang's gaze is imbued with calm. Should fortune be unkind and a successive hit occur, there is a possibility of losing combat capability amidst the relentless pursuit. Psychic-type Pokémon, while lacking in physical prowess compared to others, possess a mysterious depth that renders their combat strength on par with any other Pokémon. Even when faced with dark types, they have achieved numerous glorious victories. The Mad Dog is acutely aware of the challenges he faces. He should not have assumed that maintaining Flamethrower would yield an instant defeat for JJNGUI. JJNGUI, use Psyshock. Wyangu, counter with Shadow Ball. Cannon Beam, Psyshock. As Shadow Ball retreats to counterattack JJNGUI, keep an eye on the psychic energy's position and utilize Protect to block it. JJNGUI, evade and continue using Psyshock. Shadow Ball dissipates. Neither side engages in close combat. JJNGUI excels in melee, and this approach clearly indicates it is waiting for an opportunity. 20 seconds later, due to the incessant focus on countering future sight, the Mad Dog's attention wanes, and his reaction falters at a critical moment. After Psyshock, use Shadow Claw. JJNGUI's sudden close proximity startles Wyangu, who instinctively begins to retreat to create distance. Future sight, activate. A surge of energy strikes from behind Wyangu. Quickly, use Protect. The Mad Dog's command is a beat too slow, and Wyangu is struck by future sight. Shadow Claw catches up, delivering a fierce slash. Then, Psyshock is unleashed, rushing toward Wyangu from hundreds of meters away. Damn it, this is aimed at incapacitating Wyangu in one fell swoop. The Mad Dog curses internally, yet feels powerless to intervene. Wyangu valiantly endures the pain, floating into the air, but it proves futile. JJNGUI closely follows. And as the energy subsides, another Shadow Claw strikes, inflicting further injury. The agony from Shadow Claw has yet to subside when Psyshock attacks again, preventing Wyangu from even achieving its instinctual intangibility. Its body feels as though it has become corporeal. At this juncture, even standard or fighting type moves can inflict double the normal damage. Psychic Blast, finish it. The most formidable move of the psychic type, capable of both area and single target damage, boasts unparalleled practicality. Twisted psychic energy violently surges toward Wyangu, who is already at the brink of collapse and cannot withstand the onslaught of Psychic Blast. Teetering on the edge of death. Alas, the observing spider shakes its head. It is regrettable that Wyangu's ability is curse power rather than the special curse body. Had it been the latter, it might have sealed JJNGUI's Shadow Claw during the previous attack, providing an opportunity for struggle. Curse power. When stamina is low and emotions are heightened, it activates, significantly boosting the power of ghost-type moves. Curse body. A body enveloped in cursed energy that may seal the opponent's moves upon contact. Chapter 43. The Wrath of the Blood-Winged Dragon. Abilities can be categorized into explosive types, such as Torrent and Blaze, which, when activated, greatly enhance power, but also increase energy consumption. These are common traits that any Pokémon may possess. Defensive traits, such as Hard Head and Sturdy Body, are also common traits. However, if a ghost type possesses such a trait, its innate intangibility becomes partially nullified. Special traits, on the other hand, are exclusive to a select few Pokémon that meet specific criteria. For instance, Curse Body requires intangibility and is exclusive to ghost types, often yielding unique effects. Return. Wyangu. The Mad Dog recalls Wyangu, his expression exceedingly grim. Damn it. He has failed to inflict significant damage on JJNGUI before losing combat capability, and it appears he is destined to face defeat. However, dreaming of an effortless victory is futile. Arise, HILG. If JJNGUI is the absolute nemesis of poison types, then HILG stands as JJNGUI's unequivocal bane, boasting a staggering 99.9% win rate under equal strength and combat power. JJNGUI's signature moves are nearly rendered ineffective, their potency inferior to those of other types. While HILG's fire and dark moves can inflict double damage, totaling a tripled effect when factoring in type advantages. JJNGUI stands no chance of victory. Even if it masters moves like Mudshot or Water Gun, which counter its own type, the disparity remains substantial. Furthermore, aside from standard moves, non-type ultimate moves cannot be cultivated, leaving it at a considerable disadvantage. BIYLing is equally speechless. Aside from the exceedingly rare, ancient bloodline-activated powerful Pokémon, HILG is the sole dark type infused with fire, making it the one true terror that JJNGUI cannot overcome. Unless it reveals its Thunder Punch and Levitation capabilities, it has no confidence of winning. Even with the exposure of these two abilities, the win rate would only reach 30% at most. Should JJNGUI employ moves like Water Cannon, HILG can counter with its ultimate move, effortlessly shattering Water Cannon to inflict equivalent normal damage to JJNGUI. The nearly flawless record is undeniably true. This achievement has even granted the rare Pokémon, Hallujia, a popularity that rivals that of the king-level Pokémon. Humph. Young man, encountering this mad dog of mine is indeed your misfortune. Hallujia, do not swiftly eliminate the Metagross. I want you to torment it slowly. Observing Bai Yuling's expression, the mad dog grinned wickedly and spoke to Hallujia. The ferocious Hallujia, under the command of its even more ruthless master, did not hesitate to comply, gazing at the Metagross with a bloodthirsty intent to kill. Bai Yuling silently took out a Pokeball, intending to recall the Metagross. The Pokédex emitted a warning. Ding. In a life-and-death duel, recalling your Pokémon equates to admitting defeat. Are you certain? A Pokémon cannot be recalled during battle because its energy is being rapidly mobilized. Forcing a recall could result in energy disruption, causing irreparable injuries or even death. Thus, knowing the right moment to recall a Pokémon is crucial, requiring a trainer to have profound understanding of their Pokémon. Otherwise, a misjudgment could lead to dire consequences if the Pokémon is not on the brink of collapse and is still mobilizing energy to fight. The Crimson Light shot forth, but was deftly evaded by the Metagross. Come back. I will win. The Metagross had complete faith in its trainer's abilities and believed that the Bloodwing Dragon would never succumb to Hallujia. The chance of Hallujia achieving victory was infinitesimally small. However, nothing is absolute, and it could not completely dismiss its concerns. Bai Yuling smiled faintly and summoned the Bloodwing Dragon. The Pokédex illuminated, a torrent of information flowing through, and after a moment, ding! You have two Pokémon present simultaneously. It is determined that the Metagross is unwilling to be recalled, and it has been judged that the Metagross has lost its combat qualification. It will be forcibly recalled in 1 minute, and the battle commences. Roar. The moment the Bloodwing Dragon appeared, it unleashed a tail strike upon the Metagross, sending it crashing 3 feet into the ground. The fury within its roar was palpable. This was a profound betrayal of trust. The Bloodwing Dragon felt a deep humiliation. Although the Metagross's mastery of Thunder Punch and Magnet Rise indeed surpassed its own, now, even if it could not maintain the upper hand as it had for the past 11 years, it could certainly hold its ground. Endless rage had no outlet. The Bloodwing Dragon could only roar to keep itself calm. The Metagross quietly entered its Pokeball, feeling a deep sense of regret towards the Bloodwing Dragon. But it did not lament its choice. If the roles were reversed, it believed the Bloodwing Dragon would make the same decision. A life-and-death duel equates to life itself. Even in a seemingly hopeless battle, if it could injure the opponent and enhance the odds of victory, it would be worth it. How absurd. You cannot even manage your own Pokémon, and now there is infighting. Are you truly the heir chosen by the Bayou family? Surely. You cannot be the genuine article. The Mad Dog laughed, viewing this as nothing short of a farce. It seems fate is on my side. You have brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame anyone else. Hallujia, give it your all and eliminate it, ushering in our victory. In no time, we shall become king-level powerhouses. Owl. Hallujia lowly roared, its fighting spirit ignited. As long as it wins, it can become a powerful king-level Pokémon. 10-9. The Bloodwing Dragon ceased its roar to the heavens, its massive eyes fixated on the somewhat diminutive Hallujia. It intended to pour all its fury upon this instigator. Including its neck, the Bloodwing Dragon stood at a towering 5 meters tall, and when accounting for its tail, it stretched a formidable 12 meters in length, while Hallujia barely measured half of that. Indeed, it could be considered petite. 1. The invisible barriers separating the two vanished, and the Bloodwing Dragon surged upward, soaring into the clouds. Dragon Pulse, poised to unleash a spirit ball at just the right moment. The first star spirit ball and earthquake would deal slightly more damage to He Lu Jia than a fully realized first star move. Dragon Pulse erupted above He Lu Jia, sending shockwaves toward it. Big explosion, break through the gap, commanded the Mad Dog. The Dragon Pulse was met with a breach from the big explosion, and He Lu Jia swiftly emerged, only to be met by a spirit ball. The slow speed of Dragon Pulse allowed the spirit ball to catch up, forming a tactical synergy. The originator of this combined technique was indeed a master in this area. Hiding behind the big explosion, the Mad Dog quickly devised a counter. He Lu Jia halted, retreating instead of advancing, concealing itself behind the trajectory of the big explosion. If the spirit ball did not alter its course, it would have ample time to evade. If it did change, it would have to confront the big explosion. At that point, it would be He Lu Jia's turn to attack, evade the big explosion, and use storm to seal off its escape route. The Bloodwing Dragon shifted slightly, flapping its wings as a whirlwind surged toward He Lu Jia. The situation shifted once more, leaving He Lu Jia in a dilemma. There's no other choice. He Lu Jia, use Protect to block everything. The Mad Dog, perched atop He Lu Jia's back, grumbled. In those fleeting seconds, he could not conceive a solution. Chapter 44. The frenzied Bloodwing shatters He Lu Jia. Dragon Meteor, Bai Yuling declared. A second later, a massive meteor appeared in the sky, measuring 10 meters in diameter. The meteor hurtled toward the shielded He Lu Jia. Damn it! Evade at high speed. The Protect move could last no longer than 3 seconds. Just enough for it to dissipate before the Dragon Meteor struck. Was this calculated by Bai Yuling? The Mad Dog cursed again. It should have cancelled Protect immediately after the initial impact. Now, with a half-second delay, it found itself in dire straits. It could only attempt to mitigate the damage. The title of the most destructive meteor was no exaggeration. Engaging it head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Boom. The meteor crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves that destabilized the high-speed moving He Lu Jia, with debris raining down from all directions, each piece possessing considerable destructive power. Ow! He Lu Jia cried out in agony as it was battered. As the 1-second drawback concluded, the Bloodwing Dragon regained its movement. But the onslaught of meteors was far from over. The Bloodwing Dragon dove downward. Earthquake. Jump, He Lu Jia. The Mad Dog bellowed. He Lu Jia, upon hearing its master's command, struggled to leap, but debris struck its hind legs, shattering its defenses, leaving a wound. However, the Bloodwing Dragon's downward momentum came to an abrupt halt. It merely dove, but did not execute Earthquake. Spirit Ball, to the left, unleashed the big explosion. The Mad Dog pointed emphatically, but the synergy between him and He Lu Jia seemed lacking. He Lu Jia's attack direction deviated slightly from where he indicated. The result was that the big explosion narrowly missed the spirit ball, which struck He Lu Jia squarely in the abdomen. A critical hit. An air slash followed, targeting He Lu Jia as it prepared to use Protect. Quick, use Dark Pulse to push it back. The Mad Dog felt cold sweat trickling down. He finally realized that he and Bai Yuling were not on the same level. The disparity lay not in the Pokémon, but in the trainer's command capabilities. He Lu Jia swiftly opened his mouth, and upon discerning the position of the Bloodwing Dragon, unleashed a jet of pitch-black energy. The dragon breath shattered. Bai Yuling murmured. Having already diminished He Lu Jia's stamina by more than half, another opportunity would suffice. The strength he currently displayed was undoubtedly within their manageable range, sufficient to entice them to strike. However, to Bai Yuling's astonishment, the Bloodwing Dragon did not heed his command for the first time. Roar! The Bloodwing Dragon, undeterred, charged boldly into the tumultuous shockwave of evil energy without employing any special moves to counteract it. Only after penetrating the malevolent wave did the Bloodwing Dragon unleash its ultimate move, the fighting-type cross slash. He Lu Jia never anticipated the Bloodwing Dragon would approach so recklessly, reacting too slowly and being cleaved away by the cross slash, receiving double damage. Dragon's Dive. The Bloodwing Dragon showed no signs of hesitation, an overwhelming momentum erupting from its form, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up to the flung He Lu Jia. Bang! As He Lu Jia was thrown with even greater speed, a dark light flickered around it, an indication of its explosive characteristic activation. He Lu Jia suddenly opened its eyes wide. It still had some stamina left. Very well. Deliver a heavy blow, a shattering destruction wave. The crazed howl of the Mad Dog echoed. One of the ultimate moves of the evil type, the shattering destruction wave, which inflicted the highest area damage, unfurled from He Lu Jia's body, directly sweeping across the Bloodwing Dragon. A second later, the Bloodwing Dragon roared out, striking down He Lu Jia again with a clawed cross slash, causing He Lu Jia to lose consciousness the moment it was hit. Yet, the Bloodwing Dragon did not cease its assault. It landed swiftly, triggering an earthquake. The already near-death He Lu Jia was directly annihilated by the seismic attack, vanishing into nothingness. He Lu Jia was utterly defeated. The Bloodwing Dragon's frenzied demeanor prompted a silent sigh from Bai Yuling. He refrained from rebuking the Bloodwing Dragon. It had willingly endured tremendous damage to eliminate Hylugia in the shortest time possible. Was it not also out of anger towards him? As for the death of a Pokémon, such occurrences were commonplace in life and death duels, and no one would voice objections. Hylugia? Hylugia? No, get up quickly. I'll give you some Katy dog meat. Wasn't he that your favorite food? The mad dog's furious howls were abruptly halted, a fleeting look of confusion passing through its wild eyes before it bellowed loudly at the fallen Hylugia. The life and death duel was lifted, and Hylugia's body bore no signs of damage. However, the amalgamation of its spiritual consciousness, the soul, had completely perished. Junling and Xiao Mimi displayed no semblance of sympathy, solely due to the gruesome mass of flesh lying on the ground. In the world of Pokémon, countless beings existed. The population of ordinary creatures was already sufficient for the Pokémon's sustenance. As long as they were not extremely savage and brutal Pokémon, they would not be chosen as food. Furthermore, once a Pokémon was captured, every trainer was obligated to suppress its wildness. Raw meat was strictly forbidden, and the flesh of Pokémon was the ultimate taboo. Any breach would result in the revocation of all league contribution points and disqualification of the trainer. The most severe punishment would be to cast them into the front lines to meet their end. Pokémon are the closest companions of trainers, and at the pinnacle of their bond, they are akin to a second life. Anyone daring to harm a Pokémon for trivial reasons would face the wrath of all. The vast majority of dark trainers would pursue such an individual relentlessly. Mad Dog, how dare you breach this taboo? Even the Spider and the Color Frenzy looked at the Mad Dog in disbelief. How could it dare to commit such a transgression? This was a taboo, even among dark trainers. Mad Dog. Indeed, it was completely mad. Bai Yuling cast a glance at the Bloodwing Dragon, which promptly struck the Mad Dog aside with its tail. Such a presence was a blemish upon the eyes of both itself and its Pokémon. The Bloodwing Dragon hesitated momentarily before also swatting Hylugia away. Having consumed a kindred's flesh, it was now an enemy to all Pokémon, no longer part of their kin. Ding. Congratulations on achieving victory in the life and death duel. It has been detected that the opponent is a dark trainer. You will receive an equivalent of 5,000 contribution points at the elite level. Please choose the opponent's fate. I choose to postpone. Postponement of 1 day will result in a loss of 9 contribution points, elite level 9. You may delay a maximum of 3 days, otherwise, you will be classified as a dark trainer, forfeiting all contribution points. Should you choose to retain this authority, you will have complete control over the opponent's fate. However, making this choice will classify you as a dark trainer, rendering you incapable of acquiring any contribution points or exchanging for any league-related items. Everything will rely solely on plunder. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon's Claw, Tear Whip. After making the choice, Bai Yuling directed the bound Junling and Xiao Mimi. Rescuing them would not be so simple. The Color Frenzy ordered its Maiwawa to block the Bloodwing Dragon, sneering. Hee, little brother, why are you so anxious? Surely Xiao, Yi, and Junsha cannot be your girlfriends. The Spider also released its own Pokémon, the Fire Chicken, positioning it in front of Bai Yuling. Chapter 45, The Ever-Changing Situation. Maiwawa, a royal species. Possessing dual grass and poison attributes, level 142, elite, level 9. Fire Chicken, a royal species. Possessing dual fire and fighting attributes, level 141, elite, level 9. These two Pokémon were superior to the Mad Dog's Pokémon, yet the true combat power of the Jinjing monster and Bloodwing Dragon could easily defeat them. However, such an action would be utterly futile. Bai Yuling's actions were merely granting the opponent an opportunity, a trap he had laid. Step aside. You should know, I am no longer wary of anything. At worst, I could directly attack them and send them back, which is far better than enduring your humiliation. When the time comes. Do you think you can stop me? Bai Yuling scolded. Hee, you are right. So why don't you take action? Any of their ultimate moves could trigger the ultimate protection. Could we possibly safeguard them? The Spider laughed, having discerned Bai Yuling's concern for them, compounded by the earlier safety measures proving pivotal, leaving her devoid of panic. It must be known that this was a task personally assigned by that esteemed individual. Failure would result in a fate worse than death for those within this prison. Death, among these dark trainers, is the best outcome, a form of mercy. Stop pretending. You care about them, don't you? The Spider teased, her gaze flickering with envy. If only back then. Kid, I did not expect you to have such taste. Junsha and Xiao Yi are the two most perfect women in the world. The Color Frenzy remarked in a tone of camaraderie. Aside from Bai Yuling's interest in Junsha and Xiao Yi, it was inexplicable why he would wish to remain. In this scenario, it was unnecessary to ponder what might transpire. Kid, given your audaciousness, I shall not make it difficult for you. Let us settle this directly. If you win, you shall embrace the beauties and return in glory. If you lose, leave everything behind. The Color Frenzy spoke with admiration, yet internally scoffed. Indeed, heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. However, it is no wonder, for Xiao Yi and Junsha possess enchanting beauty and figures, alongside backgrounds that no one dares provoke. If one could marry Junsha or Xiao Yi, there would be no worries for a lifetime. Regrettably, There has yet to be a single instance of Jun Sha Xiao marrying, indicating that there must be some significant taboo at play. This foolish lad has not inquired about it, and has fallen into the depths of this predicament. A decisive battle? It is unnecessary. I shall find a more opportune moment. Bai Yuling scoffed. The spider coldly remarked, you have no better opportunity, for the duel cannot be refused. Unable to refuse? Bai Yuling's expression shifted. It appears you have come to understand. This woman, spider, is quite cunning, ensnaring even us frequently. Sei Kuang chuckled. The situation remains under their control, and he initiated a life-and-death duel against Bai Yuling. The contract previously signed with the mad dog originally stated I, but was later altered to we, changing its entire meaning. Bai Yuling failed to react in time, thus tacitly accepting it. Among the 3 poisons present, whoever proposes a life-and-death duel to him cannot be denied. This is not a mere textual trap. It is not difficult to discern with a little attention. Thus the will shall not intervene. When one can be so careless about matters concerning their own life and death, who can they blame? Given this, why not have you join as well, and engage in a double death match? Bai Yuling suddenly proposed. This lad is not satisfied with his own demise, is he? Sei Kuang thought, puzzled. Regardless of his thoughts, we shall proceed according to our plan. The spider could not fathom Bai Yuling's intentions, but she deemed that it mattered not whether this was a strategy to unsettle him. Then so be it, Bloodwing Flying Dragon. We shall unleash it directly. Bai Yuling declared coldly, his gaze firmly locked onto the opponent, a flicker of comprehension appearing in his eyes. The prompt to refuse the life-and-death duel arrived from the Elven Pokédex, causing Sei Kuang's previously jovial expression to freeze. How could he refuse? Sei Kuang's face turned pale with alarm. The base could shield communications, but outside it could not. If the location of this base were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. What do you truly desire? Spit it out. The spider calmly replied, having sensed something amiss. Bai Yuling was not as fervent and naive as he appeared. While most of their tactics had proven effective, the outcomes had diverged significantly from their expectations. The contract was mutual, and it was evident that Bai Yuling had not been fooled. Although the Pokédex received the contract from the Mad Dog, he had actually formulated an alternative agreement. Should there be any conflict between the 2 contracts, the conflicting portions would be deemed invalid, with the contingency rendered ineffective. The situation reversed once more, leaving the spider somewhat vexed. Had she recognized Bai Yuling's ruse sooner, she would have certainly laid down a far more meticulous array of contingencies. It is simple. Sign a contract for a death match with me. The time will be once I have dealt with him. Otherwise, what if you sense danger during the death match and flee with them? Saving them is my reason for engaging in a duel with you, Bai Yuling stated nonchalantly, no longer needing to disguise his intentions. From Sei Kuang's alarmed expression, it seemed the opponent had a compelling reason to capture him. Very well, I accept. The spider had no choice and did not attempt to tamper with the contract any further. The deathmatch space unfurled once more, and the spider quietly released Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei. They were of no real significance. I initially thought you would serve no purpose. Yet it seems he cares for you so deeply. Even without my insurance, he would not depart. How enviable. The spider regarded the 2 women with disdain, though there was a hint of barely perceptible envy. Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei felt shame, having been so easily captured, rendering their prowess as elite trainers futile. Bai Yuling's previous words had proven true. Their presence would only complicate matters. The more one possesses, the fewer individuals there are willing to share life and death. Particularly between people, attaining such feelings is nearly impossible. The spider murmured, not intending to convey anything to Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei. But some thoughts had lingered in her heart for too long to suppress. In the deathmatch space, the lad, it is now time to proceed with your earlier suggestion. How about we alter it to a double match? Sei Kuang remarked with a grin. Bai Yuling's elves had been revealed. In a double match, he could entirely target the opposing elves. The situation greatly favored him. Certainly, Bai Yuling replied coolly. The Metagross and Bloodwing Flying Dragon appeared in the arena. Bloodwing Flying Dragon growling as it turned its head, clearly still incensed. It appears your elves are embroiled in internal strife. They cannot be your original elves, can they? I truly wonder what gives you the audacity to agree to a double match. Lad, acting on impulse will lead to ruin. You will come to understand this. However, the cost will be exceedingly grave. Sei Kuang chuckled sinisterly, confidently releasing 2 elves. Chapter 46, An Unfavorable Double Death Match. Rapidash, a rare elf, fire type, level 144. Elite level 9. Mamoswine, an excellent elf, ice and ground type, level 140, elite level 9. All are elves with advantageous attributes. Moreover, Mamoswine simultaneously counters both Bloodwing, Flying Dragon, and Metagross. He possesses 6 elf slots, with Rapidash being the strongest and Mamoswine the weakest. Yet it is the only ice and ground type, ensuring a significant advantage in a double match. This is also the reason Sei Kuang was eager to challenge the spider. He bore the greatest credit for this. The battle commenced. Closing the distance, Rapidash unleashed a fire blast against Metagross, while Mamoswine targeted Bloodwing Flying Dragon with Ice Beam. Se Kuang thought to seize the opportunity amidst their internal discord. Evidently, he did not possess absolute confidence in defeating Bai Yuling. A smirk of derision crept upon Bai Yuling's lips. The strongest combination in a double match is never dictated by the trainer's commands, but rather by the synergy among the respective elves. Can you execute precise commands for multiple elves simultaneously? Even with Bai Yuling harnessing the power of aura, it would be impossible, while the elves could coordinate flawlessly. Internal strife? Their bond forged over 11 years is not something outsiders can comprehend. Without the need for eye contact, Metagross directly met the ice beam, simultaneously launching a flash cannon at Mamoswine. Bloodwing Flying Dragon leaped high, utilizing Earthquake to encompass both elves within its attack range. Both sides unleashed their attacks almost simultaneously, with a mere 0.2 second difference. Rapidash, being more agile, leapt at the last moment to evade the Earthquake strike. However, Mamoswine fared poorly, first being struck by the flash cannon, then destabilized by the ensuing earthquake, letting out a series of pained cries. Metagross braced against the ice beam, once more firing a flash cannon at Mamoswine. Meanwhile, Rapidash had already aimed its fire blast at it. Bloodwing Flying Dragon had somehow positioned itself in the path of the fire blast, simultaneously launching Aura Sphere at Mamoswine. The fire blast struck Bloodwing Flying Dragon, but the half damage did not hinder its execution of its ultimate move. The Aura Sphere followed closely behind the flash cannon, striking Mamoswine's vulnerable nose at the moment of its anguished cry, resulting in double damage due to the type advantage. Half a second later, the metallic sheen on Metagross glimmered as it charged ferociously towards Mamoswine. Steel-type ultimate move, Meteor Mash. Mamoswine encased the earth in ice, targeting the space between them. Sekwang commanded in a booming voice, taken aback by the remarkable cooperation of his opponent. Had it not been for the robust defensive trait of his CH-NGM Ozich, he might have been relentlessly pursued to his demise. The CH-NGM Ozich opened its eyes, filled with agony, and summoned its ultimate move, unleashing an icy torrent that froze the ground before it into crystalline ice, plunging the air into a biting chill. This ice-type ultimate move, known as BNGF-NGD, encompassed the Bloodwing Dragon as well. It reacted swiftly, deploying a protective stance and pivoting sharply to shield itself from the flames that had been shot from an unseen source. With an unstoppable force, the JJN-GUI surged forward, its presence almost rendering the freezing aura ineffective against its speed, and it collided with the CH-NGM OH, which was unable to evade. The CH-NGM OH suffered 3 instances of restrained damage, with 1 earthquake and 1 4-fold damage hit, equating to being struck by an 11-fold non-restrained advanced move. It had already pushed the CH-NGM OZH to its limits, and the remaining half-strength of the ultimate move became the final straw that broke its back. The CH-NGM OZH was sent flying, its eyes closing as it succumbed to a near-death state. Meanwhile, the remaining Li YNM, under the relentless assault of the Bloodwing Dragon and JJN-GUI, managed to endure for 3 seconds with its protective shield before being overwhelmed by a seamlessly coordinated onslaught, bringing it to the brink of death as well. As the battle concluded, the Bloodwing Dragon let out a low growl directed at the JJN-GUI before turning its gaze away. The arena of death dissipated, and Sekwang wore a bitter expression, left to witness the fate of the spider. Should the spider falter, then all would be lost. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive. This is truly your genuine prowess. The performance of the JJN-GUI is worlds apart from its encounter with the Mad Dog. Had we known you possessed such strength, we certainly would not have confronted you so early. The spider applauded, a smile gracing its features, devoid of any panic. Now, it is your turn. BIY Elling stepped forward, approaching the spider with a calm demeanor. Chiommi and J and Elling approached, preparing to express their gratitude, but halted at the sight of the tense standoff. So, you intended to ensnare us all along, masquerading and plotting from the very beginning. To be honest, if you were to become a dark trainer, it would undoubtedly be yet another nightmare for the Alliance, the spider remarked with a hint of nostalgia. BIY Elling's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an irregularity. This was not mere bravado. Her adversary must possess some decisive trump card. Without wasting time, BIY Elling initiated a life-and-death challenge against the spider. Due to their contract, the spider had no choice but to comply. The spider merely smiled, its gaze devoid of fear or madness typical of those facing death. No one can defy a contract, and I, being insignificant, cannot either. However, I have 5 minutes to spare, which is ample time to activate the base's self-destruct program. BIY Elling's expression shifted for the first time. The installation of a self-destruct program was standard procedure for every faction, but whether the opponent had the authority to execute it was another matter entirely. These 3 dark trainers were likely just slightly stronger ordinary members. Did they possess the clearance to initiate such a protocol? Ding. Self-destruct program activated. Please confirm or cancel. A peculiar device appeared in the spider's hand, fingers flying over its surface. An emotionless electronic voice echoed from all directions, accompanied by tremors that confirmed the spider's claims were not mere bluster. Yet, Bill remained skeptical. The cunning of a dark trainer could very well mean this was a ruse to instill fear. Like me, you have no choice now. You cannot afford to lose. The spider stated calmly. Are you insane? There are still many trainers inside. They are all nearing the peak of their energy, and we were on the brink of dawn, ready to begin anew. If the base truly self-destructs, they may not even be teleported out before the collapsing structure crushes them. Moreover, the source of this calamity cannot be detached from them. JNLing and Chiom's faces turned pale. The thought of such a possibility weighing heavily upon them. For the first time, they felt acutely aware of their own inadequacies. Realizing how vastly inferior they were in every aspect. Their lives are of no concern to me, the spider coldly retorted. Present your terms, but if they are too harsh, I'm afraid I must declare you unqualified. Bill took a deep breath, maintaining her composure. This woman was exceedingly clever and would prove to be a formidable opponent. Simple enough. I have a third-rate Pokémon, and I require you to suppress your strength to match its level for a duel. The spider smiled slightly, anticipating Bill's choice. Bill pondered as time ticked away. Chapter 47. The Choice of Life and Death. You have only 2 minutes left, or rather, 1 minute and 37 seconds. When the time is up, I shall have no choice but to risk it all. I have 6 Pokémon. 3 minutes is more than sufficient to reach the control room, and you cannot stop me. The spider's voice was calm, yet laden with immense pressure. Bill's heart sank. If previously there was a 50% chance of deception, now it had diminished to merely 30%. After all, if it were so simple to activate a self-destruct program, then obtaining the password and seizing that device could allow anyone to bring destruction. While the difficulty of achieving this was significant, it was no longer impossible. Since the proliferation of Pokémon belts, there has never been an instance of an outsider successfully triggering a base's self-destruction. You are formidable, both in intellect and strength, but youth is your greatest vulnerability. If you had 6 Pokémon, or even just 4 of equal strength, you could undoubtedly stall me. The spider sincerely praised. A minute passed, and time was running short. Bill exhaled, her back dampened with cold sweat. This was the most perilous situation she had encountered. Should she fail, escape would be impossible, and the outcome could very well lead to lifelong imprisonment. Third-rate strength. She needed to suppress her Pokémon to that level, and aside from the GWI, they all possessed tenfold combat power, making them formidable contenders. However, this was hardly the crux of the matter, as most elite Pokémon could be suppressed to third-rate levels, and her opponent was undoubtedly cognizant of this. Proposing such a condition likely meant that the specified Pokémon either possessed an exceedingly rare trait or had some other ace up its sleeve. The only gamble was to hope that the opponent's attributes were ones she could counter. The odds were not insignificant. Should she take the risk? Do not agree to her terms. At that moment, JNLing suddenly shouted, her voice tinged with hysteria. I looked at her friend in confusion, utterly lost and unsure of how to proceed. This woman is terrifying. The earlier scheme to capture them must have been orchestrated by her. The proposition she presented indicates she holds a confidence exceeding 90%. Should Bill acquiesce, the outcome would certainly be dire. Yet, if she were to refuse, what would become of the trapped trainers within the base? Just the thought was enough to drive her to the brink of despair. If only she could accept the challenge and Bill's stead. Do not take the risk. If you lose, those trainers will continue to suffer. And you may lose yourself as well. JNLing seemed to have come to a realization, her expression turning gravely serious, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. If the base were to be destroyed, she would willingly dedicate her entire life to make amends. However, if Bill were to fall victim to this situation, no amount of time would suffice for atonement. Had they not insisted on coming to burden Bill, perhaps the outcome would not have turned out this way. Indeed, she cannot agree to her demands. Xiao Mei has finally come to understand that even if the other party's claims were true, once Bill resolved her issues, there might still be a chance for salvation. Conversely, if Bill were to succumb, that would be the gravest scenario. If, at that moment, the other party were to employ such tactics again, and continued to do so in the future, trusting the enemy and following their lead would always be the most erroneous choice. The words of a senior echoed in Xiao Mei's mind, and she wholeheartedly concurred. I refuse. Even without the persuasion of Junling and the others, Bill would have made the same choice. He would never entrust his fate to the whims of destiny. Having experienced that conclusive battle, Bill had long since grown indifferent to the lives of others. As long as they were not individuals he held dear, what concern was it of his? In this regard, Biuling's perspective surprisingly aligned with that of the spider. Thus, fundamentally, Biuling is a cold-hearted individual. There remained 30 seconds until the time indicated by the spider. You, a person like you, are the very target we Dark Ones dread to encounter. But look, who is this? The spider inhaled deeply, revealing a photograph from her handbook. depicting a beautiful woman in her 20s, with the background clearly indicating the confines of this prison. Bai Yuling scrutinized the image, his expression shifting to one of shock. Bai Yuliankong? It was said that she mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago, with her family expending all efforts to search for her without success. And they have yet to abandon the search. Who would have thought she was imprisoned by the Dark Knight organization? No wonder her family could glean no information despite their power. Indeed, she is the genius trainer of your Bai family, Bai Yuliankong, a prodigy who attained the rank of king at the tender age of 18. The spider's voice resounded. Now what is your choice? Bai Yuling's demeanor remained composed as he recalled the sorrowful expressions of his parents and even his grandfather, and the image of his mother, Bing Li Shui. Weeping when she remembered, solidified his decision. Very well, I agree. However, you must sign this contract of mine. Bai Yuling's voice echoed, and both Jun Ling and Xiao Meimei stared in disbelief. Was that woman truly so significant as to warrant such a risk for the future of the Bai family? Besides the spider's conditions, Bai Yuling added several clauses that completely extinguished the possibility of the other party annihilating the base, as well as imposing a restriction on their strength to the initial stage of the third tier. This was due to the enhancement from Chenglong, as any increase in odds was indeed beneficial. The spider silently forged a contract with Bai Yuling, finally exhaling in relief, sweat visibly trickling down her face. Unable to suppress her anxiety any longer. Spider, I have never bowed to anyone in my life, but now I yield to you. From this point forward, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. I will heed your every command. The voice of Sei Kuang erupted in uncontrollable joy. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall send you straight to hell. Bai Yuling's mocking voice rang out, his mood decidedly sour. Truly a fade, although somewhat anticipated. It was still irksome. Damn it, it seems I must elevate my pace. My strength is still insufficient. As the other party mentioned, had his power been greater, and if Chenglong had not yet reincarnated, he would have already cultivated him into the strongest trump card, easily thwarting the opposition. Sei Kuang immediately fell silent, having been too ecstatic, forgetting that their lives lay in the hands of the other. If the opponent were to determine his fate now, Sei Kuang was now regretting his earlier exuberance, hastily retreating to the shadows, wishing he could burrow into the ground, a pitiful sight that was utterly laughable and contemptible. The spider's legs trembled, fatigue overwhelming her as she nearly collapsed. Bai Yuling instilled in her a sense of trepidation, and she felt an even greater pressure. This underage boy exuded an aura reminiscent of Lord Heimei. While he appeared to have vulnerabilities, in truth, he was entirely cloaked in disguise, leaving no room for flaws. The spider chose to sit down and rest, attempting to steady her wildly racing heart. It had been perilously close. Fortunately, she had endured, and now possessed a final opportunity for a turnaround. With the unique qualities of that sprite, defeat was simply not an option. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Jun Ling and Xiao Meimei approached Bai Yuling, their expressions filled with shame. Their pale faces, tinged with a hint of color, bore a unique beauty. In the shadows, Sei Kuang's eyes widened, yet he forced himself to turn away, daring not to provoke Bai Yuling further. Chapter 48, Lada Wang. Yes, it is good that you understand. You should leave this place now. Bai Yuling replied nonchalantly. In truth, Jun Ling and Xiao Meimei did not cause any disruption. If it were absolutely necessary, he would have left them be, trusting that the higher-ups of the Dark Knight organization would immediately release this hot potato upon learning of their predicament. Perhaps it was precisely because they were restrained that he managed to retrieve the Ninetales belt ball with relative ease. Please, do not concern yourselves with us any longer. Jun Ling and Xiao Meimei shook their heads in unison. They could not leave on their own. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and the spider accepted Bai Yuling's challenge to a life-and-death duel. In the deathmatch arena, the spider produced a pokeball from her pocket. Speaking softly, this sprite was a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Although its strength is only at the 3rd level, its combat prowess is unparalleled in my experience. If its power is restricted to match ours, its battle capability is undoubtedly the strongest. This sprite possesses particularly large incisors. Indeed, such a characteristic belongs to the most common of ordinary sprites, Lada. Lada, an ordinary sprite, normal type, level 39, peak of the 3rd tier. Upon its emergence, Lada bared its teeth at the spider, clearly not acknowledging her as its master. Bai Yuling carefully examined Lada, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Meimei also scrutinized it closely. This Lada had somewhat dull fur, and its skin seemed to be aging, indicating it had entered its twilight years. Lada, let us forge a bond of will. Assist me in winning this duel, and I shall grant you your freedom and facilitate your return to your original place. What say you? The spider smiled, and Lada hesitated before nodding in agreement. Lada turned to face Bai Yuling, standing tall, its eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. This Lada was nearing the end of its life, yet it retained such battle prowess and vitality, which was indeed remarkable. Bai Yuling discerned more details than Xiao Meimei. This Lada had undoubtedly been a powerful sprite of at least the king level in its youth. Thus, despite its current frailty, it still possessed peak third-tier strength. This La Da's battle experience far surpassed that of his own sprites, and its mastery of techniques had undoubtedly outstripped Chung Long over the years. Fortunately, due to its limited strength, both sprites' ultimate moves were capped at maximum effectiveness. However, in terms of attributes, his sprite was at a disadvantage, possessing only one fighting move with a restraining effect. In contrast, La Da's all-encompassing attributes offered no surprises. Most crucially, there was a slender, dark black and ink green mark connecting La Da's abdomen and tail, resembling a wound but also appearing as a peculiar mark born of coincidence. A vivid image surfaced in Bai Yuling's mind, an exceptionally young La Da with the same characteristics, possessing the strength of a champion, and wielding a fabled technique known as the world's greatest bite, which was said to be unbearable for many champion-level sprites. Adored by countless trainers and hailed as the king of Rada, Bai Yuling had once perused battle videos of this illustrious Rada, witnessing its lethal Fong technique that could annihilate even the most formidable of Pokémon. According to its master, this was a self-created super move. However, Bai Yuling speculated that this technique was likely an exclusive move that Rada had painstakingly honed through relentless practice. Otherwise, the miraculous system would not bestow a perfect compatibility rating of 100%. An exclusive move is one that is uniquely suited to a particular Pokémon. If attempted by another, even one of the same species, strength, and size, it would fail to replicate its full power, rendering it impractical for widespread use. Bai Yuling was uncertain if the Rada before him was indeed the legendary king of Rada, yet there was a 30% chance that it was. Perhaps in the future, this Rada might acquire treasures such as the Fountain of Youth, the Water of Life, or the Sands of Time, which could enhance its longevity or even reverse time. Much like a Chenglong, the mark it bore was too distinctive. Even a shiny Pokémon would not manifest such a unique imprint in a vulnerable area where attacks could not be executed. Assuming this Rada was the king of Rada, one could predict its maximum battle potential, as there was no need to select a battling Pokémon. It had to be the Jujin monster. For all other Pokémon would surely face defeat. The Chenglong had not mastered its exclusive move, and the power of the rare treasure, the Xianbing Qishir, was too overwhelming for the Chenglong to bear at its current strength. Its QB state had yet to be restored, and it lacked any fighting moves, while the Bloodwing Dragon was eliminated by an Ice-type move, coupled with the Steel-type's resistance to normal-type attacks and its ability to levitate. The Jujin monster had a 30% chance of victory. With the addition of the Thunderburst Punch, that chance would increase to at least 50%. Unfortunately, the Jujin monster had not trained the Thunderburst Punch for long enough, and its power and proficiency were far inferior to those of the King of Rada. Otherwise, it would have had over a 50% chance of success in a direct confrontation. As the Jujin monster entered the arena, its demeanor was one of utmost seriousness, scanning the opposing Rada with formidable calculation, yet finding no vulnerabilities. This Rada had transformed battle into instinct. Attempting to discern weaknesses was akin to chasing a dream. It could only rely on absolute strength to overpower its opponent, with no shortcuts available. This was the strongest adversary it had ever encountered. Even the Qi Qingwan, when matched with equal power, did not exert such pressure. If not for the Thunderburst Punch taught by its master, defeat would have been inevitable, even with its type advantage to mitigate half the damage. Indeed, Jujin monster, you will still lose, for the terror of this Rada transcends what a tribute resistance can counter. The calm voice of the spider was imbued with unwavering confidence. Even if a rare Pokémon were to fortuitously become a ghost fighting type of equal strength, it would not stand a chance against this Rada. Without having witnessed the battle prowess of this Rada, one could hardly fathom the extent of its terror. Bai Yuling maintained a tranquil expression, utilizing the power of the wave to establish a mental connection with the Jujin monster. Given its formidable battle experience, normal commands would be too slow and would likely be exploited by the opponent. The mental link forged through the wave power meant that Bai Yuling and the Jujin monster would fight in tandem against Rada, with Bai Yuling responsible for tactics and commands while the Jujin monster could focus solely on combat, thereby enhancing its chance of victory by an additional 20%. With a deep breath from Bai Yuling, the battle commenced. Rada's silhouette darted towards the Jujin monster with incredible speed. Utilizing geomagnetic forces, it executed an earthquake with unprecedented rapidity. The Jujin monster's form flickered like a phantom, moving gracefully to evade as the ground trembled violently beneath them. How could the earthquake be unleashed so swiftly? The spider's eyes widened in confusion. Despite Rada's extensive combat experience, it had never encountered a Jujin monster capable of executing an earthquake so rapidly. Caught unprepared, it suffered from the tremors, yet instinctively leaped to avoid further damage. As the earthquake subsided, it landed flawlessly, revealing no signs of vulnerability. Achieving such a feat required an intimate understanding of the opponent's earthquake strength, which could only come from enduring countless earthquakes. At this moment, Bai Yuling was certain that this was indeed the king of Rada. Setting aside other considerations, just this aspect alone signified that, with Rada's lifespan of around 500 years, There were hardly any Radas aside from the King of Rada that faced such intense battles daily. As Rada touched down, it swiftly activated its high-speed movement once more, its galloping form presenting an immense threat to the Jujin monster. It leaped, utilizing geomagnetic forces to establish a hovering trajectory before employing the Move Future Sight, targeting its current position with a time frame of 6 seconds. The wave power instantly conveyed by Yuling's intent to the Jujin monster, whose eyes gleamed with understanding. At that very moment, Rada sprang forth like lightning, its fearsome fangs snapping shut upon the Jujin monster, exhibiting incredible explosive power for a mere second-tier Pokémon. For an instant, a dark light shimmered on Rada's fangs, signifying the extraordinary nature of this attack. However, this was merely an afterimage of the Jujin monster, which had already retreated to a distance of 100 meters, immobile. Regrettably, Rada, having just employed its exclusive move with the intent to severely wound the Jujin monster, found itself unable to execute any further attacks, helplessly watching as the Jujin monster regained its composure while it struggled to land. The side effects of 2 full seconds, combined with the use of a final move that required a significant exertion of energy, had drained over 20% of the Jujin monster's strength. With a sudden surge of will, the Jujin monster unleashed a psychic headbutt, its twisted energy pursuing Rada from behind. Confronted with an unavoidable psychic move, Rada countered with its own gale, a flurry of wind blades clashing against the psychic headbutt, leading to a fierce exchange of attacks. As the Jujin monster unleashed its explosion punch, Rada, instead of using its rending claw to strike directly and injure the Jujin monster, suddenly realized something and opted to cancel the gale in favor of a protective move. It turned out that Future Sight had already been activated but dissipated alongside the explosion punch upon contact with the protective barrier. Blizzard, Thunderburst Punch. A potentially fatal strike was effortlessly neutralized by Rada, yet Bai Yuling had anticipated this. The chilling winds of the blizzard enveloped Rada as the Jujin monster silently appeared behind it, unleashing a thunderous punch. However, even amid the icy confrontation, Rada instinctively detected the Jujin monster's movements and utilized its rending claw to block the incoming assault. Nevertheless, the power behind this strike was formidable. The rending claw could not withstand it. The Thunderburst Punch shattered the rending claw and landed squarely on Rada's abdominal weakness. The Jujin monster's arm trembled uncontrollably from the force of the Thunderburst Punch, beyond its control. The overwhelming power of the attack was too much for a second-tier Pokémon to endure. While its stamina had not diminished significantly, that arm would be incapacitated for a short duration. Rada let out a muffled groan as it was sent flying, regaining its balance mid-air before landing, only to falter slightly. The frail body, ravaged by age, could not withstand the impact of the Thunderburst Punch, leading to a rupture that even penetrated the bone. Rada was filled with a sense of reluctance, acutely aware that it had merely lost half of its stamina. In the past, even when its strength was dwindling, it could still muster all its might to fight. With a will as unyielding as iron, Rada steadied itself, yet its aging body could not be driven solely by determination, resulting in a somewhat distorted stance. Even with a spirit of steel, it could not withstand the relentless march of time. Bai Yuling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Victory was finally his. Given Lada Wang's current condition, as long as the Jujin Guai maintained distance, triumph was but a matter of time. The bitter voice of the spider echoed, "The outcome is clear. I concede defeat, fully and wholeheartedly." The ability to levitate, along with that unheard-of, terrifying ultimate move. These two astonishing techniques, what constitutes a monstrous talent, I have only now come to truly understand. Bai Yuling, you are indeed a true prodigy. Congratulations. The voice of the Poc Dex chimed in, awarding him another 5,000 contribution points. Bai Yuling suddenly realized that he now possessed a total of 17,010 contribution points. Such a vast sum could be utilized to restore the lost potential of his Pokémon. As the life or death space dissolved, both Lada and Jujin Guai healed from their injuries. Though the fatigue on a mental level was unavoidable, particularly for Jujin Guai, who had engaged in multiple battles and needed time to recuperate. Rest well, Jujin Guai. Bai Yuling recalled Jujin Guai and immediately approached Lada. Lada, you are now free. Based on our recent battle, do you still wish to continue fighting? If you do, I will find a way to restore your lifespan and help you return to your prime. Bai Yuling said sincerely. Originally, Lada Wang was not part of his plans, as he had no idea how the other would manage to tame Lada Wang or where it was captured. However, now that they had crossed paths, why seek further afield? Duh. Lada growled softly, shaking its head. It was unwilling to believe. The treasures that could enhance one's lifespan were exceedingly rare. Who would squander such a resource on an ordinary Pokémon like itself? You are anything but ordinary. I believe your potential exceeds that of most quasi-divine species. I can see that during your prime, you were likely a king-level Pokémon. Lada gazed at Bai Yuling in astonishment. Could he truly understand its words? Not long from now, within 6 months, or perhaps even sooner, I will help you find the treasures that extend life. The power of wave guidance conveyed Bai Yuling's thoughts, and after much hesitation, Lada slowly nodded. It merely wished to return to its homeland and rest in peace before its time came. And if it was just a matter of 6 months, it could wait. Xiao Mei and Jun Ling approached, their expressions appearing somewhat drained. The recent battle had gripped their hearts with anxiety, particularly Lotta's fearsome bite. Had it landed, the outcome might have been drastically different. Jiu Wei, bring that mad dog here and tie it up. Bai Yuling produced a sturdy, specially designed rope. Jiu Wei nodded and followed the scent. Moments later, a series of thuds echoed as a figure was hurled down. The mad dog was sent back by Jiu Wei, disoriented and dazed. Do not tie me up with that beast, Miao Wahua. The spider said coldly, releasing Miao Wahua. Miao Wahua's large eyes brimmed with tears as it extended its vine whips to brutally bind the despairing Sei Kuang and the mad dog together. It then gently bound its master as well, trailing behind Bai Yuling with a sound of appeasement. Bai Yuling said little, merely inquiring, "Where's Lian Kongjia?" In his past life, Lian Kong had never appeared, but in the memories of the original owner. Lian Kong was a gentle elder sister who had cared for him greatly during his childhood. Unfortunately, she had set out on a journey when he was 10, marking their last meeting. The spider shook its head. 3 months ago, she was taken away by Lord Heimei. As for where she was taken, that is not knowledge we lowly ones possess. Bai Yuling furrowed his brow, as expected, unable to suppress his sarcasm. He remarked, "Your codename seems to have been poorly chosen. Not a single truthful word has emerged from your lips. I believe the name Black Widow suits you far better." Black Widow? That is hardly a flattering term. Yet both Jun Ling and Xiao Mei felt that calling such a woman a Black Widow was not unwarranted. The spider shuddered but remained silent. Bai Yuling quietly approached the cage of Lin Yunfeng and knocked on the window. Chapter 50, Liberation. You. Lin Yunfeng, hearing the noise, stood up, instantly stunned by the sight before him. No way, he couldn't be mistaken. The 3 individuals bound by Miao Wahua looked strikingly similar to the 3 dark trainers he had encountered before. Moreover, that Miao Wahua was unmistakably familiar. It was the same one that had ultimately bound him. You cannot be serious. Could they be? After a long moment, Lin Yunfeng finally managed to speak, albeit incoherently. You could have had some luck. We have all suffered at the hands of this prodigy. The spider's cold voice confirmed Lin Yunfeng's suspicions. I am truly ecstatic, overjoyed. Thank you. May I ask your esteemed name? Lin Yunfeng expressed his gratitude, vowing to repay the favor of rebirth in the future. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Without shared experiences, one could not fathom the despair of this place. But now that hope had finally arrived, the feeling was indescribable. How do we open it? The spider remained silent, and the mad dog, regaining consciousness from its disorientation, sneered. At this point, who would tell you how to rescue them? If you have the ability, save them yourself. Lin Yunfeng stepped back. Bai Yuling released Bloodwing Flying Dragon, giving a slight gesture. Bloodwing Flying Dragon understood and swung its tail, striking the window fiercely. With a crack, a gap appeared in the window. Smash it, smash it. With so many people here, let us see how many you can save. Sei Kuang disdainfully scoffed. After 5 powerful tail strikes, Bloodwing Flying Dragon finally shattered the window, and Lin Yunfeng eagerly leaped through the opening, his face reflecting the relief of seeing light again. Open all the cages, and I may consider giving you an opportunity. Of course, it does not mean I will spare you. It merely entails bearing the burden of energy debt, allowing you the possibility of a fresh start. Bai Yuling stated calmly. Sei Kuang and the mad dog fell silent, their scoffs reflecting their skepticism. A fresh start? How long would that take? This is the switch to activate the secret chamber. The password is legendary Pokémon, where the divine bird, striking with 1,000 thunders, descends. The spider retrieved the device it had used to disguise the base for self-destruction and spoke slowly. Spider? You? The mad dog and Sei Kuang stared at the spider in astonishment, unable to comprehend why it would do such a thing. Bai Yuling cast a deep glance at the spider, then tested the nearby cage, and indeed, the secret chamber opened. Lin Yunfeng? Jun Ling. Do you find that name somewhat familiar? Xiao Mei whispered to Jun Ling. Jun Ling smiled, preparing to tease, but suddenly realized she too found the name somewhat familiar, prompting her to reflect carefully. That's right, I remember now. Both women exclaimed simultaneously. It was a woman in a cage who seemed to have lost her sanity. Utterly unresponsive to the outside world, merely repeating one name. Lin Yunfeng. After casting a glance at Lin Yunfeng, Jun Ling quietly spoke to Xiao Mei, suggesting that it should not be merely a coincidence. They should first inform Bai Yuling and see how he reacts. Then let us proceed to your passage. Bai Yuling said softly, sighing inwardly, his spirit in tatters, making it difficult not to associate the situation with tragedy. Along the way, many trainers were liberated. Although they all exhibited varying degrees of mental breakdown, they had not entirely relinquished hope. Even the dark trainers could only exert control over them for a maximum of 5 years, after which they would become immune to these controlling contracts. Thus, upon realizing they were being rescued, they rallied their spirits and regained a semblance of rationality, though they struggled to adapt to swift movement due to prolonged inactivity. I am truly grateful, Lord Bai Yuling. Here is my contact information. Should you require anything in the future, I shall comply without hesitation. Bai Yuling had long grown weary of such expressions of gratitude, hence he delegated the rescue efforts to Qiao Yi and her companions. There is no danger here. You may exit on your own. Follow this path to reach the exit. Qiao Mei instructed. How dare you? I am a disciple of the Tian Wang clan. You shall escort me out. A pale-faced man declared arrogantly. Another fool. Without Bai Yuling needing to intervene, the Pokémon Miao Wawa automatically struck him back. The door then sealed shut. Such a muddled mind. Clearly one who repays kindness with malice. It would be better to leave him here for the dark trainers to educate him further. Yi Jia. As another secret chamber opened, Lin Wai Unfeng caught a glimpse inside and was struck by the familiarity of the woman's silhouette. Reminiscent of someone he knew, it seemed to trigger a memory as the woman, in a daze, turned her head. Lin Wai Unfeng looked at the pale-faced woman with hollow eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yi Jia. Lin Wai Unfeng gently shook her shoulder, persistently calling her name. After a long while, the woman finally reacted, her vacant gaze gradually regaining some color. Lin Wai Unfeng? Surely I must be dreaming. Yi Jia's feeble voice emerged. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Wai Unfeng embraced her, exclaiming, No, Lord Bai Yuling has destroyed this vile base. We are free. The light returned to Yi Jia's eyes, but upon noticing the three individuals clad in black behind Bai Yuling, she screamed in terror, plunging back into a state of mental collapse. Ah, now I remember. No wonder this girl seemed familiar. She tasted rather delightful, providing me with pleasure for several days. The lecherous voice of Sei Kuang echoed. Lin Wai Unfeng, did you know? This girl possesses abilities far superior to yours. She managed to find this place without any guidance. All in an effort to rescue you. It is rather naive of her to trust a dark trainer's words. Before Sei Kuang could finish, he vanished in a flash of light. Bai Yuling's cold gaze fell upon the mad dog, causing it to tremble involuntarily. No, I did not. The mad dog's expression morphed into one of madness. Indeed, I also, before he could complete his sentence, he too vanished in a burst of light. Exiled to distant lands, never to return. If one were to speak of the slim chance of an alliance trainer returning under fortuitous circumstances, dark trainers faced battles of exponentially greater magnitude. The number of dark trainers exiled to the fearsome spirit battlefield who successfully returned is 0. There is a price for everything. Alliance trainers and dark trainers walk two entirely divergent paths. Dark trainers can plunder and capture, acquiring vast resources and exponentially growing power, far surpassing the progress of alliance trainers. Yet they are condemned to a lifetime of treachery, unable to afford a moment's respite. Furthermore, Bai Yuling found himself reflecting on the final battle, gaining a deeper understanding of why the worlds will allows the existence of dark trainers. In contrast, alliance trainers can steadily advance towards higher realms as long as they remain grounded. Lin Wai Unfeng trembled, embracing Yi Jia and weeping uncontrollably. You are her fiancé? What a waste. I truly pity her. The cold, sarcastic tone of the spider pierced through the air, eliciting a ferocious glare from Lin Wai Unfeng. Chapter 51, Grief. The grim tidings of life and death. After a moment of silence, Lin Wai Unfeng turned back quietly. Yes, you are correct. I am indeed a waste. Yi Jia had regained her senses, yet her body continued to tremble, haunted by the visage she had seen before losing consciousness, the hellish memories swirling painfully within her. Wai Unfeng, you are an exceptional man. Otherwise, I would not have loved you so deeply. Alas, fate has been cruel. Jia is no longer pure and unworthy of you. Whispering this into Lin Wai Unfeng's ear, Yi Jia suddenly broke free from his embrace and stood up. She slowly approached, ultimately embracing the spider. This astonished both Qiao Mei and Junling. Could it be that the scheming spider possessed a kinder side? Sister Spider, I know you were once a gentle person. Your descent into darkness must have been unavoidable. It is regrettable that I only came to understand your goodwill later. Otherwise, perhaps everything would have been different. Could you grant me one last request? Let us engage in a duel to the death, and send me to the dark forbidden land. I long for eternal rest. The dark forbidden land refers to a place where the worlds will cannot fully envelop, and the protection of the spirit belt will fail, rendering it exceedingly dangerous, thus earning its ominous title. Yi Jia's desperation for death was so profound that she was unwilling to utter even a few words to her beloved. Qiao Mei and Junling could not help but weep. The tragedy was overwhelming. Yi Jia's heart had perished, her soul shattered. To exist in this world was akin to enduring hell every moment. Stop, let me handle this. Lin Wai Unfeng's hoarse voice rang out as he knelt before Yi Jia. Yi Jia, marry me. You are my eternal wife, the only one in my life. Silence enveloped the room as the spider slowly turned. Her cold tone surprisingly softened. At last, there is a man among you. Bai Yuling silently departed, with Qiao Mei and Junling hastily following. Their hearts still heavy with sorrow, deeper than they had anticipated. Junling, I shall become a combat joy. Qiao Mei declared resolutely to her friend beside her. Indeed, I too will become the strongest elite in Jun Shali. Junling affirmed with determination. Then we shall eradicate these dark organizations, one by one. After liberating all the trapped trainers, Bai Yuling returned to the site of the fierce battle. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he contemplated venturing to the control room and other locations. A dark base must harbor a wealth of resources and treasures. Acquiring any priceless artifact would be worth the risk of incurring significant energy debt. I advise you to refrain from harboring ulterior motives and ensure your own escape first. Your violent breach of the cage has triggered the alarm. If you do not receive a response from the control room, the nearby dark forces will soon come to investigate. Even Lady Hei Mei might arrive to see. She holds you in high regard, so at that time, none of you shall leave unscathed. The spider seemingly sensed Bai Yuling's thoughts, speaking coldly. Xiao Mei Mei and Junling exchanged curious glances. The spider coldly remarked, "Am I not allowed to exhibit a touch of kindness before my demise? Believe it or not." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Dozens of trainers emerged from various passages, their anxious expressions transforming into joy upon seeing Bai Yuling. "Lord Bai Yuling, the entrance has been sealed, and our spirits are considerably weakened. We cannot break through even when united." "Understood. I shall attempt to breach the entrance immediately. Bloodwing Dragon, let us proceed." The Bloodwing Dragon soared swiftly, carrying Bai Yuling and the others through the passage. Indeed, the entrance is sealed with an exceptionally sturdy super alloy door. It appears that shortly after Bai Yuling and his companions entered, the exit was blocked. "Everyone step back. Maintain your distance," Bai Yuling commanded. "In this situation, we must resort to the Dragon Star Cluster. If even the mightiest Dragon Star Cluster fails, then breaching this alloy door would be a futile endeavor. We must seek alternative methods." With a thunderous crash, the Dragon Star Cluster descended, striking the alloy door with immense force. A resounding noise erupted, sending debris flying and causing those present to instinctively cover their ears. As the dust settled, a massive 1-meter-deep crater appeared on the alloy door, but that was all. To breach, it would require an unfathomable number of Dragon Star Cluster strikes. How can it be so resilient? It seems impossible to breach. The alloy door in my family's secret chamber was only 50 meters thick, yet this one appears to be even thicker, Bai Yuling assessed, estimating its thickness to be around 200 meters. He was acutely aware of distances, noting that the cave was precisely 200 meters away, which matched the length of the passage. The crowd gasped. Such formidable power from the Dragon Star Cluster could only create a 1-meter-deep crater in the alloy door. "Kaibai, utilize your digging technique and see if we can break through from below." As anticipated, a metallic, jarring sound emanated from below. After several seconds, Kaibai returned, emitting a low cry. Bai Yuling furrowed his brow. With Kaibai's strength, it could only excavate a 10-meter-deep hole. Even an elite-level Metagross using its digging ability would struggle to breach 100 meters. The result would likely be the same above. "Can you open this alloy door?" Bai Yuling inquired of the spider. "My lord, this spider is cunning and treacherous. Her words cannot be trusted. She will surely claim we must go to the control room, where traps await us. Indeed, her words are untrustworthy. Let us combine our efforts. We shall not be thwarted by this mere door." The trainers glared menacingly at the cloaked woman, clearly having suffered at her hands before. "Ah, indeed, to unlock the alloy door, one must reach the control room, which is fraught with traps," the spider sneered. Yet, among the two women who had begun to view the spider differently, a hint of frustration seemed to emerge. Time is of the essence. The opposing king may be en route. Even if we reach the control room, we may not arrive in time. Bai Yuling said sternly. "What? The king? What shall we do? The king is not someone we can contend with. Is the information credible? Could it be yet another deceit? Regardless of its truth, can we truly believe that this dark base lacks formidable guardians? We must find a way to escape without delay." The news ignited a frenzy among the trainers. The king posed a threat that even their elite-level trainers could hardly withstand. The disparity between ordinary elite-level trainers and a king was vast enough to render their attacks virtually ineffective. Conversely, even ineffective attributes could not mitigate the overwhelming difference. The sheer power of lightning could shatter rock and penetrate the earth, while potent toxins could corrode both ground and steel. Both cases follow the same principle. Even a fully mastered protective technique could only withstand attacks up to 100 times its original strength. Before a king, it would merely serve as a slightly thicker shield, easily shattered with a single blow. Thus, despite their numbers in the hundreds and thousands of spirits, if they did not scatter and flee, they would surely be annihilated by a single strike from the king. A king's area attack could easily devastate a radius of 10 miles. If it were an ice beam, it could even create a 100-mile-wide ice lake 4 miles across. Therefore, being obliterated in one fell swoop was no exaggeration. This was dire news. If the information held true, they faced a life-and-death situation. If they did not breach the alloy door swiftly, their fate would be equally grim. Chapter 52. Breaching the alloy door. Eradicating the Dark Knight. Everyone, remain calm. All spirits capable of utilizing fire-type techniques, release them and concentrate on burning the alloy door. Bai Yuling's cold voice silenced the cacophony. Joy, please assist in tending to my spirits and help restore their condition. Apart from the Bloodwing Dragon, the other spirits were not significantly injured but were mentally fatigued. Though perplexed, everyone obediently released their spirits, employing flames and other fire-type techniques to focus their efforts on scorching the alloy door. The temperature in the vicinity soared, reminiscent of being beside magma in a volcano. However, thanks to the protective light shield, they felt only intense heat without any further discomfort. Half a minute passed, and the alloy door glowed a fiery red from the scorching. However, burning it through entirely was an impossible feat. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Star Cluster, target the center. The Bloodwing Dragon remained motionless. The Dragon Star Cluster, as a pure energy technique, required no movement to unleash. Joy continued to apply high-quality healing ointment on the Bloodwing Dragon. As the Dragon Star Cluster descended, the spirits instinctively withdrew their techniques and retreated quickly without needing Bai Yuling's command. Boom! Scalding metal fragments erupted. This time, the Dragon Star Cluster created a 5-meter-deep pit in the alloy door, with numerous glowing red fissures surrounding it. Excellent! Excited cheers erupted, but quickly subsided. However, our spirits cannot sustain this effort for long. They have not fed sufficiently and are in a weakened state. They lack the energy to continuously burn the alloy door. Bai Yuling's eyes flickered with data. After a moment, he nodded, do not worry. If the thickness of this alloy door does not exceed 200 meters and its hardness is consistent, as long as you can burn it 6 times, we should be able to breach it. Is that even possible? Even with maximum calculations, breaching 100 meters is already the limit. A data-savvy individual immediately analyzed the conclusion, shaking their head in disbelief. Metagross. Metagross nodded, its form bursting forth as it delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous roar echoed, followed by a series of explosive sounds as cracks extended and burst forth. The power of the thunder punch detonated at its peak, sending countless unstable metal fragments flying. The alloy door now bore a massive opening, measuring at least 40 meters in length, though it narrowed the deeper it went. Remarkable destructive power. What technique is this? It feels as though even a typical king-level spirit using their ultimate technique could not achieve such a level of devastation. A chorus of astonishment arose as gazes fell upon the breathtaking scene before them, leaving many speechless, for it defied their understanding. How could an elite possess such terrifying destructive power? I am in awe, Your Excellency Bai Yuling. I comprehend your intentions, and I shall take care of the remaining trivial matters. The data expert widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that Bai Yuling's Jujin monster possessed such an unprecedented and unheard of terrifying move. Yet, with this technique at hand, breaching the alloy door seemed feasible. Everyone took note of their Pokémon's condition, quickly discussing and determining the order and magnitude of their efforts, ensuring they could muster the strength to scorch the alloy door 6 times. Among them was a bespectacled young trainer, exuding a scholarly aura, whom they recalled as Chuan Mu. Are you a Pokémon researcher? Bai Yuling inquired, casting a surprised glance at him. Not yet, merely a research scholar. But I am confident I will pass the researcher examination on my first attempt. Chuan Mu replied with a shake of his head, brimming with self-assurance. Bai Yuling smiled and extended his well wishes before addressing the other trainers. Pokémon, without fire-type, moves may also be released to clear the metallic debris in the passage, striving to maintain a level surface for the impending dragon starfall from the Bloodwing Dragon. Everyone, let us unite our efforts and break through this accursed door. The encouragement from the savior, Bai Yuling, invigorated all present, uplifting their spirits and further enhancing the potency of their techniques. As the temperature of the alloy door reached its zenith, meteors plunged straight into the passage, while Jujin Monster executed its thunder punch to clear the way. This process was repeated twice more, having already carved out a passage of over 180 meters. At last, the Jujin Monster no longer needed to intervene. Its 3 arms were now under immense strain, and using other techniques posed no issue, but further use of thunder punch would result in injury. This is the final attempt. Jujin Monster, shatter it. Breaching the alloy door had consumed nearly 10 minutes, and with the Dark Knight organization potentially arriving at any moment, being cornered would spell disaster. The Jujin Monster nodded, unleashing its thunder punch, which this time lacked the explosive sound of previous strikes. Those listening intently breathed a sigh of relief as they finally breached through. The Jujin Monster executed a meteor dash, forcefully crashing through the passage. The familiar cave finally revealed itself to all. At this moment, Lin Yunfeng also arrived, his expression appearing tranquil, though it was merely a facade. We must hurry. Once we return to Wuling City, we shall be safe, Bai Yuling stated solemnly. Your kindness requires no thanks, Your Excellency Bai Yuling. Here are our contact numbers. Should you ever need us in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. Chuan Mu transmitted. Receiving this information, Bai Yuling acknowledged that these hundreds of elite trainers, united, constituted a considerable force, and most had extraordinary backgrounds. Should they establish a network of interests, it would be formidable. Lin Yunfeng, why do you not depart? Bai Yuling inquired of the young man behind him. I have lost everything and have no face to return to my family. Allow me to accompany you as a follower. I wish to become your sharpest blade. I only ask that you assist me in vanquishing the Dark Knight's nefarious influence. Lin Yunfeng deeply bowed before Bai Yuling. To be a follower in the Pokémon world signified unwavering loyalty, pledging a lifetime of fidelity. To obliterate the Dark Knight? How laughable. As far as I know, the Dark Knight has 4 formidable kings. You, an elite, aspire to extinguish the Dark Knight? The spider scoffed, asserting that even if Lin Yunfeng were granted a century, he would likely never ascend to the pinnacle of power, let alone reach the status of a king. That was a qualitative leap, akin to the difference between sand and rock. You need not speak. Given the opportunity, I too shall dismantle the Dark Knight. Since they have already made a move against me, it shall not be so easy for them to retreat. Bai Yuling responded without a hint of hesitation, resolved that even if the adversary sought to withdraw, he would not relent. So ignorant. Do not mistake our defeat of you as an extraordinary feat. We are merely low-tier elite members. Above us are leaders and elite leaders, all at the pinnacle of strength, and their numbers are beyond my count. Higher still are the cadre members, each a master trainer. Above them lie the senior and key cadre members, the 4 kings, and the legendary, most enigmatic leader. Do not think I look down upon you. If it were 500 years ago, during the heyday of the Bayou family, annihilating the Dark Knight organization would have been a trivial task, but now the spider coldly scoffed. However, Xiao Mei and Jun Ling exchanged glances, finding amusement in the disdainful remarks, questioning why the spider felt the need to elaborate on the strength of the Dark Knight. Bai Yuling merely smiled, undeterred by the assertion that the Dark Knight was formidable, even if the rumored leader of the Dark Knight, the Lord of Dark Knight, was indeed a champion trainer. So what? Given a decade, I could wipe them out as one would slaughter a dog. Chapter 53. Title, Again Achieving the Miracle Star. The spider discerned from Bai Yuling's smile that it was not a dismissal of the challenge, but rather a calm acceptance of the situation after comprehending the strength before him. Our goals align, but the matter of followers can be discussed later. If you have nowhere to go, you may first head to the Bayou family. You have been confined for so long. There is much knowledge to acquire, and your Pokémon require nurturing. Bai Yuling relayed the location and contact details of one of the Bayou family's bases to Lin Yunfeng. Lin Yunfeng nodded vigorously, determined to bolster his strength at any cost, and with utmost speed. You all should return as well, and inform the Alliance to obliterate this place. Bai Yuling instructed the 2 women. Xiao Mei and Jun Ling hesitated, ultimately falling silent as they gazed at Bai Yuling, who returned to the base. You truly possess audacity. Are you not concerned about being trapped here before reaping the benefits? The spider remarked, somewhat incredulous. Bai Yuling replied softly. If I am truly trapped, it matters not. I am willing to take that risk. You possess the map of this place, do you not? Share it with me, and I shall grant you a reprieve, merely escorting you back to the city. The spider paused momentarily, sighed, and returned to her previous indifference. It seems that I cannot deceive you. You possess a heart of ice. Bai Yuling responded calmly. Who you are and what stories you carry are irrelevant. Even if you are truly kind and coerced into your actions, the deeds you have committed can never be erased. Once an enemy, you remain an enemy. Bai Yuling held steadfast to his principles, as did every individual who ascended to greatness, unwavering and unaffected by any circumstance. Then you ought to escort me to the dark forbidden zone or the battlefield. The spider chuckled, questioning whether this was a mere opportunity left for her. You misunderstand. You provided me with a means to unlock my prison. I am merely fulfilling my promise. Bai Yuling shook his head, devoid of any pity for the spider, recognizing that fleeting kindness held no weight, perhaps merely a reflection of her momentary good mood. This is the portion I am aware of. The spider remained silent for a moment before transmitting the map to Bai Yuling. After confirming the authenticity of the map without hidden dangers, Bai Yuling nodded lightly. The spider vanished in a burst of light. As a dark trainer, she would be teleported to a randomly selected city, not the nearest one. You bravely infiltrated the lair of the dark forces, single-handedly defeating 3 dark trainers and rescuing all the trapped trainers. You have achieved a remarkable feat equivalent to a 1-star miracle, earning a miracle star as a reward. You have been bestowed with the title Enemy of the Night. Enemy of the Night. 1 star. Your actions have inflicted minor losses on the Dark Knight organization, and its members will regard you as an adversary. When confronting the Dark Knight organization, your combat prowess will be subtly enhanced, and you will instill fear in most ordinary members of the organization. This operation was fraught with peril, and luck played a significant role. For instance, it was quite unusual for a base to lack a commanding officer. Fortuitously, the renowned master trainer, the transforming sorceress Hei Mei, was nowhere to be found. Given your current strength, encountering Hei Mei would likely result in a swift defeat, leaving no chance for escape. It is precisely due to these significant risks that you have attained this 1-star miracle. It truly was no easy feat. Finally, you have acquired yet another miracle star. Bai Yuling's countenance radiated joy, for his hidden cards had increased from 1 to 2, bolstering his confidence. As for the title Enemy of the Night, it is merely the most ordinary 1-star title, aside from being somewhat useful against the Dark Knight organization. It can be disregarded entirely. Another notification from the miracle system echoed in your ears. Your exploits in Baiyi City have become widely known, and the residents and trainers of Baiyi City hold you in great gratitude, earning you the title Hero of Baiyi City. Hero of Baiyi City. 2 stars. You will be respected by those associated with Baiyi City, with the level of respect correlating to the closeness of the connection. In Baiyi City and its surrounding areas, your luck will increase, and your combat prowess will be subtly enhanced. Bai Yuling was somewhat surprised. Yet it seemed reasonable upon reflection, had it not been for his and Mingming Yue's organization. The assault on Baiyi City would have undoubtedly involved far more formidable Pokémon. However, who disseminated this information? The Alliance? This title is commendable, though it likely won't prove particularly useful. Following the map, Bai Yuling arrived at the nearest storage area, instructing his Jinjing monster to break open the door of a storage room, and he commenced his search. Food was unnecessary, nor did he require clothing or tents. Energy cubes? He dismissed those of mediocre quality, only accepting those of superior grade or higher. As for the more precious energy stones, he had yet to encounter even a single one. In less than a minute, Bai Yuling had thoroughly scavenged the valuable items within the storage room, yielding minimal rewards. There were hundreds of storage rooms in this area, yet it was likely that the vast majority were empty. Everyone, assemble any valuable or unfamiliar items to save time. Bloodwing Flying Dragon and Jinjing Monster. You may start by breaking open all the doors. The resounding crashes of doors being smashed open filled the air as Bai Yuling entered several more storage rooms containing items. The hall remained largely high-quality energy cubes. The items collected by the Pokémon were similar, primarily consisting of energy cubes and some unfamiliar objects. Upon inspection, none of the items appeared particularly valuable, though a few were remnants of broken artifacts, regrettably depleted of most of their energy. This is peculiar. Could it be that the storage area only contained ordinary items, with precious items like energy stones stored elsewhere? Jinjing Monster approached Bai Yuling and whispered, "Master, the 8th storage room from the end has revealed anomalies. There may be a secret chamber." Bai Yuling's eyes brightened as he hurriedly followed Jinjing Monster to the storage room in question. The facilities here were identical in size to those of the previous storage rooms. Without Jinjing Monster's psychic scanning, the abnormalities would have gone unnoticed. Part of the floor was hollowed out, indicating that there were mechanisms to activate. Did you sense any disruption in your psychic abilities? Jinjing Monster shook its head. Upon discovering the anomaly underground, it had conducted a thorough scan, finding everything normal with no disruptions detected. Bai Yuling circled the walls, aware that typical mechanisms would not escape Jinjing Monster's keen awareness. Therefore, it must be a mechanism crafted from rare and special materials. A relief depicting the lightning divine bird came into Bai Yuling's view. After a careful examination, he found no peculiarities, but by chance. His gaze met the eyes of the lightning divine bird, and he noticed something unusual. Those eyes resembled surveillance cameras. After trying various methods to locate the activating mechanism without success, Bai Yuling felt a wave of frustration. If he forcibly broke into the secret chamber, it would undoubtedly seal the entrance, and breaching it would likely be no easier than the alloy doors. The items could also self-destruct. Chapter 54, A Fortuitous Encounter, A Bountiful Harvest of Artifacts. Enough. I will give it one last try. There is no need to waste time here. I can explore other significant areas. Bai Yuling unexpectedly smashed the relief of the lightning divine bird directly onto the ground. This action, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly elicit astonished gazes. For this was the legendary divine bird, its power unfathomable, its champions unable to rival it. All trainers treated it with utmost reverence. Even a mere relief would not warrant such disrespectful conduct. As the relief struck the ground, the tremors triggered a mechanism, revealing a dark passageway. Bai Yuling found himself speechless. The true method of activation surely could not have been so haphazard, a case of serendipity. Below lay an expansive space filled with piles of energy cubes, an array of precious jewels, and artifacts radiating energy fluctuations. Ignoring the jewels and energy cubes, Bai Yuling directly collected all the artifacts. Miraculous Charcoal, a common artifact imbued with the power of fire, can amplify the power of fire type, moves below the master rank by 50%. Dragon's Tooth, a common artifact left behind by a champion-level dragon-type Pokémon after its demise, contains a portion of its former strength, enhancing the power of dragon-type moves below the master rank by 50%. Usable by dragon-type Pokémon. Psycho Key, a common artifact infused with psychic energy, amplifying the power of psychic moves below the master rank by 50%. Metal Rod, a common artifact endowed with the power of steel, enhancing the power of steel-type moves below the master rank by 50%. Mysterious Water Droplet, a medium-grade artifact infused with formidable water power, enhancing the power of water-type moves below the champion rank by 10%. Activation requires a minimum of a 3-star rating. Miraculous Seed, a common artifact, In total, there were 6 artifacts, one of which was of medium grade. This haul was exceedingly generous. Even if he were to be sent back to the city immediately, it would sufficiently compensate for a significant portion of his losses. The Bai family possessed numerous artifacts. Yet artifacts were even more precious than energy stones. Even as the heir of the family, he could not freely utilize them without contributing anything. Now, he could only hope that the energy within these artifacts was still ample and not nearly depleted inferior products. Bai Yuling promptly stored these artifacts in the shape-shifting rope box for his Pokémon to carry. The Pokémon were equally thrilled. For artifacts could significantly enhance their combat abilities. At the very least, they could elevate their power by 1 rank. The miraculous charcoal was hung around Joey's neck, while the Psycho Key and Metal Rod were secured to the sides of Jinjing Monster's arms. The Dragon's Tooth and Mysterious Water Droplet were also hung around the necks of Bloodwing Flying Dragon and Sheng Long. Multiple artifacts can be carried, but activating several at once in a short period can lead to conflicts, and in severe cases, may even result in explosions. The destruction of the artifacts would severely injure the Pokémon as well. At this moment, given Jinjing Monster's current strength, exceeding a minute would be a considerable challenge. This is due to the fact that each treasure possesses its own unique code, making it impossible for them to be entirely identical. Thus, having 2 treasures carried by the same spirit is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. If one were to inadvertently activate another treasure while the first remains in an activated state, it could spell disaster. For a typically calm and infallibly calculating JJ Ngui, achieving this is remarkably simple. With 2 formidable treasures at its disposal, JJ Ngui's combat prowess reaches new heights, nearing the power of a king-tier spirit. Alas, the absence of an ordinary-type treasure diminishes the potential of LD, whose strength could have seen a significant boost. Even its exclusive ultimate move could be classified as an ordinary-type move, thus benefiting from augmentation, resulting in a greater enhancement than that of JJ Ngui. The spoils do not cease there. An abundance of exquisite energy cubes prompts Bai to discard the redundant premium energy cubes cluttering her spatial backpack. Additionally, a large box containing 200 energy stones, equivalent to 20,000 contribution points, constitutes a bountiful harvest. Within the dark forces, treasures like energy stones, which can rapidly elevate a spirit's strength, are guarded jealously. Without notable contributions, one cannot expect to acquire anything of value. Hence the accumulation of such vast quantities now benefits Bai. Yet, the greater the bounty, the more Bai perceives the extraordinary nature of this base. Perhaps it is not an ordinary base, it must hold some significance. For such a plethora of treasures exists, including at least 1 medium-tier treasure worth 100,000 contribution points. It seems prudent to hasten our pace. Come back, JJ Ngui, and proceed towards the target with utmost speed. The next destination is the main control room. As they pass through the conference room, which is also a significant area, Bai surmises that it harbors no treasures and thus chooses to bypass it. With the aid of a spider map, numerous mechanisms are clearly marked, allowing JJ Ngui to evade perilous traps that could severely wound a king-tier spirit. In instances where evasion proves impossible, it employs its protective ultimate move to withstand the threat. However, an unexpected event occurs. A searing explosion of flames suddenly surges from behind as JJ Ngui's protective move dissipates. Bai coolly leaps down, using her own body to shield against the terrifying blast of flames. Upon contact, the intense heat triggers an explosion, sending shockwaves and debris flying. Yet all is halted by the protective light shield. The spider, being merely an elite member, cannot possess complete knowledge of the base's secrets. Its greater awareness compared to the other 2 toxins is simply due to being favored by higher-ups for her abilities, rendering her an exception. Her knowledge likely falls short of that of the stationed officers. The energy reserves of the spirit's belt plummet rapidly, surprising Bai. As the potency of this explosive flame reaches the pinnacle of a king-tier spirit, it appears that a king-tier spirit with peak combat power is permanently stationed within this base. Pressing onward, once the cooldown for the protective move expires, JJ Ngui resumes its charge. The already formidable hardness of its body is further enhanced post-defense, rendering it impervious to standard traps. As they advance, encountering time-wasting traps, they charge through, utilizing protective moves in times of danger. Following a blood-winged dragon, and then a nine-tailed fox, when time is scarce or when the nine-tailed fox's protection cannot withstand certain traps, Bai herself blocks the danger. In a reckless yet determined charge, Bai traverses this deadly passage in merely 1 minute. A feat that would require at least 10 minutes if approached cautiously to avoid triggering traps. Ahead lies the main control room. The door to the main control room is forged from steel drill alloy, harder than super alloy, making it virtually impossible to breach without king-tier strength. However, there is no need to break in. Taking out a small device, she places it into the slot beside the steel drill alloy door, where it fits perfectly. Enter the password. The steel drill alloy slowly retracts, revealing a massive metallic passageway. Crossing this several hundred meters long corridor, they finally arrive at the main control room, where a myriad of surveillance devices is arranged according to some systematic rule. From the thousands of screens, BIYL-ing observes the entrance, various main passages, and all movements and hidden corners. Were it not for the base's emptiness, breaching its defenses would be a Herculean task. One would require at least tenfold or more strength to avoid being overwhelmed. Chapter 55, Secret Research, The Purple-Clad Woman. BIYL-ing and JJN-gu, I begin tapping on the giant computer, attempting to gain some level of access to retrieve a complete map or certain confidential materials. Unfortunately, despite BIYL-ing's considerable expertise in this area, she faces restrictions without the operational codes of the base. JJN-gu's eyes flicker as its psychic abilities manifest as nearly 100 invisible fingers, operating at a speed 10 times that of BIYL-ing. After a while, JJN-gu softly states, "Apologies, Master. Without the codes, cracking them will take at least 36 hours. However, the basic data protection is not too stringent and can be forcibly broken, requiring 78 seconds. JJN-gu does not waste much time on this, for that would be counterproductive. Thus its abilities are inferior to those of specially trained psychic spirits. Very well, proceed with the decryption." BIYL-ing contemplates briefly. Since not much time has been squandered, she decides to observe. The foundational data materializes on the colossal screen before her. Base number 89 of the night. The highest controlling officers, registered personnel, 5 elite leaders, 10 heads, 30 elite members, and 100 ordinary members. The distribution of areas includes storage, research, and living spaces. Trap distributions. Detained personnel. Indeed, basic data is merely that, fundamental and of little use. The trap distribution merely outlines the most elementary traps that can be memorized to avoid triggering them, allowing for free movement in non-critical areas. The list of detained personnel includes only names, lacking any background or detailed introduction. Notable figures, such as LNYNF-ing and BIYL-ing, are conspicuously absent. However, the list of registered personnel serves some purpose, providing BIYL-ing insight into the base's strength. Generally, the remaining personnel are 1/10 of the registered members, with most active outside. However, the strongest typically remain stationed within the base, or at least nearby, never straying too far. It appears something must have transpired to render this place so deserted. After searching the main control room and using her guidebook to copy all accessible information, BIYL-ing departs, setting her sights on the final objective, the research area. The research area lies deeper within the main control room, and the path to it is relatively trap-free, as one would not encounter trivial traps capable of deterring those who could breach the main control room. The research area is somewhat dusty, evidently having been abandoned for some time. Pulling open a door at random, she finds most of the interior stripped bare. Yet, while small machines can be relocated, intricate and large research equipment cannot be moved, which is precisely what BIYL-ing seeks. In one research room, she discovers a large cultivation tank, which, given its sophistication, is likely a high-end item, worth billions of spirit coins. Genetic research, but on which spirit? Regrettably, the data has been entirely erased, leaving no clue as to which spirit was under study. Let us all search for notebooks or similar items. A tightly locked research chamber, impervious even to the formidable prowess of a Jiuwei at the pinnacle of its power. With a fierce comet punch, the Jujin monster violently breached the door. The interior was a chaotic jumble, with an unpleasant odor wafting through, suggesting it was a space occupied by assistants or even subordinates. The Jujin monster initiated a psychic search and sensed an interference. At that moment, no machinery was operating to shield psychic waves or other extraordinary forces. There lay an unassuming 100-layered cube, its myriad of small blocks in disarray, colors in disarray. Solving this cube was a simple task, albeit one that required considerable time. Aside from honing memory through blind manipulation, few would engage with it out of sheer boredom. After a fleeting glance, the Jujin monster commenced its actions. The cube spun in the air like a crystal orb, an optical illusion born of its rapid velocity. Moments later, after intense friction rendered it a vivid red, the cube shattered cleanly into 2 halves. A diary fell, grasped by Yuling. March 12th, research begins anew at this unfamiliar base. This time, I must transcend that barrier, for the power of the feathers is waning. March 18th, cursed be it, that problem remains unresolved. The feathers are nearing their limit, unable to sustain further. Is the research doomed to halt? Such reluctance, when success is but a step away, may brought unexpected fortune. I inadvertently discovered a method to replenish feather power. Sufficient electric-type Pokémon are all that are required. The research need not be interrupted. June 2nd, after a year, I have finally surpassed this hurdle. Success is imminent. Alas, the equipment here cannot facilitate deeper investigation. I cannot fathom the leader's reasoning, with our champions so near. How can this base not be fortified as a critical stronghold? June 5th, though reluctant, orders have been issued, my dear. I shall take you to your new home for an in-depth analysis. Haha. I am merely an ordinary trainer, captured for my slight aptitude in research, constrained daily. Devoid of freedom, I have had enough of this existence. The above entries are fragments from the diary of the head researcher, from which I clandestinely copied and concealed within the cube after tidying up. It is the last act I shall undertake, though I know not if anyone will discover it. I sincerely hope the Alliance can eradicate this nefarious organization. It seems the Anya organization is delving into something extraordinary, and they have already made progress. As for the feathers, Bayou pondered thoughtfully. My estimation of the Anya's strength must be elevated. However, it is time to depart. Lingering here, the chances of escape diminish significantly. Yet, Bayuling glanced toward the other research chambers, knowing they likely held even greater rewards, such as the doctor's own laboratory. Perhaps just a few more minutes of searching. Fortunately, the doctor's room was quickly located, a pristine sanctuary, the only one of its kind. While scanning with psychic abilities, 3 items emerged: a uniquely shaped key, a decoration of the lightning divine bird, and a mysterious box that the Jujin monster sensed could interfere with psychic powers. Hastily stuffing these 3 items into an already full backpack, Bayuling unleashed a dragon starburst to obliterate the area, then leaped onto the Jujin monster, which sped away. As they passed the control room, the Joei stationed there monitoring the base suddenly emitted a startled cry and rushed out. Spotting Bayuling, the Joei exclaimed, "Wei, a strange woman in purple has just entered the base." Bayuling's expression shifted alarmingly as she quickly accessed the surveillance. Judging by the intruder's familiarity with the base, it was highly likely she belonged to the Anya organization. If my worst fears are realized, she could very well be the master trainer of the champion rank. The shape-shifting sorceress, Heimei. Bayuling retrieved the small device and ordered the Jujin monster to shatter it. She had no intention of continuing to carry it, as it likely contained a tracking system, and she had no idea how to disable it. Chapter 56, A Moment of Life and Death. Suddenly, Bayuling noticed an anomaly on the surveillance. A flash of light seemed to flicker by, but upon closer inspection, nothing appeared amiss. The lithe figure of the woman in purple was ensconced in a corner, seemingly engaged in a conversation. A minute later, she ended the call and began to move cautiously inward. The woman's behavior seemed normal, yet Bayuling felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. If this individual truly belonged to the Anya organization, seeing the breached metallic entrance and receiving no response, her caution was to be expected. But why did she not release her Pokémon? To prevent an ambush? That made sense. Yet that fleeting light of psychic Pokémon could easily deceive surveillance by leaving behind an illusion. For safety's sake, this place was no longer tenable. Summon the Bloodwing Dragon. Seal the door. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash a hurricane. The tempest ravaged the control room, rendering it a chaotic mess, while the door muffled the tumult significantly. After retrieving the Bloodwing Dragon, Bayuling hastened towards the myriad of passageways. If this woman in purple truly is Heimei, it is a gamble worth taking. Hiding inside will eventually lead to discovery. If she can enter the passage before her emergence, the odds of collision are 90% in my favor. Worth the risk. Employing magnetic force to propel forward, the Jujin monster moved silently at over 600 meters per second, considerably slower than its full-speed sprint, yet it excelled in stealth. Meanwhile, the Jujin monster unleashed its full speed, achieving a terrifying velocity of over 1,600 meters per second, albeit with considerable noise. Upon sighting the multitude of passageways, Bayuling's heart raced. It was not until halfway through the tunnel that she exhaled slightly in relief. However, another concern arose. What if the woman in purple was still at the other end? This possibility could not be disregarded. Contemplating numerous scenarios, Bayuling resolved to press onward. Hesitation at such a juncture would be folly. Moments later, Bayuling glimpsed the light of the tunnel's exit. She cautiously tapped into her wave-guiding power to probe ahead. Compared to common psychic powers, wave-guiding abilities are exceedingly rare. Aside from specialized wave-guiding Pokémon, most individuals never encounter such forces in their lifetime. Both psychic and wave-guiding powers can convey thoughts, yet wave-guiding can detect the essence of every life force, rendering it significantly more potent against living beings than standard psychic abilities. Though it may fall short in other aspects. A wave of intense vitality surged forth, akin to searing lava, causing Bayuling to retract her wave-guiding power as if scalded. Such formidable vitality must belong to a Pokémon of at least champion rank. Indeed, it is that sorceress. No wonder she dares to leave a Pokémon on guard here. Troublesome, to traverse past a champion-ranked Pokémon would be exceedingly arduous at his current strength. The odds of escape are scant, less than 1 in 10,000. This is particularly true as the opponent is not stationed at the base's external entrance, but rather within a concealed stronghold capable of spatial lockdown. Ah, the Jujin monster. What is the stability of the space within this base? The Jujin monster assessed and affirmed. Psychic-type champions below level 8 will undoubtedly be unable to breach it. Then there is no issue. This sorceress certainly cannot reach such heights. In all significant locations, one will invariably find this steadfast space-defining powder, crafted from the exceedingly rare Ding Kong diamond. The more of this powder that is integrated into the material, the more stable the space becomes. Even within an area fortified by Ding Kong diamonds, not even a champion-grade superpowered Pokémon would dare to utilize spatial teleportation techniques. Bai Yuling quietly retreated. The presence of a Pokémon guarding this area indicated that He Mei had undoubtedly ventured deeper into the base. After waiting for 5 more minutes, when He Mei reached the inner sanctum of the base, Bai Yuling would at least gain an additional 5 minutes to escape. Bai Yuling communicated with the Pokémon through the power of waveguides, and soon 3 minutes had swiftly elapsed. Embracing the neck of the Bloodwing Dragon, Bai Yuling's expression turned grave. Upon reaching a position undetectable by the opponent, the Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a charge. Moving at high speed, the Bloodwing Dragon shot forth like a crimson lightning bolt, bursting out of the passageway in an instant. Approaching 2,000 meters, the terrifying speed of 5 times the speed of sound warped everything around it, compelling Bai Yuling to expand his waveguide to avoid interference. Yet, such speed was trivial in the face of a Pokémon at the king level. After the initial moment of surprise, the next second, Bai Yuling's waveguide sensed a terrifying energy coalescing. Clearly, that Pokémon had locked onto the Bloodwing Dragon. In a fleeting glance, the Divine System retrieved the fundamental data of this Pokémon, Yidan Shu, a king-grade Pokémon, possessing dual attributes of Grass and Psychic, level 223. Second tier of the king level. Metagross, with edge protection, Bai Yuling exerted all his strength to channel the waveguide power. Barely capturing the trajectory of Yidan Shu's psychic move, blue light flickered as Metagross appeared in midair, immediately enveloped by a protective barrier. The distorted psychic move struck the barrier, sending ripples through it, yet it held steadfast. However, another psychic move surged forth, directly shattering Metagross's protection. The so-called absolute defense had crumbled, a slight shift to the right. Yet all of this unfolded within Bai Yuling's expectations. The psychic move brushed past Metagross, continuing its assault toward the Bloodwing Dragon, which instinctively veered to the right. A mere few meters of distance marked the difference between injury and near demise. The third psychic move continued its advance, targeting Metagross. Metagross remained unmoving, not exerting any energy. The red light surged forth, reclaiming Metagross, while this psychic move struck nothingness. Seizing this minuscule window of time, the Bloodwing Dragon had already traversed another 2,000 meters, arriving behind Yidan Shu. The visage of Yidan Shu contorted with fury. It would be utterly disgraceful to allow a Pokémon not even at the king level to escape from before it. The ultimate psychic move, Psychic Impact, surged forth like a tangible shockwave toward the Bloodwing Dragon, arriving in an instant. Protect. Metagross, charging and moving at high speed. The Bloodwing Dragon's speed plummeted as it unleashed the protective move. Blue light manifested at the corner ahead. Under the terrifying power of the ultimate move, which was double that of the advanced move, the Bloodwing Dragon's protection was instantly shattered, with the remaining psychic impact fully absorbed by Bai Yuling. The energy from his belt cascaded like a waterfall, reaching a critical point. Bai Yuling was propelled back by the tremendous force, yet his composure remained unshaken. The next moment would determine whether Yidan Shu sought to capture him or eliminate him outright. Should it be the latter, he would have no choice but to return to the city, incurring greater losses than gains. After 0.5 seconds, Bai Yuling's eye sharpened, activating the retrieval function of the Pokeball, just as Yidan Shu launched another attack, targeting the Bloodwing Dragon. By a mere hair, the psychic move collided with the red light, striking the metallic wall with a thunderous roar. Another psychic move surged forth, aimed at Bai Yuling. Clearly, Yidan Shu was truly enraged, opting for a direct annihilation. Chapter 57. The Witch Emerges. The Giant Leaf Dragon. Yet Bai Yuling remained remarkably composed. Reaching out to grasp the void, at the corner, Metagross utilized its geomagnetic levitation ability, swiftly arriving to catch Bai Yuling. Boom. This psychic move crashed into the metallic wall. Metagross charged towards the exit with sizable strides, although its maximum speed lagged behind that of the Bloodwing Dragon by a fraction. In the labyrinthine tunnel filled with sharp corners, its agility surpassed that of the Bloodwing Dragon. 1 foot firmly embedded in the metallic ground, Metagross propelled itself forward, maintaining its speed without any decrease. The rumbling behind indicated that Yidan Shu was not willing to relent, pursuing closely. Bai Yuling now felt fortunate that his opponent was the rather slow Yidan Shu. Otherwise, with the king level S speed being 5 times that of an elite, he would never have been able to shake it off. The sight of the super alloy door being breached came into view. He was nearly at the exit, and Bai Yuling hurriedly released Jiawei. The blue light crossed the opening of the alloy door, traversing the darkened area, arriving at the camouflaged entrance he had entered earlier. Following Bai Yuling's prior instructions, Jiawei leapt, perfectly landing on a solid surface. Sounds echoed from the cave as the darkened area began to close in. The thickness of this camouflaged door exceeded even that of the super alloy door, measuring hundreds of meters. Metagross swiftly passed through the opening of the alloy door, quickly dodging to the side. In the next instant, a searing beam of light erupted from the exit. Despite being over 5 meters away, one side of Metagross turned red, revealing the terrifying temperature. Yi Danshu emitted an enraged cry, having unleashed its swiftest solar flare. Yet it still missed. However, it mattered not. It sensed that the space-defining powder capable of sealing teleportation had diminished significantly here, and once it could utilize instant movement. Even tenfold speed would not allow the opponent to escape. Yet, after a brief moment, it felt that oppressive sensation of space once again, and it was exceedingly intense. The darkness of the camouflage door gradually closed, and Metagross dashed out at the last moment. With a dull thud, the color behind Bai Yuling matched that of the cave. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Bai Yuling recalled Jiu Wei and resumed his flight. The cave trembled violently, and countless particles of dust cascaded down. Metagross burst forth from the cave's entrance, and Bai Yuling recalled Metagross, releasing the blood-winged dragon. Bai Yuling, here. Familiar voices echoed from the mountainside. It was Jun Sha and Xiao Yi. Why haven't you left yet? Bai Yuling was genuinely furious now. Was this not courting death? We have already notified the Alliance. Powerful trainers at the king level will arrive shortly. We have seen that terrifying woman, Bai Yuling. Your ability to escape is indeed astonishing. Bai Yuling's reprimanding words faltered. Could it be that they had remained behind out of concern for him upon seeing Heimei approaching? Boom. A dreadful tremor reverberated, and brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. Be careful. Seeing the light, Jun Ling and Xiao Meimei quickly pulled Bai Yuling behind them, standing in front to shield him, only to be engulfed by the radiance. My name is Jun Ling, Xiao Meimei. We shall meet again in the future. Do not forget us. Two melodious voices gently resonated, echoing in Bai Yuling's ears. After a moment of astonishment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fury, one he had not felt in a long time. The radiant light he had just witnessed was undoubtedly the destructive death light. With a stern expression, Bai Yuling coldly gazed in the direction of the cave. Indeed, it was you, the scion of the Bai Yu family. You are truly formidable. You effortlessly resolved such a dire situation and even had time to save others. Unfortunately, your greed has led you to covet the resources within the base. It has always been our organization, and ye, that pillages from others, and no one has dared to seize our belongings. You possess quite the audacity. The youthful voice, reminiscent of a child's, now bore a chilling coldness and murderous intent. Yet, it has been quite some time since I encountered such a talented trainer as you. Your recent escape was remarkable. Had I not fortuitously witnessed your escape from the concealed monitoring room, you might have indeed eluded capture. Bai Yuling, given time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. The voice abruptly transformed into a mature, commanding tone, devoid of the previous incongruity inspired by Heimei's graceful figure. Truly, plans can never keep pace with change. Despite Bai Yuling's careful calculations, he ultimately fell victim to the opponent's familiarity with the base. Had I known you possessed such potential, the other party would have certainly chosen a different target. I did not wish to offend, yet it is too late. Thus, I shall weaken you, if only slightly. The tone shifted from ethereal to frigid, for distinctly different timbres emerging without a hint of dissonance. Were one to be blindfolded, they would surely believe four women were conversing. The shape-shifting sorceress lived up to her name. She could likely perfectly mimic the voices of individuals of all ages and genders. Coconut Tree Vine Whip. Is this an attempt to capture him? Bai Yuling's eyes narrowed. Being captured would be far more severe than being teleported back to the city. Suppressing his inner rage, Bai Yuling coolly made the most prudent decision, to attempt to buy time, but he absolutely could not be captured. Metagross, protect, Bloodwing Dragon. We must depart. The Vine Whip struck the protective barrier, though it bore no effect, it firmly ensnared him. 3 seconds swiftly elapsed, and a crimson light shot forth. Precisely as the protective move was about to dissipate, reclaiming Metagross, the Vine Whip tightened. Had it delayed even a moment longer, Metagross would have undoubtedly fallen into a near-death state. Even though the Vine Whip was merely a fundamental move, and its power was reduced to less than half, it still represented an overwhelming threat to Metagross. How many times has it been? Each time I witness your technique, I am left in awe. I cannot fathom the number of crises you have endured, for your skill in recalling Pokémon is remarkably adept, and your timing is impeccable. On this point alone, I concede defeat. Heimei expressed a hint of admiration, her gaze filled with appreciation. Such potential truly deserves the title of prodigy. Yet, no matter how high your potential, you remain far too weak at this moment. A Pokémon far larger than the Bloodwing Dragon emerged, boasting a pair of green wings and a massive tail, resembling a colossal hammer filled with terrifying power. It was the Gigantamax Dragon. The Gigantamax Dragon, a quasi-divine Pokémon, with dual attributes of grass and dragon. It stood at level 235, a third-tier monarch. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Bai Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the evolved form of the tropical dragon, activated by its ancient bloodline. Although its base stats were inferior to his grandfather's Qi Shi Qing Wan, it was still superior to common quasi-divine beings such as the fast dragon. I never anticipated that this enchantress possessed such an infinitely potential-laden Pokémon. What luck! If no unforeseen circumstances arise, breaking through to the championship should not be difficult. You actually recognize it. Indeed, the Bayou family, once a paragon of excellence, possesses profound heritage, and I expended considerable effort to gather information on it. Heimei gently caressed the bowing Gigantamax dragon, her delicate features radiating warmth. The cultivation of Pokémon is of utmost importance. The prohibitions on their diet, as well as the direction of their training, must be meticulously aligned to yield optimal results. Improper nurturing could even lead to a regression in a Pokémon's strength. For instance, the lineage of Jira and Kecleon requires rock and steel as their essential sustenance. A prolonged deficiency would render them weak and diminish their power. Chapter 58. The Intruding Ice Beauty. Monarch War. This child is my strongest partner. Let it escort you, this prodigy, on your journey. Little Leaf, Solar Flare. The Gigantamax dragon raised its head, its massive form towering over the Bloodwing dragon, strong energy coalescing at its chest. Bai Yuling steeled himself, ever ready to recall the Bloodwing dragon. The opponent's power had already surpassed its limits, and even with the protective move, it could not withstand the assault. The solar flare was instantly fully charged, and the Bloodwing dragon shimmered with light. Time seemed to freeze. However, in the next instant, Heimei's expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly vanished from her position. A crystalline beam of light shot through where she had stood, instantly transforming the surrounding ground into ice crystals. The temperature plummeted. Leaf. The Gigantamax dragon emitted a furious cry, the sudden onslaught of the freezing beam striking it, frost appearing upon its body. The fury allowed it to endure this tremendous pain. The solar flare shifted its target, hurling itself toward the origin of the sudden attack. There, unbeknownst to when it had appeared, was a Miss Lip, who, upon facing the incoming solar flare, wore a smile. Her powerful psychic move warped the solar flare, causing it to vanish. Kina, you truly are relentless. Heimei's figure reappeared elsewhere, her face pale as she looked skyward. Such a terrifying freezing beam. That familiar Miss Lip, undoubtedly her doing. Above, a Fiero descended rapidly, its fearsome speed stirring up vast clouds behind it, a phenomenon created by the cyclone sweeping through the white clouds. The presence of a monarch possesses immense power, capable of altering the weather on a small scale with every movement. Awaiting Heimei was Kina's icy gaze, accompanied by the air slash from the Fiero. The battle erupted. Heimei mounted the Gigantamax dragon, engaging in a fierce aerial duel with Kina and her Fiero, while below, Miss Lip and the coconut tree clashed vigorously. As for Bai Yuling, he was directly overlooked by both parties. The cold woman atop the Fiero exuded an aura as frigid as ice. Yet Bai Yuling discerned the loneliness hidden beneath her surface. Suddenly, a woman appeared in his mind, one who appeared reckless and uninhibited on the surface, yet could not conceal her profound solitude. One of the ice monarchs, known as the Ice Beauty, Kina had long been discussed. Her icy demeanor kept others at bay, making her an enigma to be admired from afar. Yet, many rumors also spoke of Kina's kind-heartedness, claiming she was their great benefactor. Observing part of the Gigantamax dragon being swept away by the leaf storm, completely severed by the Fiero's gale, Bai Yuling understood Kina's character. She was a cold exterior with a warm heart. A dignified monarch, high above. How many would pay heed to an elite-level trainer such as himself? Bai Yuling cast a deep glance at the vanished figures of Jun Ling and Xiao Mei Mei, mounting the Bloodwing dragon to depart quietly at low altitude. During his escape, he was caught in the aftermath of the fierce battle, narrowly avoiding death several times. Yet thanks to the protection and Kina's restraint, he emerged unscathed. He acknowledged Kina's kindness. He also remembered Heimei's enmity. While he could not contend with the monarch-level Heimei for the time being, retrieving some interest from the Yi organization was certainly within his capability. What is the relationship between Bai Yuling and you? In the midst of a fierce battle, Heimei could not help but inquire. Having attempted several times to eliminate Bai Yuling, only to be thwarted by Kuna's Bai Diao. Kuna, disinterested in providing explanations, thought to himself, why save an alliance trainer? Could he be your little lover, dear sister? Heimei, with a voice as innocent and naive as a child's, continued to speak. Bai Diao, Shen Feng, Pen Hualong, Kong Qi Zhan, Tai Jia Bei, Bing Feng Da Di. Kuna's cold tone resonated. The Shen Feng executed by the formidable Bai Jiao could nearly rend steel, while the colossal wind blades generated by Pen Hualong sliced through the air. On the back of Pen Hualong, Tai Jia Bei unleashed a chilling stream of frozen air, and the three powerful moves, each more ferocious than the last, converged upon the formidable Zhu Yilong Protect. Heimei's voice rose sharply, for if these three moves struck true, Zhu Yilong, even if not incapacitated, would suffer grave injuries. Fortunately, Zhu Yilong swiftly deployed its protective shield, successfully blocking the perilous attacks. Heimei sighed in relief. hastily releasing a Pokémon to provide support from Zhu Yilong's back, and promptly closed her mouth, refraining from further provocations. Once again, she sensed the formidable and unyielding nature of this woman. Bai Yuling, maintaining a silent demeanor, returned to Wu Ling's city upon the back of his blood-winged dragon, making his way directly to the World Alliance Center. With a gentle touch, he connected his mind to the vast world network, where countless options and information swirled like an ocean, dense and overwhelming. First-time trainers connecting to the world network often found themselves dazzled by the sheer volume of information, unsure of how to proceed, requiring considerable time to adapt. However, Bai Yuling navigated with ease, directly entering the Alliance Store. The Alliance Store, a repository for numerous rare items, offered trainers the opportunity to exchange for goods at standardized prices. Energy stones, 100 contribution points each. Various evolution stones, ranging from 100 to 500 contribution points. Unique stones such as the Fire Stone that could evolve Pokémon. Move cards, priced between 50 to 200 contribution points. Without guidance, a Pokémon cannot learn a move on its own, hence move cards provide a means to learn, detailing the method and key points clearly. However, it is rare for trainers to exchange for such move cards, as spending extra time is often viewed as a waste of contribution points. Various treasures, artifacts, and rare materials, along with special items like the transforming rope box, all of significant utility, filled the store. Renowned trainers within the Alliance shared their experiences, insights on specific moves, and characteristic cards usable only during Pokémon evolution or internal transformation, a dazzling array of exchanges limited only by imagination, with quantities strictly regulated. For instance, energy stones are capped at 100 per elite trainer to safeguard the interests of ordinary trainers. Otherwise, affluent trainers would monopolize these valuable items. The value of these exchangeable items varies greatly, but the most coveted, aside from artifacts, are the Pokémon potential potions capable of compensating for lost potential. Their prices are enough to make one weep blood, utterly unaffordable. Pokémon potential potions, elite level 1 to 10, range from 1,000 to 10,000 contribution points. 1-star Pokémon potential potions, elite level 1 to 10, cost 2,000 to 20,000 contribution points. 9-star elite potential potions, elite level 1 to 10, are priced at 10,000 to 100,000 contribution points. Enhanced Pokémon potential potions, king level 1 to 10, range from 100,000 to 100,000 contribution points. Enhanced 9-star Pokémon potential potions, king level 1 to 10, range from 100,000 to 1,000,000 contribution points. Energy stones are easily obtainable, artifacts are elusive, and compensating for potential is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This adage is widely circulated in the Pokémon world. Potential is akin to a bloodline. Once utterly lost, it equates to a loss of vitality, lying dormant and unresponsive. To reactivate it is akin to awakening a comatose individual, a challenge of monumental proportions. The longer the potential is dormant, the harder it is to awaken. Ordinary potions are utterly ineffective, requiring far more potent stimuli. Chapter 59, Endless Exchanges. The benefits of suppressing strength. The difficulty of compensating for lost potential renders it exceptionally valuable, compounded by the risk of future losses. Thus, even trainers from prominent families typically set their sights on around 85%. Anything higher is truly arduous. The cost is simply too great, making it unworthy of pursuit. The optimal time for potential compensation is at King Level 1, identified by Pokémon researchers over countless years as the most suitable moment. The cost may not be the lowest, but the potential regained is the most substantial. After all, any Pokémon can only be administered potential potions a maximum of 10 times. Exceeding this limit could lead to adverse effects such as physical or genetic collapse. However, for Bai Yuling, addressing potential sooner rather than later is paramount. The costs incurred are also minimized. At this juncture, the benefits of Bai Yuling's prior suppression of strength manifest. Had he not suppressed his strength under the influence of energy stones in a mere 12 days, both the Jujin monster and the violent salamander would have undoubtedly surpassed elite level 9, as they were on the cusp of breaking through. Do not underestimate the significance of a single level. The contribution points would have surged from 444,000 to 495,000, a staggering difference of 55,000. The two Pokémon combined would yield an increase of 110,000. Compared to Bai Yuling's current 1,710 contribution points after exiling 3 elite dark trainers, this figure exceeds 6-fold. Such figures are indeed terrifying. This is the advantage Bai Yuling reaped from his earlier decision to suppress his strength. Nevertheless, for ordinary trainers, potential potions are inconsequential. After all, regardless of how high potential development may be, it merely affects the extent of power gained during an outburst. With an average lifespan of 200 years, they can invest tenfold or more time in training to bridge the power gap. Among ordinary trainers, those with such determination are as numerous as the stars, which is why the number of those who reach the pinnacle far exceeds those born into families. Alas, that was in the past. now, as chaos looms. Time is of the essence, and not a moment can be squandered. Bai Yuling carefully scanned for a while before deciding to exit. It was not that he found nothing of interest, but rather that there were more pressing priorities. Entering the trading options, Bai Yuling selected the category of treasures. His primary objective has always been to find items capable of compensating for the potential of his Bloodwing Dragon and Jujin monster. Wudong Fruit, a precious treasure formed by the residual power left behind in the legendary Firebird's longtime habitat, can enhance Pokémon aptitude and compensate for some potential. Price, negotiable. Please refrain from contacting if your resources are not valued at 10 million contribution points. The first 10 pieces of information, shimmering in rainbow hues, are all priceless treasures. Yulu Hua, Xianji Chao, Miaohua Hua Tree, Fast Dragon Shed Tooth, and the shed skin of a bow snake. Bai Yuling ignored all documented treasures and refined his search to include the unknown. One by one, images and basic introductions appeared, with detailed photos and information available upon clicking. These items were treasures discovered by trainers in the field, yet lacked documentation, hence were priced according to personal discretion. Bai Yuling rapidly searched, spending half a day scanning through millions of unknown images, marking those he wished to pursue. Feeling mentally fatigued, Bai Yuling took a moment to rest. Had it not been for his possession of the power of Changpan and the Wave Guide, significantly enhancing his cognitive abilities, it would have been impossible for him to review millions of images and documents in such a short span. After all, the unknown treasures here have attracted hundreds of billions of trainers from this region, accumulating over countless years. However, when compared to the entire Pokémon world, they are but a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. The Pokémon world is vast and boundless. The location he currently occupies is the inconspicuous Wuling City in the 87th district of the ancient city of Chongqing. The network he is currently connected to encompasses the entirety of the 87th district. As for other regions or domains, they are beyond the reach of his current permissions. Having rested sufficiently, Bai Yuling resumed his unfinished tasks, purchasing unknown items priced from low to high, all within a reasonable expectation. His contribution points plummeted rapidly, dwindling from 17,010 to 7,700. These unknown items consist of herbal materials capable of being refined into potential liquid for crafting potential potions, yet to be discovered. Thus their prices are vastly underestimated, with some obtainable for just a few contribution points. By refining these herbs into potential liquid and combining various materials to concoct potions, one could create potential potions. The knowledge required for crafting potential potions is profound, encompassing genetics, Pokémon studies, biology, and cell science. Only a handful of Pokémon doctors possess the ability to craft them, which is a primary reason for the exorbitant cost of potential potions. Bai Yuling, having learned to concoct a few rare potions, including potential potions, through direct demonstrations from several Pokémon doctors, only grasped the methods superficially, lacking a deep understanding of the underlying principles. Fortunately, he did not disdain the time spent on potion crafting back then, for otherwise, he would now have to invest hundreds of times more time and resources to achieve his goals. Upon exiting, the area his fingers touched emitted spatial fluctuations, and a peculiar spatial backpack fell from within. This contained everything Bai Yuling had just exchanged. He swiftly transferred the items to his own spatial backpack and discarded the empty one. Given his current capabilities combined with the subtle manipulation of the waveguide power, the likelihood of failure was minimal. It was estimated that after crafting 2 complete sets of 8th tier potential potions, he would still have some materials left. For the elite tier, he would temporarily focus on the JJ Ngui and the Su Yfiling, with no urgency for other Pokémon. The next step involved enhancing the combat prowess of his Pokémon, making them even more formidable. The Moonlight skill card, an advanced fairy-type skill, would be given to the GWI for learning, which could later impart its knowledge to other Pokémon. The exchange required 100 contribution points. The GWI was exceptionally suited to learn Moonlight, with the difficulty reduced by half, even though it was not of the same type. Its extraordinary talent would ensure it mastered the skill in no time. The Ice Fang skill card also cost 100 contribution points, along with an Ice Fang comprehension card. The Mastery card, which encapsulates the Pokémon's understanding of the skill and can be retained upon nearing the end of life, would instantly grant varying levels of mastery based on the Pokémon species. For instance, the Su Yfiling would naturally gain the most insight from it. This Ice Fang card originated from an elite peak ice Pokémon that had perfected the Ice Fang to 1-star completion over hundreds of years. If it were to break through, the Ice Fang would likely ascend to 2-star status. Unfortunately, due to differing species, the Su Yfiling could only reach 1-star completion after total absorption, and further breakthroughs would require significant effort. This Ice Fang comprehension card consumed a hefty 500 contribution points. As long as the Su Yfiling mastered Ice Fang, it would gain a substantial advantage in future battles against the Heime's Jyling. At present, Bai Yuling's contribution points stood at 3,000, which appeared to be ample but could hardly procure anything of value. as ordinary treasures and characteristic cards were valued at over 10,000 points, making them the first practical choice for many trainers seeking to enhance their Pokémon's combat strength. Baiyu currently had no need for characteristic cards. Among his Pokémon, the JJ Nguai's characteristic, Light Metal, allows it to utilize geomagnetic forces. Switching to other characteristics, such as offensive or explosive traits, might seem to enhance its combat capabilities, but overall strength would inevitably diminish, rendering aerial maneuverability and agility its fatal weaknesses. As the strength of the JJ Nguai increased, its utilization of geomagnetism would grow stronger, promising a bright future. Even without having its weight, the JJ Nguai could still levitate. At least Baiyu had yet to discover a more suitable characteristic for it. The Su Yfil's confidence characteristic enhances its attack during battles, potentially increasing it by up to 30 as the fight prolongs, which is also a commendable trait that does not require alteration. The CHNGL's water storage, seemingly as useless as characteristics like Firestarter, rarely engages in attacks of its own type. However, if explored deeply, its potential extends far beyond this. In locations abundant in water energy, such as oceans, water surfaces, or during rain, the CHNGL's stamina would gradually recover. It is the quintessential characteristic for prolonged battles. The GWI's Firestarter, once thoroughly explored, is equally impressive, but it is not of immediate use. Suddenly struck by realization, Baiyu recalled the situation of the LD. The LD is a medium-level Pokémon, a combination of normal and steel types. By a stroke of fate, it absorbed a treasure imbued with immense steel power, awakening its second attribute. However, its physical quality has declined to below elite level due to aging, resulting in the ceiling of its steel attribute. Characteristic, Steel Teeth, enhances the power of biting skills. Quality, 5 stars, King level, 6 times comprehension, Hero King, 8 times comprehension. Status, level 39, in old age, strength continuously declining, quality diminishing. Ultimate potential development, 80. Familiarity, 15, unqualified. Affinity, 9, stranger, difficult to command. Commonly used main battle skills. Peak period, 3-star completion, frenzied scratching, 2-star completion, killer canine, ice fong, fire fong, thunder fong. Bite, earthquake. Special effect skills, accumulation, defense, high-speed movement, quick attack, protect. Exclusive skill, steel teeth mastery. An exclusive skill naturally formed from using the killer canine skill over 10 million times, which has since been refined and sublimated, infused with steel power, multiplying its potency by 50%. It possesses terrifying power capable of nearly instantaneously defeating opponents. Physical quality, peak of the 3rd tier. Overall combat strength, surpassing the 2nd tier. 15 times combat power, heavens. A veritable prodigy among peers. Godly System's golden text note. This Pokémon's lifespan is nearing its end, yet its potential is astonishing. And its combat prowess is exceptional. It is advised to promptly extend its lifespan. Baiyu eyes widened in astonishment, truly astounded. The Steel Teeth characteristic, Steel attribute, and the perfectly aligned Steel Teeth mastery. What a prodigious combination, seemingly born for sheer destruction. Baiyu could assert that had the LD not lost its Steel attribute, the power of Steel Teeth mastery would have been diminished by more than half. Had it not weakened to the 3rd tier, its combat strength would undoubtedly reach an unrivaled 20 times. It would touch the divine realm accessible only to miraculous Pokémon. The power of its skills at 3rd tier strength could reach 1st tier levels, transcending 2 realms. How utterly inconceivable. It is no wonder Baiyu was so astonished. Of course, combat strength does not equate to actual power, due to the significant disparity in physical quality. Should the LD be struck by an ultimate skill or 2 from a 1st tier early Pokémon, it would suffer severe injuries or even potentially lose its combat capability. This is still calculated based on the most common strength of first-rate early-stage spirits. Therefore, being able to battle a champion does not necessarily mean one has truly reached that height. And even attempting to rival a champion is far more arduous than becoming one. Rada possesses the Ice Fong. Baiyu revealed a wry smile, pondering whether to attach the Ice Fong skill card again. Not to mention how long it would take, it certainly wouldn't sell for its original price. It was somewhat of an oversight, but not entirely incorrect, as Rada's relationship with him was still rather unfamiliar, making it unlikely for it to teach Shui Yifei Long the Ice Fong. After centuries of time, Rada had reached the pinnacle of its skills in every aspect, if not for the fact that 3-star level skills cannot simply be honed over time, but require enlightenment. Rada might even have achieved the perfection of the 3-star Ki Slash. What a pity. If this Rada were a member of their family, it would undoubtedly become a champion and cultivate all learnable skills to the pinnacle of 2 stars, thus becoming another formidable asset for the family. Well, it hasn't learned the Venom Fong. Although it has the Steel Fong trait, with Ice Fong and Steel-type skills, the Venom Fong is entirely unnecessary. After a thorough examination, Baiyu realized he could find no flaws in Rada. Those unlearned skills were not essential. The only shortcoming was its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves. And changing this weakness would result in far more disadvantages than advantages. The fact that this wild Rada had grown to such a level was truly astonishing. Indeed, it deserved to be called the future Rada King. Rada's lifespan should be over 500 years. As long as a treasure that could extend its life by a century is found, Rada could return to its peak and become an invincible entity among champions. Bai Yuling felt a bit of a headache. If it were only 20 or 30 years, it would be relatively simple for him. But over 100 years was truly challenging. First, let's see how many contribution points are needed for the materials to concoct the longevity potion. Bai Yuling continued to search among the unknown treasures, finding none with a distinctly vital aura. Items related to life are typically priceless, only available for exchange to champion trainers. However, Bai Yuling still gained a considerable amount, as not all items that could be refined into longevity potions would exhibit a life aura. The 3,000 contribution points were entirely spent. Yet he was still far from having enough to concoct a bottle of longevity potion. There was no choice but to first refine the potential potion and sell the remaining and used materials to the Alliance to gather enough materials for the life potion. This was the best course of action for the necessary refining equipment. He recalled hearing someone mention that there was a Pokémon research institute ahead of Wuling City a few days ago. Borrowing it for a small cost should not be difficult. After restoring his Pokémon's condition at the Pokémon Center, Bai Yuling looked at Joy, who had no recollection of him, and sighed softly, the image of Xiao Mei flashing through his mind. The next time they meet, who knows when that will be. He hoped he wouldn't miss the opportunity to express his gratitude. After inquiring about the specific location of the Pokémon Research Institute, Bai Yuling immediately mounted Shui Yifei Long and soared into the sky, heading towards the Pokémon Research Institute ahead. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Dark Knight base, the Battle of the Champions continued, and the number of combatants had increased from 2 to 3. Chapter 61. The new champion comes to aid. The sorceress falls into despair. But is it Ice Champion Ms. Kana? I am Zhou Xing, a special investigator of the Alliance, having received an urgent plea for help from Junsha and Xiao Yi. However, it seems I have arrived a bit late. I have long heard of the psychic champion, the shape-shifting sorceress Hei Mei, but I never anticipated that the area I was responsible for would harbor a base of dark forces. What a dereliction of duty. The man riding the armored bird, who had flown rapidly, had already been observing from above for some time. Upon his arrival, he quickly identified a flaw and struck the giant leaf dragon with an ice beam, seizing the chance to deliver a series of blows that severely injured the giant leaf dragon. After all, he was a champion of the Alliance. Resorting to sneak attacks was quite shameless. The giant leaf dragon barely managed to deploy a protective barrier, deflecting the subsequent attacks. Hei Mei scolded coldly, inwardly lamenting that she had already found an opportunity to escape, but had been caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a champion, putting her in danger. Had she known, she would not have troubled Bai Yuling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been discovered by Kana. If it were just this champion of the Alliance, she would undoubtedly not be his opponent. You dark trainers possess no sense of ethics whatsoever. You are all despicable, shameless, and utterly insane. You, the shape-shifting sorceress, are the epitome of this, with crimes too numerous to count. If going to hell could eliminate you, at least 10,000 people would be willing to do so. Zhou Xing's expression was exceedingly grim as he regarded Hei Mei's graceful figure, filled with disdain. Ms. Kana, let us join forces to take this opportunity to eradicate this sorceress. Kana nodded slightly, her icy countenance serious as she spoke softly. She has awakened her psychic abilities, making it challenging to prevent her escape. She has been tracking this sorceress for 2 years and has encountered similar situations that forced her into peril. Yet due to these psychic powers, each time has ended in failure. Then let's target her Pokémon. If we eliminate all her wings, she will be much easier to handle. Zhou Xing declared without hesitation, his murderous intent palpable. Pokémon that turn evil possess a destructive power even more terrifying than that of dark trainers. If we do not eliminate her, countless Pokémon will perish at her hands. Kana hesitated. After all, were Pokémon not evil due to their trainers? Ms. Kana, there is no room for hesitation. If you and I were champions, killing this sorceress would be effortless. However, lacking strength, we must act decisively. If we allow her to leave unscathed, it will lead to endless troubles. Zhou Xing proclaimed loudly. Kana recalled Hei Mei's heinous crimes and resolved to act without hesitation. The Pokémon around her shared a deep bond with her mind, erupting in a display of overwhelming power, unleashing their ultimate moves towards the giant leaf dragon. Protect. Hei Mei had no time for curses and quickly commanded Lei Dianshou to use Protect, blocking all the ultimate moves while seizing the opportunity to retract the giant leaf dragon. Then, with a flash of her figure, she vanished into the sky, abandoning Lei Dianshou and fleeing alone. Truly heartless. The armored bird scanned the surroundings, searching for Hei Mei's trace, but found no sign whatsoever. Yet Kana held a different perspective. Despite Hei Mei's immense crimes, she had deep feelings for her Pokémon. She would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to retrieve them. 3 seconds later, The protective Lei Dianshou dissipated, and 4 ultimate moves descended from all directions, giving Lei Dianshou no chance to evade. Thunder. Lei Dianshou let out a wail, but resisted summoning its internal energy to defend itself. Had it not been for its electric-type nature, it would likely have succumbed. A red light shot forth, retrieving the suffering Lei Dianshou, followed by 4 consecutive blue lights flashing, revealing the severely injured giant leaf dragon and 3 other Pokémon in the sky: Divine Wind, Frozen Ground, Psychic Shock, and Corrosive Poison Fog. The 4 ultimate area moves converged, with Divine Wind accelerating the dark Corrosive Poison Fog and Frozen Ground, while Psychic Shock intensified the tremors, causing the vast sky to turn pitch black. Everyone come out. Upon witnessing the full force attack from their opponents, they landed and employed Protect, scattering to search. They must find this sorceress. Zhou Xing observed the darkened sky, his expression grim as he released all his Pokémon, 8 in total, along with the armored bird, reaching the maximum limit of 9 Pokémon for a champion. However, only 6 had reached the champion level. Kuna similarly released her Pokémon to search for Hei Mei's whereabouts, several dozen miles away from the battlefield between YD-NSH and MC-NG. A figure emerged. Both Pokémon possessed comparable strengths, yet MC-NG had the advantage over YD-NSH in terms of attributes. At this moment, YD-NSH was gravely injured, while MC-NG retained more than half of its vitality. The outcome was already evident. It would not be long before YD-NSH was on the brink of death. I promptly released a Nidorino of elite strength to attack MC-NG. However, this unexpected assault proved futile against the psychic abilities of MC-NG, which effortlessly evaded with teleportation and continued its onslaught on YD-NSH. Yet, the attack was thwarted by YD-NSH's protective barrier. Moments later, Nidorino joined I to establish a defensive stance, leaving MC-NG without any target to strike. Nonetheless, its eyes shimmered with light as it continuously invoked its precognition ability. 3 seconds later, I recalled YD-NSH and Nidorino, utilizing teleportation once more to escape. Several precognitive flashes appeared in succession, but only the first one reacted, pursuing into the distance. Mi's figure flickered as she traversed over 1,000 miles in less than 10 seconds. Coughing, she covered her mouth, blood seeping through her fingers. The excessive use of her psychic powers brought her body to the brink of collapse. Using them a few more times would undoubtedly lead to her demise. This self-destructive state was beyond the protective reach of her belt. Just as the thought of whether she could evade capture arose, a powerful psychic attack surged toward her. The protective barrier activated, and the energy of the belt rapidly diminished as I desperately executed her maximum range teleportation. Minutes later, some Pokémon detected the area, drawn by the scent of blood and a target. One of these Pokémon unleashed a dazzling, massive crimson flame into the sky. In another part of the heavens, a figure plummeted, crashing into the underbrush, leaving no sound behind. Had Biy known of the precarious situation that the shape-shifting sorceress I found herself in, he would have laughed heartily. Alas, he remained unaware. This must be the vicinity, but why is there nothing in sight? Atop a mountain peak, Biy surveyed his surroundings, failing to spot any structures. Could it be on the adjacent mountain? At that moment, he noticed a bee drill descending with a trainer, landing halfway down the slope. His eyes brightened. It seemed he had not erred in his search. The research facility was not at the summit, but rather at the mountainside. Indeed, upon reaching the mountainside, Biy discovered a research facility of considerable scale, not on par with that of a renowned professor, but significantly larger than those of typical seasoned researchers. Furthermore, a multitude of powerful trainers awaited outside, predominantly elite trainers, with a few others possessing an imposing presence that rivaled those around them. Even the elite gym leader Chen W from WLing City may not possess strength surpassing these elite trainers. Clearly, this research facility was extraordinary, attracting such a plethora of trainers from afar. Biy felt a twinge of curiosity about this establishment. Chapter 62, The Pokémon Research Facility. Biy arrival captured everyone's attention. The sheer size and aura of his Bloodwing dragon were strikingly prominent, indicating an impressive strength. With a mere glance, they identified him as one of the most formidable competitors present. As time progressed, the trainers engaged in conversation while awaiting the tightly shut doors to open. With a click, the doors of the research facility swung open, and a man dressed as an assistant emerged. Thank you for your patience. Professor WM has been conducting an important experiment these past few days and requires rest. He has just awakened and is currently dining. If you have any matters to discuss, please relay them to me, but do adhere to the rules. Anyone who fails to comply will be expelled. This assistant, known as Guam, was a well-regarded master trainer of the king level. Even first-time visitors did not find this surprising. The status of any Pokémon professor was akin to that of a champion. Some renowned Pokémon professors were even visited by champions seeking their counsel, underscoring their exalted standing. As for those whose research did not pertain to Pokémon, their status typically fell short. However, those researching life, potential, genes, and similar fields could rival the standing of Pokémon professors. The owner of the current research facility, a distinguished Pokémon researcher named WM, had published multiple impactful papers and even crafted potent potions, including exceptional healing potions whose effectiveness rivaled those available through the league. He was heralded as one of the most promising candidates to become a Pokémon professor in the future. His renown echoed over an expansive area, representing a staggering expanse of over 78 million square kilometers, equivalent to 127th of the total area of the 84 zones. This signified that hundreds of millions had heard of his name. From the discussions among trainers, BIYL-ing immediately grasped the influence this individual wielded. While the BI family's renown radiated throughout the surrounding regions, this man's prominence was indeed exceptional. It was no wonder that so many trainers were drawn to him. Matters concerning the training of Pokémon were of utmost importance, particularly regarding injuries. There could be no room for negligence. Trainers often spent years traveling and honing their skills. And in the wild, Pokémon centers were scarce. To heal their Pokémon's wounds, they relied on healing potions for self-care. Poor handling could lead to lingering issues. Master Guam, does Professor WM still have any exceptional healing potions available? I am willing to pay a handsome sum for them. A trainer eagerly stepped forward to inquire. Although the league's exceptional healing potions were reasonably priced at 100 contribution points for a bottle, sufficient for 10 uses, contribution points were not easy to come by for these top-tier and elite trainers. I'm afraid that Professor WM no longer accepts Pokémon currency. To purchase exceptional healing potions, you must use league contribution points. Guam replied with a shake of his head. Some rare materials cannot be bought with Pokémon currency, and the process is too slow. How about 1 million Pokémon coins? I am willing to pay 1 million for a single exceptional healing potion. The trainer exclaimed in frustration, drawing the attention of those nearby. It is worth noting that for many ordinary trainers, 1 million Pokémon coins could persuade them to spend 100 contribution points to exchange for a bottle of exceptional healing potion. However, everyone present was financially well off, and someone immediately raised the offer to 2 million Pokémon coins, effectively doubling the price. Yet, Guam continued to shake his head. I will relay your message to Professor WM. Is there anything else? Most gathered were there for the exceptional healing potions, as they offered superior efficacy, faster results, and could even address latent injuries caused by improper training. This last point was why they were labeled as exceptional, distinguishing them from other healing potions. If I wish to borrow Professor WM's research equipment for a while, what conditions must I meet? BIYLing inquired. Having consistently used healing potions developed by his family that outperformed those available through the league, thus showing no interest in the exceptional healing potions. Guam was taken aback. No one had ever made such a request before. The other trainers cast astonished glances at him. Borrowing equipment? The equipment at the Jingling Research Institute is primarily dedicated to research and the formulation of potions, which requires a considerable level of expertise. Those who lack proper training may find themselves unable to operate the equipment, and a careless mistake could result in damage to the invaluable apparatus housed within the institute. Thus, I must inquire about the opinion of Teacher Wumo. Do you possess any relevant credentials? Guamu inquired, specifically asking about researcher qualifications and certification for operating advanced equipment. Bai Yuling shook his head. As the heir of the Baiyu family, his education was exceptional. By the age of 10, he had already attained a profound understanding of spirits, sufficient to qualify as a researcher and publish his own papers to express his views. However, he had not deemed it necessary to take the qualification exam, as the title bore little significance for him. Without even a relevant certificate, are you merely here to dabble after having learned just a smattering? Do you think this place is simply a playground? Truly absurd. Someone scoffed. Indeed, the equipment at the Wumu Research Institute is far more precious than that found in ordinary research facilities. Can you afford to compensate for any damage you might cause? Another person chimed in. Young man, if you merely wish to practice, you may as well enroll in the Spirit Doctor Academy, where the basic equipment would suffice for your needs. Another offered. Yet, Bai Yuling chose to disregard all such remarks and addressed Guamu directly. I simply wish to avoid wasting time on examinations. May I be granted an audience with him? This left Guamu in a difficult position, feeling a surge of irritation at Bai Yuling's apparent lack of awareness regarding the seriousness of the situation. Sighing internally, Bai Yuling realized it was time to reveal his identity. However, once he did so, the nature of the interaction would undoubtedly change. May I ask your name? Guamu scrutinized Bai Yuling, suddenly sensing a familiarity about him, as if he had seen him recently. Bai Yuling, he replied simply. Bai Yuling, you are indeed Bai Yuling. Please come in. Guamu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression now filled with respect. Bai Yuling followed him in, somewhat perplexed. What is happening? What did that young man say to elicit such a change in Master Gua's attitude? The surrounding trainers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the abrupt shift. Chapter 63, Formulating Spirit Potential Potions. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. It was quite rude of me. I am Guilin. You must be curious about my sudden change in demeanor. Although Teacher Wumu's research institute is located near Wuling City, many speculate that he hails from there. In truth, he is a trainer born in Bay City. Years ago, due to differing beliefs, he left home. His parents hoped he would become a powerful trainer, but his aspiration was to be a doctoral researcher in spirit studies. After decades, he finally achieved recognition as a senior researcher, celebrated far and wide. Yet his parents have not forgiven him and even forbade his return to Bay City. Teacher Wumu has always kept an eye on Bay City, and when the city faced a crisis, he learned of it immediately and urgently dispatched us, the elite trainers, to provide assistance. Fortunately, the Alliance resolved the situation swiftly. Just a few days ago, his parents sent a letter expressing their desire for him to repay you. This first letter represents a softening of their stance, which delighted Teacher Wumu and inspired a breakthrough for him. All of this is due to you. Teacher Wumu specifically instructed us to treat you with utmost hospitality. I have memorized your likeness, and my failure to recognize you earlier was simply my carelessness. I hope you will not take offense. Guilin elaborated on the circumstances. Bai Yuling understood now. Guilin, what is it? A puzzled voice interjected upon hearing their footsteps. It was unusual for Guilin to interrupt unless it was of significant importance. The researcher, Wumu, was a middle-aged man with a few strands of white hair. Though he was only in his 60s, just entering his prime. The benefactor you mentioned, Bai Yuling, has arrived, and he is here for. Guilin's sentence was cut short by a sudden clatter of ceramic against furniture. Wumu rushed in excitedly, and upon seeing Bai Yuling, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, he was the one from the photograph. Bai Yuling, please allow me to express my gratitude. Wumu sincerely bowed his head in appreciation, acknowledging that his elderly parents had devoted so much to him. Their strength had diminished over the years, and the place they resided was once a target for spirit attacks. Had Bay City reacted even a moment slower? For days, Wumu had been overwhelmed with gratitude towards Bai Yuling. Although his dream was to become a spirit doctor, he would willingly shatter that dream if it meant sacrificing his loved ones. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Wumu, will do everything within my power. Wumu spoke with tears in his eyes, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Should the trainers outside witness this, they would surely think they were dreaming. Oh, there is no need for such formality. Your actions make it difficult for me to present my own requests, Bai Yuling replied, feeling somewhat awkward, as if he were leveraging gratitude for favors. Please, do share. Wumu urged, his expression growing serious. I simply wish to borrow your equipment. Wumu smiled, relieved that it was merely a small matter. Of course, you may utilize it at your convenience. Would you require my assistance? Guilin, surprised, realized he had slightly underestimated Bai Yuling's significance in Teacher Wumu's eyes. He felt fortunate that he had not been overly rude moments earlier. No need to trouble yourself. Your agreement to my request is more than sufficient, Bai Yuling declined. Then please, follow me. The research room is just ahead. Feel free to make yourself at home. Wumu led Bai Yuling to the laboratory and stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. Teacher, is this truly wise? What if? Guilin hesitated before speaking, concerned about Bai Yuling's lack of credentials and the potential risk to the equipment. Not to worry, even if all the equipment were to be destroyed, I could simply invest a few years to replace it. Wumu replied confidently. Guilin nodded, falling silent. Bai Yuling seemed to be unaware of the gravity of the situation. Teacher Wumu had offered him assistance, yet he still hesitated. Such an opportunity was one that countless others would have begged for. It was indeed perplexing. Bai Yuling did not rush into action. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the equipment, making adjustments to suit his preferences and enhance usability. After several minutes of meticulous preparation, he finally began the process of formulating the potential potions, arranging the necessary materials, and calculating the exact proportions required. As previously stated, Bai Yuling possessed the knowledge to concoct potions, but lacked an understanding of the underlying principles and optimal combinations of materials. He gathered the necessary components, potential liquid, the leaves of the Miaowa flower, and the saliva of the Charizard. Channeling his wave-guiding power, he focused intently, ensuring the potential liquid was mixed with each ingredient in the most precise ratios. These instruments are incapable of achieving the desired results. One must engage in hands-on practice with impeccable precision. Even the slightest tremor in the body could potentially lead to the failure of potion refinement, marking it as one of the most challenging hurdles in the art of alchemy. Regardless of how extensive one's theoretical knowledge may be, the pressure of practical application often overwhelms researchers, resulting in countless failures, many of whom never ascend to the status of certified potion researchers. 2 bottles of transparent potential potions have been successfully refined, with everything proceeding smoothly. The Elven Potential Potion, applicable from Elite Tier 1 to Elite Tier 8, may not be deemed perfect, yet it meets all required standards. The evaluation provided by the Divine System scanning aligns commendably with the potential potions exchanged from the Alliance. The next step involves the refinement of a 1-star potential potion, requiring a doubling of the potential liquid and slight adjustments to other materials. Bai Yuling took a moment to rest, though he felt no fatigue. With limited materials at hand, failure was not an option. The day passed swiftly, and Bai Yuling succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Bai Yuling opened his eyes, initiating the refinement of the most challenging 9-star potential potion. Due to the temperature not meeting the requisite standards, he enlisted the assistance of his long ride with a freezing beam. 10 minutes later, 2 bottles of shimmering silver potential potions were complete. Bai Yuling exhaled in relief, narrowly averting catastrophe. Thanks to the power of the aura, he was able to make timely adjustments. After a brief respite, Bai Yuling refined the remaining top-tier materials into enhanced potential potions, resulting in a total of 4 bottles, 2 for King Tier 1 and 2 for King Tier 2. Though these enhanced potential potions required the same contribution points as the 9-star potential potions, the latter's refinement difficulty far exceeded that of the former. Consequently, the number of researchers capable of crafting them is exceedingly rare, leading to frequent supply shortages that far exceed demand, thus inflating the actual market price. While these 4 enhanced potential potions might not fetch less than 40,000 contribution points, they could easily command over 30,000. The sole obstacle lies in time. Even if certified by the Alliance, if the potion is crafted by an obscure researcher, potential buyers may hesitate, fearing undiscovered issues. However, Bai Yuling had already devised a solution to this predicament. Chapter 64, The Astonishment of Wu Mu. With a click, Bai Yuling opened the door to the laboratory. Greetings, esteemed sir. The woman waiting at the entrance gasped, calling out before swiftly turning to flee. Moments later, Wu Mu and Guilin hurriedly arrived. You must be hungry. The meal is prepared, please. Upon hearing Wu Mu's words, Bai Yuling suddenly felt an intense hunger pang. Following Wu Mu to the dining table, Guilin quietly entered the laboratory. As he stepped inside, the unusual temperature made his brows furrow. Indeed, something was amiss, under normal circumstances. There should be no leakage of cold air. Alas, each piece of equipment within is valued in the thousands, measured in contribution points. He hoped the damage would not be extensive. Otherwise, Wu Mu's research might face an untimely halt, particularly since he was in a crucial moment of inspiration. Despite knowing that Bai Yuling was Wu Mu's benefactor, Guilin couldn't suppress his irritation. However, upon seeing the detection data on the instruments, he was momentarily stunned. May I inquire what the benefactor is working on? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I am unworthy but capable of aiding you. At the dining table, Wu Mu spoke softly. I merely borrowed the equipment for a short period. It is hardly a form of repayment. Observing Wu Mu's sincere gaze, Bai Yuling felt a pang of admiration. Compared to the dark trainers, not all Alliance trainers are devoid of integrity. Many possess a heartfelt sincerity, and Wu Mu before him is a prime example. Bai Yuling understood the immense value of those specialized research instruments. For most researchers, they are akin to children, meticulously cared for daily. Wu Mu's willingness to lend them out was indeed remarkable. A smile graced Bai Yuling's face, solidifying his resolve. He reined in his smile and solemnly declared, to be candid, I am engaged in the refinement of potential potions. Bai Yuling's words resonated like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment in both Wu Mu and the maid, leaving them in a state of disbelief. May I inquire if the refinement was successful? Even Wu Mu, seasoned as he was, struggled to maintain his composure at this moment. If fortune favors me, I humbly request a thorough evaluation. Bai Yuling presented a bottle of enhanced potential potion, its transparency accented by a barely perceptible golden shimmer. Incredible. It is indeed an enhanced version. As an experienced researcher, though he lacked the ability to craft potential potions, Wu Mu had personally researched and tested them over 100 times, rendering him quite familiar with their characteristics. With just a glance, he surmised that this potion was likely authentic, yet its precise effects and potential side effects would require comprehensive testing for verification. This is astonishing. I never anticipated that a young benefactor would possess such profound knowledge in potion crafting. I feel utterly humbled and deeply impressed. Wu Mu's gaze toward Bai Yuling had shifted entirely. This singular talent alone was more than sufficient to qualify him as a teacher. The craft of potion making is predicated on a foundation of genetics, biology, botany, cellular science, and more. Refining potential potions exists at the pinnacle of potion making. Without a robust understanding of these disciplines, one could never hope to succeed in crafting potential potions. No. Wu Mu, you have misunderstood. I merely know the process of refinement. The underlying principles elude me. I only possess a rudimentary understanding, truly just a superficial grasp. Bai Yuling quickly clarified, realizing that any further explanation would be futile. You are exceedingly modest. Wu Mu, of course, remained unconvinced. No upper-tier potion can be created merely by memorizing ratios. Each batch is inherently unique. Without an understanding of the principles, even the slightest deviation during the refinement process, such as a temperature variance of 0.001 or a minuscule imbalance in proportions, would lead to failure. Such a scenario has yet to occur. Bai Yuling, feeling resigned, understood that further attempts at clarification would be in vain. Let us conduct a detailed analysis. Perhaps there are issues to uncover. Bai Yuling suggested. Ah, indeed. Wu Mu nodded, his expression tinged with impatience. Teacher, Bai Yuling and Wu Mu returned to the laboratory, and regardless of what Guilin intended to say, Wu Mu entered decisively, stating, no matter what occurs, do not interrupt. Guilin, taken aback, was left wondering what he had missed. Wu Mu began meticulous testing, while Bai Yuling fell into contemplation. The completion of the potential potions heralds rapid growth for the Bloodwing Dragon and the Steel Giant. Yet to fully absorb 10 bottles of potential potions would require a specialized training regimen. Where might such an appropriate location be found? 30 seconds later. The potion testing concluded successfully, revealing no adverse effects. 3 more vials appeared in Bai Yuling's hands. Wu Mu's expression momentarily froze. Bai Yuling had actually concocted 4 vials, 2 of which were the more complex Tier 2 potions. The results of the test were consistent with the previous findings. Qualified. Teacher Wu Mu, I have a favor to ask, Bai Yuling began. Wu Mu shook his head repeatedly, saying, I cannot bear the title of teacher. If my benefactor has any requests, please state them directly, and I shall do my utmost. However, he suspected he might not be able to assist in matters concerning potions. I would like to request your help in selling these potential potions, Bai Yuling stated. Wu Mu responded promptly, a trivial matter. Bai Yuling shook his head and continued, I hope to have your name associated with the sale for a swift transaction. Wu Mu was taken aback and immediately shook his head in refusal. This is out of the question. If you wish to exchange for something, please speak plainly, and I will certainly do my best to accommodate you. Bai Yuling insisted, I have numerous needs. What I have done so far is merely within my capabilities. If you give too much, I would feel uneasy. If you trust me, I would appreciate it if you could guarantee the quality of the potions under your name. Wu Mu opened his mouth to speak again, but upon seeing Bai Yuling's resolute expression, he relinquished his attempts to dissuade him. You are truly a person of character. My benefactor. However, this places me in a difficult position. I cannot repay such a significant debt. Senior Wu Mu, your reputation is infinitely more precious than these 4 enhanced potential potions. This is already a return of gratitude. Let us not speak of favors further. And please refrain from calling me benefactor. Otherwise, I would feel too embarrassed to visit again. Wu Mu's words were heartfelt. Bai Yuling retracted his energy and performed a perfect bow, demonstrating impeccable etiquette, a model of propriety. If Bai Yuhua and Bing Li Shui were to witness this, they would surely be astonished, for Bai Yuling had always been averse to such formalities. When had he learned to be so polished? This was Bai Yuling's final test. He intended to teach the formula for the potential potions to Wu Mu. The Bai Yu family, though still possessing considerable resources, was surrounded by wolves. Other families would not allow the Bai Yu family to rise again. Wu Mu gazed at Bai Yuling and sighed. People often say that no one is perfect, but today, you have truly exemplified perfection. Young as you are scholarly and powerful, yet humble and considerate, never taking advantage of others. Your virtue is indeed commendable. Bai Yuling shook his head, saying, Senior has overpraised me. Your sincerity is a testament to your character, and my repeated testing is unwarranted. However, given Wu Mu's disposition, this was already pushing the limits. The matter of imparting the potion formula would have to be sought on another occasion. Chapter 65, Special Training and Unintended Landmarks. Bai Yuling took his leave that day. Brother Bai Yuling, take care. Wu Mu called out, but Bai Yuling replied, no need to see me off. He mounted his Bloodwing Dragon and flew towards Wuling City. Teacher, I noticed that the data from the instruments in the Research Institute resembles. Guilin, who was watching Bai Yuling depart alongside Wu Mu, whispered, but was interrupted by Wu Mu. From now on, silence yourself regarding Brother Bai Yuling. If I hear even a whisper, you shall face severe punishment. Wu Mu's tone was stern. Is Brother Bai Yuling in trouble and trying to conceal his tracks? On the World Network, Bai Yuling listed the enhanced potential potions, of course, concealing all related information. The names were WM533 Enhanced Elf Potion, certified by the Alliance. The price was 8,000 contribution points, Tier 1, and 16,000 contribution points, Tier 2. After reviewing, Bai Yuling confirmed his choice. The reputation guarantee from senior researcher Wu Mu was temporarily hidden, but would be unblocked upon his personal confirmation. Just 5 seconds later, the previously hidden information was displayed. Wu Mu's speed was astonishing. Was he waiting for this? With Wu Mu's reputation guarantee and an additional 20% discount, the news should spread quickly. It would not be long before there were interested parties for exchange. In no more than half a month, he would receive 45,600 contribution points after a 5 deduction. Next, he needed to find a suitable training ground. Riding the Bloodwing Dragon, Bai Yuling surveyed the rivers and mountains surrounding Wuling City. There were numerous locations fit for training, but none suitable for Bai Yuling's unique methods. After searching for the better part of the day, traversing over 10,000 miles, the sky had darkened without finding the desired location. That will have to suffice for today. Tomorrow, I shall venture further afield in hopes of discovery. On the following morning, Bai Yuling resumed his search. After several hours, he finally found a location that barely met his expectations. With some adjustments, it could work. The terrain was quite peculiar. One side featured a waterfall, with water crashing into a shallow pool barely half a meter deep, flowing out over a gently sloping surface for miles. Cascading down from a cliff halfway up the mountain. Below lay a vast forest, where the waterfall's water splashed onto the green leaves of towering trees, sending droplets sparkling in the sunlight like pearls. This water eventually converged into the lake below, becoming the sole vital life source of this forest. Giant gold monster. Use earthquake to increase the slope of the ground by 2 to 5 degrees, but try not to alter the terrain significantly. Can you manage that? Bai Yuling observed for a while before releasing the giant gold monster. The giant gold monster unleashed its psychic abilities, rapidly calculating in its mind, and nodded. I can give it a try, but the terrain may change slightly. Will it remain largely unchanged? Bai Yuling inquired once more. It may cause some ground subsidence. Then proceed. Thank you for your hard work. The giant gold monster shook its head and began recalculating. This was a technical task. The earthquake's power could not be too great. Perhaps utilizing the basic move with varying magnitudes would be more effective. Bai Yuling moved to the other side, directly facing the waterfall. Bloodwing Dragon used Dragon Star Cluster and other moves to break a large hole in the stone wall behind the waterfall. The entrance should be at least 30 meters in length. No need for it to be overly large, just enough for everyone to enter. However, the interior space must be sufficiently spacious for your activities. The thickness of this mountain wall reached 10 kilometers. Breaking through 5 kilometers would barely suffice for training purposes. Yet, this was destined to be a massive undertaking. Bai Yuling injected the 2 Pokémon with potential potions, hoping they might absorb some of the essence. A tremendous noise reverberated for miles, but this place was relatively secluded, with few trainers passing by. Bai Yuling then trained Jiu Wei and Cheng Long at the foot of the mountain. Although it was called training, it was more accurate to say that Cheng Long was guiding Jiu Wei in mastering its moves. Jiu Wei's singular fire attribute rendered it lacking in move variety. Even if it learned Moonlight and numerous other moves, it could still not inflict damage exceeding double against certain Pokémon. If it weren't for the characteristic of Black Ash Flame, it would never attain 5 times its battle power. Aside from mastering Moonlight, Jiu Wei focused on swiftly mastering Earthquake, temporarily setting aside Ice Beam and Shadow Ball. Jiu Wei and Bai Yuling's other Pokémon are worlds apart, yet the contribution points are limited, making it impossible to exchange for a plethora of mastery cards to enable Jiu Wei to swiftly grasp its abilities. Thus, progress must be made gradually. Addressing the most pressing needs first. Earthquake can counter Fire-type moves, while Moonlight can subdue Dragon types, both attributes capable of withstanding Fire-type attacks, ensuring Jiu Wei can inflict sufficient damage against them. Several hours later, Bai Yuling sensed that the tremors at the summit had subsided, indicating that the task assigned to the Jinjing monster had been accomplished. The tilt was at a 3-degree angle, which was acceptable, although there were several depressions in the ground. They were inconsequential and entirely aligned with his expectations. The waterfall's flow surged, and Bai Yuling gazed ahead, witnessing a rainbow arching across the forest canopy. This picturesque scene, already breathtaking, was further enhanced by the rainbow. Such beauty can only be truly appreciated in person, and to capture the entire vista, one must view it from a height. The cascading waterfall, verdant giants of trees, and the iridescent rainbow resembled a paradise untouched by time, a feast for the eyes. Bai Yuling admired the view for a while, unexpectedly transforming the area into an exquisite scenic spot. Perhaps it could be utilized. At that moment, the Bloodwing Dragon had also broken through a large opening. Yet it was still far from Bai Yuling's goal. With the assistance of the Jinjing monster and the digging technique, one could manage the upper and lower sections. And within a day, ample space should be created. The next day, Bai Yuling traversed the waterfall and entered a broad, circular chamber. He nodded slightly. This space was sufficient to accommodate elite-level training, and the specialized training was entering its final preparatory phase. He embedded the recently purchased Firestones into every corner of the entrance, ensuring they were arranged methodically in the center. Firestones are widely recognized high-tech products, containing abundant natural gas and flammable materials. Once ignited, they produce intense heat and sustain combustion for an extended period. Typically, a few are carried into the wilderness, using sparks. He ignited them all. Within 30 seconds, the previously dark cavern was filled with a crimson glow, and the temperature began to rise gradually. Bai Yuling mounted the Bloodwing Dragon and returned outside, embedding an equal number of ice stones into the bottom of the pool before the waterfall. The Jinjing monster unleashed a blizzard, encasing the pool in ice. The storm swept through, dramatically slowing the water's flow. The previously comfortable temperature under the sun turned notably frigid. Within seconds, the pool ceased to flow and froze solidly. Although the blizzard unleashed by the Jinjing monster lacked the power of the Chenglong's technique, the enhancement from the ice stones equalized the disparity. A reflective ice lake stretched before him, and the temperature continued to drop. Bai Yuling exhaled, his breath turning into a mist. Were it not for the protective belt, even with Bai Yuling's tenfold stamina, he could scarcely endure more than 10 seconds in this icy realm without being encased in ice. Chapter 66. Special Training, Fire and ice training. The white mist rose, enveloping the ice lake and the blood-winged dragon, the chilling temperature causing the latter to begin to suffer. The ice type was 4 times as effective against it. Despite its physical prowess far exceeding steel, it struggled against this icy haze. Conversely, the Jinjing monster, resistant to ice-type attacks, exhibited no reaction, even squinting its eyes in enjoyment of the cold mist. Blood-winged dragon, you shall conduct your special training here. Retreat to the fire cave when you can no longer endure. Jinjing monster, you will train in the fire cave. Return when you can no longer withstand it. After regaining your strength, return for further training. Remember, do not overexert yourselves. Excessive strain could hinder your training progress and even create irreparable risks. Do you understand? Bai Yuling stated sternly. The fire and ice training yielded remarkable results, but was fraught with danger. Without the miraculous system and the constant monitoring of the wave guiding power, he would not dare to conduct such training. Both Pokémon nodded in understanding. Bai Yuling followed the Jinjing monster into the fire cave, where waves of scorching heat enveloped him. The cave's topography amplified the firestone's effectiveness compared to the ice stones, creating an environment akin to molten lava. The Jinjing monster, unfazed by the icy mist, found the heat unbearable after only a short while. Under the duress of their opposing environments, the 2 Pokémon commenced their arduous special training. Bai Yuling observed nearby. It mattered not that he was absent while Jiuwei trained with Chenglong, for this was merely the first phase of training. However, the danger was substantial. Training in a counteractive environment demanded constant energy expenditure for resistance, and over time, this would diminish discomfort and maintain combat prowess against similar extreme conditions. Yet, the energy counteracting their own could gradually seep into their bodies, posing risks. The moment of transition between ice and flame was the most severe trial. Without exceptional physical qualities, injuries could easily occur. Bai Yuling's Pokémon had undoubtedly undergone the finest training from the Bai family, ensuring their physique met excellent standards, surpassing that of typical Pokémon of the same tier. However, beyond excellence lay perfection. 10 minutes later, the 2 ace Pokémon, accustomed to training for 6 hours at full capacity, were on the verge of collapse. The blood-winged dragon was drenched in sweat, while the Jinjing monster's movements had slowed considerably. That will suffice for the first session. There is no need to rush. We shall take it step by step. Next time, you will naturally endure longer, Bai Yuling declared, utilizing his wave guiding power. The blood-winged dragon, now coated in frost, made one final desperate dash before slowly retreating toward the waterfall. The Jinjing monster arrived at the waterfall first. As the torrent cascaded over its crimson form, a sizzling sound erupted as the water was instantly vaporized into steam. Bai Yuling, employing his wave guiding power, meticulously observed every detail of the Jinjing monster, even when subjected to extreme heat and then doused with icy water. Not a single crack appeared on its body, not even the minutest fissure. Bai Yuling nodded in satisfaction, but knew he could not relax. The true test would come the moment the Jinjing monster stepped onto the ice lake. As the icy mist enveloped the Jinjing monster, its previously warm body rapidly turned cold, frost forming upon it. The Jinjing monster paused, a flicker of pain evident in its eyes. Bai Yuling's wave guiding power clearly sensed the minute tremors within its body. Bai Yuling's anxiety heightened. The Bai family's premium healing medicine was ready, combined with exceptional energy cubes rich in iron elements, capable of swiftly treating the Jinjing monster and restoring its stamina. Yet, ultimately, the Jinjing monster persevered, likely due to its inherent resistance to ice-type attributes. Bai Yuling exhaled in relief. The most challenging trial had been surpassed. Now, it remained to be seen how long the Jinjing monster could recover its strength in such an environment. Next was the blood-winged dragon. As it approached the waterfall, the chilling air caused the waterfall to cease flowing. Upon entering the waterfall, the water cascading over it instantly froze. The blood-winged dragon halted, encased in a massive ice crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The enormous ice crystal emitted faint sounds, clearly indicating that the blood-winged dragon was striving to break free from its icy prison. The ultimate move, after all, is not one wielded by a formidable spirit, but rather a manifestation of nature, and the hardness of the ice crystal is not particularly robust. With a crack, the blood-winged dragon exerted its strength, causing fissures to appear on the ice crystal. Seizing both sides of the crack with its claws, the blood-winged dragon forcefully tore it apart. It continued toward the cave's entrance, where the waterfall relentlessly cascaded. However, the cold had mostly coalesced into ice crystals, rendering the remaining chill ineffectual against the blood-winged dragon. Wait, Bai Yuling called out to the blood-winged dragon. His aura sensed that minute wounds had appeared on its body, so subtle that even the blood-winged dragon itself had not noticed. With remarkable speed, Bai Yuling applied an extraordinary healing ointment to those tiny wounds. Under the miraculous properties of the ointment, they healed completely in less than half a minute, achieving perfection. All is well now. This is the peril inherent in the Yin Bing special training. Had Bai Yuling not detected the wounds in time, The wounded bloodwing dragon would have certainly faltered during the intense heat of the flame cave. Those minuscule wounds would have ruptured completely, spreading throughout its body and delving deep within, presenting an insidious risk that would be exceedingly difficult to remedy. The mild consequence would be a loss of potential and diminished combat prowess, while the severe could hasten its entry into senescence, obstructing any path of advancement. The bloodwing dragon nuzzled by Yuling's head in gratitude before soaring into the flame cave. The searing air within the cavern roiled, testing the resilience of the bloodwing dragon's form. The contrasting energies of flame and ice simultaneously existed within its body, erupting in a monumental clash. The most fragile crimson wings emitted a plaintive cry of distress. The bloodwing dragon let out a low, discomfort growl, ceasing to flap its wings and instead landing on the ground, remaining still and channeling all its internal energy to endure. The Jujin monster and the bloodwing dragon embarked on a grueling and protracted training regimen. Initially, both spirits could only manage to protect themselves, unable to recover any stamina. However, as time progressed, unbeknownst to them, their bodies grew increasingly resilient and perfected through this extreme training, and the speed at which they harnessed energy also improved. This allowed their nearly depleted stamina to gradually recover, albeit at a painfully slow pace. A full 12 hours passed, and the sky outside became dotted with stars. The two spirits could finally manage to move, taking cautious steps to stretch their bodies. The rising temperature within the flame cave stabilized, while that of the ice lake continued to decline. All right, today's special training ends here. Return. Bai Yuling's voice resonated in the spirits' hearts. Chapter 67. Perfect Physique. The spirits gathered at the foot of the mountain, where Bai Yuling conducted a thorough examination of the bloodwing dragon and the Jujin monster to ensure no issues were present. Remarkably, the potential elixir that was expected to require 10 days or more for absorption had been completely assimilated. This was even swifter than Bai Yuling had anticipated. The second elixir would be administered tomorrow. Time passed swiftly within this training, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. The two spirits, having endured for 2 days and nights, continued their struggle against the environment, sprinting with all their might and relishing the exhilaration of becoming stronger. Bai Yuling nodded. Compared to the first attempt, this 8th iteration marked significant progress. Not only had their endurance increased from 10 minutes to half an hour, but their ability to recover stamina in defiance of the environment had also improved remarkably. They could engage in free movement within an hour and attain peak condition within 5 hours. Enough. Rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall conduct the final training. The 10th potential elixir was also injected during today's session and should have been thoroughly absorbed. The spirits gradually regained their vigor, the fatigue in their eyes replaced by palpable excitement, as they genuinely felt themselves growing stronger. Bloodwing Dragon, level 140, growth stage 89, potential development 82. Physical quality, elite level 9. Perfect physique, physical quality increased by 1 tier. Comprehensive combat power, king level 2. 5-fold combat prowess. Jujin monster, level 142, growth stage 89. Potential development 82. Physical quality, elite level 9. Perfect physique, physical quality increased by 1 tier. Comprehensive combat power, king level 3. 7-fold combat prowess. In truth, they had not undergone a profound metamorphosis. Rather, they had refined their physical forms to a more perfect state based on their original foundations. This distinction between perfect physique and others is evident. Despite being of the same tier, they can comprehensively dominate. The current reincarnation state of Chunglong is similar. It can exert its utmost strength. Once its quality is restored to the elite tier and it undergoes a brief period of training, it too can evolve into a perfect physique. Bai Yuling provided energy stones for the Jujin monster and the bloodwing dragon to absorb, no longer needing to be restrained. He desperately sought greater combat prowess. In the final training, the bloodwing dragon and the Jujin monster effortlessly persevered for 2 days, alternating between the chill of ice and the heat of flame 8 times, without sustaining a single wound. Indeed, the first phase of the Yin Bing special training has become redundant for the current Jujin monster and bloodwing dragon. Bai Yuling placed a call to the head of the nearby family stronghold, informing them of the location's uniqueness and urging them to handle it with utmost care. In the world of networks, a tempest had arisen over the past fortnight, centered on the potential elixir, especially after the efficacy of the potential elixir was indisputably confirmed. One of the 5 major headquarters of the Changcheng Spirit Domain Alliance, located in the heart of the Golden City, in Zone 90, had also mobilized after a long hiatus during this fortnight. What is the outcome of the investigation? Inquired the elder seated at the head of the table. It is not any known, doctor. We are still investigating the specifics. However, we have some leads. On the day before the potential elixir appeared in Zone 87, a significant number of unknown treasures were exchanged there. We also acquired some of these similar unknown treasures and discovered that they could be refined into the precious potential liquid. Clearly, this is no coincidence. We have named and exchanged all these unknown treasures. Very well, since this pertains to Zone 87. Let the personnel of the Zone 87 Alliance handle it. The potential elixir must not circulate, especially not to the dark forces. At this moment, Wuling City was experiencing a tenfold increase in foot traffic compared to 10 days prior, a fact that Bai Yuling could easily deduce. Meanwhile, the Wumu Research Institute was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the throngs of people. Bai Yuling quietly entered the Research Institute through the newly constructed tunnel over the past few days. Little brother Bai, you have put me in quite a predicament. It will be challenging to conduct research quietly from now on, Wumu lamented upon seeing him. My apologies. Bai Yuling chuckled awkwardly, as this outcome was one he and Wumu had anticipated long ago. After conversing for a while, Bai Yuling proceeded to the research room. A day later, exhausted and disheveled, Bai Yuling collapsed onto the floor, exclaiming, "Goodness, I never want to concoct potions again." The complexity of the longevity elixir surpassed that of the potential elixir. After 2 failures, he finally succeeded, once due to sheer luck. The spirit longevity elixir, 20 years. A miraculous potion capable of extending a spirit's lifespan, is exceedingly precious. The elixir of longevity, failed product, when consumed, can extend one's lifespan by a maximum of 1 year, albeit with potential side effects. Bai Yuling exchanged for 3 portions of materials with the intention of profiting once more, but that notion has been thoroughly abandoned. With the remaining 15,000 contribution points, he must avoid recklessness. Bai Yuling summoned Lada, whose gaze immediately fixated on the vibrant elixir of longevity. "I have fulfilled my promise. This potion can extend your life by 20 years. Here it is for you," Bai Yuling said with a smile. Lada regarded Bai Yuling deeply, yet said nothing as he consumed the potion. Observing the miraculous system's information, Bai Yuling's smile broadened. Lada, with ordinary attributes, is now at level. Having consumed the elixir of longevity, his qualities are recovering and will ultimately reach peak first-class status. His potential development is at 80. Affinity, 40, acceptable. Favorability, 75, loyalty. You have kept your promise within half a month, extending his life, and Lada is immensely grateful to you. Commonly used main battle techniques include 3-star perfect frenzied claw, 3-star perfect metal claw, and 1st-star perfect advanced techniques. Fatal incisor, ice fong, fire fong, thunder fong, bite, earthquake, dig, explosive flame, solar blaze, water cannon, freeze beam, true chi bullet, rock collapse, cross slash, shadow claw, rending claw, whirlwind blade, iron head, steel tail, and cannon beam. Ultimate techniques, destructive death ray, million-ton impact, meteor flash charge, and steel roar. Special techniques include charge, defense, high-speed movement, lightning flash, godspeed, and protection. Exclusive technique, steel fong fatality. Due to the sealing of the steel attribute, its power is significantly reduced. The favorability has skyrocketed, surpassing even the Nine Tails. His combat power has reached elite level 5, far exceeding the Nine Tails, making him the 3rd strongest in the team. Unfortunately, his lack of expertise in alchemy means he cannot concoct a potion capable of extending life for 80 years, thus restoring Lada to his prime. A kingly peak strength that might even overpower the meticulously nurtured Jui Dragon of the Black Rose Witch, as the Monarch level is a metamorphosis. Despite the increased difficulty of growth with enhanced strength, the proportion of quality growth during the breakthrough from the Monarch stage remains similar. However, in the context of a vast base, the disparity is substantial. A difference of 300,000 exists between 100,000 and 400,000. Yet the gap between 1 million and 4 million is a staggering 3 million. Feeling a resurgence of strength akin to 100-fold of his previous power. Tears welled in Lada's profound eyes, a long-lost sensation. Although far from his prime, the glimmer of hope from his peak is palpable. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he would surely dash forth in an open space. In the reception room, 2 strangers awaited. This was the first visit from Master Wu Mu in half a month. Your Majesty, I shall reiterate, the potential potion was not crafted by me. Kindly take your leave. Wu Mu's tone was laden with helplessness. Bai Yuling quickly recognized the 2 notable figures, one being an elegant woman with cascading golden curls, her light gray eyes exuding calmness and wisdom, clad in black attire that accentuated her exquisite figure, adorned with a peculiar crescent-shaped ornament between her bosom. The other was the renowned fighting-type monarch of the Alliance, Shiba. Shiba scratched his head and remarked, "If not you, then who? Everyone claims it was your creation." Many renowned doctors who previously manufactured potential potions chose to remain anonymous out of concern for potential unknown issues. Wu Mu sighed once more. A friend has chosen to conceal his identity. What need is there for the monarch to pursue the matter further? If that is the case, we shall not press further. However, I hope Master Wu Mu understands the significance of the potential potion to the Alliance. Please convey our earnest message to that esteemed teacher. We are willing to offer our utmost sincerity. Shiba concluded, "Let us depart." The golden-haired woman rose, her voice clear and graceful, before promptly exiting. Shiba, with a wry smile, followed her out, pondering how to address the task at hand. After their departure, Bai Yuling emerged, noting the alliance's swift response. With Monarch Sheba personally coming to emphasize the alliance's importance, alongside the future queen, Hilda, a prodigious trainer surpassing even the dragon monarch. Suddenly, Bai Yuling was struck by a realization that sent a chill down his spine. This was not a matter of decades hence. The significance of the potential potion exceeded his expectations tenfold, even 100-fold. He felt an immense relief at having concealed his identity. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Could he explain the source of the potential potion? Absolutely not. There was a substantial risk of being linked to dark forces, which could lead to the revocation of his qualification as an alliance trainer. No further actions akin to this should be undertaken in the future. The higher echelons of the alliance possessed the authority to scrutinize the transactions of significant contribution points. Caution, caution. The traps of dark trainers. Even the shape-shifting witch of the monarch level could not ensnare him, so he must not dig his own grave. Bai Yuling, what troubles you? Your complexion is quite pale, Wu Mu inquired with concern upon noticing Bai Yuling's unusual demeanor. It is nothing, merely recalling some unpleasant matters. Bai Yuling replied, forcing a smile. Wu Mu nodded, as the instruments displayed a precise and detailed refining process, leaving no room for other interpretations. My apologies. Brother Wu Mu, I misjudged the importance of the potential potion, and I truly regret the trouble it has caused you. Bai Yuling sincerely apologized. Wu Mu was puzzled, unable to comprehend the reason behind Bai Yuling's apology. To be candid, I am Bai Yuling, heir of the Bai family. I trust Brother Wu Mu has surmised as much. Upon seeing Bai Yuling's suddenly grave expression, Wu Mu's demeanor shifted accordingly, and he nodded, having indeed suspected as much. Ordinary individuals could not possess such capabilities. The Bai family, though still formidable in appearance, is fraught with peril, besieged by numerous powerful adversarial forces lurking in the shadows. Hence, I chose to conceal my identity, fearing that these forces would act upon learning of my existence. Given the current circumstances, if the specifics regarding the creator of the potential potion are not discerned in a timely manner, there could be many unfavorable rumors directed at you. Upon reflection, the implications are far more than mere inconvenience. In the most severe scenario, it could equate to a life or death crisis. Either I expose Bai Yuling, or I sacrifice myself. Wu Mu had not anticipated the Bai family's precarious situation. He had presumed Bai Yuling's motives for concealing his identity were for greater gain, and that the ruse would not endure long. Wu Mu furrowed his brow deeply, yet regardless of his thoughts, he could not resolve this dilemma. Now that it has come to this, it is too late for regrets. Otherwise, would it not be repaying kindness with enmity? Wu Mu was about to reassure Bai Yuling, but was rendered speechless by Bai Yuling's next declaration. The only viable solution at this juncture is for you to learn the refining method of the potential potion. I am willing to impart the knowledge of its creation to you, Bai Yuling stated earnestly, devoid of jest. Wu Mu shook his head vehemently, in refusal. Brother Wu Mu, do you possess a better solution? Bai Yuling simply inquired, hesitated for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. From that moment on, he had resolved to bind his life to Bai-Yling. A smile graced Bai-Yling's face. With the capabilities of Brother WM, he could assist him immensely. As the power of radiated, Bai-Yling meticulously conveyed the detailed methods of concocting potential potions to WM. WM was momentarily astonished by Bai-Yling's ability to communicate thoughts, but soon, he was entirely captivated by the techniques for crafting the potential potions. Bai-Yling, feeling a bit weary, closed his eyes. Unlike him, Brother WM was a seasoned researcher with profound expertise in potion making. Although he lacked the power, with a period of dedicated study, he could grasp the commonalities and principles of the potential potions, thus rectifying any variations that might arise in their formulation. After resting for half an hour, Bai-Yling finally recovered from the exhaustion brought on by the excessive use of. He passed on the treasures that had yet to be discovered for the crafting of potential potions to WM and prepared to take his leave. WM would require at least a day to fully absorb this information, and he could not be disturbed during this time. Just then, a maid entered, and Bai-Yling solemnly instructed, Brother WM is experiencing a surge of inspiration and is deep in thought. Please do not disturb him. The maid glanced at the motionless WM in contemplation and nodded repeatedly to indicate her understanding. Bai-Yling quietly slipped away through the underground passage. Due to the significant drain on his energy, he failed to notice the presence of a formidable supernatural force enveloping the area surrounding WM's research institute. At the mountaintop, 3 figures stood, 2 individuals and a fairy. X-Luen, what are you waiting for? Inquired the robust fighting king. XB, scratching his head. Having waited for half an hour, their objective was to invite the creator of the potential potions to join their alliance, at the very least to ascertain his identity. Yet time was of the essence. If necessary, they could directly request the champion's permission to uncover the seller's identity. Be patient. X-Luen had no intention of explaining. She sensed someone emerging from the research lab, where WM's follower, Gu Ln, was stationed outside. while others lacked the authority to enter. Thus, that individual was not within their purview of information, and their sudden appearance at this moment compelled her to entertain suspicions. If her conjecture was correct, that person was a critical factor in swiftly accomplishing their task. Gujia, the beautifully clad fairy in a black dress, softly called out, her voice melodious. A smile spread across X-Lu-N's face. Their target had appeared. Upon finding the tunnel where Bil-ing had emerged, her smile brightened further. Bil-ing was cycling along the main road, his destination the renowned city of Bihu, 1,000 miles north of Wling City. Suddenly, a sleek leopard sprang forth, blocking Bil-ing's path. The fairies, often fervent combatants, would intercept trainers whenever they encountered them. A customary occurrence for every trainer. The sleek leopard, an exceptional hunter, fought with grace and was a favored choice among female trainers, possessed dark attributes, and was at the pinnacle of its power. Bil-ing casually glanced at the leopard's profile. One of the pockballs in his belt trembled with excitement. Chapter 69, Guiding Battle, the exchange between two. It must be LD. Bil-ing understood LD's current sentiment well. It was indeed time for battle. LD gazed at the youthful leopard with a fierce determination. Although the outcome seemed predetermined, LD was eager to engage. The sleek leopard eyed this evidently aged Pokémon with acute wariness. It had faced such experienced opponents before and had never emerged victorious. As the battle commenced, the leopard transformed into a violet streak, unleashing a dark sphere that exploded in midair, creating a shockwave, evil wave. Instead of utilizing an overwhelmingly powerful move to obliterate the opponent, LD opted for rapid movement to evade. It wished to prolong the skirmish, not to conclude it hastily. Bil-ing observed for a while before settling onto a patch of grass, contemplating the intricacies of his Pokémon. He faced an urgent dilemma concerning JJ-Ngui, Su-Yfiling, and GWI, if left unresolved. Even if they absorbed energy stones to elevate their power swiftly, their combat efficacy would undoubtedly diminish due to an excess of moves. Though all possessed 4-star potential, their comprehension paled in comparison to that of CH-Ngling, GWI, and LD. GWI's lack of systematic training had resulted in a deficiency in move proficiency. If this continued, as their strength increased, their moves would fail to keep pace. Thus, it was imperative to streamline their moves. They lacked the capacity to elevate every technique to its utmost limit. This posed a considerable challenge, as numerous factors needed consideration, including the unique characteristics of his Pokémon, the opposing attributes and resistances, the comprehensiveness of their moves, and whether certain techniques might lose efficacy or be restricted under specific circumstances, alongside the troublesome effects of various move types, such as sealing or inflicting negative statuses like burn or soak. Engrossed in thought, Bil-ing remained oblivious to the towering, dark Pokémon hovering above. X-Lu-N and XB sat atop Lyolsh, observing the battle below. Initially intrigued, their expressions soon shifted to seriousness. What unfolded was not merely a battle, but a guiding skirmish. LD had not even unleashed half of its power, but was instead instructing the sleek leopard on advanced combat techniques, pointing out its shortcomings. However, it appeared the leopard failed to grasp LD's intent and was on the verge of collapse. XB remarked with certainty. The sleek leopard has been on the offensive throughout, while LD has not retaliated in the slightest. In reality, none of the leopard's attacks could harm LD. They were either evaded or blocked, and on several occasions, LD even used clever maneuvers to trip the leopard with its own force. Should LD wish, it could easily take down the leopard at any time. It is a pity that this LD has entered its twilight years, XB lamented. Once a Pokémon reaches its elder stage, not only is it difficult to enhance its strength, but even slowing the decline becomes a formidable challenge. Otherwise, this LD could have ascended to the ranks of champions or even the elite, achieving a level of power worthy of titles. If double or quintuple strength signifies a combat genius, then a nontuple strength denotes an extraordinary combat prodigy. Pokémon exceeding a tenfold battle capacity are exceedingly rare and may be deemed title-worthy Pokémon, with their trainers recognized as extraordinary trainers. Of course, this standard is measured at the pinnacle of elite level, where one can effortlessly defeat a third-tier champion. If strength were equal, could her ace, Lyolsh, triumph over this LD? X-Lu-N pondered, simulating various scenarios in her mind. The expression of the sleek leopard shifted dramatically from the beginning to its current state. Initially brimming with combat fervor, it transitioned to anger, then disbelief, ultimately culminating in despair. Though it possessed superior physical prowess and had not even been attacked by its opponent, the pressure it felt was indescribable, as if every one of its actions was entirely under the opponent's control. Despite its superior strength, it could not comprehend why it felt so overwhelmed. Seeing the expression of impending collapse on KBO, LD's eyes brimmed with fierce determination. This was not the outcome he desired. For the first time, LD unleashed his ultimate move. The devastating killer canine struck with unparalleled force. gliding gently across KBO's neck before ultimately sinking into its back. A howl escaped KBO, a chilling sound as it experienced an attack of unimaginable terror, its strength plummeting like a waterfall, rapidly dwindling to less than 20%. LD released his grip, gazing calmly into KBO's eyes. The sight of LD's aged, somewhat murky gaze struck KBO like a thunderbolt. Here was a veteran on the brink of life's conclusion, possessing centuries of combat experience, and yet it had naively thought it could rival him. A wave of self-mockery washed over KBO as it finally grasped the reality of its weaknesses and the impeccable prowess of LD. Victory was unattainable. At this moment, the simulation battle in Sharona's mind was nearing its conclusion, even with the perfect performance of Lee Yolsh in her subconscious. As long as LD made no mistakes, victory was impossible. Could this LD possibly err? This battle exhibited no flaws. To triumph over LD, one could only resort to absolute strength. Though LD was among the pinnacle of its kind, this was her first encounter with such a formidable LD. Its battle experience surpassed even that of top-tier Pokémon. This LD belonged to the young man, and if it were not handed down through his ancestors, taming such a creature surely could not be achieved through mere brute force. How impressive! For the second time in her life, Sharona found herself deeply intrigued by a youth of similar age. Shiba, do you know him? Shiba shook his head instantly, stating, such an outstanding junior. How could I forget if I knew him? I'll just ask him directly. I'm also curious which family could produce such an exceptional heir. As he regarded the contemplative youth below, Shiba glanced at Sharona, unable to resist comparing her to him. To defeat this peak-level LD, typical elite-tier Pokémon would likely be no match. The probability of equal conditions seemed slim, perhaps a rock or steel type resistant to its attacks, or a fighting-type Pokémon might stand a chance. Even so, it wouldn't be easy. That Pokémon's combat power at peak level would certainly exceed tenfold. Such prowess could almost be matched by Sharona's Pokémon, yet it was difficult to ascertain the strength of this youth's other Pokémon based solely on their peak capabilities. The battle is nearing its end. Let us descend and extend our greetings. However, I believe the task of recruiting that Pokémon potion expert will likely prove futile. Shiba scratched his head, noting the youth's evident depth of background. The Pokémon potion expert was likely affiliated with him. Chapter 70. Sharona's Sudden Challenge. The battle concluded abruptly. 4KBO had become lost in contemplation, not a moment of enlightenment, but a state conducive to rapid absorption of insights. It had learned far too much from this battle. This KBO possesses commendable aptitude, Shiba remarked, somewhat unexpectedly. Biyling also emerged from his thoughts, carefully scrutinizing the pensive KBO. Its swift acquisition of insights and entry into deep contemplation suggested an innate understanding of at least 4 stars, an extraordinary rarity. Biyling felt compelled to capture it, though he would not personally train it, instead forwarding it to his family as a reward for an exemplary junior. Meanwhile, Biyling finally sensed someone observing him, and upon looking up, he was taken aback. How could it be them? What a coincidence! Shiba and Sharona dismounted from Lee Yolsh and greeted him. Hello, I am a special investigator of the Alliance. The renowned fighting king Shiba? I am familiar with you. May I inquire about your purpose? Biyling interjected, regardless of whether it was coincidence. The matter had already been resolved, so it was of no consequence. Shiba scratched his head and turned to Sharona, well aware of his lack of negotiation skills. He was merely there to express sincerity and importance. What business could you have? You just emerged from the tunnel of the WM Research Institute. So you truly don't understand? Sharona emphasized the word tunnel. They had evidently been waiting outside. If it pertains to the Pokémon potential potion, then it indeed has nothing to do with me. As for my relationship with Brother WM, if you are curious, you may investigate it yourself. Biyling replied coolly. Sharona scrutinized Biyling's expression but gleaned nothing of significance. Very well, that matter is not crucial. Eventually, the truth will come to light. My name is Sharona, and yours? She extended her fair, delicate hand with a smile. Biyling, he replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Biy, you are from the Biy family. Shiba exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. 500 years ago, the Biy family was indeed at its zenith, with 3 individuals holding the title of king, rivaling even the champions, alongside over 100 more. They were a top-tier force, not inferior to the champion families. In the 87th district, aside from the ancient Xianlong and Zhulan families, the Biy family wielded significant influence over the Alliance's branches during ordinary times. Sharona's mind immediately conjured images of the Biy family's records and a name deeply etched in her memory, the sole heir, Biyling. You are Biyling. Is Biyhing your grandfather? Sharona's tone bore a unique significance. Biyling's eyes flickered as he nodded in acknowledgement. Let us engage in a Pokémon duel, Sharona proposed suddenly. Her grandfather had been a contemporary of Biyhing. They had long been rivals, clashing over a dozen times with each emerging victorious at different times. Yet, During the pivotal championship match of the regional alliance, BIYH defeated her grandfather, claiming the title. The top 3 in regional alliance competitions earned the right to challenge the kings and gain titles. BIYH triumphed over the then reigning king, earning the title Q Ing Lu In Wang, while her grandfather's failure to secure the title remained one of his enduring regrets. She had long set her sights on defeating BIYL Ing in the alliance competition, with the ambition of subsequently besting her grandfather. BIYL Ing, of course, knew nothing of this history. In their previous lives, Sharona's strength far surpassed his own. Upon realizing BIYL Ing's strength fell short of her expectations, she abandoned that goal. However, BIYL Ing was aware of Sharona's later challenge to BIYH Ing and her eventual victory, though he had not been present at the time. Apologies, but I am not interested. BIYL Ing flatly declined. For the same reasons he had previously turned down Su Nd. Given his current state, he had no chance against Sharona. Sharona furrowed her brows. If BIYL Ing wished to refuse, she could not compel him, yet she would not give up. At this moment, KBO had emerged from its deep thoughts, its eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance, evidently having gained much. It expressed its gratitude to LD. You possess remarkable aptitude. Yet without a trainer's guidance, it will be squandered. Why not seek a trainer? Bai Yuling approached Ku Bao and inquired. Ku Bao shook its head, displaying an air of arrogance as it exclaimed, too weak, not worth my attention. Since trainers can select their Pokémon, it follows that Pokémon can also choose their trainers. If a Pokémon does not acknowledge a trainer, even if captured, it would be impossible to command it, forcing the trainer to release it. This place is too small. In a different environment, I assure you, you will encounter a trainer to your satisfaction. Bai Yuling smiled and produced an empty Pokeball. Ku Bao glanced at Bai Yuling with a hint of dissatisfaction, as if feeling slighted. However, it ultimately chose to enter the Pokeball, realizing that growing alone would be an exceedingly slow process. Bai Yuling glanced at the data from the Shinji system and found, as he suspected, that Ku Bao possessed a 4-star aptitude. After transmitting the data back to his family, Bai Yuling retrieved his super bicycle and continued onward, while Lada sprinted around him at a speed 5 to 10 times greater. Considering Lada's usual speed of 35 meters per second and training for 10 hours daily, it would take approximately 4 days to reach Baihua City. Though the journey was lengthy, such experiences were essential for honing both Pokémon and oneself. The voice from the Pokédex of Shiba chimed in. Researcher Wu Mu had just exchanged for several unknown treasures, specifically those yet to be named that could be used to concoct potential liquids. Upon reviewing the information, Shiba smiled. It appears there is no need for further investigation. Wu Mu, there is over a 99% probability that you are indeed a master at crafting Pokémon potential potions. Then I shall leave the subsequent matters to you. Farewell. Shi Luana's eyes brightened as she uttered a parting remark and mounted her Bite land shark, disappearing into the distance. Heading in the same direction as Bai Yuling, Shiba scratched his head, puzzled by Shi Luana's sudden interest in Bai Yuling 10 minutes later. Bai Yuling noticed that Lada had not run ahead for some time. Curiosity piqued. He turned around only to feel disheartened. Lada was happily carrying a woman in its wake, and that woman was none other than Shi Luana. At this age, Lada should not be so easily swayed by beauty. Bai Yuling thought. He halted his steps, and after a moment, noticed Lada trotting back, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Bai Yuling could only chuckle as he sent a wave of aura. You can't possibly be the type to fancy beautiful women, can you? Lada blushed and slowly nodded. Bai Yuling, bewildered, countered, but Joy and Junsha are also quite lovely, and you seemed perfectly normal then. Lada shot him a disdainful look, recalling that back then, he was nearly at the end of his life, merely wishing to return home to rest, with no mind to flirt with beauties. As their affinity grew, they became more relaxed in each other's company, revealing their true natures. The giant gold monster was calm and wise, while the bloodwing dragon was impulsive, exuding an aura of dominance and destruction, feeling uncomfortable unless it flattened the ground during training. The Chung Long was gentle, with a singular passion for bathing. All these traits were rather typical. As for the QB, its nature remained to be seen, while Lada, however, revealed a rather lecherous disposition. Such flirtatious Pokémon were often synonymous with trouble, and contemplating the potential predicaments that lay ahead, Bai Yuling's usually calm demeanor darkened. For the first time since his rebirth, he inwardly cursed. This is utterly ridiculous. Chapter 71. Companionship with Shi Luana, Baihua City. Shi Luana, what is your intention in following me? Bai Yuling asked. Shi Luana gently stroked Lada, who closed its eyes in enjoyment. She laughed. It seems your Lada quite likes me. Who says I am following you? We simply happen to be on the same path. Is that not permissible? Bai Yuling, feeling resigned, continued pedaling his super bicycle. By the way, how did you capture this Lada? Which Pokémon did you use? Shi Luana inquired curiously as she caught up. Bai Yuling, seeing Lada's demeanor, was at a loss for words and reluctant to answer her question. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, Bai Yuling decided it was time for a meal and some training. Training Pokémon requires a balance of work and rest, typically. 4 hours of training in the morning and another 4 in the evening suffices. Shi Luana watched eagerly, curious about the strength of Bai Yuling's other Pokémon. With a flash of blue light, Bai Yuling's 4 remaining Pokémon appeared before her. Chenglong had already reached level 40, a second-tier realm, while QB had attained the pinnacle of the first tier. The Bloodwing Dragon and the giant gold monster were at the elite 9th tier, including Lada. That made 5 Pokémon, though it seemed there was still one hidden, perhaps a trump card? It appeared that aside from the giant gold monster and the Bloodwing Dragon, which exhibited formidable strength, the other Pokémon were evidently still in the training phase. No wonder they were not accepting her challenge. Sheila momentarily set aside her thoughts of challenging Bai Yuling, but her curiosity about his Pokémon's strength persisted, particularly regarding the giant gold monster and the Bloodwing Dragon. However, just through routine training, aside from observing their moves' power, speed, and strength, one could not deduce their true battle capabilities. Shi Luana was not discouraged and released her own Pokémon to train, knowing that as long as she remained alongside Bai Yuling, she would eventually witness their prowess. Liebite Landshark, Luca Leo, Ghost Pot, May Na Si, Miss Goth, Iself. Bai Yuling cast a sweeping glance as the evaluations from the Shinji system materialized. Luca Leo, a kingly race Pokémon, possesses dual fighting and steel attributes, level 149, elite pinnacle. Ghost Pot, an excellent race Pokémon, has dual dark and ghost attributes, level 149, elite pinnacle. May Na Si, a kingly race Pokémon, possesses water attributes, level 149, elite pinnacle. Liebite Landshark, a quasi-divine race Pokémon, has dual dragon and ground attributes, level 101, elite first tier. Among the 6 Pokémon, the first 3 were evidently Shi Luana's initial Pokémon, all having reached the elite pinnacle. Bai Yuling was confident that had they not been restraining their power for the elite level league competition, these 3 Pokémon would have undoubtedly breached into the kingly tier. The remaining 3 were also impressive, all generally possessing elite capabilities, particularly the Liebite Landshark, which had achieved elite status in just 3 years, its aptitude perhaps rivaling Chenglong's, with terrifying combat potential. If of equal strength, it would undoubtedly be the first choice. Overall, their collective strength far exceeded Bai Yuling's. Shi Luana must only be 17 this year, yet her capabilities were undeniable. While this success could not be separated from the abundant resources of her prestigious family, her innate talent was equally unquestionable. In Bai Yu's family, one could only find a comparable figure in Bai Yu Liankong, who had fallen into the Night Organization. The original Bai Yuling could not compare. And even the current Bai Yuling was still lacking by a significant margin. Bai Yuling's expression bore no surprise. Shi Luana, whose full name is Zhulan Shiluna, was the little princess of the Zhulan family, one of the 2 great superfamilies. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth and possessing extraordinary talent, her strength was to be expected. The Pokémon of both trainers exchanged glances for a moment before diverting their eyes to resume their training. Time flew by. 3 days later, with the faint scent of flowers wafting in the air, Bai Yuling knew that Baihua City was not far off. Ah, what a delightful fragrance. I have heard that Baihua City is exceptionally beautiful, particularly when viewed from above. It is utterly enchanting. Sharona's voice brimmed with anticipation. Previously, her travel routes had taken her in a different direction, yet she had often heard numerous trainers extolling the beauty of Baihua City and its many specialties, such as Baihua perfume, Baihua wine, Baihua cake, and particularly Baihua ice cream, which was said to be an unparalleled delicacy. She had long yearned to visit. Baihua City was indeed magnificent. Bai Yuling nodded in agreement, releasing his Bloodwing Dragon. Just as he was about to ascend, Sharona unexpectedly leaped aboard. The back of the fierce biting land shark was too small, while the back of the Bloodwing Dragon was quite spacious. Bai Yuling was momentarily speechless as the Bloodwing Dragon soared into the sky. Baihua City was now within sight, a city filled with floral fragrances. From their vantage point, they could already discern the vibrant outlines. Flowers were ubiquitous throughout Baihua City, with varieties exceeding 100, thus earning it the name Baihua City. Due to its unique attractions and specialties made from flowers, Baihua City had become one of the more renowned cities, with foot traffic and trainers far surpassing those of Wuling City. It was said that Baihua City was once an inconspicuous small town or village, but one year, for reasons unknown, the entire town suddenly bloomed with flowers, their fragrances intoxicating, attracting many grass-type Pokémon to settle there. The locals regarded this phenomenon as a miracle, leading to the establishment of the Baihua Festival, the most significant festival unique to Baihua City. Over time, more trainers came to settle down and retire, transforming it into Baihua City. Here it was, Baihua City, undeniably beautiful. On the Bloodwing Dragon, Sharona gazed down at the colorful hues below, her eyes brimming with wonder, as the rich yet non-irritating floral scent wafted through the air, carrying for miles. Ah, such a bustling scene. It seemed many people were flying toward Baihua City. After admiring the view for a while, Sharona suddenly noticed some peculiar occurrences. Trainers from all directions were converging toward this place, in great numbers, and with considerable strength. Moving swiftly, their prowess must be at least elite level. Could Baiwa City truly attract so many elite trainers? Indeed, it was somewhat strange. Bai Yuling also felt puzzled. However, this confusion was soon dispelled, as trainers everywhere were discussing the matter. It was rumored that a special event would be held during this Baiwa festival, with the winner receiving a medium-grade treasure. Is it true? Of course, it's true. Otherwise, Mayor Baiwa would have already come out to dispel the rumors. A medium-grade treasure. What a significant prize. But why suddenly hold a special event with such a reward? I'm not certain, but it is said to be in gratitude. It seems that Mayor Baiwa is a descendant of the ancient residents. Moreover, in half a month, it will be the Baiwa festival. No wonder so many trainers are rushing here. This is a medium-grade treasure, worth at least 100,000 contribution points. Not to mention elite trainers. Even kings would be tempted. The day of the Baiwa festival will surely be the liveliest time, and I estimate that king trainers will be plentiful. Bai Yuling, you must have been to Baiwa City before. Where can I find that Baiwa ice cream? Take me there quickly. The trainers were all animated, but Sharona showed little interest. Instead, her eyes shone as she looked at Bai Yuling, even licking her alluring red lips. Observing Sharona's demeanor, Bai Yuling couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could mentioning ice cream transform her like this? Truly, she was that domineering queen of the future, resembling a sweet-toothed little girl. Chapter 72, Another Side of Sharona. Any ice cream shop should suffice, Bai Yuling replied, as it was not an exceptionally rare specialty. You are mistaken. While Baiwa City's specialties are indeed not rare, they are sold in limited quantities each day. And at this hour, it is impossible to obtain any, especially during this special period, interjected a young girl nearby. Sharona's face fell in disappointment. If you truly wish to indulge, why not come to my home? My family runs an ice cream shop, and I can ask my mother to make you some fresh ones. Seeing Sharona's expression, the girl suddenly proposed. Is that really possible? Sharona was somewhat intrigued, but also a bit shy. No worries, as long as you share some skincare tips with me. Oh, I'm Mo Fayer. What shall I call you, sister? Mo Fayer smiled, her expression somewhat mischievous. Sharona. Sharona smiled back, realizing the situation. The two girls began conversing. Completely ignoring Bai Yuling seizing the opportunity, Bai Yuling quietly excused himself to challenge the gym. First was the first-rate gym, where he utilized Jiu Wei to face 3 opponents. The battle process was significantly better than in Wuling City. Although his stamina was nearly depleted, he managed not to be forced into activating the Black Erosion Flame. Next was the elite-level gym, where Bai Yuling flawlessly completed a 1 against 3 with his Metagross. The disparity in combat power was vast. Excluding the Black Erosion Flame ability, Jiu Wei's combat power was at most 3 times that of Metagross. And in terms of skill proficiency, they fell far short. The combined time spent on these 2 gym challenges was less than an hour. You're indeed here. Have you completed your challenge? At the gym entrance, Sharona wore an expression of realization. Mo Fayer stood nearby, casting a strange look at Bai Yuling. Leaving such a beautiful sister like Sharona behind to challenge the gym alone, I truly wonder what you were thinking. Are you really a man? Bai Yuling discerned this implication from her gaze, unable to suppress another twitch at the corner of his eye. And what do you mean by leaving behind? They were never on the same path, to begin with. Sharona showed no intention of clarifying, happily watching the scene unfold. So, where's your Baiwa ice cream? Did you get any? Mo Fayer shook her head, raising the flower basket in her hand. Some flowers are gone. I came out to procure more and to fulfill Sharona's request. You specifically came to find him? Bai Yuling glanced at Sharona. All right then. It seems that her determination to reach her goal is indeed in keeping with the demeanor of a domineering queen. However, it was somewhat strange that after visiting several flower shops, none had fresh flowers. Mo Fayer remarked, perplexed. Could it be because of the Baiwa festival? If a large event is to be held, preparations should have begun by now, Sharona conjectured. Perhaps, but previously, 3 days of preparation sufficed, and there had never been a shortage of flowers in Baiwa. Let's check other flower shops, Mo Fayer replied, feeling an inexplicable unease. At a new flower shop, both Sharona and Mo Fayer wore smiles, having purchased the necessary Baiwa materials. You are quite fortunate. Today's Baiwa supply schedule is unpredictable, and it just arrived. Had you come a bit earlier, you would have been disappointed, the mature woman at the flower shop said with a smile. So it was a supply issue. Mo Fayer's unease dissipated. Come on, Sister Sharona. The Baiwa ice cream made by my mother is said to be the best in Baiwa City. You won't be disappointed. Sharona's eyes immediately sparkled once more. In the residence of Ma Fayer, a gentle woman, filled with concern, gazed anxiously at the door. Her worries alleviated upon hearing a voice. Why so late? The flower shop encountered some supply issues, and it was also due to a man who abandoned a beautiful woman and ran away. Ma Fayer explained, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Yuling. Hee, come in, Shilona. And this young lady as well? Ma Fayer's mother chuckled, recognizing from their distance that Ma Fayer must have misunderstood. Hello, Auntie Ma Fayer, Bai Yuling greeted. Please take a seat. The 100-flower ice cream will be ready shortly. At that moment, Shilona shyly interjected. Could you please make a bit more? I tend to eat a lot. My mother's name is Mo Yusin. As for my father, he went away to handle some matters when I was 5, and I haven't seen him since. My mother has never told me anything. Speaking of her father, Ma Feier's expression grew somber. Shiluana gently patted Ma Feier's small head in comfort. If there hasn't even been a phone call, he could either be lost in some remote mountain or something unfortunate might have happened. Just then, the 100-flower ice cream arrived. Mo Yusin entered, carrying a vibrant bouquet. Shiluana's sparkling eyes scanned Mo Yusin's entire form. Where's the ice cream? Mo Yusin and Ma Feier exchanged knowing smiles. Bai Yuling noticed the colorful bouquets that seemed to emanate a chill and suddenly understood. Auntie, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. One can hardly discern that these bouquets are actually 100-flower ice cream. Bai Yuling exclaimed. They appeared just like ordinary flowers, freshly picked, with dewdrops visibly glistening. Your powers of observation are indeed sharp. I'm surprised you noticed at first glance, Mo Yusin remarked, casting a look of surprise at Bai Yuling. Shiluana gasped, then eagerly seized a 100-flower ice cream, opening her mouth wide to take a bite of the petals above. How delightful, truly delicious. The icy, smooth texture, combined with the meticulously blended floral aromas, captivated Shiluana's refined palate with just a single bite. The petals, stamens, and branches, encased in the green bouquet, each possessed a distinct flavor, all exquisitely delicious. Should one indulge in a mixed consumption, it would yield over 10 different tastes. One glance at Shiluana's expression of sheer enjoyment revealed just how delectable this 100-flower ice cream was. Bai Yuling also took a bite and was instantly enchanted by its exquisite taste. It was indeed delightful. The mother-daughter duo, Mo Yusin and Ma Feier, watched with smiles. However, a few minutes later, their expressions stiffened, eyes wide with astonishment. Bai Yuling glanced at his nearly half-finished 100-flower ice cream, only to observe Shiluana devouring the remnants of her 4th ice cream at a rapid pace. What speed? After finishing, Shiluana looked at Bai Yuling with an unsatisfied expression, her eyes ablaze with desire, prompting him to unconsciously hand over his 100-flower ice cream. Without hesitation, Shiluana took it and polished it off in under 30 seconds, letting out a long, contented sigh. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Shiluana's sigh of satisfaction. After a while, the stunned onlookers regained their senses. Ma Feier forced a stiff smile, saying, Sister Shiluana truly loves ice cream, and Annie's 100-flower ice cream is just too delicious. Mo Yusin chimed in with a smile. Indeed, she certainly enjoys her fair share. Bai Yuling maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he was re-evaluating Shiluana's image. Seeing her in such a state made him reconsider his perception of her as a future domineering queen. After some time, Shiluana's expression of satisfaction slowly stiffened, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Oh no, Shiluana thought, her image. Chapter 73, Power Surge, the 100-Flower Festival. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Ma Feier eats cake in a manner quite similar to yours, Mo Yusin remarked with a smile. Ma Feier felt speechless. While it was true she enjoyed cake, when had she ever lost her composure? Nonetheless, to ease Shiluana's embarrassment, she nodded with a smile. Shiluana's blush lessened slightly. Yet thoughts of the remaining half of the 100-flower ice cream made her hesitate to face Bai Yuling. What brings you both to Baiwa City? Mo Yusin inquired. Shiluana shook her head, admitting she had no particular plans, only wishing to follow Bai Yuling to witness the prowess of his spirits. She had already collected all her gym badges and was merely waiting for the league tournament in 6 months to prove herself. Bai Yuling responded, I merely intend to engage in targeted training here for a while. The training facilities in Baiwa City are far superior to those in Wuling City. Even the special training ground includes a gravity chamber. Bai Yuling planned to address some of Jiuwei's shortcomings here and teach Shui Filong the Ice Fong move. With the aid of skill cards, coupled with Lada's guidance and prior experience, it wouldn't take long for it to be learned. Why not stay here for a while? Mo Yusin suggested, her gaze carrying a hint of pleading. I am often quite busy, and Ma Feier has few friends. She has been feeling lonely. Ma Feier looked earnestly at Shiluana, clearly eager for her to stay. As long as it's not too much trouble, of course. Bai Yuling shook his head, preparing to decline, but Shiluana had already readily agreed. All right, then I will trouble Auntie for a few days. It would be truly awkward for Bai Yuling to refuse at this point, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Sister Shiluana, can you share a room with me? Ma Feier beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shiluana, eager to converse with her. Shiluana smiled in agreement. Bai Yuling's room was previously his father's, impeccably clean, reflecting how diligently Mo Yusin had tidied it. The decor remained unchanged since 7 years ago, featuring detailed information about the top 10 competitors from the league tournament, posters, and renowned Pokémon researcher Professor Oki's papers on Pokémon lineage. There were also many popular books from that time, comparing various strategies, discussing which traits suited which Pokémon best, and the optimal training methods for Bailalong. Bai Yuling merely glanced around, and was certain that Ma Feier's father was at least an experienced trainer, deeply knowledgeable about Pokémon. Bai Yuling would not disturb any of the items here, despite Mo Yusin's explicit invitation to make himself at home. After dinner, Bai Yuling temporarily excused himself to the underground special training ground of the Alliance Center, with a cost of 2 contribution points per hour. Even an elite trainer could hardly sustain it for several months. Releasing all his Pokémon, Bai Yuling addressed Lada. Lada, I will rely on you for a long time. Please impart your experience to your companions. Lada would serve as the mentor for all his Pokémon, including Chenglong, in both techniques and experience. Lada solemnly agreed. Firstly, the Bingzia, Shui Feilong, and Jiutai followed Lada, but due to the disparity in their strengths, separate instruction was necessary. Shui Feilong possessed the coveted skill card of Bingzia and began to explore it independently, while Jiutai was guided by Lada's insightful teachings. With Jiutai's innate talent and burgeoning understanding of Bingzia, progress was swift. Time flew during their training, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under various circumstances, Shui Feilong mastered Bingzia within 3 days, utilizing the precious skill card to reach the pinnacle of 1-star proficiency. Furthermore, the 1-star techniques of Earthquake and the Grand Explosion of Flame broke through their previous limitations, achieving completion at the same level, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Jiutai, on the other hand, made remarkable advancements, not only mastering Bingzia but also acquiring skills such as Huajia, Leijia, the Grand Explosion of Flame, Earthquake, Dig, Sunlight Blaze, and Steel Tail, thereby closing the gap in their abilities to full mastery. Currently, Jiutai is learning the water cannon technique from Lada. Despite the inherent challenges due to Jiutai's elemental weaknesses, which equate to a 3-star difficulty. Nonetheless, progress has been rapid. Within just 3 days, comprehension has already begun, and it is estimated that mastery will be achieved in another 3 days. Chenglong also benefited greatly, though its physical limitations hindered the practical application of its newfound insights, making it impossible to break through to 2-star techniques, resulting in no growth in combat strength. Zhu Guai has achieved 1-star completion with Earthquake, but as a steel type. Lada provided numerous insights and advice on the Canon Light Beam and 2 ultimate techniques, which deeply resonated with Zhu Guai. Continuing to accumulate these insights, it is foreseeable that Zhu Guai will break through to the next star level and reach its maximum combat potential. Despite only half a month having passed, the increase in the Pokémon's combat capabilities is evident, underscoring the impact of having a great teacher. Training in a gravity-enhanced environment also led to various improvements in physical attributes, particularly for Zhu Guai and Shui Feilong. With a steady supply of energy stones, both reached the pinnacle of the elite level at level 149, having absorbed 17 and 14 energy stones respectively. The combination of elite peak status, enhanced physical attributes, and the fusion of skills led to a 4-fold increase in their combat strength, reaching 10-fold and 11-fold, an exalted level of prowess. Within the same tier, the first and pinnacle stages represent the most significant enhancement of physical attributes, rendering them nearly invincible. Hence, such a formidable increase in strength is conceivable. As Zhu Guai and Shui Feilong, along with Jiutai and Lada, engaged in combat, the palpable changes in their strength ignited excitement within them. Zhu Guai and Shui Feilong felt as though they had undergone a metamorphosis in their combat capabilities, their exhilaration fueling an intense fervor, escalating the intensity of their battles. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yuling felt a long-lost surge of passion, for the exhilarating sensation of Pokémon's explosive growth is perpetually intoxicating. The battle continued for an extended duration, leaving the Pokémon with minor injuries. After recalling the Pokémon, Bai Yuling departed from the special training ground where he had spent half a month. Upon reaching the surface, the near-explosive uproar made Bai Yuling furrow his brow. Today marked the Baiwa Festival, and as he had anticipated, the throngs of people were almost entirely trainers, all unleashing their Pokémon to participate in the preparations for the festival's special events. He wondered what type of mid-tier treasures would be awarded this time, as their announcement was likely imminent. Compared to ordinary treasures, mid-tier treasures are significantly rarer, and Bai Yuling currently possessed only a mysterious water droplet, a contribution from the Night Organization. Having encountered this event, Bai Yuling could not let the opportunity slip by. Chapter 74, The Feather of the Fairy. The special event being held was the Baiwa Festival Tournament, situated in the Grand Plaza at the heart of Baiwa City. The plaza had been transformed into a dedicated competition venue. A massive screen displayed the rules and rewards of the tournament. The rules were unique. First, the maximum strength allowed was the pinnacle of the elite level. Second, both competitors must possess equal strength. This meant the contest would determine who had the most formidable combat capabilities. Due to time constraints, the competition format was 3-on-3, with the top 10 advancing to the second stage, seemingly to complete some form of trial. As for the ultimate prize, the mid-tier treasure was the Feather of the Fairy, which could amplify fairy-type techniques. The fairy type is exceptionally rare, with most Pokémon either awakening a secondary attribute or undergoing transformations, as very few are born as fairy types. Consequently, both fairy-type Pokémon and treasures are scarce, making them highly coveted. The unique rules and the allure of the feather of the fairy thrilled many confident, powerful trainers, as, with equal strength, they could potentially rival even the master trainers of the king class. Obtaining the feather of the fairy could almost be exchanged for 3 other rare mid-tier treasures of different attributes, making it a monumental opportunity. Several king-class master trainers arriving on the scene were equally elated, fortunate to encounter the feather of the fairy. Such competitions for prize treasures are the primary avenue for elite trainers and king trainers to acquire powerful artifacts. At that moment, it was just noon, and the first match was set to commence at 1 o'clock, with Bai Yuling scheduled to compete in the 8th match of Area 9. He had registered several days prior. This Baiwa Festival tournament had attracted over 1,000 elite trainers, along with several king-class master trainers, indicating a gathering of formidable talent. Baiwa City, renowned as a medium-sized city, housed no more than 50 young elite trainers remaining in the city, not counting those out on expeditions. This illustrates the immense allure of the mid-tier treasures. Bai Yuling surveyed the crowd, noting the varied expressions among the trainers, some composed, others anxious, and many warming up in preparation. The most prominent were the seasoned trainers offering guidance. Trainers between 50 to 150 years old were at their prime, while those over 100 were referred to as senior trainers. It was a widely accepted unspoken rule that seniors would not compete against juniors for accolades, as the comprehensive advantage of experience is nearly insurmountable. This principle held true even in regional alliance competitions offering superior treasures, where senior trainers seldom participated. An hour later, the beautiful mayor, Lady Baiwa, gracefully stepped forward to deliver her address, reiterating the rules before officially announcing the commencement of the competition. With the competition underway, the enormous screen above was neatly divided into 20 sections, each featuring a pair of competing trainers. Surrounding screens ensured that every spectator felt immersed in the event. Another hour passed, and at last, it was time for Bai Yuling's match. Observing Bai Yuling on the battlefield, Sharona, who had been pulled over by Morpher to watch, was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he claimed to be disinterested? It seemed he had deceived her. Sharona felt a twinge of frustration, as she had already temporarily abandoned her intention to challenge him. Why was it like this? Sister Sharona, your strength is so impressive. Why didn't you sign up? Morpher asked, watching the battle with a tone filled with disappointment and regret. She longed to see her sister's grace on the competition stage. Sharona, slightly pouting, replied, I would want to participate now, but alas, the registration has already closed. In a moment of brilliance, Mo Fayer could not spare a thought as to why Shila suddenly changed her mind and hurriedly exclaimed, I have a way. Sister, do you truly wish to participate? Shiluana nodded affirmatively. Then, Sister Shiluana, please wait a moment. I shall call Mother. Overjoyed, Mo Fayer eagerly dialed MOUXI. A few minutes later, Mo Fayer announced that everything was arranged. Sister, your match is the final one. Shiluana was somewhat astonished by the efficiency, realizing that MOUXI standing in by Hua City must be quite high. Meanwhile, in a room starkly different from before, the previously troubled Ms. Bai Hua posed a question to MOUXI, her brow furrowed. Is this girl named Shilona truly formidable? MOUXI nodded, stating, Mo Fayer mentioned that Shilona is the strongest elite trainer she has ever encountered. You know her standards are quite elevated. Moreover, it seems her Pokémon can execute legendary moves. Ms. Bai Hua was taken aback, then shook her head. The legendary moves were said to be super techniques only comprehensible to champions at their pinnacle, their power beyond imagination. It seems unlikely, alas. The decline of Bai Hua is accelerating. If this continues, the blossoms of Bai Hua City will wither forever. I hope there will be someone among the trainers today who can help us resolve this dilemma. Upon hearing of this dilemma, MOUXIN's eyes brimmed with tears. I hope so too. Jingming is also a master trainer of the king level. Yet what happened? He has fallen completely silent. Ms. Bai Hua sighed. I regret not seeking others at that time. Who would have thought that even the king trainer Mo Jingming could not resolve it? MOUXIN shook her head in silence, her gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding on the screen. Bai Yuling's Bloodwing Dragon defeated the opposing Tyranitar with a powerful fire blast, concluding the match. A complete victory against 3 opponents. This was the second flawless victory of the day, executed even more impeccably than that of Master Zhou 1, the king-level trainer, and without sustaining a single injury. This Bloodwing Dragon is truly formidable. Let us delve into the details of this participant. His name is Bai Yuling. Let us cheer for this strong contender. The commentator's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the arena, and the entire battle did not exceed 5 minutes. Cheers erupted for Bai Yuling and his Bloodwing Dragon. However, their expressions remained remarkably composed. This opponent was rather ordinary, and with the prowess of the Bloodwing Dragon, one could honestly say it did not even require a minute. Achieving double the combat power signifies an elite among peers, while triple indicates a genius. Encountering such opponents is indeed rare, which explains Shiluana's initial lack of interest. As time flowed on and the sun gradually set, the day's competition neared its conclusion. If I win, may I treat you to a cup of tea? Upon Shi Luana's entrance, the young man opposite her was instantly captivated, for witnessing her in person was an entirely different experience than seeing her on screen, causing his heart to race with excitement. Love at first sight may be a rarity, yet it is a different matter entirely when the other party is a peerless beauty. Shi Luana maintained an impassive demeanor. Only if you can win. Please, both sides, release your Pokémon. The referee announced loudly. The young man tightly gripped his Pokeball, his palms clammy with sweat, for he had never regarded a match with such gravity. Go, Lizard King. The Lizard King appeared on the field, letting out a triumphant cry. Fully attuned to its master's emotions, determined to secure victory in this match. Shi Luana summoned her own Pokémon, the fierce Garchomp. Among its peers, Garchomp undeniably holds the title of the strongest. However, it is somewhat lacking in experience and requires more field time. Chapter 75, Shi Luana's Battle, Part 1. This Garchomp appeared youthful, yet exuded an undeniable aura of confidence, reminiscent of a king, a quality only forged through countless victories. The multifunctional rope box hanging from its neck likely amplifies Dragon-type or Ground-type moves. The young trainer meticulously observed Shi Luana's Garchomp, noting that under the rules, Lizard King's physical attributes had been diminished to match Garchomp's, significantly weakening its potential. This indicated that his observations were accurate. Garchomp was indeed quite young, resulting in lower overall strength. The power of its moves, enhanced by the treasure, should not be underestimated, yet its lack of battle experience might be its Achilles heel. 10-9. The countdown to battle commenced. Lizard King, do not engage head-on. Utilize your battle experience to secure victory. The young trainer whispered to Lizard King. The Lizard King nodded in calm understanding. In terms of attributes, Lizard King and Garchomp were closely matched, although Garchomp could fly. Lizard King's agility and leaping prowess negated that advantage. This promised to be an exhilarating battle, where the outcome hinged solely on combat strength and the trainer's command skills. The commentator responsible for this segment spoke with fervor. This commentator had been narrating for over 20 matches without pause, proving to be an exceptional announcer. The audience, intrigued, glanced at one another before being unable to look away. While there were indeed many beautiful trainers, few could match Shi Luana's stunning beauty. Sister Shi Luana's battle, huh? I am so excited. On the observation platform, Mo Fayer blushed with enthusiasm. Were she not so young, one might imagine her thoughts wandering. Beside her, Bai Yuling appeared rather helpless. After finishing his own match, he had left the arena to continue training, only to be found and dragged back by Mo Fayer. This foretold a rather uninteresting outcome for the battle. 1. The Lizard King sprang into action, moving while unleashing the Sunny Day attack, sending soft beams toward Garchomp. Such speed-oriented moves are typically swift. If one were to react only after seeing them, it would be nearly impossible to evade. Dragon Claw. Shi Luana anticipated this, and Garchomp slashed with a claw, cleaving the beams in two. Soaring into the air, Garchomp employed its speed to close the distance. Garchomp transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Lizard King from above. The difficulty of hitting a target in 2 dimensions versus 3 is vastly different. Use Vine Whip to try and ensnare it, commanded the young trainer. The leaves on Lizard King's tail swelled, reaching out to grasp the approaching Garchomp. Vine Whip, a continuous move with controllable elements, possesses boundless utility. Although its base power is not high, it remains a practical move mastered by nearly all grass-type Pokémon. 2 whips moved nimbly, crossing toward Garchomp. And while one might evade temporarily, ultimately, they would be caught. Garchomp sensed the outcome and patiently awaited Shi Luana's command. Temporarily ascending to the sky, Garchomp utilized Dragon Pulse. Ascending high, Garchomp evaded the rapidly extending Vine Whips, which unfortunately reached their growth limit at the critical moment. Garchomp abruptly pivoted, its body still moving backward due to inertia, launching the Dragon Pulse sphere to strike Lizard King below. Such a pity. The Vine Whip was mere moments away from ensnaring Garchomp. Now, how would the young trainer respond to Garchomp's counterattack? The commentator lamented, resonating with many spectators who nodded in agreement. The body of Lizard King darted forward, but alas, evading the nearly omnidirectional wave-based attacks was utterly impossible. Its actions were merely an attempt to create a modicum of distance. Aoki's lips moved slightly as Lizard King's blade-like arms swung, unleashing over 10 sharp flying leaves that glimmered with a cold light. Flying leaves? Using flying leaves from such a distance would undoubtedly be easily dodged by Lai Yao Lu Sha. Was this a tactical blunder? The commentator, puzzled, voiced the sentiments of the majority of the audience. As the dragon wave erupted, Lai Yao Lu Sha charged towards Lizard King, adjusting its trajectory to deftly avoid the range of the flying leaves attack. Lizard King found itself in peril. Should it be struck by the dragon wave, it would likely fall prey to a relentless pursuit from Lai Yao Lu Sha. Would it employ protection? The commentator exclaimed, his tone profoundly impactful. The shockwave generated by the dragon wave drew near to Lizard King, capturing the attention of all spectators. What would Lizard King do? Lizard King's blades began to radiate light, It was preparing to unleash the leaf blade technique. It seemed ready to cleave through the approaching dragon wave directly. Aoki's command was indeed perplexing. Was he intending to engage directly? However, considering the leaf blade technique had already been exhausted, it surely could not contend with Lai Yao Lusha's might. Did he still believe that the flying leaves could strike Lai Yao Lusha? The commentator continued to express his bewilderment, echoing the thoughts of many in the crowd. Lizard King sliced through the incoming dragon wave and leaped into the air, while simultaneously, the flying leaves drew nearer to Lai Yao Lusha, swiftly redirecting the audience's focus. At this moment, every spectator could clearly deduce that, given Lai Yao Lusha's position, the flying leaves could not possibly land a hit. Indeed, the flying leaves were about to pass harmlessly by Lai Yao Lusha. Suddenly, a frown crossed Sharona's brow below. This was not merely a flying leaf. Due to the distance, she only now realized the truth, but had she been beside Lai Yao Lusha, she could have swiftly responded. A tremendous uproar erupted. My word, what have I witnessed? The flying leaves inexplicably curved. This was not a flying leaf, but rather a magical leaf from a special technique. Lizard King had mastered the magical leaf technique. Special techniques vary greatly in difficulty. The simplest, high-speed movement is rather easy, while the most challenging, such as teleportation, is exceedingly difficult, surpassing even ultimate techniques. Furthermore, the power of most special techniques is generally modest. For instance, the magical leaf consumes stamina and energy equivalent to an advanced technique, yet its potency aligns only with a basic technique, rendering it half as effective as the flying leaves. However, special techniques possess unique effects, and the magical leaf comes with a tracking capability, ensuring a high probability of hitting its target. Lai Yao Lusha's reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing it to evade the surprise assault of the magical leaf. However, the magical leaf changed direction once more, ultimately striking Lai Yao Lusha. Although the damage was minimal, it easily caused some disruption. Lizard King soared hundreds of meters, positioning itself beneath Lai Yao Lusha, who now had no time to execute its ultimate move. What a stunning reversal. It was now Lai Yao Lusha that found itself in jeopardy. As Lai Yao Lusha recovered from the pain, it caught sight of Lizard King's piercing gaze. The leaf blade technique was aimed directly at its vulnerable abdomen. Lai Yao Lusha could only block with its arm, but was subsequently sent flying by Lizard King's powerful strike. Seizing the moment, Lizard King followed up with solar flare, targeting the airborne Lai Yao Lusha. However, the consecutive moves, combined with the need for a retreat, allowed Lai Yao Lusha to timely invoke its protective technique. Upon witnessing this, Lizard King hastily accelerated towards the ground, lest it find itself at a disadvantage. Lizard King once again unleashed its vine whip technique, poised before the protective barrier. Chapter 76, The Battle of Lai Yao Lusha, Part 2. What to do about Lai Yao Lusha's peril? Ma Fei Er anxiously glanced at Bai Yuling, astonished that Sister Sharona had found herself at a disadvantage. Peril? Rest assured, she cannot possibly lose. Bai Yuling replied calmly. Aoki's tactical prowess is commendable, but merely satisfactory. His current advantage is primarily due to the magical leaf technique, and such a strategy cannot possibly succeed again. Moreover, from the outset, Sharona had not taken this match seriously. Ma Fei Er cast a surprised look at Bai Yuling. In their half-month together, she had gleaned from Sharona that their relationship was rather superficial, having only recently met. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Yuling seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of Sister Sharona. Suddenly, Lai Yao Lusha's aura surged dramatically. It was now serious. The protective technique was discarded, and Dragon Claw was unleashed. Lai Yao Lusha severed the vine whips and charged directly at Lizard King. However, the minimal severing had little effect on the vine whip technique, as the two whips, akin to agile flying serpents, struck with cunning and deceptive maneuvers. Yet, irrespective of the unpredictable trajectory of the vine whips, Lai Yao Lusha remained undeterred, cutting them down with a rapid dragon claw the instant they neared. Even when the whips attacked from various angles, Lai Yao Lusha executed a flawless rotation, slicing through them with precision. In mere seconds, Lizard King and Lai Yao Lusha had engaged in dozens of exchanges, leaving spectators awestruck. What a thrilling duel. I nearly forgot to blink. Lizard King's mastery of the vine whip technique was nothing short of extraordinary, with rapid trajectory changes that were utterly unpredictable. Yet, Lai Yao Lusha proved even more formidable, disregarding the variations of the vine whip technique, countering only when they entered the attack range. In such a fleeting moment, it managed to execute a perfect defense, leaving onlookers in disbelief. It was truly remarkable. The commentator's voice halted for a brief moment, only to erupt with fervor, nearly straining his vocal cords in excitement. Lai Yao Lusha, Lizard King. The audience was already in a frenzy, their cheers deafening. The thrilling confrontation incited rapture, especially given its display of exceptional skill. Leaves fluttered through the sky as Lai Yao Lusha defended, while swiftly closing in on Lizard King. Lizard King had already begun to retreat, creating distance. The movements of the vine whips began to simplify, merging speed, power, and angle, shifting from attempts to ensnare Lai Yao Lu Sha to delivering powerful lashes. Yet, this more rapid and forceful vine whip was still perfectly countered by Lai Yao Lu Sha. The distance between the two creatures was closing. Lizard King's agility and speed were undoubtedly top tier, yet in direct comparison to the soaring aerial prowess of the flying creature, it could not compete in sheer speed. The tide of battle had shifted once more. Lai Yao Lu Sha had directly turned the tables with its sheer strength, emanating an overwhelming presence. The commentator's voice thundered. Lai Yao Lu Sha. The arena was filled with the resounding cheers for Lai Yao Lu Sha. Its commanding demeanor captivated the majority of the audience. As the clash drew near, could Lizard King's close combat skills rival those of Lai Yao Lu Sha? The commentator posed the question, though the answer was all too evident. Regardless of the perspective taken, the close combat prowess of Lizard King could not possibly surpass that of Lai Yao Lu Sha, especially considering the latter's recently displayed exceptional combat skills. Should a melee engagement occur, it is certain that Lai Yao Lu Sha would hold a significant advantage. The focus of the immense screen shifted back to Aoki's serious expression. One could discern from his grave countenance that Aoki was exerting every effort to devise a solution. Yet, could he truly conceive a feasible strategy in such a brief moment? Utilize Leaf Storm, commanded Aoki, realizing that it was a gamble. Time was too limited, and without the experience of seasoned predecessors, one could hardly respond effectively within mere seconds. Lizard King unleashed a fierce lash towards Lai Yao Lu Sha, subsequently retracting its vine whip technique as the ever-expanding leaves rapidly withdrew. Simultaneously, Lizard King brandished its blade leaves, forming sharp energy leaves that coalesced into hundreds in an instant. The leaf storm surged towards Lai Yao Lu Sha from all directions, making it impossible to fully block or evade. Lai Yao Lu Sha retracted its dragon claw, and in the next moment, its speed surged dramatically as it charged forward. The sudden acceleration threw Lizard King's earlier estimations off balance. The leaf storm from various directions had not yet fully converged, leaving only a scant few energy leaves. Lai Yao Lu Sha charged through, absorbing minimal damage, less than half of what the vine whip could inflict, rendering it negligible. In a mere second, Lai Yao Lu Sha traversed over 400 meters, arriving directly before Lizard King. Lizard King met Lai Yao Lu Sha's gaze with calm and caution, its blade leaves beginning to glow. Without any intention of evasion, Lizard King faced the oncoming attack head-on with its leaf blade. Lai Yao Lu Sha's claws were poised towards Lizard King, which initiated a countercharge, perhaps to compensate for its disadvantage in strength. A wise decision. But could Lizard King's leaf blade withstand the might of Lai Yao Lu Sha's dragon claw? The commentator articulated rapidly, locking eyes with the screen. In that moment, all attention was riveted. Lizard King viciously slashed at Lai Yao Lu Sha's abdomen, while Lai Yao Lu Sha retaliated with a powerful strike. Suddenly, a slender black shadow emerged, causing Lizard King to be flung away. Lai Yao Lu Sha pursued closely. What transpired? What was that shadow? Go, go, go. Did everyone miss the details? Please review the replay. The commentator's excited call resonated throughout the arena. The screen displayed a reverse playback at half speed, allowing everyone to clearly see that the slender shadow was none other than the tail of Lai Yao Lu Sha. A brilliant deceptive tactic. Lai Yao Lu Sha's movements led everyone to believe it had executed Dragon Claw, but it was merely a ruse, secretly employing the Dragon Tail technique. The attack range of Dragon Tail far exceeded that of Dragon Claw and Leaf Blade, thus propelling Lizard King away before its Leaf Blade could strike. Lastly, observers could note Lizard King's expression. It remained remarkably composed, managing to react at the last moment by turning its head, ultimately being struck on the shoulder by the Dragon Tail and sent flying. It narrowly avoided a fatal blow. This reflexive ability was truly remarkable, and combined with such a calm demeanor, Lizard King proved to be an exceptionally formidable sprite. The commentator continued to narrate the previous thrilling moments while observing the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, Lai Yao Lu Sha had caught up to Lizard King and commenced a pursuit. But to everyone's astonishment, Lizard King still had room for counterattack. Enduring the recent injury, Lizard King astonishingly maintained its Leaf Blade intact. The clash between Leaf Blade and Dragon Claw unfolded in the air with intense ferocity, both sprites exchanging blows evenly matched. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yuling cast a surprised glance at Aoki, realizing that Lizard King shared a profound bond with him, displaying extraordinary combat prowess, akin to Meng Ningyue's Bloodwing Flying Dragon, temporarily unleashing latent potential, a phenomenon known as Bond Eruption. Chapter 77, Eruption of Combat Power. Lizard King was truly remarkable, capable of holding its ground against Sister Zairona's Lai Yao Lu Sha. Mo Fei Air expressed her astonishment and delight. Since the Elite League competition 4 years prior, this was her first time witnessing such an exhilarating duel live. She longed to grow up swiftly and become a legitimate Pokémon trainer, relishing the joy of battling alongside her sprites. Observing the yearning in Mo Fei Air's eyes, Bai Yuling smiled gently. While Lizard King's erupted combat power was impressive, The toll on its stamina was exponentially high and could not be sustained for long. Moreover, the inherent disadvantage in strength remained unaddressed. After a dizzying sequence of attacks and defenses lasting over 10 seconds, Lizard King's arm began to feel numb, and its speed and power inevitably waned. This slight lapse provided Lai Yao Lusha with an opportunity. "It's over," murmured Bai Yuling softly. Mo Fei Er looked at Bai Yuling in confusion. Had he just said something? With all its might, Lai Yao Lusha smashed through Lizard King's leaf blade, delivering another claw strike directly to the exposed abdominal weakness of Lizard King, firmly grasping it. Half a second later, it slammed Lizard King into the ground. With a sweeping dragon tail, Lizard King was driven into the earth, unable to escape momentarily. Subsequently, Lai Yao Lusha unleashed a fiery blast, the Big Character Flame. The close-range Big Character Flame inflicted some negligible damage to Lai Yao Lusha itself, but for Lizard King, the damage was far more severe. In a contest of strength, victory and defeat hinged upon a fleeting moment. Lai Yao Lusha relentlessly pursued Lizard King, but did the heavily injured Lizard King still possess the strength to fight back? The commentator shouted. Lizard King charged through the flames, astonishingly still capable of combat. However, Lai Yao Lusha's merciless dragon tail struck once more, and Lizard King could not evade. Moments later, Lizard King emerged from the flames, yet was again sent flying by Lai Yao Lusha's dragon tail, battered and bruised, lying on the ground for several seconds before slowly rising to its feet. It could still stand. Lizard King's tenacity moved the entire audience, who erupted into applause. However, a few seasoned trainers frowned. Having faced countless battles, they had developed a precise understanding of a sprite's stamina and damage thresholds. Given Lizard King's recent injuries, its performance indicated a specialization in speed and energy attacks, with physical strength being a secondary attribute, and stamina as a clear weakness. It was absolutely impossible for it to endure. Standing up again did not necessarily signify a positive outcome. Bai Yuling's expression shifted. Sprites fought not only for their potential, but for their futures. Life and death were at stake. Aoki gazed at Lizard King, suddenly misty-eyed. Did he not know his own sprite? Lizard King's recent performance, maintaining equilibrium with Lai Yao Lusha for an extended period, was evidently abnormal. Such a feat could not be achieved merely with a favorable condition. Even at their best, it would only mean no mistakes. Enhancing strength in such a manner was utterly impossible. Had it erupted in power for him? Aoki glanced at Lizard King, then at Zyrona, and smiled. A flash of red light signified Lizard King's recall. I concede this match. Aoki released a new sprite, the eagle, and swiftly headed towards the Pokémon Center. Lizard King required immediate treatment. Player Aoki concedes. The victor is trainer Zyrona. As the referee's verdict resonated throughout the arena, the announcer's booming voice echoed persistently. How could it end like this? Many trainers were perplexed, questioning why, even if Lizard King had lost its fighting capability. There were still other Pokémon available. Why concede defeat now? Wise decisions were acknowledged with subtle nods from Bai Yuling, Shiluo Na, and veteran trainers. The bond with 1S Pokémon is fundamental to every trainer. Wagering the future of 1S Pokémon on an uncertain battle is not just a matter of willingness, but a matter of worthiness. It was indeed a splendid battle. If you wish to purchase the recording of this duel, please return after 8 in the evening, where a tactical discussion of today's thrilling match will also take place. The announcer concluded as the regional matches involving Shiluo Na came to an end. Confused, Mo Fei Er inquired of Bai Yuling, why did trainer Qing Mu concede? Surely Bai Yuling would know the reason. Bai Yuling explained. Lizard King had just unleashed its full power, enabling it to match up against the fierce Li Yao Lusha. However, after exhausting its stamina to rise once more, it had already overstretched its potential. If not promptly healed at the Pokémon Center, the consequences could be dire. Mo Fei Er nodded, somewhat understanding, although she had yet to learn this concept. She recalled her father's trainer diary mentioning it, seemingly with a hint of envy. Was this a negative state? Furrowing her brow, Mo Fei Er asked, who is correct? No, this is a good thing, representing a profound bond with 1S Pokémon. Achieving such a level is exceedingly rare. Many trainers go their entire lives without reaching it. However, excess can lead to detriment. If Lizard King had simply collapsed, nothing would have happened. Yet, it strained itself to the limit, which is what caused the adverse outcome. Can you comprehend? Bai Yuling pondered his words carefully, explaining patiently. To reach this state, a high level of affinity is merely the foundation. The Pokémon's emotional state is crucial. Even among the closest of kin, not all would willingly pay a heavy price to assist one another. Bai Yuling's clarity allowed Mo Fei Er to grasp the notion that this state was indeed favorable and exceedingly rare. Even her father had never experienced such a situation with his Pokémon. All right, let us seek out Sister Shiluo Na, Mo Fei Er exclaimed, seizing Bai Yuling's hand and dashing toward Shiluo Na. Bai Yuling, feeling helpless, restrained himself to avoid causing her harm. Upon spotting Mo Fei Er, Shiluo Na encountered a visibly exasperated Bai Yuling. A faint, derisive huff escaped her lips as she greeted Mo Fei Air with a bright smile. Not even glancing at Bai Yuling, Mo Fei Air released Bai Yuling's hand and rushed towards Shi Luo Na. As the two conversed animatedly, Shi Luo Na casually flicked her head, her long golden curls striking Bai Yuling's face, imparting a slight sting along with a whiff of fragrant aroma. Without looking back, the two departed, leaving Bai Yuling with a somewhat indifferent expression. Bai Yuling, Gidge, hurry up. Mama's cooking should be ready. And it will get cold if we are late. Mo Fei Air turned, smiling and waving at Bai Yuling. He paused, his indifference dissipating as he nodded with a smile and quickened his pace to catch up. Shi Luo Na cast a curious glance at Mo Fei Air, pondering the nature of their relationship. Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na flanked Mo Fei Air, who held their hands as they walked. Numerous similar pairs were seen on the homeward journey. Mommy, when can I have my own Pokémon? A little girl of 4 or 5 asked her young parents. Hee. Once you learn the basic knowledge, we will gift you one for your birthday, the young father replied with a smile, exchanging glances with the young mother. However, judging by your current progress, it looks like it will be after you turn 10, the young mother added with a laugh. Yay, the girl cheered, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 78, Provocation, Transformation. The next morning, the competition commenced with the elimination rounds, swiftly reducing the participants to the top 100. Anticipated to be completed by midday, with the top 10 determined by evening. With just over 1,000 participants, the scale was significant, especially considering it was an elite-level competition. In contrast, ordinary competitions often boasted over 10,000 competitors. Early in the day, Mo Fei Air eagerly dragged Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na to the venue, rushing to check the battle roster. Upon realizing that Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na were not in the same region, she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they would not face each other until the top 20. Shi Luo Na yawned sleepily, having been kept awake by an excited Mo Fei Air the previous day and now being abruptly awakened early. Mo Fei Air flitted about like a joyful little bird, pulling Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na along with a beaming smile. Single-parent families inevitably miss certain elements, such as companionship, and Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na followed along helplessly. Looking out the window, Mouxin could see the radiant smile on Mo Fei Air's face, her eyes welling up with emotion. When was the last time she had seen Mo Fei Air like this? It had been 4 years since the league competition, and Mo Fei Air had not appeared so joyful. Thank you. She silently expressed her gratitude in her heart. Time flew, and soon it was 8 o'clock. The competition was about to begin, with the audience having assembled in even greater numbers than the previous day. Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na effortlessly dispatched their respective opponents, as few could rival their prowess. After defeating 4 challengers, they both secured their spots in the top 100, rendering the subsequent matches irrelevant to them. However, observing the exuberant Mo Fei Air, they chose not to exit the arena. As the morning matches concluded, each contestant would face 4 battles in the afternoon. Those securing 4 victories would advance directly to the next round, while those with 3 wins would contend for the remaining spots. During the break, most trainers focused on recalibrating their strategies and updating their opponent's information for the final preparations. In contrast, Bai Yuling and his companions leisurely conversed at an open-air tea house, appearing particularly distinct from the others. Shi Luo Na was breathtakingly elegant, while Mo Fei Air was an adorable little beauty, her future allure already apparent. Numerous gazes were drawn to them, filled with admiration, astonishment, envy, and intrigue. Mo Fei Air, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny, tightened her grip on Shi Luo Na's hand. A handsome gentleman approached, holding a bouquet of pink flowers, and elegantly bowed before Shi Luo Na. Smiling as he said, Miss Shi Luo Na, your grace captivates all. I am Lin Miaozhong, heir to the royal family. Might I have the pleasure of inviting you for a cup of floral honey tea? The status of being the heir to a royal family was certainly substantial, explaining his audacity to extend an invitation. Bai Yuling and Shi Luo Na's impeccable records of victories were not achievements one could easily claim. Step away. Shi Luo Na coldly replied without even glancing at him, displayed a gentle demeanor towards Mo Fei Air, yet this did not imply that her character was inherently tender. Lin Miaozhong was momentarily taken aback. He had considered numerous possibilities, but such an abrupt rejection was not among them. Anger simmered within him, yet he knew that losing his composure would jeopardize his chances of winning over Shi Luo Na's affections. With a flicker of his gaze, he turned to Bai Yuling and remarked with a smile, your expression suggests that your relationship with Miss Shi Luo Na is rather mediocre. I offer you 1 million spirit coins. Would you be willing to relinquish this position to me? 1 million spirit coins could nearly purchase a medium-grade spirit within the league or procure 100 premium healing potions. Its value was not trivial. However, while such an amount might sway an ordinary second or third-rate trainer, it would hardly impress an elite trainer. Bai Yuling, not lacking in experience, quickly discerned Lin Miaozhang's intentions, recognizing the ploy as a deliberate provocation meant to instigate a conflict and diminish his standing. He had no interest in such trivial disputes. One ought to either withdraw or accept the challenge. Bai Yuling promptly proposed a 3-on-3 deathmatch of equal strength. Upon receiving the challenge, Lin Miaozhong felt disheartened. This was another unpredictable player. A death match? Was he jesting with the future? If he accepted and even emerged victorious, he would still face the loss of his heir status. Such reckless calls for a death match were the domain of lunatics or fools, and he had not anticipated that Bai Yuling would embody such foolishness. You are also competing in this event. I hope you do not falter too early, he murmured, attempting to salvage his dignity with a somewhat strained remark. Miss Shiluana, as you can see, an impulsive fool is hardly a suitable friend or ally. Upon finishing, Lin Miaozhong noted with satisfaction the change in Shiluana's expression and turned to depart slowly. And what of the coward? He is hardly a commendable choice either. Let me impart this. With a 90% certainty, one is not reckless. That is called confidence. Shiluana replied coldly. Laughter erupted, as some could not contain their amusement. Lin Miaozhong left, somewhat embarrassed, finally realizing that winning Shiluana's favor would be an arduous endeavor. Mo Feier made a face at his retreating figure, calling him a nuisance. However, Shiluana's expression suddenly turned serious as she addressed Bai Yuling. While I have faith in your abilities, as I mentioned, you must personally discern whether you are confident or reckless. In this duel, I shall exert my utmost effort. Her tone was almost merciless, leaving Mo Feier astonished and somewhat flustered. What had suddenly changed? She tugged at Shiluana's hand, wanting to inquire but hesitating to do so. The stern demeanor of her sister instilled a sense of fear in her. Sister, allow me to impart the first principle of being a spirit trainer. You must remember, under no circumstances should you engage in a death match unless you are in a dire situation. No matter how high your confidence, nor how enticing the temptation, you must not be swayed, for nothing is absolute. You are not only responsible for yourself, but also for your family, friends, and your lifelong companion, the spirit that never leaves your side. Shiluana's earnest words and grave expression left Mo Feier momentarily stunned, etching those sentiments deeply into her memory. Bai Yuling, too, felt a tremor of realization. He had become somewhat lax. Indeed, should he encounter a situation in which Lin Miaozhong was masked as an adversary of superior strength, his impulsiveness could lead to grave consequences. The chance of such a misstep was exceedingly slim, yet it was not impossible. A single oversight had once resulted in the theft of the Nine-Tails Belt Ball. What were the odds of that? Nearing zero. Very well. I shall demonstrate whether I am indeed reckless or confident, Bai Yuling stated calmly. At his current tier, both the Jujin Monster and Bloodwing Dragon were nearly invincible. Even against a champion, he had a 99% assurance of victory without the need for ultimate moves. Chapter 79, Provocation, Sudden Change. Shiluana scrutinized Bai Yuling. Truth be told, she found it hard to believe, and a hint of concern crept in. Had the Bai family not instilled the principles of training in him? Even she, commanding a stellar-level prowess with her Lai Yin Lu Sha, could not guarantee a victory exceeding 90% against an unfamiliar trainer. For instance, if the opponent were an insurmountable nemesis, such as He Lu Jia, a natural enemy to the Jujin Monster, or a steel-type spirit, like the Armor Bird, which posed a significant threat to the Dragon-type. Ground-type moves would be ineffective, while Dragon-type moves would be resisted, and Flying-type moves would deal double damage, leading to a fourfold disparity in damage output. Even if Lai Yin Lu Sha boasted exceptional prowess, the Armor Bird would still hold a slight advantage under similar command conditions. If such was the case for a stellar-level trainer, Bai Yuling's actions were undeniably perilous. How many promising trainers had met untimely ends due to such recklessness? This was precisely why it was listed as the foremost principle of trainers. From the depths of Bai Yuling's eyes, Shiluana detected a flame of confidence, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. Either Bai Yuling possessed strength surpassing her own, or he was blindly arrogant. It was imperative to correct this mindset. For if he failed to awaken to reality, his future would be bleak. With a fierce determination igniting within her, Shiluana recalled the last time she felt such fervent battle intent. Was it several years past? The top 100 battles were about to commence, where victors would advance while the defeated would enter the loser's bracket, ultimately vying for the top 10 in the final showdown. Yet, something seemed amiss. Disturbances erupted and rapidly spread. What was happening? Bai Yuling and his companions exchanged confused glances. The turmoil soon reached their vicinity, revealing the source of the commotion. Rumor had it that the coveted prize of the competition, the fairy feather, had been stolen. Was it true? The trio gasped in shock. This was no trivial matter. Without resolving this issue, the competition could not proceed, as the majority of trainers had entered solely for the fairy feather. Presently, the tumult remained merely a disturbance. Everyone awaited an explanation or a denial from Baihua City. However, half an hour had elapsed, and the time for the competition had arrived. Yet Baihua City had yet to provide any clarification. The evidence was clear. The fairy feather had indeed been stolen. The unrest had morphed into chaos, affecting even the top 100 trainers, including a few elite trainers who had come specifically for the fairy feather. Without it, what value did other prizes hold for them? Let Baihua City replace it with 4 medium-grade treasures at the very least. Someone shouted, and after a moment of silence, a chorus of agreement surged forth. Indeed, Without the fairy feather, the others were of little significance. The top 100 trainers converged towards the organizers, followed closely by those who had been eliminated. Even if it was no longer pertinent to them, participating in this protest was imperative. The feather of the fairy has been stolen, and the responsibility undoubtedly lies with the organizers. If they remain indifferent, what will happen when they, too, are merely one step away from victory and face a similar predicament? Mother. Mo Fayer's expression was fraught with anxiety, although she was unaware of her mother's specific occupation. She had mentioned coming to assist in the past couple of days. With so many formidable trainers, if they were to collectively express their wrath, the consequences would be dire. Upon learning the situation, Bai Yuling summoned the Blood-Winged Dragon, ferrying the three of them to circumvent the chaos from behind. Some trainers had already arrived, but were obstructed at the entrance by the guard trainers assigned to Junsha, who tirelessly explained, urging everyone to wait a moment longer, assuring that the organizers would provide a satisfactory response. Let us go around. Bai Yuling exchanged a glance with Shi Luana, who proposed. The Blood-Winged Dragon descended from the highest rooftop. This area encompasses a considerable expanse. Do you have any idea where your mother might be? Bai Yuling inquired once they entered. Mo Fayer pondered for a moment, shaking her head uncertainly. My mother never mentioned it. Perhaps on the 5th or 6th floor. Generally speaking, the higher the floor, the higher the status. This building stands 320 meters tall, with 10 floors in total. Based on her understanding of her mother, she should be on one of the two uppermost floors. Bai Yuling and Shi Luana shook their heads. Since Mouxin had managed to secure Shi Luana's participation despite her missing the registration deadline, she must have excellent relations with the organizers, specifically the upper echelons of Baihua City, indicating a position of considerable stature. The 5th or 6th floor is likely to be too low, Bai Yuling suggested. Let us commence our search and inquiries from here. Shi Luana nodded in agreement. However, after searching for a while, they discovered that this highest level seemed to serve merely as a scenic rest area, devoid of any individuals. The trio located the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a clear and piercing female voice rang out, demanding, seize them. Several guard trainers rushed in, surrounding Bai Yuling and the others. Junsha? Mo Fayer gasped, clutching the sleeves of Bai Yuling and Shi Luana tightly. Bai Yuling and Shi Luana were equally startled. It appeared that the situation was more serious than anticipated, leading to a lockdown, a desperate measure given the inability to locate the thief. We are trainers participating in the competition, not thieves. You may investigate. Bai Yuling replied calmly. Even if you are, your unauthorized entry has already violated the law, and I possess the authority to detain you and escort you away. Junsha retorted coldly, clearly exasperated with these participating trainers and their lack of patience. Bai Yuling and Shi Luana exchanged resigned glances. There was no way to fight their way through. Beep beep beep. Miss Junsha, movement has been detected in elevator number 3 on the 10th floor. Do you have any findings? A voice crackled over the intercom. Nothing of consequence, just a group of participating trainers slipped in, and I have detained them. Junsha responded. Mother. Suddenly, Mo Fayer exclaimed excitedly. After a pause, the voice on the intercom expressed confusion. Fayer? You are here, which means Bai Yuling and Shi Luana are nearby as well. Bai Yuling and Shi Luana gently acknowledged. Yes, it is us. Mo Fayer is quite concerned about you. It was inconvenient to enter through the door, hence her desperate measure. Please forgive us. Mouxin evidently possessed the authority to monitor this area, confirming her status as one of the higher-ups in Baihua City. Miss Junsha, they are all friends of my daughter and formidable trainers. Could you kindly escort them to me? Mouxin requested. Junsha acquiesced, her demeanor softening considerably. You are indeed the daughter of Mouxin. Quite adorable. I shall take you to your mother right away. Mo Fayer cheerfully agreed, realizing her mother's identity was far from ordinary. Chapter 80. Crisis of Uprising. The Queen's Presence. Junsha led Bai Yuling and the others to the monitoring room on the 9th floor. Mouxin is inside. You may enter. Before Junsha could finish her sentence, the door opened on its own, revealing Mouxin, who welcomed Mo Fayer into her embrace with a smile. However, both Bai Yuling and Shi Luana could discern the worry in Mouxin's eyes. Come in. Inside. There were not only staff, but also a mature and elegant woman, Madame Baihua. Madame Baihua was intently monitoring various screens, her expression tense. Mouxin gestured for Bai Yuling and the others to take a position on the opposite side. Mother, how could the feather of the fairy be stolen? Mo Fayer inquired immediately, considering the significance of such a treasure. It should either be carried personally or concealed in an exceedingly secure location to prevent theft. Mouxin shook her head, admitting her own confusion. However, it seemed rather inconceivable that the feather of the fairy could be stolen from such a heavily guarded vault equipped with numerous traps. Half an hour passed without any progress in the lockdown. Aside from waves of trainers arriving from various locations, there were no suspicious individuals. A guard entered to report, Madame Baihua, we can no longer delay. If this continues, they will likely force their way in. With so many elite trainers wishing to enter, the absence of a champion master makes it impossible to suppress them. Madame Baihua sighed. There is no other choice. I must go out to explain the situation. Everyone, continue your efforts. We must find the thief's trail. Minutes later, a guard burst in, panic-stricken. It's bad. Madame Baihua cannot calm the trainers. A riot is about to erupt. Mouxian gasped in alarm. This was a grave situation. If such an incident occurred, not only would there be repercussions from the alliance, but Baihua City might never return to its former glory. What on earth is happening? You must clarify this to me. Never mind. I shall go see for myself. Fair, stay here with Bai Yuling and the others. I will return shortly. Mouxian hurriedly exited. Not long after Mouxian left, Mo Fair stealthily followed. Sister Shirlona, let us go take a look as well. Bai Yuling and Shirlona exchanged wry smiles. If they insisted on keeping Mo Fair behind, she would likely worry even more. Very well. But you must be vigilant and hold on to my hand tightly. Shirlona instructed, gripping Mo Fair's hand firmly. After all, Mo Fair was not a trainer and lacked the protection of a Pokémon belt. The entrance was chaotic, with Pokémon released, yet thankfully, no attacks had commenced, only mutual intimidation. Mouxian hurriedly approached, witnessing Madame Baihua surrounded by a throng of enraged trainers. Junsha had already arrived ahead of Madame Baihua and was somewhat aware of the situation. Upon seeing Mouxian arrive, she explained, it pertains to the prizes. The feather of the fairy has been stolen, and Madame Baihua intends to replace it with another ordinary medium-grade treasure. However, these trainers are unwilling and demand that the replacement prize be equivalent in value to the feather of the fairy, which amounts to 4 medium-grade treasures. Mouxian exclaimed in indignation. How is that possible? We do not possess 4 medium-grade treasures. Even if we did, they have no authority to utilize them. Those are the guardians lent to Baihua City by the Alliance to enhance its strength. Bai Yuling and the others had just arrived and coincidentally overheard Junsha's explanation. Indeed, Bai Yuling and her companions were not surprised. The trainers who had arrived earlier had already reached a consensus. This issue seems insurmountable. It would be prudent to summon the guardians for suppression, Junsha suggested. Mouxian hesitated slightly, but given the circumstances, it was best to address the immediate situation first. However, could the guardians truly enforce control? Junsha smiled wryly. Fully aware of the dilemma, there was no alternative but to attempt it. Leyolsh, silence everyone, came the composed voice of Sharona. The roar of the Leyolsh reverberated throughout the venue with a regal authority, its immense pressure enveloping all present, rendering them momentarily stunned. And the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The gaze of the Leyolsh surveyed the crowd, and upon making eye contact with the tense Pokémon, their fighting spirit dissipated instantly, some retreating a step in trepidation. This was a Pokémon of the champion level. Upon realizing the formidable strength of this Leyolsh, the previously fervent trainers felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and they regained their composure instantly. Do you still possess even a shred of a trainer's dignity? Let me ask you this. Did Bai Huaqing ever state that this medium-grade treasure was the feather of the fairy? It was only announced on the day of the competition. When you registered, were you not drawn here by the allure of a medium-grade treasure? Reflect on this. Does Bai Huaqing owe you anything? Sharona, standing beside the Leyolsh, spoke with a chilling demeanor. Her queenly aura causing Mo Fair to gaze at her with stars in her eyes, utterly captivated. Indeed, since Madame Baihua has stated that another medium-grade treasure will be provided, what more is there to discuss? You are correct. We have succumbed to greed, which was unwise. My apologies, Madame Baihua, for the fright I caused you. The esteemed trainer Zhou Wen was the first to bow his head in contrition, subsequently extending his apologies to Madame Baihua. The other trainers also awakened to the reality of the situation. Sharona's words were indisputably true. They had originally come for the medium-grade treasures, but the allure of the fairy's feather had momentarily clouded their judgment. Perhaps it was a subconscious oversight. By the way, who proposed to change the offering to 4 medium-grade treasures? A trainer inquired. The crowd exchanged glances. At that moment, who had been paying attention? It was unlikely that the person would come forward now. In the distance, Qingmu silently observed Sharona, who looked down upon everyone like a queen, and instinctively clenched his fists. Lin Miaozhong was similarly affected, his gaze fervently fixed on Sharona. No wonder she had looked down on him. She was a prodigy from a prestigious background. Winning her affection would undoubtedly be a shortcut to success. He must defeat Bai Yuling decisively, preferably with overwhelming force. Then, he would see how she could maintain her composure beside Sharona. Once the atmosphere had completely calmed, Sharona withdrew the Leyolsh and slowly returned to the rear, yet she remained the focal point of all eyes. Wherever she went, those gazes followed. This was the true embodiment of a celestial prodigy. Even while embarking on her journey of training, she was accompanied by a champion-level Pokémon for protection, utterly beyond comprehension, leaving them devoid of envy due to the vast disparities. Little did they realize that this mesmerizing trainer possessed such profound connections. No wonder she was so powerful. Curiosity filled the hearts of all, and they began to reflect on their memories. To have a champion Pokémon as a guardian while training. Such an arrangement undoubtedly implied a top-tier influence. Even prominent champion families could not boast such depth. Chapter 81. Who is the Thief? Bai Yuling was not the least bit surprised. Rather, she revealed what was anticipated. Sharona, whose full name was Zhulan Sharona, was indeed the pride of the Zhulan family, one of the two major super families. The family boasted 5 openly recognized champions, and having a champion-level Pokémon as a guardian was hardly remarkable. However, if it were the Li Yolsh, the situation would be entirely different. For it was the Zhulan family's ace Pokémon. This was due to the current family head, Zhulan Tianyu, who was the most powerful head in the family's history. His strength was at the pinnacle of champions. Zhulan Tianyu spent a millennium developing a unique move suited for the Li Yolsh lineage, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of the Zhulan family's battle prowess, enabling them to catch up to the then prestigious Xianlong family. The strength of this Li Yolsh was beyond his detection. It was assuredly superior to He Mei's Zhu Yilong and perhaps not inferior to his grandfather's Qi Shiqing Wan. In terms of combat power, it undoubtedly surpassed the Qi Shiqing Wan, but when compared, the Li Yolsh would ultimately be at a disadvantage, as the Zhulan family's unique techniques were of the dragon type, rendering them utterly ineffective against the Qi Shiqing Wan. Sharona, I truly thank you. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire. Hua Shui is also immensely grateful to you. Mouxian expressed her heartfelt appreciation to Sharona, continually offering thanks. Sharona promptly assisted the bowing Mouxian to her feet, her eyes suddenly sparkling. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, please make more Bai Hua ice cream. Since Sharona had indulged in Bai Hua ice cream excessively, Mouxian was concerned that it might upset her stomach, and had been limiting the supply of Bai Hua ice cream. Mouxian chuckled. Sharona's fondness for ice cream had reached an almost obsessive level. The ice cream you make is simply too delectable. I wouldn't consume so much under ordinary circumstances. Sharona clarified, while Mo Fei chuckled quietly, coming from Sharona. This explanation lacked credibility. Sharona feigned anger and shot a glare at the giggling Mo Fei. By the way, can you tell us how the fairy's feather was stolen? Perhaps we can be of assistance, Sharona suggested. The audacity of someone daring to steal the fairy's feather was astounding, showing blatant disregard for the League. Ordinary trainers would not possess such boldness, making it highly likely that it was the work of dark forces. I shall elucidate this matter. Please follow me. Miss Sharona. We are exceedingly grateful for your assistance, Madame Bai Hua said with a smile, having already postponed the competition by 3 days, which garnered no objections from the attendees. This additional time would allow for more thorough preparation and a greater chance of success. In the monitoring room, Madame Bai Hua displayed a segment of the surveillance footage. To be frank, rather than being stolen, the fairy's feather was forcefully taken, she stated with a hint of bitterness. The surveillance footage revealed a large hole in the floor of the vault, constructed entirely of super alloy, from which a Bo-Si-Ku duo La emerged, followed closely by a shadow concealed beneath a dark cloak. Under the shadow's direction, the Bo-Si-Ku duo La dashed forth, clearing any obstacles with its powerful moves, unstoppable. The super alloy, typically capable of withstanding the full force of a champion-level Pokémon's assault, proved entirely ineffective against the Bo-Si-Ku duo La. Moreover, the dangerous traps designed to harm champion-level Pokémon were effortlessly countered, failing to delay it by even a moment. Within a mere minute, the vault, which was expected to withstand a champion trainer's advance for 3 hours, was breached, reaching the core area where the fairy's feather and other precious treasures were stored. After swiftly collecting the fairy's feather and 2 adjacent medium-grade treasures, the intruder utilized the tunnel to make their escape, maintaining an air of composure throughout the entire ordeal. The esteemed guardian trainers, tasked with the protection of this realm, arrived promptly, yet were left merely to gaze helplessly at the retreating figure of the opponent as they vanished into the cavern. This particular BSHK-Duel possessed power that was at the very least at the apex of the champion tier, and there was a 30% chance it could be classified as a heavenly king-level super Pokémon. Its speed was beyond what they could pursue. The adversary seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of this treasure vault, having chosen the most efficient and swift route for their escape. Bai Yuling's gaze sharpened momentarily. Madame Bai Hua cast a surprised glance at him. Under normal circumstances, one would first acknowledge the terrifying might of the BSHK-Duel. Yet Bai Yuling had discerned this detail in an instant. This was somewhat embarrassing to admit. In reality, the opponent had infiltrated the ranks of the guards monitoring the treasure vault 3 days prior, coinciding with the day after their comprehensive audit. Thus, they had been overlooked. Were it not for the complete understanding of the vault's design and mechanisms, they could have at least delayed the BSHK-Duel for a few minutes until the champion guardians arrived. Utilizing protective techniques would have allowed them to entangle the creature for a sufficient duration, ensuring the preservation of the treasure was absolutely feasible. Alas, their failure to locate the missing guard trainer in Baiwa City suggested that the individual had likely been captured. Madame Baiwa sighed. These guard trainers were all generations of residents of Baiwa City, and if possible, they must be rescued. I have reported the situation to the League, hoping their database will yield some clues. The suspected Heavenly King level BSHK can serve as a distinguishing feature, albeit tenuously. Ding. Madame Baihua's Pock Dex chimed. Her expression clouded with trepidation as she examined the incoming information from the League, hoping for good news. Upon reading, astonishment and worry etched across her face. What is it? What news has rendered your countenance so grave? Mo Yusin inquired urgently. Madame Baihua tapped her Pock Dex, projecting the magnified information for all to see. The message was succinct, containing only a single analytical result, followed by the rudimentary details of the Steel Heavenly King, with a reliability difficult to ascertain, estimated at over 50%. The individual was suspected to be one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the DNY organization. The Steel Heavenly King was not a Steel-type sovereign. Rather, it was a self-assumed alias, with the BSHK duel being their ace Pokémon. 3 years prior, their strength was classified at the 2nd tier of the Heavenly King, with 2 additional unknown Pokémon, KEGNIO and CHZFing, presumed to be below the 2nd tier of the Heavenly King. Their combined battle prowess ranked them at the bottom among the 4 Heavenly Kings of the DNY organization. DNY organization? Mo Yusin questioned, perplexed. What manner of organization is this? A dark force? Madame Baiwa shook her head, admitting her unfamiliarity with this organization. However, the presence of 4 Heavenly Kings implied that if they were indeed affiliated with the DNY organization, any hope of rescue was utterly futile, let alone the retrieval of treasures like the fairy feather. Shirahana's expression turned grave. The DNY organization. This is a deeply concealed dark force. Its activities extend at least over half of Zone 87. While not the most formidable among the dark forces operating within Zone 87, they are certainly the most secretive. For Heavenly Kings stationed, yet not considered top tier, Mo Yusin and her companion gasped, realizing for the first time that their previous understanding of dark forces was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true magnitude of such forces was terrifying. Chapter 82. The Baiwa Clan, the Forbidden Land of Baiwa. A cold glimmer flashed in by Yuling's eyes as he contemplated the DNY organization. Judging by the methods employed by Heimei, the DNY organization only strikes when it is certain of a decisive blow. Why would they seize treasures like the fairy feather? If the assailant were not a Heavenly King, Bai Yuling would not find it surprising. However, given their status as a Heavenly King, they surely lacked for treasures, as it was likely that each of their Pokémon was equipped with superior artifacts. To risk exposure for a mere medium-grade artifact seemed inconsistent with the operational tenets of these dark sovereigns. Bai Yuling voiced his perplexity, speculating that Madame Baihua might possess insights. Madame Baihua and Mo Yusin exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Bai Yuling's suggestion had not crossed their minds. However, if it pertained to anything unusual, it could only relate to the decline of the Baiwa. I am unclear about the true intentions of the DNY, but it may be connected to this. Are you familiar with the history of Baiwa City? Madame Baihua began to recount what she knew with a hint of uncertainty. Baiwa City was originally an ordinary town or village with a population of less than 1,000. One winter, the climate unexpectedly shifted amidst the frigid cold. Vibrant life sprang forth, and flowers bloomed as if spring had returned to the earth. This phenomenon was utterly astonishing, leading many to speculate that it was linked to powerful Pokémon or artifacts. They mobilized efforts, digging relentlessly for months, yet found nothing, ultimately surrendering to fate. They regarded it as a divine blessing, designating that day as the Baiwa Festival, a day of miracles. Baiwa City flourished, attracting numerous settlers, expanding its size significantly. One day, the original residents united to form the Baiwa clan, with the clan leader serving as the mayor of Baiwa City through generations. They covertly constructed a lengthy tunnel leading to an unknown destination, a site strictly forbidden to all but a select few elders and the clan leader, who were also prohibited from entering. Most of the senior officials of Baiwa City were members of our Baiwa clan. The true reason for the clan's formation remains a mystery, even to my grandmother, who speaks vaguely of it. However, I believe it is undoubtedly related to the anomalies that once afflicted Baiwa. Madame Baiwa expressed her confusion regarding the matter. Since the establishment of the Baiwa clan, over 300 years have passed, with the clan leader changing every 50 years through 6 generations. Husu is the 7th clan leader of the Baiwa clan, while I inherited my mother's elder title. Mo Yusin continued. Over 3 centuries, Baiwa City has transformed from a humble settlement into a moderately well-known city, its scale expanding over 100-fold. The power of the Baiwa clan has also grown tremendously. The strongest leader of the first generation was merely a top-tier trainer, yet now, the majority of clan members can attain elite status, with clan leaders being champion trainers. If one were to trace the origins, it ultimately leads back to Baiwa. The legend of that forbidden land, over time, has become a widely accepted consensus among all Baihua clan members. More than 20 years ago, a clan member, unable to contain their curiosity, ventured inside, violating the ancestral teachings passed down through generations. Yet they discovered nothing and were ultimately expelled from the Baihua clan. Stripped of all privileges granted by the clan, bound by a confidentiality agreement, and banished from Baihua City for life. Husu continued to unveil the secrets of the Baihua clan. Several years ago, Baihua began to decline. The once uninterrupted bloom of new flowers gradually diminished, and 7 years ago, their quantity had decreased by a quarter compared to previous years. The situation had become exceedingly dire, and if the cause of Baihua's decline was not identified, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have explored every conceivable option. From the moment we were born, we have coexisted with Baihua. The elders' understanding of flowers is undoubtedly on par with that of botanists dedicated to studying plants for a lifetime. Especially Yusin, whose intelligence is remarkable, has even crafted several new specialties from Baihua, such as Baihua ice cream and Baihua cake. Not only are they exquisite in flavor and texture, sweet yet not cloying, and nutritionally balanced, but they also possess beauty-enhancing properties. They are the most popular specialties, produced in limited quantities, yet always in high demand. Shi Luana glanced at Mo Yusin with an expression of realization, nodding in agreement. It was no wonder that the Baihua ice cream crafted by Mo Yusin was so delectable, far surpassing that made by others. She would never divulge to anyone that on several occasions, she had quietly risen early in the morning to queue for Baihua ice cream. A look of determination flickered across Shi Luana's face. Bai Yuling, observing her, could not suppress a smile, thinking how he could confess that he too ventured out early each day to train, having spotted Sheila indulging in Baihua ice cream more than once. Who could fathom what her stomach was made of? Not only did she consume ice cream in the early hours, but upon returning home, she would effortlessly devour 2 servings of Baihua ice cream made by Mo Yusin. Sensing the look in Bai Yuling's eyes, Shi Luana felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively shot him a glare. The elders and Yusin had exhausted every method, yet to no avail. The simultaneous blooming of the 4 seasons flowers was an anomaly, and it was likely that ordinary means would prove ineffective. After a full year of expending considerable resources and effort without yielding any clues, the decline of the flowers persisted, with an ominous acceleration. Reluctantly, after 6 months of discussion, the elders and I reached a consensus to explore the forbidden area, perhaps to uncover the cause of the decay. However, due to ancestral teachings, members of the Baihua clan are forbidden from stepping into the forbidden area. Thus, we must seek the assistance of close allies from other clans to venture within. At this point, Hua Shui sighed, a look of guilt crossing her face. What she had not anticipated was that the trainers who entered would vanish without a trace. A total of 23 formidable trainers, including a master of the king level, failed to return. That master, Mo Jingming, was none other than Yusin's husband. Mo Feier, tears streaming down her face, buried herself in Mo Yusin's embrace, quietly sobbing. It was only today that she comprehended the true circumstances of her father's disappearance, and all grievances she harbored vanished into thin air. Mo Yusin had already vented her emotions days prior, so she appeared relatively calm, gently stroking Mo Feier's head in comfort. She looked at Hua Shui and said, "This was not your decision alone, and none of us could have anticipated the sudden peril of the forbidden area. You cannot blame yourself. Please stop apologizing. For the past 7 years, every time we meet, you feel compelled to apologize, leaving me sometimes feeling as though I owe you an apology." Bai Yuling and Shi Luana exchanged glances, both astonished to discover how Mo Feier's father had gone missing in such a manner. The purpose of this special event was to gather a multitude of powerful trainers. The entrance exam for the top 10 was essentially a request for their assistance in investigating the cause. Although we cannot disclose the reasons due to ancestral teachings, we will certainly communicate the extreme danger involved, and we will not force anyone. Bai Yuling and Shi Luana nodded in understanding. They would not inquire why the alliance's help was not sought. The Baihua clan was established precisely to conceal the secrets of the forbidden area from being known by anyone. Perhaps the initial omission of mentioning the intermediate treasure, the fairy's wing, was to ignite the adventurous spirit of the trainers, but this was an open strategy, with no further explanation needed. The atmosphere fell into silence, punctuated only by Mo Feier's sobs and Mo Yusin's soothing words, as everyone pondered the situation. Chapter 83, Bold Speculation. While Baihua City enjoys a modest reputation and its specialty products are exported overseas, it pales in comparison to the large cities and forces dominated by the kings. Initially, the Baihua clan was merely a first-rate trainer faction, now reduced to a king-level force, which remains inconsequential to the kings. If Lady Baihua has not concealed other more secretive matters, then the only thing that could draw the attention of the Dark Knight organization is indeed this forbidden area. Bai Yuling contemplated, methodically eliminating various possibilities and selecting the most plausible scenarios. If, hypothetically, your forbidden area is no longer a secret and has come to the knowledge of the Dark Knight organization with their means. They could stealthily enter the forbidden area without your awareness. Not to mention, as long as they are aware of the general location of the tunnels, they could connect from afar, which would be a mere inconvenience. Hua Shui and Mo Yusin exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of this point. Bound by ancestral teachings, their surveillance and defense of the forbidden area reached nearly paranoid levels, but the scope was limited. One possibility for the Dark Knight organization stealing treasures like the Fairy's Wing is that they aim to compel you to abandon this mission. Bai Yuling articulated his speculation, which seemed the most plausible. If the Dark Knight organization operatives are already within the forbidden area, they must be plotting something. The longer they remain hidden, the deeper and more terrifying their schemes become. Shi Luana's expression turned grave. What sinister plots could dark trainers be concocting? It is imperative to thwart them. Hua Shui and Mo Yusin exchanged bitter smiles, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond merely the Baiwa clan or Baiwa city. They were unable to resolve it on their own. It appeared they would have no choice but to violate ancestral teachings and seek assistance from the alliance. However, this would render the agony they endured over the past 6 years, especially Mo Yusin, who had secretly shed countless tears while maintaining her silence, utterly meaningless. At least this way, they could discover the fate of Jingming. Mo Yusin smiled, relieved that she would no longer be trapped in that agonizing dilemma. Shi Luana appeared momentarily dazed. Mo Yusin was smiling, yet she felt an indescribable sensation, bittersweet, perseverance, liberation, joy. Her husband had vanished while investigating the forbidden area, yet she was barred from stepping even a foot inside due to ancestral teachings. The daily torment and self-reproach were burdensome enough to contemplate. But Mo Yusin had endured it for 6 long years, all while concealing her emotions in front of her daughter, forcing a smile. 6 years. Over 2,000 days and nights. Had she ever slept peacefully? A sudden pang of sorrow welled up within Shi Luana. Rest assured, I shall take this matter into my own hands. I am determined to uncover the Dark Knight organization's nefarious schemes. Shi Luana assured Mo Yusin with conviction. Absolutely not. If anything were to happen to you, I would be consumed by guilt. Mo Yusin was deeply moved, yet firmly refused. Shi Luana had rendered her great kindness and was the only close friend capable of bringing a genuine smile to her daughter's face. This was different from the shared burdens of a couple. If anything happened to Shi Luana, her guilt would multiply tenfold. Do not worry. If the Dark Knight organization were a third-rate force or the pinnacle of power, I might be concerned. However, they are neither. Facing me, they are simply unfortunate. Shi Luana puffed out her chest with confidence, embodying the essence of a flamboyant youth proclaiming himself as the best in the world. Yet, when Shi Luana presented herself, there was nothing brash about her demeanor. She radiated the aura of a stunning queen, albeit tinged with something else, a semblance of suppressed embarrassment coupled with an air of nonchalance. Sundara? Bai Yuling remained impassive, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort in his teeth. Had he inadvertently spoken out loud? Yet, he noticed Mo Fair, with her eyes red from crying, staring blankly at Shi Luana, recalling similar feelings depicted in many animations. The surreal sensation of being immersed in a dreamlike reality compelled her to blurt out. Ah, so it was not him. Bai Yuling sighed in relief. Shi Luana's face was adorned with a visible blush, and she glared fiercely at Mo Fair, subtly raising her fist in a threatening manner. Did you just say something? Hee. Hua Shui and Mo Yuxian could not help but burst into laughter, finding her Sundara demeanor strikingly similar. The heavy atmosphere dissipated irretrievably. Sundara. Sister Shi Luana. You were just Sundara, but Sundara's sister. Facing Shi Luana's intimidation, Mo Fair showed no fear. Instead, she broke into laughter and playfully ran away, evading Shi Luana's pursuit. How fortunate it is to encounter Shi Luana, Mo Yuxian remarked, feeling greatly comforted by Mo Fair's carefree laughter, reminiscent of a typical girl. With just a slight fondness, she was willing to risk great danger to help others. Such kindness, paired with her lofty status, made her seem almost perfect, embodying an ethereal ideal. Her fondness for ice cream was not a flaw, but rather rendered Shi Luana more relatable, bridging the gap created by her extraordinary persona. Had it not been for Shi Luana's delightful indulgence in Baiwa ice cream that day, Mo Fair might not have dared to engage with her so playfully. Indeed. Hua Shui agreed, feeling a deep resonance. Let us notify the alliance at once. Given Shi Luana's recently exposed Sundara nature, she is unlikely to relent easily. Who knows? She might bring up the matter of entering the forbidden area again. The thought of Shi Luana's playful demeanor made Mo Yuxian chuckle again. Indeed, it is quite possible. I shall inform the alliance immediately. However, breaking the ancestral teachings upheld for over 300 years feels rather weighty. Please wait a moment as I notify the elders. Such a grave decision should be borne collectively. Hua Shui nodded, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Come now. You merely wish to gather more people to share the burden, don't you? Haven't you done this countless times as a child? Why pretend? Mo Yuxian teased. Hua Shui smiled, relishing the long-lost feeling as she sensed Mo Yuxian gradually relaxing back to her former self. This was good. She had caused the Uxian family to endure 6 years of torment. The cost of breaking the blood contract must be borne by her. Suddenly, a fairy-like spirit emerged from Hua Shue's chest, anxiously calling out to her, seemingly trying to dissuade her. However, it was swiftly retracted by Hua Shui. You're being mischievous again. I'll take you out for a stroll later, so be patient, Hua Shui said with a smile. Mouxin felt nothing amiss. The fairy spirit would go for a walk at this time every day. Bai Yuling, however, felt perplexed, sensing that the fairy spirit was trying to prevent something. But he only caught the words cannot and go. The rest was too vague. Chapter 84. Threats. Companions entering the forbidden area. Hua Shui began to notify the elders one by one, summoning them for an important discussion. She then prepared to inform the alliance, as it was better to act promptly. Delaying even one day could allow them to thwart the Night Organization's sinister plot sooner, and while this might only be speculation, it would still be a step towards rescuing the missing individuals. There is no need to rush to inform the alliance. I also intend to explore the forbidden area. Unluckily, I was recently ensnared by the Night Organization and had to infiltrate their base, which I subsequently alerted the alliance to destroy. The account they owe me for that is far beyond what a mere sub-base can settle. I have been yearning to seek vengeance on these vermin. As Hua Shui prepared to notify the elders, Bai Yuling suddenly expressed his desire to enter the forbidden area as well. Even you, Bai Yuling? Sundara? Mouxin was both surprised and amused, noting how Bai Yuling, usually calm and composed, displayed a demeanor strikingly similar to Shiluana's. Perhaps these two were indeed well suited for each other. I spoke without filtering my thoughts, distracted by what the fairy spirit just mentioned. With the miracle star as my trump card, there is no place in the entirety of Area 87 that I would fear to traverse. His words were devoid of exaggeration. It was indeed a fact. However, to their ears, it sounded no different from Shiluana's previous statements. Yet, Bai Yuling was not Shiluana. He appeared unfazed and spoke in a calm tone. Please listen to me. There are not many who know of your planned activities, correct? How, then, did it leak out? It cannot have been from you. Thus, it must have been deduced by the opposing side based on your intentions. After all, it is not difficult for those in the know to infer your thoughts, since they are attempting to thwart your plan. It is evident that they do not wish to be disturbed or have information leak out. If you were to inform the alliance, their response would be unpredictable. They might initiate their schemes directly. In their fury, they could very well resort to rampant destruction. Bai Yuling's words were not without merit. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times. For the majority of ruthless dark trainers, killing and destruction were almost routine. The history records thousands of instances where entire cities and tens of thousands of lives were obliterated in a single frenzy. Nevertheless, we cannot allow you to take risks. Mouxin shook her head, resolute in her refusal. Suddenly, a flicker appeared on a screen, followed by the projection of a figure. The figure revealed only its lips, silently articulating a message due to the high-tech equipment that had been deliberately stripped of sound to prevent exploitation by schemers. Below, a line of subtitles clearly conveyed the intended message. If you dare divulge this situation, all the earthquake traps we have buried throughout Baiwa City will be triggered, reducing it to ruins. I will activate one now. If you believe my threats to be mere bluster, you may take your chances. The warning was ominously displayed in a flowing red font that evoked a chill. Mouxin and Hua Shui were both furious and alarmed by such a heartless threat. Ding! Hua Shui's Pock decks chimed, and their expressions darkened. Their hopes of luck were shattered. A minor earthquake occurred at the edge of Baiwa City, with an intensity at least at the level of a monarch. Several buildings were partially damaged, but fortunately, no residents were harmed. I am currently investigating the cause. It may be that a monarch-level trainer violated city regulations and unleashed their full power. If you have any new information, please inform me immediately, Junsha's voice relayed. Confirming the threat, an eerie silence enveloped them. Perhaps the adversaries were merely attempting to instill fear, setting aside the cost of deploying such numerous earthquake traps. It seemed implausible to bury them without drawing attention. Hua Shui forced a smile, although the thought that their adversaries might have prepared this years ago made it seem all too possible. This was a warning that could be triggered remotely. Established 2 years prior, the technicians had been frantically working until now, finally uncovering some information. 2 years ago, Hua Shui and Mouxin's expressions grew grave. The foresight to lay such a trap 2 years prior indicated their adversaries' caution. What shall we do now? Mouxin shook her head, pondering the futility of their situation. Even if they alerted the alliance, by the time they arrived, Baiwa City would likely be reduced to ruins. Indeed, there was no alternative. They should mobilize available personnel to conduct a thorough investigation under the pretense of testing something, claiming it was merely a basic trap card, supplemented with a modest reward to ensure compliance. That evening, she would venture into the forbidden grounds. Hua Shui sighed deeply, hoping Baiwa City would not meet its demise during her generation. I will join you, Bai Yuling interjected, and I implore you, alongside Shalona, to assist Mo Fayer should we fail to return. Notify the alliance to eliminate all earthquake traps. Mouxin declared resolutely, turning to Bai Yuling with her request. Bai Yuling nodded silently in agreement. In the ensuing hours, Mo Yusin remained at Mo Fair's side, accompanying her through amusement parks and underwater museums, indulging in various forms of entertainment. Shalona questioned Bai Yuling what transpired. Mo Yusin has been exceedingly busy, with so many events today. It is improbable she could spare time for Mo Fair. Bai Yuling recounted the recent occurrences. Those despicable fiends. Shalona exclaimed in revulsion upon learning of the Dark Knight organization's heartless actions. Her gaze shifted as she contemplated. If they deny her entry, I shall stealthily follow. Bai Yuling discerned her thoughts from her expression, affirming, I shall do the same. I intend to hold the Dark Knight organization accountable. Moreover, I am deeply intrigued by the secrets within the Forbidden Grounds. Such phenomena cannot be caused by an ordinary entity. They must be wary of our pursuit, for safety's sake. Let us each select one person to follow. They may employ teleporting Pokémon, so we should equip ourselves with tracking devices. Leave that to me, Shalona replied, her heart brimming with delight at the prospect of entering the unknown Forbidden Grounds, an experience vastly different when undertaken alone versus with a companion. That night, Mo Yusin gently kissed the slumbering Mo Fair beside her before quietly rising to depart. A soft click echoed as she opened the door, checking if Bai Yuling and Shalona were asleep. After confirming their slumber, Mo Yusin summoned a small Pokémon, a Sylveon. With a surge of psychic energy, both she and her Pokémon vanished from sight. Perceiving a change in the locator, Shalona swiftly rose, realizing it was indeed teleportation. Just as she prepared to inform Bai Yuling, she discovered he had already emerged outside. Wait, this location? Shalona questioned, puzzled that Bai Yuling had discovered it before her. She then examined the locator, her face reflecting astonishment. Chapter 85. The True Forbidden Ground, the Underground Peach Blossom Land. To Mo Yusin's surprise, she found herself at Baiwa City's largest supermarket, Baiwa Supermarket. If the tunnel to the Forbidden Grounds lay within, the contemporary clan leader who established Baiwa Supermarket here was undoubtedly a shrewd and resourceful individual. Notably, the leaders of the Baiwa clan were passed down through generations, favoring females over males. You seem not to possess a teleporting Pokémon yet, Shalona inquired. Bai Yuling nodded. For him, such a nearly omnipotent ability was essential, and he had long since devised a plan. Miss Gothitelle, please teleport me 100 miles south. With a smile, Miss Gothitelle complied, channeling her powers. Bai Yuling and Shalona were transported to Baiwa Supermarket, now devoid of activity in the stillness of night. Following a brief surge of psychic energy, Miss Gothitelle joined them. Thank you for your efforts. Please return for now. Shalona recalled Miss Gothitelle and glanced at the locator to verify Mo Yusin's location. Ninetales. They landed silently. The elegant Pokémon, Ninetales, gliding swiftly. Have we stopped? Have we entered a special area? Shalona pondered aloud. Ninetales accelerated forward, soon arriving at the signal's origin. This place was a warehouse, empty save for goods, devoid of human presence. Metagross, investigate for any anomalies. Bai Yuling released Metagross, who skillfully deployed its psychic abilities, only to find the presence of special materials that could block psychic powers. Not only that, but the surrounding warehouses were similarly fortified. What a predicament. How can we access the Forbidden Grounds now? Shalona expressed her anxiety, recognizing that, based on their exhibited strength, Mo Yusin and her companions were unlikely to be their match. Bai Yuling silently activated his aura, detecting that part of the area remained shielded, yet he could still sense the unique auras of living beings. He had memorized Mo Yusin's aura earlier that day, which proved fortuitous. Not far off was Mo Yusin's aura, alongside another, presumably that of Lady Baiwa. Ninetales. Proceed as I instruct. After several moments of navigating through redundant paths, Ninetales cautiously extended her head. Before them lay another identical warehouse. Huashua activated a mechanism, causing a wall to recede and revealing a deep underground passage. The Sylveon guided them within, as the passage gradually sealed behind them. Shalona wore a look of elation, hearing the dull thud of a door closing. Ninetales, you observed how to activate the mechanism, correct? Wait a few minutes before activating it again. Minutes later, Ninetales triggered the mechanism, unveiling the profound passageway before them. Ninetales nimbly leaped down, the sound of her descent echoing through the air. What an immense tunnel. It exceeds the subterranean space by several folds. Shalona exclaimed in astonishment. Every city possesses similar, if not larger, underground spaces for training Pokémon. As a medium-sized city, Baiwa City's trainers typically range from elite to first-rate, with a depth of approximately 40 miles. Bai Yuling was equally astounded. How had the Baiwa family obtained permission from the World's Wolf for such a deep tunnel? At such a height, only flying Pokémon could ensure a safe descent. However, the tunnel proved somewhat narrow. The imposing figure of Bloodwing Dragon was unsuitable. Sharpedo. Sharpedo's size was more manageable than that of Bloodwing Dragon, making it a perfect fit. Bai Yuling recalled Ninetales and, alongside Shalona, mounted Sharpedo. Sharpedo's streamlined flight ensured remarkable speed as it dove downward. creating an intense gust of wind that nearly swept Shallona's skirt away. Shalona clutched her skirt tightly. She had never experienced such high-speed descent in such a narrow passage. The turbulent winds collided chaotically, slicing through the air like sharp blades, leaving her skin tingling. Bai Yuling promptly closed his eyes, yet the fleeting image etched itself deeply into his memory. After a brief moment, the Leyolsh sensed the impending contact with the ground due to the shift in air currents, thus decelerating its dive. The vertical passage transformed into a relatively spacious subterranean expanse, where bioluminescent flora illuminated the pitch-black surroundings with their gentle glow. The Leyolsh soared swiftly into the depths, estimating a lengthy flight ahead based on the recent tunnel. "What did you just see?" Sharona abruptly inquired, realizing for the first time that she was sharing the same Pokémon with someone else. "What? Just a cluster of glowing plants. Nothing particularly strange," Bai Yuling replied. Slightly bewildered. "Very well then," Sharona muttered softly, redirecting her gaze forward. Time passed in silence, and an hour later, the Leyolsh had almost covered 2,000 kilometers at half its regular speed. This distance far exceeded the range of Baiwa City. Yet the underground space felt as if it still had no end in sight. Moreover, the subterranean realm continued to descend. Lady Baiwa was a champion-level trainer, moving at a pace much faster than the Leyolsh. If this continued, they risked losing her. "Let South utilize teleportation to close the distance swiftly," Sharona exclaimed, surprised at the vastness of this forbidden area. Bai Yuling nodded. "Then we'll switch to Shui Feilong's flight. It shouldn't slow us down too much." Miss Get, employing minimal energy for maximum range, executed a teleportation and instantly closed 100 kilometers of distance. However, due to the limitations of long-distance teleportation, Shui Feilong proceeded at 70% speed, which resulted in only a minor drain on their stamina over time. After an indeterminate duration, the surroundings began to transform. In addition to the bioluminescent plants, there were flowers and grasses that logically should not have thrived in a sunless environment. Yet, these plants appeared somewhat wilted. Bai Yuling and Sharona felt a surge of energy. They were nearing the endpoint. The distance they had traversed, a staggering 7,000 kilometers, surpassed that from Wuling City to Baiwa City. Indeed, moments later, they reached the terminus of this underground space, where a dead end lay ahead, adorned with an abundance of flowers, astonishingly vibrant against the odds. For the Baiwa people accustomed to this phenomenon, it was entirely normal, but for the average person, it was utterly extraordinary. After some exploration, a mechanism activated, causing the ground to abruptly split open, swallowing both Bai Yuling and Sharona. Shui Feilong reacted promptly, catching them mid-fall. Gentle sunlight bathed them, revealing genuine rays of sunshine. Before Bai Yuling and Sharona lay a magnificent vista of blooming flowers, teeming with bees and myriad creatures thriving in this hidden sanctuary. This truly was the Forbidden Realm, a subterranean paradise, astonishingly formed below ground. Sharona marveled. Despite her extensive knowledge and countless documented secrets spanning over a dozen regions, she had never encountered anything resembling this. Chapter 86. Confronting the Dark Night. Bai Yuling sensed something peculiar about the sunlight, activating his wave guidance to scrutinize it. The vitality contained within these rays was astonishingly robust, even surpassing that of sunlight on the surface. Given the depths of this subterranean world, the amount of sunlight reaching here was already scarce, and the life force absorbed by the multitude of beings was even more diluted. This place undoubtedly harbored a profound mystery. It could possess a life treasure of equal caliber to the Xianbing Qishir, a fragment of the divine beast Jidongyo's essence. Should the power contained within erupt, it could freeze mountains and encase the land in ice, creating a crystalline world so frigid that even elite-level ice-type Pokémon might struggle to endure. If Shui Feilong were caught within, even with its champion-level strength, it would succumb to frostbite in mere minutes. Should there be a life treasure here that rivaled the Xianbing Qishir, the resultant floral phenomenon would be extraordinary, but extending its influence to Baiwa City was nearly impossible. Bai Yuling regarded the situation with utmost caution, heightening his awareness of the potential dangers. It's truly beautiful and appears so tranquil. Why is it classified as a forbidden area? Sharona pondered aloud. The more serene it seems, the more perilous it may be. We should exercise caution, Bai Yuling advised, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Sharona nodded, acknowledging that being designated as a forbidden zone likely implied it was not a place of safety. Bai Yuling gazed far into the distance, realizing the vastness of this underground realm was immense. Suddenly, two figures approached, two youths. "How mundane. I'll leave this to you," a voice echoed from somewhere, causing Bai Yuling and Sharona to immediately locate its source. From another direction came an unusual sound. The ground split open, and several men clad in black emerged. "Who are you?" Sharona questioned coldly. "Members of the Dark Knight organization?" In unison, they replied, "Indeed, we are the noble entities dwelling in darkness. Members of the Dark Knight organization." Two male voices declared, elite leaders, White Wolf and Black Wolf. A female voice chimed in, Elite Leader, Red Wolf. Since you dared to intrude here, you shall remain with us, the trio proclaimed, unleashing their Pokémon. Longlongian, level 149, Rock and Ground type. Chotsibat, level 149. Poison and Flying type. Huakai Yuan, level 149, Grass type. The elite leaders of the Dark Knight organization were formidable trainers capable of contending with champion-level trainers. Each of these Pokémon represented the pinnacle of elite strength. Longlongian, Earthquake. Chotsibat, Hurricane. Huakai Yuan, Leaf Storm. The trio immediately commanded their Pokémon to attack, targeting a spot 3 meters away from Shui Feilong, which could be considered a collateral damage and thus not violating the one-on-one trainer rule established by the world's will. Protect. Bai Yuling had anticipated this, summoning a massive shield around Shui Feilong. Lolsh. Earthquake. Given that the opponents were dark trainers, Sharona refrained from condemning their treachery and promptly released Lolsh to retaliate in kind. Prepare to use Sacred Wind. Shui Feilong soared high into the air. Lolsh appeared just outside the range of the opposing move, landing a powerful stomp that caused the ground to tremble once more. Jump to evade. Chotsibat unleashed Hurricane to counter Shui Feilong's area attack. The three chose to leap to avoid the onslaught, with Black Wolf predicting Shui Feilong's movements. Lolsh's Earthquake failed to inflict any damage upon the foes, while Chotsibat's Hurricane was released simultaneously with Shui Feilong's Sacred Wind. Longlongian and Huakai Yuan targeted Lolsh. However, the aerial battle shattered their plans. Sacred Wind, with overwhelming force, obliterated Hurricane, enveloping all 3 Pokémon in its remaining power. Ice Pokémon, freeze the earth. Sharona adeptly summoned the Ice Pokémon. The 3 Pokémon of the opponent are all vulnerable to ice. The frigid currents seep into Shenkei's. Protect. The trio assessed the situation and commanded that enduring the assault would incur too great a loss. Throughout the duration of the frozen ground, none of the 3 Pokémon dared to cancel their protective stance. The Bloodwing Dragon, having recovered from the side effects of its ultimate move, and the Ice Pokémon once again displayed their harmonious coordination, unleashing a tempest combined with a blizzard. The fierce biting land shark remained vigilant, prepared to unleash an earthquake at any moment. Clearly, this was no ordinary trainer. Their background was formidable. Such petty tactics would be ineffective. It was time to confront them directly. The White Wolf stated earnestly, "I will handle the female," he added, "for I detest beautiful women, especially one as enchanting as her. She is undoubtedly a seductress." The venomous jealousy in the Red Wolf's tone was unmistakable. The Black Wolf seemed to recoil slightly, declaring, "Leave the male to me. A woman driven by jealousy is terrifying, but a woman consumed by it is the most fearsome of all." The Red Wolf's methods are far more merciless than his demeanor suggests. Flower Monkey. Use Leaf Blade against the Ice Pokémon, the Red Wolf commanded, his gaze filled with intense envy directed at Sharona. Any ordinary girl would surely be intimidated. Ice Beam. Counterattack. Sharona scoffed, for there was nothing in this world that could instill fear in her. Crossbat. Use Wing Attack. Capture it, and after breaking its defenses, unleash Thunderfang. The formal battle commenced. The fierce biting land shark remained alert, wary of the White Wolf's potential tricks. The Flower Monkey's Leaf Blade was completely evaded by the Ice Pokémon, yet her Ice Beam anticipated the Flower Monkey's evasion route, striking true and augmenting the attack with an Ice Shard. In just a single round, the Flower Monkey's vitality was reduced by 30%. The Crossbat adeptly maneuvered through the air, showcasing its agility. However, the Bloodwing Dragon disregarded its feints and closed the distance with astonishing speed. The two combatants soon engaged in close-quarter combat, and a few exchanges left the Crossbat's wings numb, rendering it temporarily defenseless. The Bloodwing Dragon seized this opportunity, clamping its jaws around the Crossbat's neck and then flinging it away with a thunder attack, severely injuring it. Within mere seconds, both battlefields concluded, with the Bloodwing Dragon and Ice Pokémon triumphing overwhelmingly over their adversaries, sustaining only negligible damage. In this clash, Bai Yuling and Sharona showed no mercy, their commanding prowess and Pokémon strength utterly overwhelming their foes. Given the title of Knight's Enemy, the Bloodwing Dragon's power was slightly augmented beyond the norm. Chapter 87, A Dreamlike Achievement. Retreat for now. The White Wolf's grave voice echoed, acknowledging their inability to contend with such strength. They must return and summon their superiors. They, as dark trainers, lacked joy. Even if they had a makeshift Pokémon center, the healing effects would be inferior, necessitating the utmost caution to avoid Pokémon injuries. The Red Wolf grit his teeth, his envy intensifying. Such an alluring visage coupled with formidable strength ignited a desire to obliterate her at any cost. Thinking of escaping. Bloodwing Dragon, Metagross. Execute consecutive earthquakes. Do not let them flee. Bai Yuling retorted coldly. It won't be so easy to escape. The ground around the 3 wolves trembled incessantly, fissures appearing, making movement nearly impossible. The entrance to the underground base ahead was utterly destroyed by the quakes. Fierce Biting Land Shark, Dragon Meteor, Ice Pokémon Blizzard, Sharona icily commanded. The three wolves endured a relentless barrage, the energy from their Pokémon belts rapidly depleting. Damn it, encountering such powerful and astute trainers is indeed troublesome. The white wolf swore, releasing his Pokémon. Pachirisu, use Protect and leave this place. He swiftly mounted Pachirisu, fleeing the scene. The black and red wolves turned back, releasing their second Pokémon to initiate a counterattack. Infernape, close in on the ice Pokémon with high speed and unleash Flare Blitz. Swellow, use Air Slash continuously to restrain. Infernape, a fighting type at level 149. Swellow, a normal and flying type at level 149. Metagross unleashed an Earthquake beside Infernape. Metagross immediately executed its Earthquake move, where Infernape's silhouette was discernible in the red light. The freshly released Infernape had no chance to evade the Earthquake. The fierce Biting Land Shark, witnessing this, dove down to amplify the Earthquake. Infernape yelped in pain, struggling to leap, only to suddenly find a shadow looming above. Dragon Meteor. Quick, use Protect. The moment the Pokémon appeared, it was thrust into a life-threatening crisis. And the Black Wolf reacted swiftly, shouting. A radiant glow enveloped Infernape. However, this timing was slightly premature, causing the other Pokémon poised to pursue to shift their targets. The fierce Biting Land Shark rapidly closed in on Swellow, preparing its Thunder Fong. The ice Pokémon anticipated the timing and unleashed Surf, sending a colossal wave crashing towards Infernape, who was still in the midst of its Protect. The Bloodwing Dragon had already recovered from its stiffness, waiting for Infernape to drop its shield to deliver a thunderous strike. Damn it! The situation was dire, and both the black and red wolves cursed vehemently, releasing their Pokémon once more in desperation. To ensure their safety, they unleashed three at once. Unteachable. Bai Yuling activated his aura, assessing the Pokémon's landing spots and species, only to discover they had failed to control the positions of their Pokémon. A cold smile crept across his face as he transmitted a thought to Metagross and the Bloodwing Dragon. Following his instructions, the Bloodwing Dragon and Metagross unleashed their respective moves. Shenkei's an Earthquake, over a vast area. Simultaneously, several beams of red light materialized, revealing various Pokémon. Yet, before they could comprehend their surroundings, the dual onslaught of Earthquake and Shenkei struck, eliciting agonized cries from them. Use Protect. The commands from the red and black wolves arrived too late. Under the combined assault of Earthquake and Shenkei's, they were utterly unable to unleash any moves. Psychic is it? Sharona marveled, stealing a glance at Bai Yuling, a conjecture forming in her mind. It was impossible to predict the near-instantaneous red light with the naked eye. Fierce Biting Land Shark, Tidal Wave. Seizing the opportunity, Sharona commanded, releasing yet another Pokémon. The most beautiful Pokémon, May Na Si, Tsunami. The relentless barrage of ultimate attacks. Was it intended to eliminate these spirits outright? Halt them. Unleash the most devastating moves. Diancie, an electric and flying type, level 148. Seismitoad, a water type, level 147. Rapidash, a fire type, level 148. On the opposing side, the spirits executed targeted ultimate moves, casting Thunder against Mismagius, Ice Beam against Garchomp, and Overheat against Metagross. While these spirits were somewhat weaker than before, their ultimate moves retained formidable power, inflicting at least 20% damage with a single strike. Suddenly, Bai Yuling dashed toward the nearby Garchomp, at the last moment shielding it from the Ice Beam. At almost the same instant, Sharona sprinted toward Metagross. Witnessing it abandon all thoughts of evasion for a large area ultimate move, Psychic Surge, the overheat aimed at Metagross was thwarted by Sharona. Mismagius had just recovered from the aftereffects and was unable to evade, bracing itself against the thunder. Its expression merely shifted slightly, showing little sign of pain, indicating it had not sustained significant damage. Bai Yuling, upon observing this, instinctively began an analysis. Mismagius, being of the royal lineage, boasted exceptional energy defenses and considerable stamina. However, given the type disadvantage, to withstand such an attack effortlessly suggested a defensive talent, perhaps even a type that mitigates energy attacks. What exactly it was remained elusive. Wait, this is Sharona's spirit, not an adversary? Bai Yuling awoke from his thoughts, bemused. This habit was indeed an old flaw from his senior trainer days. Sharona, however, regarded Bai Yuling with a complex expression, having just believed that Garchomp would have to endure a significant blow, only to find Bai Yuling performing the same act. This sense of battling side by side, as if their minds were in sync, was unprecedented and remarkably enchanting. The notion that true camaraderie exists solely among those of equal stature held a kernel of truth, for their perspectives on certain matters could differ dramatically. Despite being a prodigy, Sharona relished adventure and combat, having triumphed in numerous battles against dark forces, having destroyed more than a dozen of their bases, and frequently collaborating with trainers to confront foes. Yet, the ability to perform without interfering with one another's strengths was already commendable, Such a profound and silent synergy that nearly doubled their combat effectiveness was utterly extraordinary. The three spirits suffered dire damage from multiple area attacks, with a few, particularly vulnerable, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, while the remaining two were at their last breaths. Swiftly eliminated by a subsequent move from Bloodwing Dragon. Chapter 88, A Dreamlike Performance. At this juncture, it had only been about 2 seconds since these three spirits had appeared, effectively leading to their immediate demise. Moreover, they had sustained almost no damage themselves. All three spirits were elite level, capable of dispatching foes easily in one-on-one scenarios, yet would require over 10 seconds, and even longer in doubles or triples. This showcased the sheer perfection of their recent cooperation, qualifying as a dreamlike achievement, worthy of becoming a classic example in trainer academies. The terrifying feat of eliminating three spirits in an instant instilled dread in the likes of Inferno Monkey and Diancie, suppressing their fighting spirit to an all-time low, rendering them capable of exerting less than 50% of their potential. With their combat capabilities halved, facing Garchomp, who inherently surpassed them, resulted in catastrophic consequences. One-on-one, they were swiftly forced into a protective stance, unable to hold out for even 10 seconds before collapsing. At this moment, Black Wolf and Red Wolf found themselves at a dead end, with only a single spirit remaining. What should we do? Red Wolf inquired anxiously. What can we do now? Just struggle in vain. Black Wolf replied with a wry smile, recognizing that Red Wolf's wickedness became evident when cornered. With a glimmer of inspiration, Black Wolf whispered, "Release all the captured spirits to create chaos. Perhaps we might find a slim chance of escape." Red Wolf's eyes lit up, clinging to the lifeline. A flash of red light erupted, as dozens of red beams shot forth from Red Wolf's body and pack, scattering in every direction. Roar, howl, hiss. Dozens of spirits emerged, some driven mad by the loss of their trainers, unleashing indiscriminate attacks, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The remaining spirits, still somewhat composed, scanned the area, seeking their trainers. Upon spotting Red Wolf, cloaked in black, their eyes blazed crimson, and they charged forward with all their might, disregarding their weakened bodies. Dozens of ultimate moves engulfed the astonished Red Wolf, activating the indomitable defense of her spirit belt. She sustained no injuries. Yet the oncoming energy left her filled with despair as she cast a hateful glance towards the rear, where Black Wolf stood. Great Hound, dig an escape route. Yet Great Hound hesitated, its companions fallen before it, while its trainer intended to abandon them for escape. Great Hound, what are you doing? Hurry and dig an escape route. Black Wolf shouted in frustration, exasperated. What is going on? Didn't you hear me clearly? Humph. Those who act unjustly will meet their demise. Your selfishness is evident in your every action, showing no concern even for your lifelong companions. This Great Hound values its friends far beyond you. Bloodwing Dragon soared above, carrying by Yuling and Sharona, who looked down at Black Wolf with disdain, expressing her disgust. Such a selfish trainer is the most loathsome. Great Hound, upon seeing the two, took a silent step back, aware of everything within its pockball, realizing it could not resist before them. But why resist? Its companions were not dead. Mercy had been shown by the opposing side, for which it felt immense gratitude. Black Wolf, in a fit of rage, cursed. Damn it. I should never have chosen you. He could never have imagined that this would be the point where everything fell apart. Even at death's door, he remained unrepentant. Garchomp. Send him where he belongs. Sharona's gray eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Such a person deserves to spend the remainder of their days atoning for their sins. Garchomp dove down. For this ruthless trainer was an enemy of all spirits. Such individuals were unworthy of being trainers. Black Wolf was forcefully driven into the ground, rendered immobile as Garchomp unleashed Flamethrower, igniting a relentless burn. I was wrong, spare me. I will never commit wrongdoings again, I swear. Sensing the diminishing energy of his belt, the threat of death loomed once more, driving Black Wolf to despair. He did not wish to die. He still had many pleasures to experience. Sharona remained unmoved. In her eyes, such a person deserved death. The world had no shortage of laborers, and unfortunately, rules were rules. No one could defy them. Stop, please stop. I will die. I truly will die. Black Wolf wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. For this was indeed a place where lives could be lost. Just as he tried to convey this point, it was too late. The energy of his belt depleted. Engulfed in Flamethrower, the terrifying heat that could vaporize steel consumed him, leaving only fleeting ashes in its wake. Sharona's gaze flickered, rapidly blinking. She thought she saw a hint of black. What was that? Did you see anything just now? Uncertain, inquired of Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling gazed in sheer astonishment towards the direction of the Red Wolf. Had the Red Wolf truly been reduced to ashes by the elf's ultimate move? Had the teleportation rules of the elf's belt been shattered? How could this be possible? His mind was engulfed in chaos, as such occurrences surpassed his comprehension. The rules set forth by the worlds were deemed ineffective? In such a state, clear thought was elusive. Upon hearing Zyrona's question, he instinctively responded, What? Have you exposed yourself again? Zyrona was taken aback and retorted with indignation. How dare you? I can't believe you would be so dishonest. You saw it, and still refused to admit it. Bai Yuling, still in a daze, replied, admit what? Are you still playing dumb? Enraged. Zyrona delivered a swift punch to Bai Yuling's shoulder. Ouch! Bai Yuling staggered back a few steps, the pain jolting his muddled mind back to clarity. Yet he remained unaware of the unfolding events. The rules had been breached once more, and he had been directly attacked. The depths of his pupils darkened ominously, a terrifying killing intent surging forth. The fierce bite of the shark felt an overwhelming sense of dread, sensing imminent danger. Zyrona's eyes met Bai Yuling's. Feeling as though she was gazing into an unfathomable abyss that threatened to engulf her, instinctively recoiling a few steps, letting out a startled shriek. This cry completely roused Bai Yuling from his stupor, the previous conversation replaying vividly in his mind. That, I truly did not wish to witness, and I closed my eyes as swiftly as I could. The fierce bite of the shark can attest to that, Bai Yuling asserted innocently. Zyrona furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Bai Yuling's eyes intently. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Perhaps she had merely misperceived the earlier incident, particularly since it involved darkness. Was her vision faulty? Or was it merely a consequence of her recent lack of sleep and late nights? No, there were more pressing matters at hand. The fierce bite of the shark? Zyrona cast a dubious glance at Bai Yuling. Could the fierce bite of the shark truly provide evidence? The fierce bite of the shark appeared bewildered. The terrifying sensation of danger had vanished so suddenly, which was indeed peculiar. Upon hearing Zyrona's inquiry, he felt more innocent than ever. What did this have to do with him? See, he agreed, didn't he? Bai Yuling pointed at the fierce bite of the shark, prompting the blood-winged dragon beneath to roll its eyes in exasperation. It was a revelation that its master possessed such shamelessness in fabricating lies. Chapter 89. The Mysterious and Powerful Elf. Amidst the bewilderment, Bai Yuling was oblivious to the truth that his acute awareness of the future compelled him to deliberate every action meticulously. Such caution, even to the most reckless observer, would project an image of calmness. Yet, to bind oneself in such a way could hardly be beneficial in the long run. With a heart yearning for freedom, the essence of self is the foundation essential for attaining the championship. Although the Bai family lineage was formidable, its depth paled in comparison to that of the Zhu Lan and other superfamilies. Such secrets pertinent to the championship were naturally unknown to him. In his previous life, Bai Yuling was utterly unaware of these matters. Even with the miraculous system, any setbacks were swiftly overcome, though he had traversed an unfathomable path to the pinnacle of championhood. If he did not change his ways, he would forever be unable to resonate with the sentiments of his elves. After all, if he himself was constrained, how could he connect on a deeper level? Fortunately, as his journey progressed and he encountered more people, especially during his time in Baiwa City, Bai Yuling began to relax, gradually revealing his true nature, even if those unfamiliar with him perceived no change. Why do I feel that the fierce bite of the shark merely called out in confusion? Zyrona queried skeptically, her gaze fixed on Bai Yuling's seemingly flawless innocent expression. Ultimately, she could only huff in resignation. What else could she do? In the end, she would be the one to suffer. Everyone, quiet down. Zyrona redirected her attention to the chaotic assembly of elves. Yet, the enraged elves paid her no heed. Everyone, let us assist in calming them down. Zyrona insisted. Hey, what have you been thinking about since earlier? You seem lost in thought. Zyrona observed as Bai Yuling appeared to drift off once more. Bai Yuling acknowledged. Yes, there are some matters that require contemplation. Bloodwing Dragon, you should also lend a hand. He recalled the heart-wrenching sight of the Black Wolf weeping, clearly anticipating its own demise. The motives of the Dark Knight organization must be intertwined with this. Bai Yuling composed himself, deciding not to overly fret. Since the Black Wolf and its companions dared to remain here, the danger should not be excessively high. The Metagross and Miss Gothitelle utilized their psychic abilities to communicate with the elves, soothing them. The Bloodwing Dragon unleashed its divine wind above the frenzied elves, while the Ice Elf summoned a blizzard. The divine wind stirred the blizzard to fall like snow, yet it was 100-fold colder, the plummeting temperature stimulating the minds of the elves. Through the efforts of the Bloodwing Dragon and others, the group of elves gradually emerged from their chaos. The dark trainers who abducted you have been dealt with. Please calm yourselves and return to your Pokeballs. I will escort you to the League, where you will be received and reunited with your trainers, Zyrona stated, her tranquil demeanor indicating that she had dealt with such matters before. The elves were elated, surrounding Zyrona for a moment of affection before returning to their Pokeballs, awaiting their next journey in peace. Let us move quickly. The White Wolf must have fled to inform the leader. We should delve deeper before he arrives and uncover what the Dark Knight organization is plotting, Bai Yuling urged. Indeed, I suspect that the decline of Baiwa has much to do with the machinations of the Dark Knight organization. Zyrona nodded in agreement. The sky was too conspicuous, with Bai Yuling riding atop the Metagross and Zyrona on the Ice Elf, speeding ahead. Moments later, a Pokémon soared through the air, the White Wolf hastily arriving with previous subordinates in tow. Damn it, The black wolf and red wolf couldn't even last 5 minutes. The white wolf cursed, his expression fraught with fear as he glanced at his subordinates, dreading that they might hold him accountable for his failure. This particular leader had a twisted sense of humor. While his punishments were not overtly cruel, they were among the most excruciating to endure. By the looks of it, it seems like a large group of elves engaged in a brawl. One of the subordinates observed, puzzled. Could it be that someone had infiltrated? Never mind. There are other subordinates guarding the area. Besides, they are merely 2 children. They cannot stir up much trouble. However, you have embarrassed me in front of them. Tell me, how should I punish you? The white wolf's face turned ashen, trembling as he pleaded, I beg for your forgiveness. Half an hour later, Yuling and Zyrona had traveled thousands of miles, arriving at a place where the flowers bloomed even more vibrantly, radiating vitality. This indicated that they were nearing the source of the Baiwa miracle. Strange, given the Dark Knight organization's apparent emphasis on the Baiwa Forbidden Zone. There should be more than one subordinate stationed here. Why have we encountered no signs of them until now? Zyrona inquired, puzzled. Do not say they are nowhere to be found. That is impossible. They must be preoccupied with something else, leaving them no time to attend to us. Yuling asserted with confidence, gazed at Iying in astonishment, certain that with her acquaintance over this period, he would not make such a definitive statement without more than 90% certainty. Just look at the sky ahead, and you will understand. Iying murmured, his gaze fixed on the distance. Upon hearing this, curiously followed his line of sight. In the world of Pokémon, individuals diligently train daily, allowing their physical prowess to rival that of novice-level Pokémon by the time they reach adulthood. Both Iying and are exceptional beings. Their current physical abilities are comparable to those of third-rate Pokémon, 10 times that of an ordinary trainer. Their keen eyesight allows them to discern every detail of a sparrow catching insects from 10 miles away, at a distance of approximately 300 to 400 miles. Dozens of Pokémon are embroiled in battle. No, it is not a chaotic skirmish, but rather a concerted assault by numerous Pokémon against a single target. The distance renders the figures merely indistinct black dots. Moreover, judging by their speed, each Pokémon possesses strength surpassing that of a king level. In that moment, comprehended why Iying was so confident. Who else could possess such power but the Dark Knight organization that had long infiltrated this area? It is no wonder no one has sought them out. They are all preoccupied with dealing with this Pokémon. What a formidable creature, perhaps a champion. Speculated. They are coming this way. We must hide. Iying exclaimed urgently, instructing Ngu to burrow a hole in the grass for concealment. The speed of the king-level Pokémon is astonishing. Within 5 minutes, the battlefield shifted toward them. How beautiful. It is a Pokémon I have never seen before, whispered. Her eyes locked on the center of the encirclement. It was a diminutive Pokémon resembling a deer, but with 3 antlers, one green and the other 2 white. With limbs of a pale green hue and faint green patterns adorning its body, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. In the midst of battle, it radiated an overwhelming aura, making it appear as an inviolable monarch. This was a Pokémon of irresistible charm, even outshining the renowned beauty of M&S, albeit in the realm of grace. Iying was taken aback. He did not recognize this Pokémon, but he felt an indescribable force emanating from its presence, a power of rules, an authority that transcended even that of a champion. Although he had not yet attained such heights, he had witnessed the power of rules in their final confrontation. Those Pokémon could be deemed as divine beasts, even if they fell short. They existed on the same elevated plane. However, it was perplexing. Given the opponent's current strength, it appeared to be merely at king level. What could have rendered such a powerful being so weakened? The scanning of the miracle system yielded no results. Only the current physical prowess was displayed. Level 170, king level tier 5. This equated to the physical quality of one newly entering tier 5. A series of shockwaves from attacks struck here, tearing the ground into a chasm, igniting the flora in flames, and transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire in an instant. Yet, the 2 individuals within the inferno remained unfazed, merely instructing Ngu to excavate another hiding spot. The flames subsided in less than 3 seconds, quelled by an inexplicable force emanating from the earth, leaving only scorched soil behind. The sheer power of these Pokémon, indeed, each one at the king level. The battle prowess of this particular Pokémon was astonishingly formidable. Despite being besieged by dozens of adversaries, it showed no signs of faltering. Its occasional counterattacks were so potent that without 3 or 4 combined moves, they could not be diminished. S' astonishment grew as she observed. In terms of raw power and speed, the opponent seemed to range from king level tier 2 to tier 4, far inferior to her expectations of champion level by more than 10-fold. Yet, the impact this Pokémon delivered was 100-fold more staggering. This was a situation she could not comprehend. Under equal circumstances, even a combatant of champion level would struggle to withstand the combined efforts of 5 ordinary Pokémon of the same rank, provided they coordinated and did not fall one by one, ensuring a victory probability exceeding 90%. The reasoning is simple. Combat effectiveness is merely a reflection of how much one can utilize their foundational prowess. Even at the maximum limit, the fundamentals remain consistent. With identical species and specializations in speed, even if the combat capabilities are vastly different, the raw speed without signature moves will not be significantly disparate. Even in exceptional cases, other attributes will compensate, ensuring a comparable overall quality. This is the essence of tiers. They intuitively represent a Pokémon's foundational strength. It is not unheard of to face 10 opponents at the same tier, but only under the condition that they are engaged in individual conflicts. Ultimately, the scene unfolding before her was akin to a legendary divine beast manifesting before her eyes, an extraordinary miracle seldom witnessed. Does such combat prowess truly exist? If in the future, Leyolsh were to master all elemental mysteries, could it reach such heights? Perhaps, but such notions are merely fanciful musings. The mysterious Pokémon unleashed an ultimate move, sending forth a golden-yellow forked lightning that struck a flying Pokémon using high-speed mobility to harass. The lightning dispersed, impacting an adjacent flying Pokémon as well. This electric-type move was overwhelmingly powerful, incapacitating the first flying Pokémon instantly, an outright annihilation. The affected Pokémon emitted a sorrowful cry as it plummeted, evidently gravely injured, had become numb from the successive shocks. The might of this move undoubtedly exceeded threefold the limits of a king level, resulting in an instant defeat due to the inherent advantage. How many times must I say? Maintain cover. Frost Cadre, be attentive next time. Protectiveness must always be ready. If wasted, retreat immediately. You all know how formidable this Pokémon is. Let me reiterate. It is not something we can overcome. Our objective is merely to exhaust its strength. The trainer atop the Ku-Il-ing shouted, his voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every member of the Dark Knight Cadre. This individual, codenamed General, held the highest rank in the arena. Although his strength was only at King level Tier 5, his exceptional battle command skills had earned him a promotion to a key position, second only to the champion and the enigmatic leader. The Pokémon began to distance themselves further, making it challenging to strike more than one at a time unless using area effect moves. Was the Dark Knight organization attempting to forcibly capture this Pokémon? Pondered, her brows knitting together. Forcibly subduing it could hardly be termed as capturing, as the Pokémon would not heed commands. What use would it be to capture it? Of course, there is utility in such an endeavor. One being as a subject for research. Various means could be attempted for coercive control. They shall not succeed, Biy-Ling murmured, shaking his head with a cold chuckle in his heart. If the Dark Knight organization truly intended such a course of action, they would be courting death. Such an entity. Not even the entirety of District 87 or the strongest forces within the Great Wall Pokémon domain could hope to capture without incurring grave costs. There exists no entity at the same level capable of resisting the laws. Attempting to control such an existence is nearly impossible. As time passed, the battlefield gradually shifted further away. The Dark Knight cadres, already cautious, became even more so, resembling startled birds, upon detecting any signs of counterattack from the mysterious Pokémon. Several Pokémon were prepared to intercept with protective measures. The mysterious spirit's repeated counterattacks were thwarted by the protective spirits. Suddenly, the mysterious spirit's form became indistinct, subsequently manifesting over 100 shadow clones, dispersing in all directions. Each clone charged towards a different destination, evidently indicating the mysterious spirit's intent to break free. Wasn't the pinnacle of shadow clones merely 50? The absolute limit was 75, yet here were over 100. Luin felt that today's venture into the Forbidden Realm had profoundly altered her worldview. Had someone previously claimed that shadow clones could number in the hundreds, she would have dismissed them as either ignorant or jesting. However, she now sensed a deeper understanding of herself. Her previous knowledge was confined to merely a dozen districts, and she had been nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. A fire ignited within Luin's heart. Her original ambition was merely to reach the pinnacle of the champion, yet she now comprehended that such a height was not the ultimate existence. She yearned to surpass the champion. Biy-Ling perceived the transformation within Luin. A queen is indeed a queen. Any astonishing power serves as nourishment for her growth. Unlike certain trainers who, upon encountering insurmountable strength, succumb to despondency and lead mundane lives, the Dark Knight operatives, unaware of this truth, were merely astonished for a moment. The leading officer, a general, calmly commanded, "All spirits, form a small circle immediately. Those on the periphery, unleash widespread ultimate moves for indiscriminate attacks. The outer circle and the fifth-tier monarchs should prepare to protect, remaining vigilant for any opportunistic strikes. Gales, divine winds, psychic shocks, corrosive mists, and even surges and tsunamis pouring down from the heavens swept across the landscape, enveloping an area of several dozen miles within their assault range. The myriad of shadowy forms belonging to the mysterious spirit vanished like phantoms under the onslaught of these ultimate moves, leaving only the entity radiating protective light. The mysterious spirit had no intention of attacking. It simply sought to distance itself. Excellent. Continue. Do not let it escape. The general said coolly, charging forward. A battle almost identical to the previous one commenced anew. Yet, this time the mysterious spirit refrained from launching an attack. The pale green patterns upon its body suddenly emitted a hazy glow as it gazed at the trainers and spoke. Greedy humans, you have provoked my ire. The voice was melodious, akin to pearls falling upon a jade plate. It turned out that this enigmatic spirit was female.